The young prodigy, once seen as the rising star destined to lead the Radiance team to glory, made a fateful decision at the S3 World Championship. By stubbornly choosing the shadow assassin, an unforgiving and rarely used champion crushed their championship dreams and became a national scapegoat. In 2025, the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Berlin, Germany, erupted with deafening chants of SKG, SKG, as golden confetti showered the stage. 5 blonde, blue-eyed Western players hoisted the championship trophy high. Meanwhile, inside the soundproof booth, the 5 members of the Radiance team, 4 men and 1 woman, wore expressions of despair. Some wept, others buried their faces in their hands, but all radiated disappointment. Yang Hao, masked and motionless, stared blankly at the scene, his chest aching as if it might burst. For the 3rd consecutive year since the game's release, China had finished as runner-up, losing to North America in the first year, Korea in the second, and now being crushed 0-3 by Europe. This game, a seamless blend of traditional RPG elements and professional esports, had taken the world by storm since its debut in 2022, with the 3rd championship breaking multiple viewership records. But it was Yang Hao's defiance of the coach's strategy that sparked the outrage. Ignoring the directive to pick the reliable Berserker, he insisted on using the low-margin for error shadow assassin, a choice nearly abandoned in professional play. Domestic commentators were ruthless. Why do young players today lack any sense of professional ethics? Radiance must seriously consider penalizing Gale. Streaming platforms were flooded with scathing comments. What an idiot, why pick the shadow assassin? Couldn't he just stick with the Berserker and play support for Myukin? On social media, Yang Hao became the target of nationwide condemnation, trending at the top of Weibo and igniting heated debates on forums like Tieba and Jihu. The silence in the locker room was suffocating. No one offered any comfort. Myukin suddenly shoved Yang Hao against the wall, shouting furiously, "Are you messing with me? Did you throw the game for money?" The manager, Yang Xiao, coldly presented a termination contract, a lifetime ban from China's top professional league, the JPL, a prohibition on making any negative statements after leaving the team, and a penalty of 5 million renminbi for breach of contract. "I'm the rookie who led this team from rock bottom to the summer championship, carried us to the semifinals, and got us to the finals with my Berserker. These people slack off in training and fool around with fans, and now I'm the scapegoat." Yang Hao protested bitterly, but with the threat of being blacklisted indefinitely, he trembled as he signed a contract. Before leaving, Yang Hao, with his esports bag slung over his shoulder, paused at the door and declared, "I'll be back with a team of my own." Time flows like water, and it has been a full month since the conclusion of the 3rd World Championship Finals. Within this month, Yang Hao has been relentlessly criticized and scapegoated as the primary reason for Radiance Esports' defeat. He became the focal point of online backlash, drawing the ire of players everywhere. No one seemed to discuss the overall strength gap between Radiance and SKG anymore. All the blame was directed at Yang Hao, the young player who stubbornly picked assassins 3 times in a row during the finals, now labeled as the cause of their loss. To make matters worse, just one day after the championship ended, Radiance Esports' official Weibo account announced Yang Hao's retirement, not a transfer, not a temporary leave, but full retirement. At only 18 years old, Yang Hao faced the darkest period of his life in just a single month. Once hailed as the most promising rookie of 2025, he had now fallen to being a figure of scorn. He was forced to pay a hefty penalty for breaching his streaming platform contract, leaving him in financial distress and near destitution. If not for the fact that he always wore a mask in public, hiding his face from the audience, he might have even been attacked by enraged fans on the streets. At this moment, outside an esports arena in Shanghai, Yang Hao stood at the entrance, dragging a heavily worn suitcase. He looked up at the familiar venue, his expression a mix of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and walked inside. "Swipe your card," he said, approaching the front desk and handing over his ID card. "Oh, you're back again, handsome." The girl behind the counter, with a sweet smile, looked up and greeted him playfully. "Here to claim all the rewards again today?" She wore the esports arena's neat and tidy uniform, her delicate features framed by a cheerful demeanor. When she smiled, faint dimples appeared, and her tone carried a touch of teasing. Yang Hao smiled awkwardly in response. The game Descent had become a global phenomenon, generating massive economic effects and spawning numerous new esports clubs and guilds. Nowadays, more than 90 of players in internet cafes were immersed in this game. With the game's popularity, many internet cafes introduced player reward programs. For example, clearing a specific dungeon solo within a time limit could earn cash rewards. Achieving a 10-win streak in Battlefield mode could also be exchanged for money. Since leaving the team, Yang Hao had no other source of income. Now, he barely made ends meet by claiming rewards daily at this esports arena. He consistently managed to claim every prize available, so much so that even the staff at the venue had grown very familiar with him. Hearing the girls teasing, Yang Hao gave an awkward grin. After all, most people came to the esports arena to spend money, while he seemed to be there to withdraw it. walking away with a few hundred yuan in cash every day. Don't feel embarrassed, the girl said with a light laugh, noticing his discomfort. Our boss is a total penny pincher. He's probably hoping for more ATMs like you to show up. Yang Hao took back his ID card after it was scanned and was about to leave when the girl suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, the General's platform server opens today. Handsome, are you going to give it a try? If you get in, could you carry me in the early stages?" General's platform? Yang Hao paused, his expression shifting slightly. The General's platform was a new elite server being launched for the China region in Descent. After 2 consecutive years of crushing defeats at the World Championships, the developers had initiated sweeping reforms, resetting the structure and creating this new server. To qualify for entry, players had to achieve a rank of 6-star or higher in the current Battlefield mode. Battlefield mode had a maximum rank of 9-star, with each star further divided into 9 tiers, and rankings beyond 9-star were determined by score. Reaching 6-star was already an indicator of top-tier gameplay skills. He glanced at the girl behind the counter with some surprise, hadn't expected her to be capable of reaching the 6-star rank herself. The new server brings immense commercial interests, and the entry declarations of major domestic guilds have already caused a huge stir in the gaming community. Isn't the early stage of a new server just about leveling up? Doing quests and clearing dungeons? You're almost at 6 stars on the battlefield. You probably don't need me to carry you, right? Yang Hao looked at the young lady at the bar counter, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. The bar counter girl pouted her soft pink lips, her big, watery eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without proper gear in the early stages, those dungeons are just too hard to clear. Since the new server is launching, I want to be among the first top players too. I've seen your records, you're almost at 9 stars on the battlefield. How can I not stick close to such a pro? Indeed, the game Descent is renowned for its extremely challenging dungeons. The mandatory dungeons during the early leveling process often become bottlenecks for players, requiring gear upgrades to meet the necessary standards for clearing them. Of course, players with exceptional skills can make up for gear gaps with their technical prowess, allowing them to level up faster. Being among the first to reach higher levels naturally comes with greater rewards within the game. Pretty please, the bar counter girl blinked her glistening eyes, her coquettish tone making it hard to refuse. Yang Hao glanced at her and replied softly, "All right. After all, the early stage dungeons in Descent are small team instances that require more than one player to start, so carrying someone along wouldn't be an issue. See you at 3 p.m. sharp." The bar counter girl beamed with excitement. 3 p.m. was precisely when the new server would go live. Yang Hao put away his ID card and walked toward the corner of the esports cafe. It was currently 2 p.m., with an hour left until the new server launched. As a veteran player who had pre-registered for the new server, he was a renowned pro in the strongest domestic server, Sea of Kings, consistently ranking in the top 3 on the battlefield. He had multiple alternate accounts, all above 9 stars. Even a new account he recently created to claim cyber cafe perks was nearing the 9-star level. The esports cafe was bustling with noise and excitement. For many players, the gaming atmosphere in a cyber cafe felt far more immersive than playing alone at home. Immersed in the lively surroundings, Yang Hao opened the game's official forum, where a prominent pinned post in bold red immediately caught his attention. "We, Yin Lu, along with the YL team, will claim all first kill records on the new server. Guild recruitment will open at level 25. We invite elite players from all servers to join us." Yang Hao's lips curved into a slight smile. Yin Lu, one of the top guilds in the country, was backed by the YL team, a powerhouse that had reached the quarterfinals of the 3rd Descent World Championship. First kills on the new server not only trigger server-wide announcements, but also earn a permanent spot on the server's honor board, a prime opportunity for major guilds to showcase their strength. The comment section was already ablaze with heated arguments among various powerhouse guilds. One particular comment stood out. "We, Yao Shi, are just here quietly watching you show off. By the way, a quick plug, Yao Shi is recruiting high-level players. If you have the skills and want to go pro, join our youth training camp. One spot left for the main team, with excellent benefits." This comment instantly caused a frenzy below. "Whoa, Mu Chun himself showed up. Can we get a photo? Mu Chun, did you take down Gale yet? He totally cost you the world championship. Mu Chun, you're amazing. I want to have your babies. Mu Chun, Jifeng let us down this time, but work hard next year and bring us a world championship." Yang Hao quickly skimmed through these comments on the screen, which were followed by a flood of hateful messages. He sighed lightly and decisively closed the post. Lately, there had been too much negativity like this. Rather than letting it get to him, he chose to avoid it altogether. He shifted his attention to browsing other pages, and before he knew it, the clock read 2:50. Just then, the receptionist at the internet cafe walked over cheerfully and sat down at the computer next to his. Flashing him a playful smile, she reminded him, "The server's about to go live." Yang Hao nodded and briefly laid out the plan. "Let's get in as soon as it opens and try to secure a spot. Then we'll rush to complete the tasks to hit level 10. After that, we'll tackle the first level dungeon. Just the two of us?" The receptionist asked, surprised. Yeah, Yang Hao responded curtly. His answer left her momentarily stunned. She was well aware of the difficulty of the level dungeon. It was a mandatory challenge to progress beyond level 10, as no further experience could be gained before clearing it. For regular players, it typically required a party of 6, all equipped with at least semi-green gear, to have a chance at success. Even top-tier players with an 8-star battlefield rating often needed decent gear and a full team of 6. Yet Yang Hao intended to take on the dungeon, with just the two of them both on freshly created level 10 characters. While two-person dungeon runs weren't unheard of, they were usually carried out by high-level players helping lower-level ones. Two new players attempting this together was something she had never encountered before. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Yang Hao's profile, her curiosity growing. Could he be some kind of hidden professional player? Looking at Yang Hao, she shook her head. As someone who frequently followed professional tournaments, she quickly scanned through all the players in the secondary leagues in her mind, but couldn't find a face that resembled Yang Hao. Professional players have decent salaries these days, so why would anyone join a casual cybercafe competition? She wondered. What puzzled her even more was that with the skills Yang Hao had displayed, he could easily earn more money as a battle or high-difficulty dungeon booster. This young man was like an enigma, but none of that mattered to her anymore. As long as Yang Hao could help her become one of the first high-level players on the server, the opportunity to make money would be right in front of her. She calculated in her mind, reaching a high-level early mint, getting a head start on dungeons, and acquiring rare gear. When other players eventually caught up, the value of those items would skyrocket. The first to seize the opportunity always profited the most. The two sat side by side, each logging into the game interface and entering their accounts, waiting for the server to open at 3 p.m. Yang Hao focused intently on browsing the forums, while the receptionist beside him opened a live stream. Wow, Mu Chun is so handsome, she exclaimed in awe. Hearing the name, Mu Chun, Yang Hao instinctively glanced over. The live stream title read, Live First Clears of Various Dungeons. In the bottom right corner of the screen was a face that could inspire envy, a strikingly handsome face that belonged to none other than his teammate of 6 months, Mu Chun. At the moment, however, Mu Chun looked uncharacteristically lifeless, sitting there with a blank expression, as if all his energy had been drained. Sigh. Ever since he came back from the World Championship, he's been like this. It's all that Jifeng's fault for dragging the team down. The receptionist sighed. Hearing this, Yang Hao's face showed a hint of awkwardness. Clearing his throat, he said, well, you can't entirely blame Jifeng. The truth is, Yaoshi's overall strength wasn't on par with SKG. I think he chose swaying because he wanted to create a miracle. Miracle? My foot. The receptionist retorted heatedly. You clearly don't watch many professional matches. What kind of professional player picks swaying in a crucial match? He's already been exposed for match fixing, and Yaoshi officially kicked him out. If it weren't for him, we might have won the World Championship. Hearing these accusations, Yang Hao felt a pang of sadness and murmured. But during the quarterfinals against Korea's KT team, he was the one who led the team to the World Championship. The semifinals had nothing to do with him. If it weren't for Mu Chin's explosive damage at the end that turned the game around, Yaoshi would have been eliminated ages ago. What did he contribute in the semifinals besides not dragging the team down? The receptionist scoffed dismissively. Yang Hao fell silent. In that semifinal match, while it was true that Mu Chin's spectacular final burst of damage secured the win, it was Yang Hao's Berserker that had held the team together during the earlier fights. Yet now, everyone only remembered Mu Chin's shining moment and had forgotten Yang Hao's efforts in the lead-up. Yang Hao felt downhearted and didn't dare to continue the conversation, fearing it would completely shatter his composure. His eyes swept across Mu Chin's livestream title. The words, First Kill, stood out prominently before returning his attention to his own screen. It's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. A sudden burst of shouts erupted in the esports hall. Yang Hao immediately checked the time, confirming it was indeed the appointed moment. He quickly clicked the login interface, but unexpectedly, the screen froze for a full 10 seconds before moving to the next page. The system informed him he was in queue, with tens of thousands of players waiting ahead. Fortunately, the queue moved quickly, with numbers visibly dropping. Glancing sideways, he noticed the receptionist had better luck, already reaching the character creation screen. As expected, she chose the healer class, Daughter of Starlight, and quickly named her character, Wan. After skipping the game introduction, she immediately entered the game world. The rookie village was already crowded with players, clearly showing the game's popularity. Haven't you gotten in yet? The receptionist turned and asked. Almost there, you go ahead and start leveling, Yang Hao replied. It's really laggy with so many people. Wan smiled wryly, having spent 2 whole minutes just accepting a beginner quest. This new server had particularly strict requirements. Players needed to be at least Battlefield rank 6 to register. Despite the high threshold, a power leveling market had already emerged, with many players paying others to reach the required rank. Since the restriction was announced, the prices for Battlefield power leveling had skyrocketed. Notably, the 2025 servers showed significant performance improvements. It took Yang Hao just 2 minutes to get through the queue of tens of thousands and enter the game. Faced with 12 class options, he unhesitatingly locked in the Assassin class Shadow Breaker. The game's 12 classes were clearly categorized. Tanks included Orcs and Titans. Warriors had Berserkers and Gun Souls. Healers consisted of Daughter of Starlight and Luo Water. Mages included Night Elves and Soul Masters. Physical range classes had Rangers and Holy Archers. And finally, two assassin classes, the Physical Shadow Breaker and the Magical Spellblade. Unlike mages and ranged classes, assassins emphasize solo combatability, requiring precise timing for engagement and sustained damage output, demanding extremely high mechanical skill. In the domestic server, while assassins were hugely popular due to their cool factor, few players could actually master them. The high reaction speed requirements and minimal error tolerance made assassins unwelcome in dungeons and almost extinct in professional competitions. Before rising to prominence in professional gaming, Yang Hao had already made a name for himself in the Shadow Breaker community with his exceptional assassin skills. Back then, he formed a regular team with several friends, competing in various internet cafe tournaments. His outstanding micromanagement skills caught the attention of Team Yaoshi, leading to his recruitment into professional gaming. The coaching staff was impressed not only by his refined assassin techniques, but also his remarkable adaptability. To fit the team's overall strategy, Yang Hao began learning two entirely new roles, tanks and berserkers. Remarkably, he demonstrated extraordinary talent in these completely different positions, with his berserker particularly gaining notoriety in professional matches. Yang Hao was undoubtedly the most outstanding rookie this season. His addition to Team Yaoshi reversed their declining performance, leading to a steady climb in rankings. Whenever he played warrior heroes, his precise positioning and strong backline pressure created ample space for the team's core damage dealer, Mu Chun. However, after the World Championships, all this glory vanished. Now sitting at his computer, Yang Hao selected his familiar Shadow Breaker class and habitually typed Swift Wind, only to hesitate and delete it. This ID that had accompanied him for 3 years had become a target of criticism. He knew that entering the new server with this ID would inevitably lead to ruthless targeting and camping from other players. While Yang Hao was lost in thought, Wanwan had already completed a quest and was about to reach level 2. Seeing him still not in the game, she frowned and urged, "Hurry up and join. There are so many people now, everyone's probably rushing to level up." "I'm thinking about what name to use," Yang Hao responded quietly. "Why not use your old ID?" Wanwan casually suggested. "Can't use that anymore," Yang Hao sighed. "Just pick any name then. How about Qingyan?" Wanwan said impatiently. Yang Hao paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, game IDs could be changed later, and the priority now was to secure dungeon first kill records. He quickly entered Qingyan as his ID and entered the game world. The bustling activity at the point of command far exceeded Yang Hao's expectations. At this moment, Bandle Village was packed with people, and the dense crowd of players made the newbie village completely impenetrable. In this server, which only allowed players with 6 stars or above, most people found it impossible to clear the first level dungeon boss immediately after reaching level 10. They had to hunt monsters in the wild areas near the newbie village and gather a full set of level 10 green equipment before they could hope to succeed in the challenge. In the game, equipment was divided into 6 quality levels: white, green, blue, red, orange, and purple. The design of the level bosses was quite ingenious. It not only served as the key to obtaining in-game gear for that level, but also acted as the first major hurdle on the path to leveling up. Even for the 6-star or higher experts present, clearing the dungeon directly was still an uphill battle. Unless a team of 6 Nernanester top-tier players was assembled, they would still need to follow the standard progression of crafting a complete set of in-game gear first. However, these rules didn't pose any issues for Yang Hao. All he needed was to reach level 10 and obtain the green blade from the final quest reward to confidently attempt the challenge. The reason why Descent had attracted such a massive player base was not only its highly challenging competitive system, but also its meticulously designed content. Even the early-stage quests were engaging enough to keep players thoroughly entertained. An hour flew by, and Wanwan had already reached level 10 first. As an experienced player, Yang Hao was close to leveling up as well. Just then, Wanwan suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Mu Chun and his team have reached level 10 and started challenging the first dungeon. As expected of my idol, he dares to go in with just one piece of green gear." Yang Hao glanced at the screen and saw that Mu Chun had already formed a party besides his 4 former teammates. There were also 2 players from the training camp of the Radiant World team. This lineup was clearly strong enough to clear the dungeon in one attempt, given that they were all professional players. As for who would claim the first clear, it would depend on their speed, since other guilds' professional players were also eyeing the prize. "Probably 5 minutes," Yang Hao said casually while swiftly taking down a venomous bee in front of him. After collecting the honey and turning in the quest, he finally reached level 10. Equipping the newly obtained green glow blade, he announced, "Let's get ready to go." "Are we really doing this with just the 2 of us?" Wanwan hesitated. If you've got friends, you can call them over. They can just lie on the ground for all I care, Yang Hao replied nonchalantly. Wan looked at Yang Hao skeptically. While she knew he was incredibly skilled, the idea of taking on a level boss with just the two of them was still hard to believe. Yet Yang Hao, without hesitation, opened the party interface, entered Wan's ID, and added her to the team. When the two of them arrived at the dungeon entrance, it was already packed with people. Clearly, the veteran players in this server had demonstrated astonishing leveling speeds. Just as Yang Hao arrived, his headset was immediately overwhelmed by the chaotic chatter. Level 10 mission, boss raid. 7-star battlefield and above only, no freeloaders. Level 10 mission, need one more. Shadow dancers only, led by a 9-star shadow dancer pro. Other classes need not apply. The shouts at the dungeon entrance came one after another, making Yang Hao's temples throb. He quickly muted the voice chat and pushed his way through the crowd for 2 full minutes before finally reaching the boss entrance. Just as he was about to click to enter the dungeon, a crisp system notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations to Zhan Yu, Nan Dao, Mo Yu, Qing Feng, Yi and Meng Lei for achieving the first kill of the level 10 dungeon variant werewolf. Completion time, 5 minutes, 31 seconds. Yang Hao's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze shifted to the screen next to Wan. She was playing in half-screen mode, with the other half displaying Mu Chen's livestream. Mu Chen's team had been battling for nearly 6 minutes, which meant they not only missed the first kill, but also had no chance of breaking Misty Rain Pavilion's record. It wasn't surprising that the first kill went to Team Weil. This top-tier team under Misty Rain Pavilion had not only made it to the top 8 in the World Championship, but also secured second place in the JPL Summer Tournament. They had once gone head-to-head with Yang Hao's Glory team in a grueling 5-game series, narrowly losing in the end. Noticing Wan's dejected expression, Yang Hao couldn't help but smirk with a hint of schadenfreude. Let's head into the dungeon. As they both confirmed entry, the screen dimmed. The sound of dripping water and distant wolf howls echoed through their headsets as the damp environment of a mountain cave gradually came into view. At the entrance stood an NPC, who looked at them with a worried expression. Brave warriors, this is an injured Tier 2 magical beast. Even in its weakened state, it's still extremely dangerous. I strongly recommend forming a full party of 6 before proceeding. No need. The 2 of us are more than enough, Yang Hao replied calmly. In this game, where the death penalty was harsh, each death cost a significant amount of experience, and dying 3 times in a row would result in losing a level entirely. Seeing their determination, the NPC could only sigh and caution them. Please be extremely careful. If you manage to defeat the variant werewolf, it'll reward you handsomely. Will the rewards be better than the standard completion ones? Wan asked curiously. Not sure. Let's kill the boss first and find out. Yang Hao replied with a shake of his head. The 2 ventured deeper into the cave, clearing small mobs along the way. Yang Hao took care of the damage output, while Wan stayed behind to provide healing. Before long, they reached an open area in the depths of the cave. A wolf's howl echoed through the vast cavern. The mournful howl of a wolf echoed through the surroundings once more as dusk deepened over the clearing. Yang Hao and Wan cautiously stepped into the open space. Not far ahead, a creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a human lay on the ground, its entire form drenched in blood. Spotting the 2, its eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, but it didn't launch an immediate attack. What's our plan? Wan asked softly. Yang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. Stay right here and don't move. You've got 2 healing skills now, right? When I come over, make sure to heal me. Wan froze for a moment, then quickly caught on. She turned to Yang Hao in shock. You're not seriously planning to solo the boss, are you? Why not? Yang Hao grinned, his fingers moving swiftly across the keyboard. His character lunged toward the werewolf as he shouted, Annihilation / Drunken Dream Strike. In an instant, the in-game character teleported to the boss, a white blade aura emanating from the sword as it struck precisely at the creature's wound. A red 121 floated above the werewolf's head critical hit. The toughest part about this boss was that without proper equipment, normal attacks only dealt about 60 damage. Meanwhile, the boss had 40,000 health and a berserk timer of 6 minutes. This meant that without critical hits, it would take over 650 attacks, nearly 2 per secondo defeated, requiring incredibly fast reflexes. And that didn't even account for dodging the boss high-damage attacks while maintaining consistent output, which demanded precise movement and advanced gameplay. The werewolf let out a furious roar, bloodshot eyes glaring as it suddenly leapt up and swung at Yang Hao. He nimbly dodged and delivered another precise strike to the wound, triggering another 121 critical hit. Wan watched, utterly stunned. Yang Hao's hand speed began to accelerate wildly, his movements becoming as elusive as a phantom. The boss health bar steadily dwindled as 121 critical damage numbers continuously popped up above its head. With only 4 skills available to his level 10 character, Yang Hao seamlessly executed combos that flowed like water. Heal me. Yang Hao suddenly dashed toward Wan and barked a low command. She quickly cast her 2 healing spells, restoring his health. Without missing a beat, Yang Hao darted back to the boss. Stay focused. Yang Hao's voice resonated in Wan's ears. I can only take 2 hits from this boss. Every 15 seconds, it lands an unavoidable attack, which perfectly syncs with your cooldown. You have to stay sharp, or we're going to wipe. Ding. At that moment, a crisp system notification sound rang in their ears. In the center of the screen, a golden system announcement slowly appeared. Congratulations to Mu Chun, Bei Zhan, Su Li, Lin Yini, Lu Jiao, and Orphan for achieving the first kill of the level 10 variant werewolf dungeon in 4 minutes and 52 seconds, breaking the dungeon's time record. My idol is so cool, Su Wanjuan screamed excitedly. Her outburst distracted Yang Hao, and before he could react, the variant werewolf landed a fierce claw strike, knocking him to the ground. Ding! You have been killed by the variant werewolf. 10 of your experience has been deducted. How did you die? Su Wanjuan hadn't finished her sentence when the variant werewolf opened its massive jaws and lunged at her. With a swipe of its claws, she too was struck down. Ah, my experience. Su Wanjuan shouted in frustration. Revive. Yang Hao sighed as he returned to the respawn point. After reviving, Wanjuan pouted and said, one small mistake, and we're dead. Why don't we go find a few more people to help us? Otherwise, we'll lose all our experience. In the game Descent, the death penalty in non-battlefield maps was extremely harsh, directly deducting 10 of the player's experience. Grave camping and level suppression revenge killings were common occurrences. Of course, killing in non-battlefield areas would turn the player into a red-named target, and red-named players faced severe consequences upon death, including unavoidable equipment drops. How much damage did we deal earlier? Yang Hao asked with a frown. About 4 minutes of fighting, and it still has a third of its HP left. The pressure is just too much, Wanjuan replied. With your skills, we can find a few people to help, and it should be an easy win. Yang Hao pursed his lips, his gaze falling on Mu Chen's cocky expression on Wanjuan's screen. For minutes and 52 seconds, 40 seconds faster than the Yan Yu Lu Wild team's record. Clearly, Mu Chun had reset the dungeon after Yan Yu Lu's first kill to break their record. This time was enough to embarrass Yan Yu Lu. Watching Mu Chen's smug demeanor, Yang Hao's lips twitched. Let's keep going. We need to speed up our attack rate. Seeing Yang Hao's determination, Wanjuan hesitated. Yang Hao continued. Turn off the system sounds, focus, and just follow my lead. Wanjuan sighed in resignation. Fine, I'll give it 2 more tries. If we can't do it, that's it. Yang Hao nodded in agreement. The two quickly returned to the variant werewolf's lair. The beast was leisurely licking its wounds, its health fully restored. It glanced at the duo entering the cave, a hint of disdain glimmering in its eyes. You damn beast, Yang Hao sneered, his fingers clicking deftly on the mouse. As a level 10 Shadow Step class, he could only use 4 skills. The basic attack Drunken Dream Slash and the mobility skill Annihilation Flash, which could synergize with his Shadow Step passive for unlimited resets. His figure flickered as he charged toward the variant werewolf. Annihilation Flash. Drunken Dream Slash. This was the very reason Yang Hao dared to solo this dungeon. 121. 121. 121. A series of numbers continuously appeared above the mutated werewolf's head, like a thunderous storm impossible to ignore. Each strike landed with pinpoint precision on the werewolf's weak spots, as if the blade and flesh shared an unspoken harmony. In the internet cafe, Yang Hao's fingers danced across the keyboard, their rapid and rhythmic tapping echoing like the soundtrack of an intense battle. His hand speed had surpassed the limits of human capability, moving so fast it was almost a blur. Wanwan didn't dare let her guard down for a second. She closed Mu Chen's livestream and focused all her attention on the screen. Her eyes stayed glued to Yang Hao's health bar, ready to press the shortcut key for a healing skill the moment danger arose. As time passed, the mutated werewolf's health bar dwindled 3/4, then half, then 1/3. With each passing moment, her tension grew. When the boss's health finally dropped to 1/5, Yang Hao asked while still executing his maneuvers, how much time until Berserk mode? 58 seconds. It might not be enough, Wanwan replied, her voice tinged with anxiety, her brows tightly furrowed. The countdown to the boss's Berserk mode was ticking closer, and the remaining health was still at 1/5. At the current pace, it was clear they wouldn't make it in time. The thought of losing another 10 experience made Wanwan's expression darken with frustration and despair. After failing the mission, she would have to grind on small mobs to recover the 20 experience lost, which would take at least 2 hours. Even if they cleared this dungeon, the additional grinding would only recover 10 of her experience, leaving her lagging behind the main group. The hope of Yang Hao leading her into the top-tier ranks seemed all but shattered. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, the keyboard sounds intensified, and the numbers floating above the mutated werewolf's head increased in frequency. Yang Hao's hand speed reached an almost inhuman level, leaving Wanwan stunned. She stared at the torrent of damage numbers raining down, her heart overwhelmed with a mix of awe and disbelief. What insane hand speed is this? My god. Time ticked away second by second. In the blink of an eye, only 10 seconds remained, and the boss health was critically low. Sword flashes illuminated the screen as Yang Hao's movements reached an almost supernatural rhythm, pushing the limits of precision and speed. Hurry up, hurry up, it's about to go berserk, Wan murmured anxiously under her breath, her voice trembling with urgency. 1,200 HP. 1,000 HP. The boss's health plummeted rapidly, dropping almost instantly. As the seconds dwindled, the remaining health shrank to a sliver. When the boss was down to just 200 HP, its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its body radiated an ominous crimson glow. A woo! A bone-chilling roar ripped through the air as the mutated werewolf finally entered berserk mode. It's over. We're going to wipe again. Wan's heart sank to rock bottom. She couldn't bear to watch what came next and instinctively shut her eyes. But in that very instant, Yang Hao's voice cut through the tension like a crack in the ice. Drunken dream slash. In a flash, his sword gleamed, its blade piercing through the boss defense. At the same time, the boss claw slashed violently at Yang Hao, landing a heavy blow on him. Come out. Skylark. Skylark was a skill Yang Hao had learned before reaching Dream Shatter level 10, designed to reduce incoming damage. Even so, the boss attack was devastating. Yang Hao's health bar plummeted, leaving only the faintest sliver. As the boss' second ferocious claw descended, Yang Hao barely managed to withstand it, executing a desperate blink skill to escape the attack range. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind the boss and unleashed a horizontal slash. The blade flashed like lightning, striking the boss' vital point with unerring accuracy and reducing its remaining health to 0. At last, Yang Hao's final strike delivered the killing blow. The mutated werewolf's swinging arm halted abruptly right in front of Yang Hao's face, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. A series of crisp system notification sounds followed. Ding! You have slain the mutated werewolf and leveled up to level 11. Immediately after, 2 server-wide announcements shook the entire player base. Server announcement. Congratulations on slaying the mutated werewolf and obtaining the rare blue weapon, the moon-slicing blade. As the first blue-tier equipment in the game, this weapon was automatically marked with the prestigious title of Server's First. While blue-tier gear may have limited practicality in the late game, its status as the very first of its kind made it an invaluable collector's item. Server announcement. Congratulations to Qingyan and Wan for clearing the level 10 dungeon as a duo, becoming the world's first 2-player team to achieve this feat. The system rewards them with a pair of bright moon rings. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly setting the entire server ablaze. The world chat was immediately flooded with skepticism. 2 players clearing a level 10 dungeon? Impossible. It must be a bug or hacks. I checked this. Qingyan plays the Shadowblade class, definitely using cheats. The news spread like wildfire across all major teams. In the training room of the Yanyu Lu Weil team, the core players were abuzz with discussions. Even Mu Chun, known for his calm demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim in shock during his livestream. A 2-player clear? Is this for real? While the server's players and guilds were reeling in disbelief, Yang Hao and Wan were basking in the joy of their loot inside the dungeon. We hit the jackpot. We're rich. Wan cheered as she jumped up and down in excitement. 2 gold coins, 1 blue item, 2 green items. We struck gold. Wow, we're rich, we're rich. Wan exclaimed excitedly, her face brimming with uncontrollable joy. She clutched the 2 gold coins tightly in her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. 2 gold coins, a blue item, and 2 green ones. This is a fortune. Yang Hao smiled faintly, a calm demeanor in his gaze. Indeed, in the early stages of the game, these few pieces of equipment were enough to make them wealthy among beginners. In this game, the currency is divided into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, with 1 gold coin equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equal to 10,000 copper coins. Making money early on was extremely challenging. Most newly arrived players were struggling to earn just a few copper coins. From level 1 to 10, Yang Hao had completed quests and ended up with only 2 silver coins in his inventory. Yet now, there were already wealthy players willing to pay a high price for green-tier equipment. Players aiming to clear the level 10 dungeon urgently needed such gear to improve their stats, driving the exchange rate up to 1 silver coin for 2 renminbi. This means we each get 200 renminbi. Wan exclaimed, her excitement practically overflowing. Yang Hao nodded slightly, feeling a bit surprised himself. Early-stage green-tier equipment typically cost around 10 gold coins per piece, while green items would gradually become obsolete in the later stages. For wealthy players lacking quick reflexes, assembling a full set of green-tier gear was their only hope of clearing dungeons. As for blue-tier equipment, it was practically a rare treasure, with no established market price at this point. Let's roll for it, Yang Hao said with a smile. He wasn't overly concerned about the extra income. In dungeons, gear could be obtained in 2 ways, rolling for it or bidding. Blue-tier and lower-quality items were distributed via rolling, while red-tier and higher required bidding. Gold coins from bidding were usually split among team members. This particular dungeon was a level 10 instance, and while blue-tier items weren't supposed to drop according to the system, their successful clear granted them a bonus blue-tier piece as a reward. Yang Hao quickly opened the rolling interface and selected 3 items at random. When he saw the roll results, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. For the 3 items, his rolls were 35, 23, and 34 points, respectively. Wanwan froze for a moment upon seeing the numbers. She chuckled softly, choosing to pass on the first blue-tier item, then rolled for 2 green-tier ones. Although her rolls were lower than Yang Hao's, she still managed to secure 2 green rings. Why did you pass on it? Yang Hao asked, slightly surprised. Wanwan giggled. This dungeon run was all thanks to you healing me. If I tried to do it solo, who knows how long it would take me to clear. And as much as I want the blue-tier item, I'd only sell it anyway. You're the main player, he right suits you best. Yang Hao nodded slightly, a warm feeling rising in his chest. Wanwan wasn't naive. She understood what was most beneficial. In truth, her role in the dungeon had been to provide healing, and she had mainly followed Yang Hao to benefit from his impressive strength. Throughout the dungeon run, Yang Hao's control, reflexes, and speed had far exceeded her expectations, leaving her in awe. He was, in her eyes, even more skilled than professional players, a powerhouse she couldn't afford to overlook. If Yang Hao was willing to keep carrying her, Wanwan knew she had a real shot at securing a spot in the top tier of the new server. By then, she could acquire better gear ahead of others and sell it for even greater profits. Yang Hao sat in place, deep in thought. If he ended up rolling all the gear from the first dungeon, and Yang Hao became dissatisfied and refused to team up with him in the future, it would definitely not be worth it. Just as he was hesitating, Yang Hao nodded and said, all right. After all, a blue quality weapon would significantly boost his performance. Okay, I'll go grind for experience and level up first. I'll reach out to you for the level 20 dungeon. Wanwan said with a smile. Since their earlier death had cost them 10 of their experience points, they needed to head out and make up for the loss. Got it. Yang Hao responded briefly. He explained that the early stages of the game were primarily focused on leveling up. The real gameplay, including features like fair battlegrounds and guild building, wouldn't fully unlock until level 30. Of course, reaching level 30 would require a considerable investment of time. As the two exited the dungeon and prepared to hunt monsters, Yang Hao's system notification sound suddenly went off repeatedly. When he opened it, he saw over a dozen friend requests. Wanwan experienced a similar situation, with her account also receiving a large number of friend requests. This wasn't surprising. Their feat of duo clearing the level 10 dungeon had shocked everyone. After all, such an accomplishment was typically only achievable by well-equipped professional players working together. This highlighted the unique nature of the Shadowblade class. While its low margin for error meant that a single mistake could lead to failure, its exceptional mobility and skill combos made miracles possible. Even among professional players, only a handful could truly master the Shadowblade class. Oh my god, Mu Chun, my idol, just added me as a friend. Wanwan screamed excitedly. This caught Yang Hao by surprise, as Mu Chun was known for being a lone wolf. He rarely accepted friend requests, even from professional players in other clubs. Clearly, their duo clear performance had caught Mu Chun's attention. Yang Hao glanced at his friend request list. In addition to Mu Chun, there were several familiar IDs, belonging to professional players and high-ranking members of major guilds he had encountered during his career. However, he chose to close the notifications and focus on grinding and leveling up. With the game still in its early stages, the competition for monsters in the beginner village's outskirts was fierce. After about 40 minutes, Yang Hao finally reached level 11 and equipped the blue weapon named Moonlit Blade. This level 11 weapon not only provided a base attack boost of 3069, but also came with the active skill, Eternal, which temporarily granted invincibility, a skill typically only accessible at level 30. Afterward, Yang Hao left the beginner village and set off for Ordo Town. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa district in Shanghai, inside the training room of the YL Club, 2 professional players were preparing to challenge the same dungeon. I'm already at level 10. Let's give it a shot. Alright. They chose a combination of a healer and a berserker, hoping the berserker's high damage output and tanking ability would help them clear the dungeon. However, within just a minute, the mutated werewolf had already left 2 corpses in its wake. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't tank this at all, the berserker player said through gritted teeth. Yes, the 2 players currently engaged in battle are professional esports players from the domestic mega guild, Yin Yu Lu's YL team. Moreover, they are Yin Yu Lu's star players, Zhan Yu and Qing Feng. Zhan Yu, known as China's top gun soul, also holds the title of the #1 warrior. In competitions, his primary classes are Berserker and Gun Soul. Before Yang Hao entered the professional scene, Zhan Yu held 2 #1 titles. Although Yang Hao later claimed the title of the top Berserker, his short career ensured that Zhan Yu retained the title of the #1 warrior. With Yang Hao's tarnished reputation after the World Championships, Zhan Yu's position as the top warrior became even more secure. Meanwhile, Qing Feng is a world-class healer, known for her exceptional skills. However, even with these two top-tier players teaming up, they could not clear this level 10 dungeon as a duo. Zhang Yu stared at the on-screen corpses, his brows furrowed, fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the keyboard. Even a Berserker can't tank this. How did Swaying manage it? Could it really be a bug? Qing Feng shook her head, her gaze carrying a professional analytical sharpness. Impossible. For something this game-shaking, the China region's development team would have checked immediately. If there were a bug, an announcement would have been made long ago. Besides, the official team directly rewarded him with blue-grade equipment, which proves this mechanic is legitimate. At that moment, their team's tank player, Nan Feng, chimed in. Swaying might be fragile, but the class is highly mobile. With the Extinction Flash skill, it's plausible to avoid the boss's attacks. Nan Feng's words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly clarifying things for everyone. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he instinctively leaned forward. That's right. This boss has high attack power, but before it enrages, every class can survive one hit. Swaying, with precise microcontrols, could indeed evade. But the damage output is the issue. Early on, there's no way the damage could be that high unless. His voice grew louder. Every strike he landed was a critical hit on a weak point. Zhang Yu's pupils dilated as he processed the implications. As a top-tier professional player, damage calculation came naturally to him. With his teammate pointing out the key aspect of Sui Ying's class, his thoughts quickly fell into place. If that's true, a look of astonishment flickered in Qing Feng's eyes. Then Sui Ying's gameplay is unbelievably strong, especially his microcontrol, and his hand speed as APM must be close to 300. An APM nearing 300, sustained for so long. Qing Feng's voice carried disbelief. Even among professional players, very few could pull that off. Meanwhile, Yang Hao remained oblivious to the discussions within the YL team. At this moment, he had already arrived at the game's second location near Dua Town. This would be his base from levels 10 to 30. Only after reaching level 30 would he move on to the main city. The town was sparsely populated, as most players were stuck at the level 10 dungeon. Those who had reached Irjuo Town were primarily high-ranking experts from other server battlefields, with 8 or 9-star ratings and impressive skills. As a result, the town felt unusually quiet. Still focusing on the main storyline quests after all, this is a game that's been around for 3 years, and everyone knows what needs to be done in the early stages. After completing the tasks, Yang Hao's level reached 14. By then, it was already evening. What do you want to eat? Dinner's on me. Wanwan suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She had already made up her mind no matter what. She was going to stick close to Yang Hao. Being part of the top-tier players would bring her tremendous benefits. She could even consider becoming a full-time gamer and quit her current job as an internet cafe attendant. I'm fine with just instant noodles, Yang Hao replied casually, waving his hand nonchalantly. You eat instant noodles at the cafe every day, Wanwan said, tilting her head and blinking her eyes. Honestly, with your skills, you could easily make tens of thousands a month as a battlefield booster. Yang Hao chuckled lightly. I don't do boosting. Wanwan froze for a moment. The game's fair battlefield system was a mode loved by nearly all players. Many people worked as boosters and made a decent income from it. In her view, Yang Hao's level of skill not being used for boosting seemed like a huge waste. In fact, Yang Hao had worked as a booster before, back when he hadn't gone pro. However, after becoming a professional player, there were explicit rules prohibiting pros from boosting accounts. Violations would lead to suspension. Although Yang Hao was no longer a professional player and wasn't bound by those rules, he still held himself to the standards of a pro. Well, none of that matters now. Tonight, you're not allowed to eat instant noodles. They're unhealthy. They'll treat you to dinner, Wanwan insisted. She quickly pulled out her phone and started scrolling through Matewan, searching for a suitable restaurant. Yang Hao smiled faintly. Following the principle of never turn down a free meal, he didn't refuse. The food was, of course, delivered to the esports center. For them, leveling up was the top priority at the moment. After clearing all the main storyline quests, Yang Hao headed to the wilderness. At this stage, leveling up for him meant grinding wild monsters. He also needed to start acquiring better gear, as all the equipment in the game came from wild bosses. Near Irjuo Town, there were 4 wilderness zones: Bone Spirit Cavern, Blue Moon Lake, Ice Cave, and Clear Wind Plains. The monsters in these areas ranged from level 10 to 30, which perfectly matched his current level. Yang Hao checked the time. It was already past 6 p.m. According to the in-game clock in the bottom right corner of the screen, there was about an hour left until the Bone Spirit Cavern boss respawned, so he decided to head there. He smirked and glanced at Wanwan, who was still focused on completing the main storyline quests. Her progress was noticeably slower than his. Of course, he hadn't planned on taking her along. In truth, Yang Hao had always been a lone wolf in descent. If he could solo a dungeon, he would. Only when it was impossible to clear a dungeon alone would he consider joining a random party. Even in battlefield mode, he always queued solo, never in pairs. Sword in hand, he headed toward Bone Spirit Cavern alone. the sound of his character's footsteps crisp and steady in the game. 2 minutes later, a gate resembling the entrance to hell appeared before him. The doorframe was carved with skulls and bones, glowing faintly blue. Standing at the entrance were two players, a healer and a berserker, judging by their outfits. Yang Hao paid them no attention and walked straight toward the cavern. Bone Spirit Cavern has been claimed by Jingxian Guild. If you want in, you'll have to join us. A cold male voice suddenly sounded through his headset as he reached the entrance. The game allowed players to speak to those nearby, and it was clear the other player had turned on his mic to warn him. Yang Hao raised an eyebrow. Jingxian Guild was indeed one of the top 3 guilds in the country. While their competitive team's performance in the JPL was average, their guild was immensely powerful. With only 4 wilderness zones near Irjuo town, it wasn't surprising that Jingxian Guild had the strength to claim one. Their goal was likely to recruit more skilled players by monopolizing a Zonia smart move. Smirking, Yang Hao ignored the warning and continued toward the cavern without breaking his stride. Are you deaf? The player sneered, his voice laced with menace. In the next moment, the other player's name and health bar turned blood red, signaling that he had gone hostile. Without hesitation, he charged at Yang Hao. Seeing that Yang Hao had ignored his warning and attempted to enter the cavern, he decided to attack. TCH. Yang Hao scoffed, drawing his longsword. Are we going for the kill? Yang Hao's lips curled into a confident smile as he moved his mouse with precision. His posture shifted forward, like a predator ready to strike. Extinction flash. In an instant, Yang Hao vanished from his original position and reappeared right in front of the Starlight Maiden. Without a moment of hesitation, he followed up with his next skill. Drunken Dream Slash. A single, precise strike landed on the healer, and the damage number, 524, floated above her head. Her health bar dropped by a fifth in the blink of an eye. Yang Hao didn't stop. He immediately activated Shadow Kill Formation, a core skill unlocked at level 10 for the Shadowblade class. This skill was pivotal, creating 3 shadow clones on the battlefield that could mimic some of his abilities. While these clones only dealt 15 of the original damage and lasted for just 3 seconds, one clone remained stationary, granting Yang Hao a chance to swap positions with it. A faint smirk of disdain appeared on Yang Hao's face. As soon as the shadows materialized, his fingers danced across the keyboard, chaining 2 attack skills seamlessly. Annihilation. 1,000 strikes. 1,000 strikes unleashed a flurry of 8 slashes in an instant, each dealing 120 damage. Thanks to his level 14 status and equipped blue-tier gear, his attack power had seen a significant boost. The combination of Annihilation's armor-breaking effect with 1,000 strikes and Shadow Kill Formation created a devastating burst combo. This set of moves was considered the foundation for the Shadowblade class. Most Shadowblade players could execute it. In the game Descend, Shadowblade was nicknamed the Orphan Hero because of its overwhelming strength in 1v1 scenarios in the wild. Its sleek character design also drew in a large player base. However, the class had a low margin for error and was particularly vulnerable to crowd control. Despite being a melee fighter, it was extremely fragile, capable of taking down opponents in seconds, but just as easily eliminated. This fragility was why Shadowblade rarely appeared in professional tournaments or large-scale raids. But Yang Hao was different. As soon as the shadows appeared, he activated Extinction Flash again. This skill had no cooldown, but consumed blade energy. With 100 blade energy, Yang Hao could use Extinction Flash twice, and executing 3 consecutive skills would fully replenish his blade energy. Through precise skill chaining, it was theoretically possible to use this skill indefinitely. Extinction Flash was the Shadowblade's biggest exploit, but it demanded an extremely high level of mechanical skill. Most Shadowblade players avoided relying on it, but for top-tier players, it was considered essential. While 1,000 strikes had only landed 4 blows, Yang Hao decisively blinked to the other side of the battlefield. Sure enough, at the exact moment he teleported, the Berserker's axe came crashing down on his previous position, and the healer's control skill was also aimed where he had just been. Idiots! Yang Hao sneered. The healer panicked, hurriedly retreating toward the Berserker. As one of the first players to reach Ordo Town, she was ranked among the top players on the battlefield. Yet now, she was in a dire situation. Annihilation's healing reduction effect rendered her unable to effectively restore her health. Just moments ago, Yang Hao had unleashed a half combo of skills, leaving her health bar reduced to only 1/3. A deeper smirk appeared on Yang Hao's lips. The healer before him was so flustered that she accidentally stepped near the shadow he had left earlier. Opportunity. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Swap, instantly teleporting to the shadow's location. He followed up with a basic attack and seamlessly chained into Drunken Dream Slash. 1048. A bright red critical damage number exploded above the healer's head. With the armor-breaking effect in play, this strike immediately knocked her to the ground. A flash of green light shimmered on the ground as the healer's green equipment dropped. Yang Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly crouched to pick up the item while using Extinction Flash to create distance from the Berserker. The 2 gatekeepers were utterly stunned. Though they were no rookies, they seemed completely powerless against Yang Hao. All they saw was his figure flickering, and in an instant, he had taken down one of them. To make matters worse, because he had initiated the red name attack, a piece of green equipment had dropped. At this early stage of the game, even the most basic green gear was highly valuable. Give back the equipment. The Berserker's voice growled through the headset, laced with obvious anger. The healer, named Xingguang Jinu, had already revived herself. Her frustrated voice immediately rang in Yang Hao's headset. We're from Jingxian Pavilion. If you know what's good for you, return that equipment to me. Yang Hao let out a mocking chuckle, ignoring their threats entirely. He didn't move closer, but instead kept a safe distance, patiently waiting for his skills to cool down. Did you not hear me? Give me back the equipment and leave this place. The healer raised her voice, growing more agitated as Yang Hao stayed silent. Yeah, do you even know who we are? We're from Jingxian Pavilion. If you don't return the equipment, our entire guild will hunt you down across the server. The Berserker snarled, trying to intimidate him with their guild's influence. Server-wide hunts were indeed common practices for large guilds, and many players avoided provoking them out of fear of being relentlessly targeted, from max level down to level 0. But Yang Hao clearly wasn't fazed. He remained silent, focused on the countdown of his skill cooldowns. 10 seconds later, as all his abilities became available again, he began moving toward the gate once more. Yao Yao, don't worry. It'll make him return the equipment to you. A male voice came through Yang Hao's headset. It seemed the Berserker had forgotten to mute his microphone while comforting the healer. As Yang Hao approached again, the two immediately went red and charged at him. Within just 3 seconds, the healer fell once more. Being killed twice in rapid succession, she lost 20 of her experience points. This time, Yang Hao didn't retreat. Instead, he used Extinction Flash directly toward the entrance of the Bone Spirit Cave. You little punk, you're dead meat. The Berserker roared in fury. Yang Hao glanced at their names. The Berserker was called Zhuchong Tian, and the healer was named Yao Qi Yan. You dare go in there? The Berserker bellowed as he saw Yang Hao head straight for the gate after taking down Yao Qi Yan. Yang Hao stopped at the entrance, turned back, and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? The Berserker and the healer's faces turned livid. This time, the healer was unable to revive on the spot, but she continued screaming in the game channel. Tian Tian, kill him for me. Get my equipment back. Yang Hao looked at the two with disdain, grinning as he said, Simp, you're doomed. With that, he turned and stepped into the Bone Spirit Cave. The Bone Spirit Cave echoed with a series of spine-chilling sounds, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The immense popularity of this game could largely be attributed to its excellent design in all aspects, including its sound effects. As the resting place of the undead, the Bone Spirit Cave exudes a sinister and malevolent aura. Combined with its terrifying background music, it has deterred many female players from venturing inside. Even those who muster the courage to enter often immediately mute the sound to ease their discomfort. However, Yang Hao seemed entirely unfazed. With a focused gaze, he steadily made his way deeper into the Bone Spirit Cave. The ground was littered with monster remains, a chaotic scene indicating that the area had already been cleared by others. This location was dominated by members of the Jingxian Pavilion Guild, and it was certain that many of their players were active in the area. Meanwhile, in the Jingxian Pavilion voice channel on YY, Zhizangshan and Yao Qi Yin were in a meeting room, conversing with the guild's third leader. This third leader was assigned as the manager responsible for the Bone Spirit Cave area. You two got killed twice by a Shadow Step player and even dropped a green piece of gear? Are you kidding me? The third leader's voice was filled with anger, his tone rising sharply. Zhizangshan looked embarrassed, but forced himself to explain. There's nothing we could do. He's just too strong. None of our skills could even touch him. Yao Qi Yin impatiently interjected. I don't care. You need to hunt him down right now. Kill him back to the beginner's village and get my gear back. Yao Yao, don't be mad. The third leader's tone softened immediately upon hearing Yao Qi Yan's voice, switching to a placating manner. Don't worry, this guy has to die. As for your gear, I'll make sure you have a full set of green equipment before level 30. In the early stages of the game, green equipment was considered the standard before level 30. While blue equipment existed, it was extremely rare and difficult to obtain. It was undeniable that the number of sycophants in the gaming world was astonishing. After appeasing Yao Qi Yin, the third leader turned back to Zhizangshan, his voice turning cold again. Useless. What's his name? We'll call everyone to hunt him down right now. His name is Qin Yan with a dot. He's probably on the first floor of the Bone Spirit Cave. Zhizangshan quickly replied. Got it. I'll head to the main channel to call for backup. After speaking, the third leader turned to Yao Qi Yin again, his tone softening once more. Yao Yao, don't be upset. We'll kill him back to the beginner's village soon. Yao Qi Yin responded with a light hum. In a real-world internet cafe, Yang Hao had already found a hidden corner in the Bone Spirit Cave to lie low. He knew very well that his enemies would come looking for him, but the Bone Spirit Cave was an enormous map with 6 layers. Finding one person within it would take a considerable amount of time. At this moment, his in-game character was safely hidden, while Yang Hao himself had gone to the cafe snack area to have dinner with the net administrator, Wan Wan. Although Wan Wan was just an ordinary cafe employee and not wealthy, The few simple dishes she ordered were a luxurious treat for Yang Hao, who had been living on instant noodles recently. Yang Hao earned a few hundred yuan daily at the internet cafe, not because he was short on money, but because he was deliberately saving. Inside, he was filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. No one wants to bear a false accusation. He was determined to form his own team, lead them back to the JPL, return to the World Championship, and, as Shadow Step and as an assassin, claim the world title to prove himself. In professional esports, individual skill is undoubtedly important, but building a well-rounded team without weaknesses is the true key to victory. Yang Hao understood this deeply. He needed to be meticulous, saving up funds to form a new team. Although he had earned a significant amount during his career, he was now penniless due to the massive penalty fees from breaching a streaming contract. As he pondered over his situation, Wan, munching on snacks, complained discontentedly. Leveling up is so hard. I've been running through multiple dungeons, but they're all taken. Hearing this, Yang Hao was momentarily stunned. It was clear that Jingxian Pavilion wasn't the only dominant force in the dungeons. After a brief thought, he suggested, you could consider joining a guild. Large guilds often organize dungeon raids, which would make things a lot easier for you. Wan immediately pouted, feigning a hurt expression. Are you saying you don't want to carry me anymore? See, men really are all the same. Yang Hao's gaze inadvertently drifted toward her chest. He coughed awkwardly and explained, it's not like that. I'm just used to playing solo. Besides, once I hit level 30, I'll be focusing on the battlefield, so I might not have time to run dungeons. Just kidding. Wan laughed. I've already decided to join Yaoshi. That way, I can get closer to my idol. Although he added me as a friend, he hasn't said a single word to me yet. Mu Chun was indeed reserved, and the fact that he added Wan as a friend was already surprising. Even Su Qin knew he must be curious about how the two of them managed to clear the level 10 dungeon. By now, it was almost 7 p.m. Yang Hao returned to his computer. Bone Spirit Cavern's boss was about to respawn. As the first boss kill since the server opened, it was highly likely to drop rare blue gear. If he could collect a full set of blue equipment before reaching level 30, he would undoubtedly top the new server's leaderboard. This was Yang Hao's goal, to achieve high rankings in dungeon records, leaderboards, and battlefields, building his reputation in this booming new server and laying the groundwork for his team's revival. Meanwhile, Jingxian Pavilion's YY channel was bustling with over 20 players, all elite members who had cleared the level 10 dungeon. Guild leader, the skeleton spirit is about to respawn. Should we go for the boss first? Someone asked. Hold on, the third guild leader barked. First, we need to send that guy back to the beginner village. How dare he provoke us? Must have a death wish. But everyone, be cautious. This guy is skilled. He's the one who cleared the level 10 dungeon with just 2 people. Guild leader, another voice chimed in. Maybe we shouldn't hunt him down? If he can clear a dungeon with just 2 players, and even kill Yao twice under our noses, it proves he's really strong. Why not recruit him into the guild? He might even be a good candidate for the team. Recruit him? Are you kidding me? The third guild leader cut him off. He dared to challenge us, and you want to recruit him? Stop wasting time. Keep searching for him. Kill him first. Then we'll deal with the boss. He's here. Over here. Damn it, I just got one-shotted. Suddenly, a panic shout erupted in the YY channel. The blood-soaked chaos of Bone Spirit Cavern was only just beginning. The YY voice channel of Jingxian Pavilion was in an uproar. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Location. Where's the location? One member demanded urgently, his voice laced with obvious anger. Second floor, 336, 458, replied the player who had just been killed, his tone brimming with frustration and fury. We're heading there now. Jingxian Pavilion's third guild leader, Ajing, made the decision without hesitation, his eyes glinting coldly. 10 of you, come with me to take him down. The rest, hold the respawn point on the second floor. Today, we're sending him back to the newbie village. How dare he mess with us? In this game, every dungeon had designated respawn points. If a player died outside a dungeon, they could safely respawn at the Alchemy Furnace safe zone. However, being killed inside a dungeon left only 2 options: either revive on the spot or respawn at the dungeon's fixed point. This was one of the game's most ruthless mechanics, and the key reason why most players avoided provoking large guilds. Once targeted by a major guild, entering a dungeon could turn into a nightmare. The guild would mercilessly camp at the respawn point, killing the player repeatedly every time they revived. Each death resulted in a 10 loss of experience points. And against the sheer numbers of a large guild, even logging off wouldn't help. They had enough members to take shifts guarding the spot 247, ensuring the player could never escape. Most players who angered a major guild eventually surrendered, either abandoning their character to start over or apologizing to the entire server to make peace. Now, Jingxian Pavilion was preparing to use this tactic against Yang Hao. Ajing, don't rush. A calm, steady voice suddenly cut through the chatter on YY. Everyone immediately fell silent, listening intently. This guy is highly skilled in both PvE and PvP, and he's playing as a shadow assassin. Charging in recklessly could backfire. Even Ajing, the guild's third leader, nodded in agreement upon hearing the voice. All right, you take command. The speaker was none other than Ivan, the captain of Jingxian Pavilion's professional team, MG, as well as the guild's chief strategist. Jingxian Pavilion's focus on online operations made it one of the wealthiest and most powerful guilds, consistently ranked among the top 3 servers wide. While their professional team was only mid-tier in the JPL League and rarely reached the playoffs, their dominance in guild wars, faction battles, and city sieges was undeniable. Ivan was even dubbed China's top large-scale battle commander by many, a title that, while subjective, underscored his exceptional strategic prowess. Don't rush, Ivan said, his voice composed and methodical. The fact that he's here at this time likely means he's farming skeleton spirits and grinding experience. We have the numbers advantage. He's on the second floor, right? He paused briefly before continuing. Post 2 people at the second floor entrance, and have the rest spread out to search. Remember, if you spot him, don't engage immediately. He's highly skilled. Just report his location in YY, and everyone converge on that spot. Close in gradually, and we'll trap him like a rat in a cage. Ashang's eyes lit up, a sly smile curling his lips. As expected of Ivan. We'll do exactly as you say. The members of Jingxian Pavilion in the Bone Spirit Cavern sprang into action, leaving only one person to guard the 5th floor skeleton spirit spawn point. The rest surged toward the 2nd floor like a tide, ready to launch an unrelenting hunt for Yang Hao. 5 people guarded the 2nd floor passageway while the rest of the team spread out, beginning a meticulous search for Yang Hao's location. Yang Hao swung his blade, slicing through a small monster in front of him with a single strike, killing it instantly. He glanced at his experience. Barely 3 more experience was needed to reach level 15. Once he hit level 15, he could learn the most crucial skill of the Shadow Assassin class, Dream Veil. Dream Veil, when activated, would render the Shadow Assassin invisible for 30 seconds. During this time, all control effects would be ineffective against him, although his movement speed would be reduced by 40. The duration of invisibility would increase as the skill level improved, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. This skill was the essence of the Shadow Assassin, perfect for initiating ambushes and retreating swiftly into stealth after striking. Now, the 2nd floor monsters had begun respawning. Yang Hao continued slaying them, knowing he was on the verge of reaching level 15. At that point, his abilities would undergo a significant transformation. This was precisely why he dared to enter this area, despite the overwhelming number of enemies. 2 minutes later, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yang Hao's lips. He had reached level 15. A mission from Jingxian Pavilion? He muttered coldly to himself with a sneer. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared from around the corner and spotted Yang Hao. However, instead of charging forward, the person maintained a safe distance. I found him. Coordinates 426,875. A voice echoed urgently in Jingxian Pavilion's YY channel. Yet Yang Hao gave the scout no chance to react. In an instant, he closed the distance, lunging toward the man with ferocity. Obliteration flash. Yang Hao unleashed his explosive skill almost instantaneously. The man sneered, watching Yang Hao approach, seemingly unfazed. He was one of Jingxian Pavilion's top players, a master ranked 9 stars or higher on the battlefield. Despite the command to remain calm and avoid direct confrontation, how could he stand idly by in the face of Yang Hao's charge? After all, he was a well-known streamer from Jingxian Pavilion with a significant following. Running away at the sight of an enemy would be a disgrace to his viewers. A cold gleam flickered in Situ's eyes as a confident smirk played on his lips. To him, every move Yang Hao made seemed predictable and within his calculations. Moonstep. With a low growl, Situ swiftly widened the gap between himself and Yang Hao, preparing to counterattack. Shadow Kill Formation. Yang Hao immediately activated his most powerful burst skill. TCH. Situ scoffed, analyzing the situation calmly. This was all within his expectations. He knew that Shadow Kill Formation was one of Yang Hao's primary damage-dealing skills. If he could successfully evade this burst, Yang Hao would undoubtedly lose the fight. Situ planned to bait Yang Hao into using the second strike of Obliteration Flash. His goal was to corner Yang Hao with control skills and force him into a dead end. Judgment. A beam of light shot out, heading straight for Yang Hao. But at that critical moment, Yang Hao did something unexpected. Instead of dodging as Situ anticipated, he made a preemptive move during the release of Shadow Kill Formation. His precise sidestep allowed him to narrowly evade the Judgment Beam with remarkable agility. This is impossible. Situ was stunned, watching in disbelief as the Judgment Beam skimmed past Yang Hao's head, missing by a hair's breadth. Drunken Dream Slash. Yang Hao's blade descended swiftly, followed by Oblivion. 1,000 strikes. A rapid flurry of attacks left Situ's health bar plummeting with almost no time to react. Holy Sanctuary. Situ hastily activated his defensive skill, desperately trying to hold his ground. However, Yang Hao's relentless assault was like a torrential storm, giving him no room to breathe. His reaction was lightning fast. With a swift sidestep, he activated a damage reduction skill while rapidly pulling away to the side. The skill reduced incoming damage by 20, but against the relentless barrage of attacks, it was clearly not enough. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of countless blade strikes filled the air as a storm of flashing blades rained down like a torrential downpour. The overwhelming burst of power was too much even with his divine sanctuary active. His health plummeted visibly in mere moments. The nearest teammate, a healer known as the Starlight Maiden, was rushing to his aid, but it was too late. At that critical moment, Yang Hao struck again. In a flash, he closed the distance with an extinction blink, followed immediately by a drunken dream slash. His blade cut fiercely into his opponent. Situ. Down. It all happened in the blink of an eye. For a top-tier assassin like Yang Hao, eliminating a squishy ranged character in an unknown scenario was almost effortless. As soon as the kill was secured, he used a second-phase shadow skill to retreat back to his original position. Around the corner, the healer's figure came into view. With all his skills on cooldown, Yang Hao knew that if the healer managed to resurrect the fallen teammate, he'd be in serious danger. Without hesitation, he activated his stealth skill and silently withdrew from the battlefield. Sidus livestream chat exploded instantly. Damn, that Shadow Blade is insane. The streamer just got completely outplayed. Didn't even get a chance to fight back. That's just embarrassing. The chat flooded with comments, some cheering, others stirring up controversy. This was the essence of the Shadow Blade hero, fragile and susceptible to control, but capable of pulling off jaw-dropping plays in an instant. I got insta-killed. Sidus' resigned voice echoed in the YY channel of Jingxian Pavilion. What? The entire channel erupted in shock. Everyone knew Sidus' reputation while not on the level of professional players. He was a Battlefield 9-star veteran, far above the average player. Unlike someone like Yao Qiyan, who climbed ranks through boosting, or Jiuchong Tian, who was only at a Battlefield 7-star level, Situ was a genuinely skilled top-tier player. Yet in this battle, he hadn't even stood a chance. Reaching 9 stars on the battlefield means he is already standing at the doorstep of the professional arena. One of the key criteria for professional teams recruiting members for their training camps is a battlefield rating of 9 stars or above. Yet, such a skilled player ended up losing in a duel. Though, considering it was a shadow assassin against a ranger, he couldn't help but feel slightly comforted. Ivan asked, "How much damage did you deal to him?" As a professional player active in the JPL League, Ivan had an exceptional ability to calculate damage. He could even estimate the opponent's performance in a duel based on Situ's skills and determine how much damage Situ had inflicted on the opponent to assess their level. However, regardless of the situation, he had little faith in players using the Shadow Assassin class. While many players chose Shadow Assassin, it was a role that had never been highly regarded in professional matches. Especially in large-scale team battles, Shadow Assassin was more often used to disrupt enemies and perform hit-and-run tactics, rarely serving as a core role. Though the class had high burst damage and could effectively target the backline, its fragile nature and low margin for error sealed its fatigue was highly likely to be eliminated instantly by random enemy ranged attacks in large-scale battles. "I didn't even touch him," Situ replied, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Indeed, throughout the entire match, Situ didn't even graze Yang Hao. After a failed round of judgment, Situ's only thought was how to avoid Yang Hao's deadly burst combo. But Yang Hao clearly didn't leave him any room to maneuver. In an instant, Situ was struck down and reduced to a corpse. What? The YY channel erupted in disbelief. No one could believe what they were hearing. "Are you sure?" Ivan asked again. Situ nodded, his voice still awkward. "I really didn't touch him. My holy arrow missed, and the Shadow Assassin's burst damage was just too overwhelming. I didn't have enough time to evade the damage. He took me out with a single combo, then went invisible and slipped away unnoticed." "This must be a skilled Shadow Assassin," Ivan muttered, frowning. "Could it be Xiaolong?" "Xiaolong," someone chimed in. "He's live streaming over at Qingfeng Plains, near Yanyu Tower." "It's probably not him." Ivan's eyes turned icy, and he let out a cold laugh. Qingyan, I'm going to find out exactly who you are," he ordered firmly. "Continue the search. The skeleton spirit on the second floor respawns in 20 minutes. This guy is as good as dead." 2 minutes later, a frustrated voice came through the YY channel. "I got killed. Location, 536, 725. 2 minutes later, another voice echoed in the YY channel. "I got killed too. Location, 213, 78. Hearing the constant bad news, Ivan's veins bulged on his forehead. He slammed the table and shouted, "What's going on? How is his range so wide? Didn't I tell you to keep narrowing the encirclement?" Sitting in front of his screen, Ivan rubbed his temples, feeling a splitting headache. Everyone here was part of Jingxian Pavilion's elite forces top streamers, pro players, all experts with at least 8 stars in battle ranking. Yet, they were being systematically taken down by one person. As the commander, Ivan was utterly losing his composure. "There's nothing we can do. He has an invisibility skill, and 30 seconds is just too long. He can walk right past us, and we wouldn't even notice." A voice on YY replied, filled with frustration and helplessness. Ivan fell silent, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the keyboard. Since starting this game, it was the first time he felt so frustrated because of a Shadow Step class. A class he had always considered bottom tier was now giving him endless trouble. Taking a deep breath, he analyzed the current situation. Right now, it was the crucial phase of rapidly leveling up and acquiring basic gear. For a guild to dominate in a new server, having a strong roster early on was essential. Yet, their entire high-ranking team was stuck hunting Yang Hao, resulting in stagnated leveling and repeated deaths, leading to loss of experience. Losing 10% experience in the early stages might not seem like much, but if this continued, the accumulated losses would cause their levels to lag behind rival guilds. This was a serious blow to their development. Ivan was seething with anger at Yang Hao, but felt powerless since Yang Hao wasn't recklessly advancing to the third level. The Shadow Step class, though often dismissed in competitive matches and large-scale battles, had unparalleled solo combat capabilities in the wild. The boss is about to respawn. Forget about him for now, Ivan ordered decisively in the communication channel. Let's secure the first kill on the skeleton spirit. It drops a blue item. His tone turned serious. Make sure to guard the entrance. Watch out for anyone trying to sneak in and steal the kill. Once inside, follow my instructions. 5 people will guard the portal to the 5th level and keep spamming skills. If anyone comes through, the 5 of you will immediately chase them down and eliminate them. When teleporting into a dungeon, players had a brief period of invulnerability as long as they remained stationary. However, the moment they moved, the invincibility wore off. At this stage, green gear was the mainstream equipment. Even assembling a full set of green gear within the first few days of the server's launch was a challenge. Blue gear, on the other hand, was considered rare at this point. So far, Yang Hao was the only one wielding a blue blade. The bosses in the 4 dungeons near Ordo Town all dropped a blue item on their first clear, which Ivan deemed highly significant. The others nodded in agreement and started converging toward the 5th level, their footsteps echoing through the dungeon. Meanwhile, Yang Hao continued to smile as he leisurely roamed the 2nd level, searching for his opponents. He wasn't in any rush. With his invisibility skill, he had nothing to fear in the wild. As he hunted monsters, he also kept an eye out for enemy players. Where is everyone? After clearing a few monsters, he hadn't encountered a single opponent. He muttered to himself in confusion. Glancing at the time, he noticed there were only 5 minutes left before the boss respawned. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Ah, so the boss is about to spawn. Relaxed, Yang Hao began methodically clearing the nearby monsters, showing no urgency to engage in the boss fight. The skeleton spirit is indeed a challenging boss for players at this stage. Even with Jing Xiangu assembling a team of dozens, it is estimated to take at least half an hour to defeat it. However, this boss has a movement flaw if you master the positioning. It's possible to defeat it solo, though it would take significantly more time. Yang Hao wasn't in a hurry to confront the boss. Instead, he started from the 2nd floor, focusing on clearing small monsters to accumulate experience points. His figure darted back and forth between the 3rd and 4th floors, his weapon slashing continuously, taking down one monster after another. Before long, his level had risen to 16. Looking at the progress on his experience bar, Yang Hao frowned slightly. Reaching level 20 would clearly take more time, likely until tomorrow. However, by then, the main forces would have arrived at Irjuo Town. With only 4 dungeon zones available here, the competition would undoubtedly become fierce. Today was the crucial window for them to pull ahead of the main group. Level 20 was a significant milestone. Before this point, all talent points were evenly distributed by the system. But after level 20, players could freely allocate the 20 talent points. For this reason, Yang Hao was eager to level up as quickly as possible. After spending around 20 minutes clearing the monsters on the 3rd floor, Yang Hao felt the timing was right. He decided to head straight to the 5th floor and aim for the first kill on the skeleton spirit. On the way, he glanced at Wan's computer screen. She had already joined the Yaoshi Guild's team and was farming monsters with others at Blue Moon Lake, having reached level 15. Clearly, the Yaoshi Guild had taken over Blue Moon Lake. Yang Hao smirked and quickly passed through the 4th floor corridor, arriving at the entrance to the 5th floor. As soon as he entered, he noticed 5 players guarding the passage, continuously casting skills, clearly intending to eliminate any players who dared to enter. TCH. Yang Hao sneered, his fingers deftly clicking the mouse. Obliteration flash. In an instant, he broke through the encirclement of the 5 players. Immediately afterward, he activated his stealth skill and vanished completely from their sight. Damn it, he slipped through. We're done for. The gatekeeper's face turned pale instantly, his voice trembling with evident panic. Report to the main channel immediately. We're definitely getting chewed out for this. The other gatekeeper clenched his fists, worry written all over his face. They both knew Ivan's temper. While he was a capable commander, his fiery disposition left no room for mistakes. He was just as harsh on himself as he was on others. The group quickly switched to the main channel. At that moment, Ivan was fully focused on leading the team in their battle against the boss. His steady, rhythmical voice came through on YY. Yes, hold that position. The boss has a quarter health left, hang in there. Once this is over, everyone will get at least 3 to 5 gold coins. Early game blue equipment was highly prized in the game, though such gear would eventually be replaced by better items in later stages. For the wealthiest players aiming for perfection, even temporary Bestinsla gear was worth a hefty price. The blue equipment this boss would drop was guaranteed to spark fierce bidding wars among the guild's elite players. Boss Ivan. The gatekeeper's voice trembled as he interrupted the command. Qing Yan, he slipped in. What? Ivan's brows furrowed tightly. 5 of you couldn't stop one person? He used an extinction flash to teleport, and then immediately went invisible. We couldn't track him at all. The gatekeeper quickly explained. Ivan waved a hand dismissively, his tone unexpectedly calm. Got it. Just keep guarding the entrance. Once we finish off the boss, we'll deal with him. If he dared to come to the 5th floor, let's make sure he gets sent back to the newbie village. In truth, Ivan wasn't overly concerned about Yang Hao causing much trouble on his own. What really worried him was the possibility of other major guilds organizing a raid to steal the first kill. Though the 4 major guilds had an agreement to claim separate wild zones, such truces were always fragile. Besides, securing the first kill wasn't just about obtaining a piece of blue gear, it was also a pivotal opportunity to attract independent players, essential for the guild's growth. The 5th floor map was significantly smaller than the previous ones, making Yang Hao's situation even more precarious. Getting in was one thing. Leaving safely would be an entirely different challenge. As Ivan continued to focus on commanding the team, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure approaching silently and stopping not far from them. The moment he saw the ID, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was Qing Yan. After a brief pause, a faint smirk tugged at Ivan's lips. He addressed his team. Keep fighting. They'll handle this. Switching to the in-game voice channel, he spoke. Qing Yan, right? Facing this opponent he had encountered a few times on the professional stage, Yang Hao remained silent, standing motionless. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Impressive, taking down a 10-player buff dungeon in a duo and surviving solo on our Jingshuan's turf, even managing to one-shot a 9-star expert. You're quite the character, Ivan said with a smile on his face, though his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Yang Hao smirked, his expression full of disdain. Jingshuan's turf? What a joke. You guys only have the upper hand because other guilds aren't strong enough early on to gather this many players. Would you dare to hog this spot alone tomorrow? Ivan chuckled calmly, tapping the weapon at his waist with his fingers. One day is more than enough for us to pull ahead of the other guilds. He gave Yang Hao a once-over, his tone turning enticing. Of course, I value talent like yours. Interested in joining Jingshuan? If your other classes are as impressive as your Shadowblade, you could even make it straight onto our team. Yang Hao curled his lips in a sneer, his refusal plain in his eyes. Not the slightest bit interested. Are you sure you want to go against us? Ivan's voice dropped, his body leaning slightly forward. You're up against one of the top 3 guilds in the country. Offend us, and you might find yourself respawning back at the newbie village. The threat was unmistakable. Unfazed, Yang Hao rubbed his nose and casually activated his voice chat. With a cheerful tone, he said, if you think you can force me back to the newbie village, by all means, give it a shot. But I've got a suggestion, let me have the last hit on this boss. Otherwise, all the experience you've gained here today might go down the drain. Are you threatening me? Ivan's voice turned icy, sharp as a blade. Yang Hao nodded without hesitation. Yep, you've got over 20 people, feel free to come at me. His tone was so relaxed it was as if he were commenting on the weather. Fine. If we can't reach an agreement, then there's nothing more to discuss. A glint of coldness flashed in Ivan's eyes. If you think you're capable of taking the boss, go ahead and try. Once we're done here, we'll see you back at the newbie village. His words were like frost, each syllable squeezed through gritted teeth. Yang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, replying with a carefree, sure thing. Hearing Yang Hao's flippant tone, Ivan felt a surge of rage boil up inside him, his desire to crush the other palpable. You'd better watch yourself, he growled through clenched teeth. But before Ivan could say another word, Yang Hao responded in the most direct way possible through action. Annihilation Flash. In a blink, Yang Hao launched his attack, dashing forward with an annihilation flash and following up with a flurry of shadow obliterate and 1,000 strikes. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of blows rained down on his target like a storm. Ivan, playing as a Titanitank class, was no ordinary player. As a seasoned professional, he reacted swiftly to Yang Hao's sudden assault. He immediately activated Iron Wall, raising his massive, mountain-like fists to block the onslaught and triggering the powerful damage reduction skill. After delivering his combo in an instant, Yang Hao quickly retreated with a flicker of movement. Glancing at Ivan's health bar, he frowned slightly. As expected, my attack power is still too low at this stage. Taking down a tank in one go is unrealistic. Indeed, despite Yang Hao's full-force combo, had only managed to chip away half of Ivan's health bar, and that was with a high-attack blue weapon in hand. This was the terrifying strength of tank classes, and one of the reasons the Shadowblade class was underappreciated in professional play. Shadowblades excelled at targeting the backline, but breaking through a tank's defense to reach the backline was no easy feat. Once caught in crowd control skills during an entry, it often spelled certain death. Yang Hao's earlier assault caught them off guard because the opposing group was focused on the boss. If they had been watching him closely, charging in like that would have been suicidal. Not bad, solid moves. Ivan's voice came through, tinged with a hint of admiration. You pulled off that combo and disengaged cleanly. I didn't even get a chance to control you. Yang Hao scoffed and said disdainfully, your command skills are decent, but your gameplay. He left the sentence unfinished, but his contemptuous tone said it all. Ivan's expression turned cold, his voice laced with frost. I play professionally in the JPL. What about you? Professional? Yang Hao smirked mockingly. You mean professionally getting wrecked by others in the JPL? By the way, where does your team rank again? My memory's a bit hazy. The remark hit Ivan's sore spot, and his face flushed with anger. His nose almost seemed out of shape from fuming. Just then, an enraged voice came through their YY voice chat. Boss Ivan, this guy's asking for it. Let's take him down first. Don't act recklessly. Ivan quickly stopped him. He hasn't used his stealth skill yet. Don't let him stall us. Focus on taking down the boss first. Switching to the in-game voice chat, he threatened Yang Hao, you just wait. Once we finish the boss, I'll personally send you back to the beginner's village. Yang Hao didn't respond. He silently waited for his cooldowns to reset. 10 seconds later, the timer was up. His figure suddenly burst forward like a streak of lightning, executing a double extinction flash straight at the opposing healer. When he appeared abruptly in front of the healer, who had been focused on healing, the player visibly froze in shock. Dark extinction, 1,000 strikes, drunken dream slash. In just 2 seconds, a seamless combo flowed like water. The healer fell instantly. Taking advantage of his full extinction flash energy bar, Yang Hao executed another double teleport to retreat to a safe distance. He still didn't use his stealth skill, standing in the open as if taunting them, waiting for his next chance to strike. In the YY channel, Ivan's face was as dark as a thundercloud. Revive on the spot, and keep attacking the boss, he snarled through gritted teeth. The boss will go down in 5 minutes. Once it's dead, he'll make sure he dies back to the beginner's village. 20 seconds later, Yang Hao struck again, this time targeting another squishy class. Another flawless combo, another player down, and once again he retreated swiftly. Focus on the boss. Ignore him. Ivan ordered again. By now, 3 or 4 dozen players had gathered at the entrance to the Bone Spirit Cavern and were rushing toward them. Ivan had already received where they needed to finish the fight as quickly as possible. But reality was merciless. Every 20 seconds, one of his teammates was taken out. Ivan's face had turned an alarming shade of green with rage. He never imagined he'd one day be driven to such desperation by a single shadow assassin. Meanwhile, inside his livestream, the chat had completely exploded. The screen was flooded with an unstoppable tide of comments. Jingxian Pavilion is one of the top 3 super guilds in the country, and its guild leader is a renowned mega-wealthy figure. The guild boasts countless elite combatants, making it a dominant force in its field. However, today they faced an unprecedented disaster. One person, alone, had trapped the entire guild here, relentlessly taking them down one after another. Experience points were dropping at a rate of 10% per death, and Ivan's heart felt like it was bleeding. Every drop in experience widened the gap between them and the main city. At this point, regaining that 10% experience seemed like an impossible task. It was almost certain they would have to spend an hour struggling to re-enter the main city, just like back in the novice village. This slight lead could determine who would secure an advantageous position in the main city. Ivan was acutely aware that this moment's failure would place them at a disadvantage. When they eventually clashed with guilds controlling the other 3 wilderness zones of Ordo Town, they would be in no position to compete. Furthermore, weaker guilds might unite against them, collectively becoming their enemies. Arriving late to the main city would come with a heavy price. Even so, Ivan refused to give up the chance for the first kill. With his health bar critically low and other teams quietly approaching from outside, aiming to steal the boss, he had to give it his all to hold on to this opportunity. Retreat was not an option. One player after another fell. Yang Hao seemed completely indifferent to their counterattacks. Fragile players were like prey before him, falling one by one. Even with healer's support, they could not escape their fate. Though revived, they continued to suffer damage. To crush their morale further, Yang Hao showed no mercy, actively enabling PK mode. His name turned a glaring red in the heat of battle, strikingly intimidating. The boss's health steadily dropped 5%, 3%, 2%. It was about to reach 1%. Ivan roared in the YY channel. Damn it, kill the boss now. Take this bastard shadow back to the novice village. Within 5 minutes, Yang Hao had already killed them nearly 20 times. Ivan was seething with rage, his insides ready to explode. Holding his breath, he watched as the boss's health bar dwindled. 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, down to just 2,000. At his computer in the internet cafe, Yang Hao didn't rush to make a move. He waited calmly, his eyes locked on the boss's health bar. With so many players attacking, the boss's health was rapidly depleting. Yang Hao's goal was clear: wanted the first kill on the boss. The key to claiming the boss lay in landing the final blow. Whoever delivered the last hit would earn the honor of the first kill. At the start, players could only form 6-person teams and alliances. Throughout the competition, Yang Hao remained unwavering, his focus fixed on the screen, waiting for the critical moment. When the boss's health dropped to 2,000, Yang Hao finally acted. He flashed into the fray, swiftly unleashing his shadow kill array. Ivan mistakenly thought Yang Hao intended to target one of their fragile players again and sneered inwardly, paying no further attention. All Ivan needed was a few seconds to kill the boss, and then turn around to finish off Yang Hao. But at that moment, Ivan's expression froze. Yang Hao's skill was targeting the boss. Ivan's heart sank. No. Kill him first, kill him first. But it was too late. The boss's health plummeted, and Ivan's team continued dealing damage to the boss, entirely unaware that Yang Hao's shadow kill array had already begun its work. Shadow kill array. Oblivion. Yang Hao's voice rang out as the skill activated, and the boss's health was instantly wiped out. Ivan finally realized what was happening, staring in shock as everything unfolded before him, powerless to stop it. 1,000 strikes. Yang Hao's skill locked precisely onto the boss, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a torrential downpour. Rat-a-tat-tat. While the individual damage wasn't high, with the coordinated efforts of the other Jingxian Pavilion members, the boss's health bar plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Ivan's breathing grew rapid, his tension at this moment surpassing even the pressure he felt during relegation matches on the JPL stage. The system notification chimed crisply. Ding dong. Congratulations to Qing Yan for securing the first kill of the level 20 skeleton spirit boss in the Bone Spirit Cavern. Reward: skeleton treasure chest. The first clear skeleton treasure chest usually only contained green quality equipment, but this time, the ground was aglow with dazzling brilliance: 3 gold coins shimmering with golden light, 2 green items radiating a verdant glow, and a blue ring emitting a dazzling luminescence. Mine! Yang Hao excitedly scooped up the spoils of war without hesitation. In the Jingxian Pavilion's YY channel, Ivan's brain short-circuited the moment he saw that the killer was Yang Hao. Moments later, he erupted in a furious roar. Go red. Kill him back to the beginner's village. Blow up all his gear. Having been killed nearly 20 times only to end up empty-handed and lose the boss, Ivan's bloodshot eyes burned with rage as he swore to blow away Yang Hao's precious blue blade. The instant Yang Hao's shadow skill returned him to his original position, every name around him turned blood red. A storm of skills rained down on him like a violent tempest. Run! Yang Hao swiftly cast 2 consecutive extinction flashes to create distance, then activated Dream Concealment, vanishing instantly from everyone's sight. Chase him. Don't let that brat escape. Block the exit. Ivan shouted orders in a frenzy. However, instead of fleeing immediately, the now invisible Yang Hao stealthily moved along the edge of the corridor, inching back toward the boss's death location. The news spread quickly. At the Yan Yulu base, Zhan Yu exclaimed, "Holy crap! This Qing Yan guy is something else." He just secured the first kill on the skeleton spirit. Is he with Jingxian Pavilion? Qing Feng asked, frowning. Zhan Yu sneered. Jingxian Pavilion obviously wants to use him to draw attention. First, they shocked everyone with the unique method he and another player used to clear the level 10 dungeon, and now they've had him take the boss's first kill. They're trying to turn him into a star to attract solo players and small groups. Ivan's playing his cards well. If Ivan had overheard this conversation, he would have cursed them to no end. Playing cards, my ass. I'd devour that brat alive if I could. The atmosphere in Mu Chen's livestream room was rather delicate. Upon hearing the news, Mu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of doubt in his voice. This Qing Yan is from Jingxian Pavilion? This was the general speculation among most viewers. After all, Jingxian Pavilion had solidly dominated this area, and it was nearly impossible for anyone to snatch a boss from them unless another equally powerful team forced their way in. Jingxian Pavilion? Yeah, right, said Yang He, nicknamed Zizio, sitting beside Mu Chen, his tone dripping with mockery. By now, Ivan's probably losing his mind. What happened? Mu Chen was taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. See for yourself. Zizhua decisively dragged a web page onto the computer screen. It was a feed from Situ's livestream. More than 20 red-named players were charging toward the entrance to the 5th-floor passage like rabid dogs, while Ivan's hysterical shouting echoed through the headphones. Mu Chen stared at the screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What's going on? Did their boss get stolen? Could it be that Luo Yuxuan teamed up with other guilds to break in? Luo Yuxuan, known as the 2nd largest guild in the country, had a distinctive reputation. The guild leader was a stunningly beautiful woman, and 70 of the members were female. This guild leader was notoriously aggressive, often declaring war on other major guilds to seize resources. Nope, Zizhua replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. It was this guy named Qing Yan. He did it alone. When the boss respawned, I was watching to see how long it'd take them to secure the first kill. Then this guy suddenly showed up, killed them over 20 times, and ended up taking the boss. This Qing Yin really knows how to play Shadow Step, and he's got guts. Mu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with curiosity. They'll try to get in touch with him later. If he's that good as an assassin, training him in other roles might turn him into the next Jifeng. Huh, the next Jifeng, only to get driven away by you guys again. A girl's voice suddenly came from a corner of the room, dripping with sarcasm. Mu Chen fell silent for a moment, choosing to ignore the remark. He continued, let's ask him later. If he's a solo player, see if we can get him to try out for the team. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe, Wanwan heard the voices coming from Mu Chen's live stream. Slowly, she turned her head. Her eyes widened in shock as she locked her gaze on Yang Hao, staring at him as if he were some kind of monster. Yes, at this moment, Wanwan was in the territory of the Yaoshi Guild, teaming up to grind experience. For her, this was a significant step forward. Although she was already a 6-star player in the battlefield rankings, that was merely the minimum threshold to enter a massive guild. These top-tier guilds not only required high battlefield rankings, but also placed great importance on players' gear setups. Unlike the balanced equipment in fair battlefields, daily dungeons and guild wars demanded high-quality gear, which was the main reason she had previously been excluded from large guilds. However, things were different now. As one of the first players to reach Irjuo Town, and with her record-breaking 2-player clear of a level 10 dungeon announced server-wide, Wanwan had already gained some fame early in the game. When she arrived at Blue Moon Lake, as a fan of Mukin, she gladly accepted the invitation from the Yaoshi Guild and officially became a member. She had been focused on grinding mobs and chatting with guild members, paying little attention to Yang Hao's situation. That was until a server-wide announcement popped up, followed by heated discussions in Mukin's live stream, prompting her to glance at Yang Hao's computer screen. Seeing the scene on the screen, her eyes widened in disbelief. You not only wiped out a large group of Jingxian Pavilion players, but also stole their boss. At that moment, Yang Hao had already deactivated his stealth mode and was hiding near the boss respawn point. The Jingxian Pavilion members had rushed out to search for him, ironically making his current location the safest spot. Just luck, pure luck, Yang Hao said with a smile. Wanwan stared at the nearly purplured name above Yang Hao's character and asked incredulously, exactly how many people did you kill? Your name is almost purple now. About 20 or 30, Yang Hao replied with a slight cough. In fact, if he counted the players he defeated while triggering PvP in the second layer, he had caused Jingxian Pavilion's group to lose a total of 10 of their experiencia, significant blow to a guild ranked in the top 3. After a brief silence, Wanwan looked at Yang Hao seriously. Hey, be honest with me, are you secretly a player sent by some professional esports team? Her suspicion wasn't without reason. From earning hundreds of yuan in rewards at the cyber cafe, to his flawless execution in the level 10 dungeon, to now single-handedly taking on a top-tier guild and stealing the boss they fought for 40 minutes, everything he had done so far was far beyond the level of an ordinary player. Hearing the question, Yang Hao paused for a moment before shaking his head. If I were a pro player, would I really need to hang out at your cyber cafe to play games? The perks of being a professional player are truly enviable, Yang Hao sighed. Even the team ranked at the bottom of the JPL pays its players over 50,000 yuan a month. Top-tier players earn annual salaries in the tens of millions, not to mention income from endorsements and streaming. It's enough to make anyone jealous. Even players in the secondary league start with a monthly salary of at least 30,000. The immense popularity of Descend has brought about incredible economic benefits. Upon hearing this, Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. Mu Chun and the others were just talking about reaching out to you for a tryout with their team. Who knows, you might become the next Gale. She pouted and added, although Gale has his flaws, his performance in the summer season wasn't bad at all. I'm on their YY channel right now if you're interested, I can help you connect with them. Then I'd get to know a professional player too. Yang Hao's lips twitched slightly, and he fell silent for a moment. The next Gale? Huh? He murmured to himself, then shook his head. Forget it. I'm not ready to play in the JPL right now. Is it because your family doesn't approve? Wanwan asked immediately. Esports is really lucrative now. You could try talking to your family about it. Yang Hao chose not to continue the topic and instead frowned. What I'm more concerned about right now is how to get out of here. He analyzed. The maps on the earlier levels are pretty large, so it would take 20 or so players a while to find me. But the 5th level is small, with only a few pathways. If they search in groups of 2 or 3, they'll find me easily. I could take down one of them. But dealing with 2 or 3 experts with 8 or 9 stars in battlefield rankings would be a real headache. As he spoke, Yang Hao logged out of the server. He knew that staying any longer would only lead to being found. Even using stealth skills wouldn't guarantee his escape. While stealth could make him invisible to others, any skill hitting the air where he was would reveal his position through damage numbers. Earlier, Head managed to escape by using 2 phases of his annihilation flash, but a complete getaway was no longer possible. Stretching lazily, Yang Hao glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m., I've been playing for 5 hours, he muttered as he settled the bill and stood up. Wanwan looked a little disappointed. You're leaving already? Yeah. If I stay any longer and they find me, they'll end up getting killed and sent back to the newbie village, Yang Hao said with a wry smile. When will you be back? I still want to team up with you for the level 20 dungeon. A few hours later. I need to grind levels tonight. And there's a boss respawning in Qingfeng Plains at midnight, Yang Hao replied, rubbing his nose. He had already mapped out his plan to take down the bosses in the 4 wilderness zones around Erdwa Townbone Spirit Cavern at 7 p.m., Qingfeng Plains at midnight, Blue Moon Lake at noon, and Ice Cavern at 3 p.m. Regardless of whether he could secure the kills, he was determined to try. Getting the first kill would not only boost his reputation quickly, but also help him attract enough attention to secure a top battlefield ranking at level 30, which would be crucial for his future development. Yang Hao squinted his eyes, his expression growing resolute. He recalled the day he left the Glory team after the World Championship, a moment he had anticipated. If he wanted to continue his career in professional esports, the road ahead would undoubtedly be filled with obstacles. That restrictive contract had completely shut the door on joining any JPL team. His only way forward was to lead his own team to the top. In today's esports world, where money flows freely, building a strong team was no easy task. Skilled players naturally gravitated towards well-established teams with stable incomes. Starting from the very bottom and climbing step by step to the top-tier arena was a path destined to be grueling. His strategy was straightforward. Let skill speak for itself and attract players who were genuinely passionate about esports and eager to compete. In his view, the root cause of Glory team's failure lay in insufficient training intensity. Aside from exceptional players like Mu Chun, who had both talent and an incredible work ethic, most of the team members treated matches as just another job. Outside of practice, they lacked motivation, spending their time chatting with female fans or going on dates. While the players of Glory team were undeniably talented, as former kings of the public servers, the management's excessive pursuit of commercial profit had led to a misunderstanding of the balance between competition and business. Yang Hao was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. He wanted to build a team that fought purely for the championship. In his mind, as long as the results were there, popularity and investments would naturally follow. At that moment, Wanwan's voice broke his train of thought. So, I'll wait here for you tonight, okay? I'm planning to grind all night to hit level 20, and then we can run the dungeon together. Is it just the two of us again? No. Yang Hao shook his head, explaining. We could handle the level 10 dungeon boss with just the two of us because there was room for maneuvering, but the difficulty at level 20 is significantly higher. We'll need a full team. Wanwan's face briefly showed a hint of disappointment. The level 10 dungeon had brought her great rewards. Those green crescent moon rings, which could only be equipped at level 17, had been sold to a big shot in the Glory Guild for 25 gold coins. That exceptional piece of gear, considered the best before level 30, had earned her an amount equivalent to a month's salary in just a few hours. She had hoped the level 20 dungeon would bring even greater rewards, but realizing they couldn't clear it with just the two of them left her visibly disheartened. Yang Hao smiled and said, 6 people can handle it just the same. Early-stage equipment is really only something the rich would chase after. It's not that useful. Tapping lightly on the table, he explained, as levels increase, more high-quality weapons will appear, and early-stage gear will inevitably become obsolete. However, this game has a unique feature. Players must meet certain stat requirements to clear level dungeons. So as long as new players keep joining, even green gear can still sell, though the money won't mean much in the later stages. He paused, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. And for the wealthy players, no matter the time, they always have to make sure their gear is the best available. Yang Hao glanced down at the 2 blue pieces of equipment his character was wearing, a faint smile curling his lips. If these items were put on the market, they would definitely cause a frenzy, especially the Zhan Yu blade being the first blue weapon on the server. It had a special mark and high collectible value. Wealthy players loved collecting things like this, which Yang Hao personally found to be of no practical use. Wanwan pouted, her eyes filled with longing. I was thinking, if I could keep up with the top-tier group, I might just become a full-time player. True. Yang Hao nodded in agreement. Aside from the wealthy players and streamers, regular players in the top-tier group typically earn a lot. He stood up, adjusting his clothes. I'm heading out. If you can level up to 20 with the Yao Shi team ahead of time, go for it. He'll just join a random team later. I'm probably going to fall behind quite a bit in experience this round. Wanwan nodded. Got it. Yang Hao walked out of the internet cafe, greeted by Shanghai at 8 p.m. still bustling, yet with the same heavy pressure of survival. He had barely taken a couple of steps when his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he couldn't help but smile slightly. It was a message from Vivian. Over the past half-year of his career, she had been his only friend. Vivian was a unique presence in the global professional gaming scene, the only female player, specializing in healing roles, yet her skill level was on par with any male professional. When Yang Hao first joined the team, she had looked out for him, and the two had maintained a good relationship. After Yang Hao left, She was the only one from the pro scene he still kept in touch with. Vivian's message read, "Damn it. I really don't want to stay in this team anymore. These people are too much. You know that strong shadow step player who just appeared in the new server today? They're already trying to recruit him, saying he's the next you. I'm so pissed." Yang Hao was a bit surprised. He thought Vivian might have guessed that the shadow step player was him. As he walked, he replied, "You're still under contract there, and Yao sure wouldn't let you leave anyway. Your commercial value is too high." Indeed, Vivian's commercial value was extraordinary. As the only female pro player in the world, and with stunning looks, she had attracted countless fans. Her stream viewership was even higher than Mu Chen's, making her the most popular member of the Yaoshi team. "Stop with the excuses," Vivian quickly replied. "And you little punk, it's been over a month, and you haven't reached out to me once. You don't even reply to my messages. What's your plan now? Why don't you come back? They'll help plead your case. Your contract only has a year left anyway. Worst case, just be a sparring partner for a year, and then join another team when it's over. Forget it. I'd rather die than be a sparring partner." Yang Hao typed back quickly on the keyboard. "I'll be back. Didn't I say that when I left? See you at JPL. You're so stubborn. You wouldn't even take the money when you left," Vivian replied immediately. "I can't chat now. I'm busy leveling up in the new zone. By the way, are you playing in the new zone? Give me your ID so I can add you as a friend." Yang Hao responded, "I'm logging off now. I'll add you when I'm back online later." "Alright. Are you in Shanghai now, or back home? I'll have some time off after these couple of busy days, and I'll come find you to hang out." Vivian sent another message. "Still in Shanghai." Yang Hao started typing, but before he could finish, Vivian sent a hurried message. Never mind. A boss just spawned. Gotta go level up. Talk later." Looking at the messages on his screen, Yang Hao let out a wry smile. Vivian had always been this decisive and quick to action. After ending the chat, Yang Hao headed back to his rented place. It was a shared 3-bedroom apartment in an old residential area. He had rented one of the rooms, and the landlord had mentioned there were 2 other roommates who were away on business trips. However, a month had passed, and he hadn't seen either of them. His daily routine was simple, either at the internet cafe or at home, moving back and forth between the two. But as he reached the entrance, he suddenly froze. Could hear 2 distinct female voices coming from inside the apartment. Wait, could my roommates actually be 2 girls? Yang Hao's heart started racing. He swallowed nervously, his mind filling with anticipation, as he slid the key into the lock and slowly pushed the door open. Yang Hao was just about to push the door open when a voice from inside the room made him freeze in his tracks. He heard a girl softly say, "Big brother, as long as you help us clear the level 10 dungeon, you can do whatever you want." Another girl chimed in immediately. Yeah, as long as you help us with the level 10 dungeon, anything goes." There was a subtle hint of allure in their whispers, prompting Yang Hao to blurt out instinctively, "Damn, this is way over the top." Suddenly, he understood where phrases like, "one clear, one rank up," special rewards came from. Apparently, this game was wildly popular, and female players were everywhere. Among them, some who were keen on the battlefield mode were even willing to use their charm to climb rankings and secure better gear. Over time, this trend had become normalized in some circles. It seemed these 2 girls fell into the category of bold players. Feeling a bit awkward, Yang Hao cleared his throat and pushed the door open to enter. The apartment, located in an old residential area, had outdated decor but was relatively clean. However, the soundproofing was poor. As soon as he stepped in, a faint fragrance in the air made him frown slightly. It turned out that 2 rooms, which had remained closed before, were now wide open. Inside, the girls were gathered around a computer, chatting. When they heard his footsteps, their eyes turned toward him. The short-haired girl was the first to speak. "The landlord said you're our new roommate, right?" Yang Hao nodded and was about to introduce himself, but the short-haired girl cut him off coldly. "Since we're roommates, there are some boundaries to set. Even though we live together, men and women are different. Don't just barge into our rooms for no reason." With that, she grabbed the other girl, who had wavy hair, and turned around to shut the door. "Nai, let's go inside." Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Yang Hao standing there, stunned. He hadn't expected the girls to be so blunt. Just moments ago, he'd thought they might be easygoing, maybe even hoped for something interesting to happen. Now it was clear he'd been overthinking it. The 2 girls clearly had no intention of interacting with him much. Feeling a bit disheartened, Yang Hao quickly recovered, though, with a tinge of excitement. After all, living under the same roof as these 2 girls for a while was thrilling enough in itself. Back in his room, Yang Hao lay on his bed, restless. The poor soundproofing of the apartment was hard to ignore. He could hear every word from the girls' room. They seemed to still be talking about the dungeon, their voices occasionally laced with coquettish tones and complaints. "Wow. Big brother, you're amazing. I'm about to die, save me, big brother. This level 10 dungeon is way too hard. Big brother, I don't want to play anymore. How about you log into my account and clear it for me?" Their playful, whining voices made Yang Hao feel a little overwhelmed. Yang Hao initially planned to take a short nap, but the heated argument between the two girls was so loud that he couldn't fall asleep at all. Feeling bored, he pulled out his phone, deciding to watch some live streams and check the current progress of the top-tier players. He had a bit of time to spare now, but he knew he needed to level up quickly by evening or risk falling behind. He opened a streaming platform and scrolled through the list of top streamers. When he spotted Citus stream, he couldn't help but chuckle and clicked on it. He hadn't even seen the video yet when Ivan's voice came through. Still no sign of him. It's like he's vanished. Figures. Another voice followed immediately. Ivan. The entire Jingxian pavilion would love nothing more than to skin Yang Hao alive. Yang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He knew they were still searching for him. It had been half an hour since he left the internet cafe, but the members of Jingxian Pavilion were still combing the 5th floor for him. Disappointment hung thick in the air among them. They had been utterly humiliated this time. One of the top 3 guilds in the country, defeated so thoroughly by a mere shadow knight. Not only did they spend 40 minutes battling the boss, but Yang Hao swooped in at the end and stole the kill. There was no way they could swallow this humiliation. They originally intended to use this first kill as a way to attract some high-level solo players to their guild. But now, with so many people watching the livestream, their failure might completely ruin any interest in joining Jingxian Pavilion. This defeat would surely incur the wrath of the guild's leadership. The guilds in the game Descent had grown to operate like companies, and this kind of loss could have serious ripple effects. Especially for the guild leaders, they wouldn't let such a setback slide easily. Do you think President One will order a reckoning? Someone asked quietly. Citus' voice responded immediately. We've been searching the 5th floor for so long and haven't seen a trace of him. Let's just stop for now. If we keep this up, it'll start affecting our progress. Yeah, President One, more and more players are flooding in. We need to start grinding levels quickly, or else, another voice chimed in. But that guy stole my green gear. Yao Qiyan's soft voice interrupted. Stole your gear, my foot. Ivan snapped angrily. Shut your mouth. He was already irritated, especially since this whole mess had started because of Yao Qiyan. Hearing her bring up the gear again nearly made him explode with rage. Yang Hao couldn't help but laugh as he listened in. Forget it. Everyone, focus on grinding experience points. Other guilds have already started entering the Bone Spirit Cavern, and some are farming in other wild zones. We need to level up first, and then head to Qingfeng Plains to fight for the boss, Ivan announced coolly. Didn't we agree to split the wild zones evenly? Citus' voice sounded dissatisfied. Ivan sneered. With more and more players arriving in Irjuo town, the other guilds have already started teaming up. We've got people in our zone too, so naturally, they'll do the same. As for that 12 o'clock boss, agreements mean nothing now. Everyone's going to fight for it, so we might as well join in. There was a brief silence before the others reluctantly agreed. All right then. Yang Hao shook his head helplessly. He had originally planned to stay offline for another 4 or 5 hours, but he hadn't expected them to leave so soon. Climbing out of bed, he decided to head straight back to the internet cafe and continue grinding levels, determined to catch up to their progress by the evening. As Yang Hao pushed the door open and stepped out, he heard the sound of another door opening from a nearby room. He turned toward the noise and saw a beautiful girl with wavy hair stepping out of her room. Hi. She greeted him with a warm smile, her voice clear and pleasant, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor of the short-haired girl he had encountered earlier. Hi. Yang Hao replied with a smile of his own. Don't mind Xiaoyu. She's always like that. The girl said gently as she closed her door and extended her right hand. I'm Feng Qianqian. Yang Hao, he introduced himself briefly. Feng Qianqian gave him a quick once-over. I think I'm a bit older than you. Just call me Qianqianji from now on. Heading out. Yeah, he nodded. Night shift? She asked. No, just going out to play some games. Descend. Feng Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. When Yang Hao nodded in confirmation, her interest grew. Which server are you on? What class do you play? Did you start on the new server, Point General's platform? What level are you now? I'm playing Shadow Fragment. I'm on the new server too, Yang Hao began. But before he could continue, Feng Qianqian's face showed a clear hint of disappointment. Shadow Fragment, huh? I'm just going to the restroom, Yang Hao said, changing the subject. Since we're both on the new server, maybe we can play together sometime. Sure. Xiaoyu and I are planning to start a guild. We've already recruited a few high-level players. You should join us when it's ready. Maybe. He'll think about it. Anyway, I'm heading out now. After Yang Hao left, Feng Qianqian muttered to herself. I wonder if he's any good. If he is, maybe he could help me in this weekend's competition. What help could a Shadow Fragment player offer? That class is useless in competitions, came Xiaoyu's sharp voice from behind her. Oh, you heard that? Feng Qianqian turned to ask. Xiaoyu nodded, her tone stern. You should stay away from that guy. He looks like he's only 17 or 18. At that age, he should be in school, not living in a rundown place like this. He's probably working in some factory. No future whatsoever. You're being way too judgmental, Feng Qianqian said, frowning. You're just too easygoing, Xiaoyu retorted, pursing her lips. Trust me on Fizz, don't talk to him anymore. He looks like someone who'll never amount to anything. Yang Hao had no idea what his 2 roommates were saying about him. Once again, he found himself at the internet cafe, and the moment he walked in, he spotted Wanwan sitting in her usual spot, engrossed in grinding experience points and clearing dungeons. The bluish glow from the screen illuminated her focused expression. He walked over, gently tapped her shoulder to say hello, and then took a seat beside her, powering up the computer. As the screen lit up, Yang Hao glanced at Wanwan's game interface. She had already reached level 17, an impressive improvement. However, with more players swarming into Irdu town, the efficiency of grinding experience had noticeably dropped. The monster zones were packed with players of all kinds, and the competition for resources was intensifying. Yang Hao calculated in his mind. In another 2 hours, even more players would flood the area, and leveling up would only get slower. He entered his account details and logged into the game at a leisurely pace. As soon as his character appeared, the deep crimson-red name above his avatar stood out like a glaring warning light. Yang Hao opened the attributes panel, frowning as he saw his infamy value had skyrocketed to over 1,000 points. I've got to clear this red name, he muttered to himself. In the game Descending, the penalty system for red-named players was ruthlessly severe. Activating PvP mode going red meant risking equipment drops upon death. For players like Yang Hao with such high infamy points, the drop rate was even more alarming. Since the game didn't have a binding system for gear, all equipment could potentially drop upon death. This was why even the most well-equipped top players avoided going red unless absolutely necessary. When conflicts arose between guilds, members would often switch to alternate accounts or wear basic gear for fights. The game provided a designated area for red-named players to redeem themselves. In this zone, players could perform good deeds to clear their infamy. Simply waiting for the system to auto-clear the red name would take about 2 full days. Yang Hao cautiously maneuvered his character, ensuring no one was paying special attention to him before sneaking out of the area. He already had a grudge with the Jingxian Pavilion Guild, and it was only a matter of time before they issued a bounty on him. Once he reached level 30, his in-game ID, Qin Yan, would undoubtedly make the wanted list. But Yang Hao wasn't too worried. As a Shadow Step class, he was almost unbeatable in unknown encounters in the wild. On his way out of the Bone Spirit Cavern, he encountered several dangerous situations. His strikingly red name made him an obvious target, attracting the attention of many opportunistic players. After all, on this new server, only 2 blue-tier items had been discovered so far and both of them were in Yang Hao's possession. His ID was practically infamous. With his red name, everyone wanted to take a chance. What if killing him dropped one of those blue items? It would be a windfall. Thanks to his class advantages, Yang Hao managed to escape the Bone Spirit Cavern unscathed, using his stealth abilities to slip away. He didn't relax until he found a secluded spot, finally letting out a long breath as the tension in his shoulders eased. Opening his inventory, he examined the loot he had gained from the boss fight. The haul was impressive, 1 blue-tier item and 2 green-tier items. He clicked on the green-tier items first, and his eyes lit up in excitement. The first was a ring, and the second was a necklace. Wandering Youth Jade Fragment Ring. Base stats increase attack by 2456. Armor penetration 3. Set bonus. Wandering Youth buff. Increases all base stats by 10. Required level 15. Wandering Youth Pine Moon Necklace. Base stats. Movement speed 3. Max physical attack 16. Min physical attack 6. Accuracy 7. Set bonus. Increases all base stats by 10. Required level 20. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yang Hao's eyes. The Wandering Youth set, though only a level 15 set, could easily remain viable until level 30. Its stat bonuses were remarkable, especially the 10 boost to all base stats. For a damage-dealing class like his, it was a game-changer. In the game Descend, the equipment system is meticulously designed, allowing players to equip up to 11 items. 1 weapon, necklace, gloves, belt, bracers, shoes, and helmet each, along with 2 bracelets and 2 rings. Among these, the necklace, bracelets, rings, and weapon primarily enhance attack attributes, while the rest focus on boosting defensive capabilities. Yang Hao's eyes fell on the newly acquired gear, and he couldn't suppress a surge of excitement. It was 2 pieces from the Wandering Youth set, which comprises 6 items in total. If completed, it would be considered the ultimate gear for level 30 players. Based on the current market, these 2 items alone could fetch at least 50 gold coins, roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Just as he was about to inspect the second piece of equipment, a dazzling blue glow caught his attention. It was a pair of level 25 blue-grade shoes named Night Charm. The attributes were astounding. Defense 10, HP 180, movement speed 6, and, most impressively, a rare bonus statinate increase in base movement speed. In this game, aside from a few area effect skills, most abilities can be dodged through nimble movement. Movement speed is a critical factor in determining the effectiveness of positioning. A pair of shoes with a percentage-based movement speed boost was an exceptional find, far exceeding Yang Hao's expectations in value. Lighting a cigarette, Yang Hao deliberated. Should he sell the shoes now, or keep them for personal use? By his estimation, The shoes could easily sell for a three-digit amount in gold coins, equivalent to 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, a tempting sum for someone planning to form a competitive team. However, if he kept them, reaching level 25 would likely place him among the top players in the main city, potentially leading to greater rewards from dungeon runs. After weighing his options, Yang Hao decided to hold off for now. Before reaching level 30, blue-tier equipment had an extremely low drop rate, and such premium gear was unlikely to depreciate in value anytime soon. He resolved to observe the market for a while before making a decision. Stashing the gear, Yang Hao headed toward the safe Zhongjixiang village. Since the game had only recently launched, players were focused on leveling up, leaving the red name zones eerily quiet. The streets were deserted, save for a few NPCs. Yang Hao approached the village chief to take on a goodwill quest, aiming to clear his red name status before noon. While grinding through the mundane tasks, Yang Hao browsed the forums. He discovered that his and Wan Wan's feat of clearing the level 10 dungeon, as well as their daring boss snatch in Jingxian Pavilion, had already sparked a massive uproar among the player community. Many people were trying to imitate Yang Hao and his team, attempting to clear the level with just 2 players. Some streamers even made it a dedicated challenge, but not a single person succeeded. At this point, Jingxian Pavilion had become a laughingstock in the new server, especially with opposing guilds fanning the flames. The forums were filled with jeering and mocking posts. While completing his tasks, Yang Hao casually browsed through the boastful posts belittling Jingxian Pavilion. About half an hour later, his attention was suddenly drawn to the game screen. A level 13 player with a red ID entered the red name village. Wow, that red's almost black. How many people did they kill for that? Yang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Although the game's punishment for red-named players was extremely harsh, the red name village was never short of visitors. However, in the early stages of the game, with most players focused on leveling up and few grudges formed, encountering someone with such a deep red ID was truly rare. Taking a closer look, the player was a ranger with the ID Shisha. Just as Yang Hao was marveling at this, a slightly sly voice came through the voice chat. Wow, a kindred spirit. In good spirits, Yang Hao chuckled and activated his mic. Hey man, how many people have you taken down to get that red? About 30 or 40, the sly voice replied casually. I've already lost 3 levels because of it. My buddy even got sent straight back to the newbie village. Yang Hao was about to respond when the voice added, but hey, your ID looks familiar. Have we met before? Yang Hao knew full well that the person had probably seen his name in a system announcement. Most players didn't pay much attention to those, so it wasn't surprising they didn't remember clearly. He replied nonchalantly, nope, don't think so. How'd you end up with a red name like that? Had a run-in with some enemies from a rival guild at Irjuo town. We fought for 2 hours straight. If they didn't outnumber us, I wouldn't have dropped from level 16 to 13. ID still be going. Hearing this, Yang Hao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, what a savage. Conflicts from other regions spilling into the new server are pretty normal, but during the early stages when everyone is leveling up with the main group, no one really wants to start fights. Levels are just too important in the beginning, as they directly affect your progress. However, for someone to be constantly fighting others early on, losing 3 levels and dying over 30 times, that kind of madness speaks for itself. Hey man, how'd you end up here? A slightly sleazy voice chimed in from the game chat. It was Shisha, eyeing Yang Hao's character up and down. Judging by your color, looks like you've taken out quite a few people yourself. Yang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied casually. Just some grudges, killed a few people. Few people? Yeah right. Shisha let out a sly laugh, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It must be fate that we've crossed paths. Add me as a friend, follow me, and I'll take you places. I'm a beast. Almost immediately, a friend request notification popped up on Yang Hao's screen. Finding the guy I'm using, Yang Hao accepted the request. Not to brag, Shisha started rambling right away, but back in my old server, I was a beast. #1 assassin in the Assassin's Guild. My buddy and I were the ultimate. Dwaha was the tank creating space for me, and I was the explosive damage dealer. We dominated. I was even one of the top-ranked players on our server's battlefield. Shisha went on boasting endlessly about his past accomplishments. However, his old server wasn't the biggest one in the game. It was more of a smaller, less competitive region. The Assassin's Guild, on the other hand, was an official in-game organization. Any player could join, post bounties to target other players, and set rewards for the hits. Yang Hao himself had been part of the Assassin's Guild before, but he left once he turned pro. The two of them continued completing in-game tasks while chatting. Before long, though, Yang Hao started to regret his decision, as Shisha turned out to be an absolute chatterbox. His mouth seemed to run on an engine that never stopped. Not to brag, but Shisha's voice droned on through Yang Hao's headset. Back in my server, people were terrified of me. They'd tremble just seeing my username. Sure, I didn't have the same gear as the rich players, but my skills alone were top tier. If I hadn't been too lazy to start over in the Crystal Tiers server, I bet I could have ranked in the top 50 on their battlefield, maybe even gone pro. But my parents would have killed me if they found out I wanted to pursue gaming professionally. The Crystal Tier server was the largest and most competitive server in the country. It was home to some of the best players and wealthiest users. Many of the country's largest guilds originated there: Jingxian Pavilion, Yao Shi, and Misty Rain Tower, to name a few. Even some of the slightly lesser-known guilds from there would be considered elite on other servers. Yang Hao's ears were buzzing. Shisha had been talking nonstop for 2 or 3 hours, and Yang Hao's head was starting to pound, his temples throbbing faintly. But seriously, man, Shisha continued, completely oblivious to Yang Hao's growing irritation. This time, I'm planning to take the battlefield seriously. Honestly, I want to go pro and do my part to save China and rebirth. This year's loss was brutal. The Western teams are insanely strong. And, to be fair, even though everyone's blaming that guy Jifeng, I don't think it's his fault. No matter what class he picked, he wouldn't have been able to beat them. Their strength was just on another level. Yang Hao felt a slight stir in his heart. He couldn't quite explain why, but hearing those words made his nose tingle and his eyes grow warm. I've watched a lot of matches specifically to see him play. His shadow step is constantly looking for opportunities to take down the backline. It's really impressive, Shisha analyzed. It's just that Yaoshi's team doesn't seem to have a system that supports shadow step, whereas the opposing team is one of the top professional squads, with impeccable defenses. Yet, even so, he managed to dive in and retreat safely multiple times. It's just that the rest of Yaoshi's team doesn't seem to adapt well to having a shadow step player. A wave of indescribable emotions surged through Yang Hao. It had been a month since the World Championship. During this time, whenever the tournament was brought up, what awaited him was endless criticism and blame. Yang Hao was only 18, a boy, after all. Most people at that age hadn't even stepped into the real world. Yet here he was, enduring the relentless scorn of countless players in the China region. The weight of such psychological pressure was something only he could truly understand. Hey, man, don't go silent on me. By the way, what's your rank in the battlefield mode? Shisha asked quickly, noticing Yang Hao's silence. Yang Hao exhaled slowly, turned on his mic, and said sincerely, "Thank you." "What the heck? What are you thanking me for?" Shisha replied, bewildered. "And why do you sound so sentimental?" "Dude, you're not, like, into me, are you? Just so you know, I'm a hardcore straight guy. Don't even think about it. But, hey, if you do like guys, I can introduce you to my teammate, the one who mains Titan. He's gay, and I can set you two up." Yang Hao chuckled softly, a decision forming in his mind. He exhaled again and asked, "How much negative value do you still have left?" "Why? I don't think I'll finish it today. This quest is so boring, and honestly, I feel like heading out to hunt people down instead," Shisha replied, exasperated. "How about the boss that spawns at midnight?" "Interested?" Yang Hao asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you kidding? The Qingfeng Plains are Yanyu Tower's territory. They've already announced that this boss is theirs. Anyone who tries to interfere will be making an enemy of them, and will face endless declarations of war once they establish their guild." Shisha said, clearly annoyed. "Tonight, Yanyu Tower is probably sending at least 400 or 500 players to Qingfeng Plains. What's the point of even trying? The bosses in the wild zones near Ordo Town weren't like those in small group dungeons. They required open contention. These bosses were essentially mini-world bosses, making them some of the most exciting encounters in the game." Yang Hao shook his head and said, "If words alone could work, the entire server would already be under their control. It's pointless. Several large guilds have already made agreements with them, and even some of the smaller guilds have formed alliances, sharing wild zones and the like. This new server setup isn't very friendly to solo players. If you want to farm in the wild, you either have to join them or wait until they move into the main city," Shisha explained. Yang Hao frowned. He hadn't known about these developments. He had assumed that as more players flooded into the wild zones, the major guilds wouldn't be able to maintain their dominance. However, with several guilds banding together, they did indeed have the power to monopolize the area. For solo players or small parties, there was simply no comparison to the strength of these large guilds. Yang Hao grinned. "So, do you want to give this boss a try? If you do, we can go take a look. Anyway, the last hit determines the loot. I can sneak over quietly, who knows? Maybe I'll land the blow." Shisha gave a bitter smile. "That's way too hard. Besides, I heard that guild has already teamed up with Yanyu Lu. They're stationed at Qingfeng Plains now. If I head over, they'll probably get killed and sent back to the beginner's village." Yang Hao wiped his lips with his hand. "Then clear your red name status first. After that, we can check it out." Time passed quietly. Yang Hao's good deeds quest was nearing completion, and he was working on clearing his red name status, gaining a decent amount of experience in the process. By the time the clock struck midnight, his level had unknowingly risen to 16. Most of the main player base had already surpassed level 18, inching closer to the level 20 dungeon threshold. Wanwan was nearly maxed out at level 18 as well. She had been grinding non-stop with members of the Yaoshi Guild, farming mobs, and racking up experience. Her luck seemed extraordinary. Out of 3 green equipment rolls, she won 2. This upgraded her entire gear set to 4 green items, making her one of the most well-equipped players on the server at this stage. In contrast, Yang Hao only had a single blue weapon, while the rest of his gear was still basic white items. He hadn't even been able to equip the Xiaoyan set, yet due to his level. By the time players hit level 20 and the overall equipment leaderboard is released, Yang Hao guessed that Wan's name would likely be on it. At 11:50 p.m., Yang Hao finally cleared his red name status. Meanwhile, Shisha still had over 300 points of red status left, but he wasn't in a rush to handle it. According to him, heading to Qingfeng Plains meant either getting sent back to the beginner's village or grinding all night to clear his status, so he wasn't in a hurry to deal with it. The two left the red name village and set off for Qingfeng Plains. Qingfeng Plains was a lush green meadow dotted with poisonous insect monsters. As they arrived at the dungeon entrance, they saw a crowd of around 300 to 400 players gathered there, making the scene quite crowded. Through their headsets, faint snippets of player chatter could be heard. Is Yen Yulu really this overbearing? Are we solo players not even considered human? One player shouted angrily. Stop whining. Either join us or get lost. This area belongs to Yen Yulu and our allied guild. A group of players stood guard at the dungeon entrance, with one leader coldly making the announcement. Shisha frowned. Damn, are these people stupid? Just pretend to join Yen Yulu, then betray them at level 30. Yang Hao let out a helpless sigh. It's no use. Yen Yulu is indeed powerful. They're the top guild in the country for a reason. Even joining requires a registration process. If you betray them, you could face a server-wide manhunt. For solo players, it's only natural to be wary of such a top-tier guild. Shisha sneered. Let them hunt me if they want. What's the big deal? One day, when I'm in a bad mood, they'll chop off the head of Yen Yu Lao's guild leader. Yang Hao shook his head with a chuckle. I'd actually be interested in that. Let's do it together someday when we have time. For now, let's figure out how to get inside. There are so many people guarding the entrance. Shisha took a deep breath, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Today, Yen Yu Lao's people are going to cough up blood. Yang Hao stepped to the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the dozens of people gathered in front of Yen Yu Lu. As his eyes scanned the crowd, many familiar faces came into view. Yen Yu Lu, known as the largest guild in the national server, boasted formidable strength. Yang Hao recalled his time at Yaoshi, where, aside from competing in tournaments, he was often called upon to participate in guild wars and server battles. Although Yaoshi ranked below some of the top guilds focused on online operations, and even fell short of Jing Xingu, their runner-up finish in the World Championship had attracted a large influx of new members, significantly boosting their strength. However, since they hadn't participated in major guild wars after the tournament, their current true strength remained uncertain. It was speculated that Yaoshi might now rank in the top 3 or 4, though it was unclear which veteran guild they might have overtaken. Standing guard at the entrance of Yen Yu Lu was Scar, one of the management team members, and also the manager of the YL Esports team. Additionally, he served as the deputy commander for Yen Yu Lao's guild wars. Scar led a group of dozens, standing in formation, clearly determined to claim this boss. Outside the entrance, 200 to 300 solo players had gathered. However, lacking unified leadership and wary of Yen Yu Lao's power, they had failed to mount an effective offensive. Yen Yu Lao's status in the gaming world wasn't just built on their victories in large-scale battles, but also on their ruthless tactics against rival forces. Countless guilds had disbanded under their onslaught, and many solo players had been driven to despair by their relentless pressure. Despite their poor reputation, Yen Yu Lu consistently ranked among the top both in online dominance and in JPL tournament results, showcasing their extraordinary capabilities. When Yang Hao's in-game ID, Qing Yan, appeared at the forefront, Scar's eyes noticeably narrowed. Qing Yan was now a well-known figure on the server. Only someone like Shisha, who ignored forums and system announcements, could remain unaware of him. Well, Qing Yan, Scar said, squinting as he spoke. Interested in joining Yen Yu Lu? If you're willing to come aboard, we'll let you claim the first kill. How about that? Yang Hao smiled faintly. He understood Scar's intentions. Clearly his recent rise to prominence on the new server had made waves. If he joined Yen Yu Lu, it would not only enhance the guild's reputation but also attract more players. Much like how Yaoshi had quickly risen online thanks to the star power of Mu Chun. I'm used to my freedom and don't like being tied down by big guilds, Yang Hao replied. He was well aware that large guilds often came with strict management and numerous obligations for members, though professional players like him typically faced more lenient requirements. Scarface frowned slightly upon hearing Yang Hao's words and replied coldly. Then I'm sorry, but the first kill of the boss in Qingfeng Plain has nothing to do with you anymore. The crowd around them erupted into murmurs and discussions. Someone, watching Yang Hao's rejected figure, sighed. Even a top player like Qing Yan isn't allowed in. Maybe we should just give up. It's not like we'd get anything even if we went in. It's not about the boss, another voice said passionately. We've already cleared all the main quests. To gain experience now, we have to grind in these 4 wild zones. These big guilds are monopolizing the areas and making us wait until they're done. They're deliberately suppressing us so we can't keep up with the top players. Why not just fight them? Someone suggested, their tone tinged with anger. Why don't you go first? Another person retorted sarcastically. Forget it. No one wants to offend Yin Yu Lu. A more rational voice chimed in. These conversations, transmitted through the in-game voice chat, reached Yang Hao's ears clearly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he understood the situation. Just as he had anticipated, the solo players all wanted to enter and grind, but their lack of organization left them unwilling to challenge the authority of the major guilds. At that moment, Shisha spoke up, breaking the stalemate. Brothers, this game belongs to everyone. Why should a few dozen of them block hundreds of us skilled players outside? We're all top-tier fighters from the major battle zones, with 8 or 9-star rankings. Letting Yin Yu Lu bully us like this won't that make us a laughingstock. They're all flagged as hostile. Why don't we just kill them all and loot their gear? Shisha continued, clearly trying to stir the pot and create chaos, hoping to land the final blow on the boss amidst the disorder. That's easy for you to say, someone scoffed. With that big red name of yours, you're just asking to get killed first. Just then, Yang Hao suddenly stepped out from the crowd and walked straight toward the entrance of Qingfeng Plain. Stop right there, kid. Scarface barked fiercely, leading a small team as they quickly approached. Behind him, a player with a Titan class pounded his chest and leaped forward, aiming straight at Yang Hao. The Titan thrust his palm forward, sending out a sweeping wave. This was the Titan's control skill, Vacuum Palm. Extinction Flash. Yang Hao's voice rang out as he launched his counterattack. Yang Hao suddenly unleashed an Extinction Flash, disappearing from his original spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he executed another Extinction Flash, reappearing directly in front of the team's healer. Control him, Scarface ordered with a cold smirk, showing no signs of panic as he saw Yang Hao charging toward him alone. In a split second, several control abilities were launched from all directions, converging on Yang Hao. It's over. Shisha, watching from the rear, turned pale as he witnessed the scene. Yang Hao's strategy was clear: target one person first to create a breakthrough, and then rally the rest of the team to charge forward. Once the first person dared to step up, the others would lose their hesitation. Shisha's incitement and rallying could then inspire the more courageous players to follow. However, if Yang Hao were to fall here, the morale would be crushed, and those behind might never dare to advance. Despite the incoming control abilities from all sides, Yang Hao remained composed. He raised his longsword high, and a golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. It was the skill of his weapon Eternity. In that fleeting moment, Yang Hao became invincible. Clang, clang, clang. The control abilities struck him but were met with the dull, metallic sound of impact, as if colliding with an impenetrable iron wall. His invincibility was brief, but it was enough. In the next moment, Yang Hao lunged at the healer. Shadow Kill Formation. 3 shadow images materialized simultaneously. Then, in rapid succession, he unleashed Oblivion, Drunken Dream Slash, and Thousand Strikes, executing the combination with blinding speed. Bang! Yet just as he delivered the third strike, someone suddenly charged at him from the side. It was, once again, a Titan. The Titan class specialized in control abilities, with nearly every skill designed to bind and restrict. Yang Hao was forced to retreat swiftly, using a second phase shadow skill to evade the Titan's attack. He then executed 2 extinction flashes in quick succession, creating some distance. Watching the healer in the distance recover their health with each passing moment, Yang Hao frowned. Had been so close to finishing her off. Back at Jingxian Pavilion, Yang Hao had been able to take down enemies consecutively because they were preoccupied with fighting the boss and paid little attention to his actions. Now, however, the entire Yin Yu Lu squad was focused solely on him. Trying to execute a swift takedown amidst this group was proving to be extremely difficult, even for someone like Yang Hao. Just then, a crimson-clad player named Shisha suddenly dashed forward, launching a fierce assault on the Titan. Seeing this, some of the players in the rear finally reacted. Inspired by Yang Hao and Shisha's bold moves, a few brave individuals could no longer hold back. In a matter of moments, over a dozen players surged forward, shouting, "Let's take them down." This wave of rage spread like wildfire. More players, seeing the initial group charge in, followed suit. Within moments, the entire team surged forward like a tidal wave, all targeting the red-named players of Yin Yu Lu, launching a frenzied assault. More and more players rushed forward. Seeing someone take the lead, the new server players swarmed in. Even those who were usually more reserved couldn't hold back and joined the charge. After all, the temptation of securing a top position in the early stages of the game was simply too great. Yang Hao stood to the side with a knowing smile on his face. His plan had worked. Once these 200 to 300 players flooded into Qingfeng Plains, the entire situation would inevitably descend into chaos. At this moment, the forces of Yin Yu Lu were surely concentrated around the boss, Howling Moon Skywolf. As the highest level and toughest boss near Irjuo town, even with their large numbers, it would take them several hours to bring it down. As the scattered players rushed past him, heading straight for the Yin Yu Lu group, Yang Hao's attention was caught by a figure not far away. It was a player with the ID Shisha. Although only level 13, far below the average level of the surrounding players, His performance made Yang Hao's eyes light up. In this large-scale skirmish, Shisha's damage output was nearly uninterrupted. His sharp sense of timing for attacks and his agile movement skills showcased an extraordinary level of play. This kid's got something special, Yang Hao thought to himself. Currently, players who had reached level 14 or 15 were mostly seasoned experts with at least an 8-star battlefield ranking. For Shisha to maintain such stable output in the chaos of this kind of battle clearly proved that his earlier claims were not just empty boasts. She truly had the skills to back them up. This sparked an idea in Yang Hao's mind. His real purpose in coming to the new server wasn't to profit from the game, but to scout for talented players to form an elite team. The new server was bustling with activity, and the National 100 Cities Battle was just around the corner. The 100 Cities Battle was the only gateway for ordinary players to transition into professional esports. Any player with a 6-star battlefield ranking or higher could form a 5-person team and register for the competition. This meant that tens of thousands of players across the country were eligible. The national finals of this tournament were equivalent to the 3rd-tier league in the China region. Only by winning the championship could a team advance to the 2nd-tier league, and only the 2nd-tier league champion could qualify for the JPL. The fierce competition of the professional leagues was evident. The JPL had only 16 teams, with only one team relegated per season. In the 2nd-tier league, out of 32 teams, only the champion could advance to the JPL, and at the grassroots level in the 100 Cities Battle, tens of thousands of players competed, yet only 6 individuals could rise to the top. Of course, even failing to win the 100 Cities Battle wasn't the end. This tournament was more like a massive talent showcase, where performance depended not only on individual skill, but also on teamwork. As long as a player displayed enough potential during the matches, teams from the JPL and 2nd-tier leagues would actively reach out. Of course, Yang Hao didn't have such an opportunity. The doors to the professional league were firmly shut for him. The only loophole in the system was forming his own team and fighting his way up. His eyes were fixed on the JPL league, and deep inside, his burning desire for the World Championship trophy was almost consuming him. The date, December 3rd, on the calendar stung his eye as a reminder that the 100 Cities Battle would begin in January, leaving him with only one short month to prepare. Yang Hao scanned through his roster. Shisha's performance was decent. Although his understanding of professional gameplay strategies was limited, those could be taught over time. What thrilled Yang Hao even more was that Shisha had a friend who specialized in playing as a tank. If he could bring him on board, their team would already have 3 members. They would only need to recruit a warrior and a healer to complete their 5-man lineup. On the battlefield ahead, Scarface sensed that the situation was turning unfavorable. He quickly retreated to the entrance, with the other members of Smoke and Rain Tower following closely behind. Scar, something feels off. We can't hold them back, one member said with a frown, his voice tinged with anxiety. Scarface's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yang Hao to actually dare to make a move against them. Facing a crowd of dozens against 200 or 300, he knew they stood no chance of winning. Damn it, that bastard Qing Yen has some guts, Scarface growled through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with fury. We have no choice. Everyone, turn off your red name status and let them in. Those inside, get ready. They're just a bunch of random players. They can't stay coordinated. Use the main channel to issue commands. Once we take them down a few times, they won't dare linger near the boss. No matter what, we must secure the first kill for this boss. Smoke and Rain Tower had already claimed the first kill for the level 10 dungeon. Although their record was later broken by Mu Chen's team, the honor of the first kill was still theirs. Securing the first kill for this boss would put them in the lead once again. More importantly, since the monsters in their area were slightly higher level than in other regions, their professional players had a good chance of reaching level 21st, giving them an opportunity to claim the first kill for the level 20 dungeon as well. By dominating these early achievements, they would not only cement their position as the top guild, but also attract high-level freelance players from other regions to join them. Following Scarface's orders, the members quickly deactivated their red name status. However, more than 20 of them were still killed, dropping a few pieces of green equipment. While this loss wasn't significant for the guild as a whole, it was not negligible during the early stages of the game. Enter the dungeon, Scarface ordered, his lips twitching as he made up his mind to hunt Yang Hao across the entire server. Damn that Qing Yen. First, he offends Jingxian Pavilion, and now he dares to cross us. Let's see how he survives on the battlefield after this. In the Wild team, Scarface's expression remained grim. He couldn't imagine Yang Hao surviving in this region after antagonizing 2 of the top 3 guilds. Retreat, he commanded coldly, leading the way into the Clear Wind Plains dungeon. The others followed closely behind, entering one by one. Yang Hao swiftly took down a fragile opponent who hadn't even had time to activate their defensive abilities, using a set of precise skills. However, luck wasn't on his side. Nothing valuable dropped, only a white-tire item that was utterly worthless. He couldn't be bothered to pick it up and turned away, heading toward the nearby area. Shisha caught up to him, teasing, "Damn, bro, your moves were sharp. I just saw you handle a 1v6 like it was nothing." almost wiped them out in seconds. Yang Hao glanced at him briefly and replied calmly, "You're not too bad yourself. Your damage output earlier seemed decent." Shisha grinned smugly. "Of course. If I went pro, I'd already be the next Mu Chun, you know? The only reason I'm not is because my parents wouldn't let me. Otherwise, Mu Chun wouldn't be the only name people talk about." Yang Hao rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. While Shisha had performed reasonably well, the gap between him and professional players was still glaringly obvious. Competitive matches were all about 5v5 tactical coordination, a far cry from solo duels or small skirmishes. Often, tactical awareness was the deciding factor. Judging by Shisha's earlier gameplay, it was clear he was still accustomed to the casual playstyle of public matches. Despite his talent, he clearly lacked the depth of tactical understanding needed for professional level play. "Come on, let's head inside. They're probably already halfway through the boss fight," Yang Hao said, striding forward decisively. Shisha nodded and followed. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Moon Lake, Wanwan was still grinding mobs with the members of the Glory team to level up. Through her headset, the lively discussions from the Glory team's base could be heard once again. "Man, Qingyan's got guts. I heard he headed to Qingfeng Plains again," someone remarked. "Really?" Zhizhu responded, his voice tinged with surprise. "How did he even get in? Isn't the entrance guarded by dozens of people?" Mu Chun muttered under his breath. He rallied other players wanting to enter the dungeon and cleared out the guards at Yanyu Tower's entrance. Zhizhu paused in astonishment. "That guy. He's got nerve, and he's not dumb either." Mu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. "Is he planning to clear all 4 dungeons? By the way, has the team managed to contact him? I heard a lot of teams have tried to add him as a friend, but he hasn't accepted a single request. Word is, he's got a bit of a strange personality." Zhizhu sighed in exasperation. "Yeah, that attitude of his." At that moment, Wanwan turned her head, her gaze falling on Yang Hao, who was walking toward Qingfeng Plains with a faint, confident smile. Her expression grew subtly more complex. People no longer knew how to describe Yang Hao. If it hadn't happened right in front of her, she would have thought she was dreaming. Who exactly was this teenage boy, who looked about 17 or 18? She couldn't figure him out at all. Wanwan was well aware of her own skill level. When Yang Hao led the two of them through a level 10 dungeon, shocking the entire server, she knew deep down that she had merely been along for the ride. Her contributions were so minimal that any healer in the game could have done the same. On the new server, Danjiang Tai, she was undoubtedly among the least skilled in terms of gameplay mechanics. And Yang Hao? First, he had single-handedly snatched a boss from Jingshuanj, throwing the entire guild into chaos. Now, he had fearlessly initiated a war against Yen Yulo. What kind of person was he? Wanwan stared at Yang Hao's slightly boyish face, finding herself increasingly unable to see through him. The ordinary young man she had initially thought was just a casual gamer making some extra money at an internet cafe now appeared far more enigmatic. She wasn't foolish. She had begun to sense that something was amiss. Someone who could reach the pinnacle of skill in Descend shouldn't look so unassuming, so ordinary. Her gaze shifted to Yang Hao's computer screen. At that moment, he was controlling his character, weaving through a dense crowd and heading deep into the heart of Qingfeng Plains. Wanwan, stop zoning out. The mobs have respawn Ejo fight them. A teammate's urgent voice suddenly came through her headset. Wanwan took one last deep look at Yang Hao before turning back to focus on her own screen. Yang Hao and Shisha moved forward side by side, heading straight into the depths of Qingfeng Plains. Before long, a piercing howl echoed through their headsets. "Oh well." The mournful cry of the howling moon wolf resounded across the vast plains. In the distance, a massive silver-white wolf roared ferociously, its blood-red maw emitting earth-shaking howls. Unlike the skeleton spirit boss they had previously exploited glitches to defeat, the howling moon wolf required sheer strength and skill to take down. This was the allure of Descend. Each layer had mini-bosses players could defeat for equipment, but the 4 wild zones featured world bosses with mechanics that allowed large groups of players to join the fight. Everyone had a chance to land the final blow, and the player who delivered the killing strike was guaranteed the best quality loot. The rewards justified the time and effort. The howling moon wolf's snow-white fur gleamed, and its massive frame was surrounded by hundreds of players. From afar, Yang Hao could see that the boss health bar had already dropped to 1/3. "Damn, these guys are fast," Shisha remarked in surprise. Yang Hao didn't charge in right away. Instead, he kept his distance to observe the battle. Meanwhile, other players were already rushing toward the howling moon wolf, all vying for a piece of the action before the boss went down. "Yin Yuli's got some serious skills," Shisha commented. "Man, their coordination is impressive," he added. "They're not the top guild in the server for nothing. Their execution is on point, and their roster is full of elites." "Yin Yuli's training camp alone has over 100 players," Yang Hao said calmly. "The YL team's youth training system is considered the most developed in the country, having nurtured numerous professional players active in the JPL arena. Known as the Huangpu Military Academy of Esports, the YL training camp has consistently supplied the industry with top-tier talent over the years." Getting into this training camp is no easy feat. The requirement is reaching 9 stars in the Crystal Tier's battlefield. This threshold is nearly unattainable in today's esports world, meaning many of these individuals were once top players in Crystal Tiers, and even some semi-professional players have emerged from here. Something feels off, Yang Hao said, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of caution in his tone. What do you mean? Shisha asked. Over at Yin Yu Lu, a group of people in the back isn't attacking the boss, Yang Hao continued. They might be getting ready to make a move. We have so many people here. What's there to be afraid of? We've got 200 or 300 people ourselves, Shisha scoffed. At most, they have about the same number. So what's the problem? This is different, Yang Hao said, his brows still tightly knit. Didn't you notice? Before Yang Hao could finish speaking, the leading members of their group had already moved swiftly toward Yin Yu Lu's ranks. Just then, among the group at Yin Yu Lu that had been staying away from the boss, all their names suddenly turned red. Almost simultaneously, they activated PK mode. At that moment, Yin Yu Lu's formation unfolded rapidly. Tanks moved to the front, and an orc player leaped directly into the scattered crowd. Following closely behind, all the AoE skills were unleashed mercilessly. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of explosions and screams. Shisha and the others barely had time to react before nearly 100 people were taken down. Immediately after, Yin Yu Lu's soul masters cast corpse-burning skills, sending the fallen players back to the respawn point in Qingfeng Plains. What the hell? Shisha's face turned pale as he widened his eyes. That's insane. At this point, the remaining scattered players began retreating, trying desperately to put some distance between themselves and Yin Yu Lu. However, Yin Yu Lu clearly had no intention of letting them go easily. A team of over 100 swiftly pursued them, leaving the 200 to 300 scattered players utterly defenseless, fleeing in disarray like beaten dogs. After some time, the pursuit gradually slowed as Yin Yu Lu's team began to pull back. About a dozen Shadow Step players continued to patrol nearby, while the rest returned to focus on the boss. Shadow Step, a class often underestimated in teams, may lack survivability in large-scale battles, but still holds a unique role in guild wars or major conflict scouting, gathering intelligence, and creating localized disruptions. Especially when probing enemy movements, Shadow Step players can be invaluable. What the hell do we do now? Shisha asked angrily. Are these people just cowards? Why isn't anyone fighting back? In a situation where we're completely outmaneuvered, Yin Yu Lu was able to suppress us so easily because of their command, Yang Hao sighed. We might have the numbers, but we're scattered and lack a unified strategy. Their team, though smaller, has clear leadership. Focusing fire, initiating fights, controlling the battlefield, all of these ensure their execution is incredibly strong. Even with just over 100 people, they can pin down our 300. If they'd been guarding the entrance earlier, we probably wouldn't have even made it through the gate, Yang Hao said with a tinge of helplessness in his voice. Just then, someone posted a message in the channel. Guys, we're too scattered right now. I used to be a commander in a major guild. If anyone wants to take the boss, join YY16286574. Soon after, several others chimed in. Halua Big Brother. Halua Second Brother. Golden Halua. Yang Hao and Shisha couldn't help but chuckle when they saw these names. Clearly, the commander of this group had prepared in advance. Should we join? Shisha turned to Yang Hao. If we want to take the boss, we need unified leadership. How can we not check it out? Yang Hao pondered for a moment before opening YY. After entering the reception channel, they saw rows upon rows of IDs with Hulyuwumd names. The sight was both familiar and comforting. Over 150 people have joined, Yang Hao murmured, his eyes fixed on the familiar lineup. It seemed the situation on the battlefield was quietly beginning to shift. Yang Hao was slightly surprised, not expecting the number of players to increase so quickly. Clearly, these people had all come with the goal of defeating the boss, and by now, the boss's health had dropped to a quarter. Time was clearly running out. Despite more than 150 players flooding the battlefield, the voice channel remained eerily silent. Just then, a magnetic voice broke the quiet. Over 150 people, this should be enough. Since everyone's here, it's obvious we all want to take down this boss. So, forgive me for taking charge. Let me lead this battle. This will be a historic moment for the pointing stage. Today, we scattered, independent players will unite to overthrow Yin Yu Lu tonight. The forums will be all about us. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly to himself. The speaker not only exuded confidence in their leadership, but also skillfully boosted morale, clearly no ordinary player. Looking around, Yang Hao noticed that this person wasn't a member of the Halua's family. Their ID was Zhuangmen. The name struck a chord with Yang Hao, as though he had seen it before, but he couldn't quite place it. Shadow dancers, gather at the back row. Zhuangmen's voice rang out again, calm and commanding. Once the fight starts, all shadow dancers follow my orders. Your first targets are their healers. Form up and prepare to advance. Remember, no one is to activate red names. Once everyone adjusted their positions, Zhuangmen continued. All right, get ready to push forward. Healers, listen carefully once you're in position. Cast all your group healing skills centered on the enemy's location. Or players, jump straight in. Our numbers may be smaller, but our gear isn't far behind theirs. We can win this. Don't be afraid to fight. Meanwhile, in Yin Yu Lao's voice channel, their leader, Zhan Yu, chuckled coldly. Keep attacking. Finish them off quickly. What's there to fear? They're just a ragtag group of nobodies. Scar chimed in, agreeing, exactly. These people are disorganized and chaotic. We've got 100 players backing us up, more than enough to handle them. Besides, with Xiao Tian leading from below, this is in the bag. To most players, Xiao Tian was regarded as the strongest commander in the game, often hailed as China's best large-scale battle strategist. Even though others, like Yuan, were considered top-tier commanders, many believed Xiao Tian's experience eclipsed theirs, and his legendary career commanded deep respect. When this game first became popular, Xiao Tian had briefly played as well. The first guild he joined was a small, unremarkable one called Ultimate Salted Fish Gang. It was a modest guild with fewer than 20 members and unimpressive gear, yet they never missed a guild war. Back then, guild wars were divided into 4 tiers: A, B, C, and D, with each tier further split into 4 sublevels. Xiao Tian's guild belonged to the lowest tier, level 4, hardly a force to be reckoned with. However, it was through these intense battles that Xiao Tian honed his exceptional command skills. After getting into gaming, Xiao Tian was quickly captivated by the strategic gameplay of large-scale guild battles. In just 2 days of studying, he began leading about 20 guild members on the YY channel. Under his command, the once obscure and inactive guild displayed remarkable potential, jumping 4 ranks within the Ding tier in a month and advancing straight into the Bing tier. When the guild hit a bottleneck in its development, opportunity knocked. 8 similarly sized inactive guilds approached them for a merger, resulting in the formation of a sizable mid-tier guild. Thanks to Xiao Tian's outstanding leadership skills, he was unanimously elected as the guild's chief commander. Over the next 2 months, the newly consolidated guild achieved extraordinary results. They fought their way from the Bing tier to the Jia tier with an undefeated record. Even in the E tier, where their opponents had superior numbers and equipment, Xiao Tian's brilliant tactical command enabled his team to pull off one thrilling underdog victory after another. With continuous mergers, the guild grew larger and eventually secured a place in the top-tier league of the Crystal Tiers server. Remarkably, their average equipment score was below that of most Yitier guilds, yet they managed to compete and thrive among the elite of the Jia tier, feat that was nothing short of miraculous. At the time, Yin Yu Lu wasn't yet the top guild on the server, but they had already climbed to the 4th rank in the Jia tier. In a critical match, Yin Yu Lu, with an equipment score advantage of 20,000 points, faced off against Xiao Tian's guild. Although Xiao Tian's team ultimately lost, they held their ground for an entire hour through sheer determination, a performance that cemented his reputation. Impressed by Xiao Tian's talent, the owner of Yin Yu Lu offered him a lucrative deal to join their ranks. With Xiao Tian on board, Yin Yu Lu became an unstoppable force, quickly rising from the 4th rank to claim the top spot in the Jia tier. Despite the prowess of Jing Xianji's commander Ivan, he never managed to defeat Yin Yu Lu under Xiao Tian's leadership, further solidifying Xiao Tian's title as the #1 commander. Yin Yu Lu eventually adopted a dual-core strategy. One team, led by Zhan Yu, focused on attacking bosses, while the other, commanded by Xiao Tian, specialized in defense. Now, as he gazed at the 100-strong team, led by Yang Hao below, a slight smile curved on Xiao Tian's lips. She was unfazed by the upcoming 100 versus 300 battle. At that moment, a thunderous command from left leader echoed through the YY channel. Charge. Instantly, all the orc players surged forward, while the healers behind them unleashed area effect healing spells under the feet of their opponents. All units, attack the rear. We hold an absolute advantage. Once we break their formation, victory will be ours. Left leader's voice echoed across the battlefield, brimming with passion. Following his command, Yang Hao's berserkers and spear warriors charged toward the enemy lines. However, execution quickly became an issue. Some warriors hesitated, fearing the loss of 10 experience points, which led to a disorganized assault. While a few brave fighters had already plunged deep into the enemy ranks, others lingered indecisively at the starting point. Standing in the back line, Yang Hao observed the chaos with a furrowed brow. What puzzled him even more was left leader's decision not to deploy the shadow step units, a recurring reason why this group often went underutilized during large-scale battles. The skirmish dragged on for a full 2 minutes. Despite left leader's fervent shouts, the defensive line led by Xiao Tian remained steadfast. The enemy's casualties were swiftly addressed. Fallen warriors were either revived on the spot or quickly returned to the fray after resurrection. The battlefield was a kaleidoscope of glowing skills, with the ground scarred by countless magical remnants. This isn't working. Yang Hao finally spoke up in the YY voice chat. Everyone else, stay quiet. Left leader snapped, his tone irritable. Am I the commander, or are you? Pull back for now, regroup, and we'll go again. The warriors and beastmen gradually retreated, while the Misty Rain Tower team held their formation, awaiting further orders. The YY channel soon erupted in heated arguments. What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you following orders? Just charge already. What are you afraid of, hiding in the back? They only have 100 people. If we break through their defense, the team guarding the boss might counterattack. Counterattack? Let them try. If they pull back to defend, they'll get trapped between us and the boss. Amid the noisy debate, Yang Hao shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter, our first priority is breaking through that defensive line. The strategy is sound, but our teamwork is lacking. Plus, we have over 30 Shadow Step units here, and they're completely going to waste." "They're not wasted," Left Leader retorted immediately. "I want the Shadow Step units to clean up once the enemy formation is scattered. They're useless in direct combat. Enough talk, trust me to lead us to this boss. As for who secures it in the end, that'll come down to luck." Yang Hao's expression darkened at those words. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "All Shadow Step units, listen to me from now on. I'm Qingyan. So what if it's Qingyan? In such large-scale battles, swaying is completely useless. It's not that I look down on swaying, but in situations like this, it really doesn't have much to contribute." Hearing Yang Hao's words, Masters was sneered and said casually, "Brother, stop messing around. Just sit tight and follow my commands." Then he added, "Since everyone is here, I'm the commander. Just listen to me, all right? Qingyan, even if you were Mu Chun, it wouldn't matter. The swaying class is simply ineffective. Look at Jifeng blindly choosing Swang and Gand, see what happened to the Yaoshi team in the end. Swaying as a class is just not viable." Yang Hao felt a sharp pang in his chest, anger surging up inside him. "Brother, if you want to criticize Jifeng, fine, but why drag swaying into this?" At that moment, another voice chimed in. All right, my bad. I misspoke. I meant swaying isn't good for group battles, but it's decent in unknown fights." Masters were raised his hand to cut them off. "Everyone, follow my orders." Yang Hao's face darkened, but he ignored Masters' wa and spoke again. "All swaying players, listen to my commands later. If he says swaying is useless, we'll show him just how wrong he is." As soon as he finished speaking, the swaying characters on Yang Hao's screen began to convert around him. Masters was momentarily stunned, then smirked and said dismissively, "Do whatever you want. I wasn't planning on commanding you anyway. Everyone else, listen up. All orcs, jump in. Let's go for another round." Despite the brief squabble, the team's goal remained the same, defeating the boss. Following Masters' commands, most of the orc players leapt into the fray, and the second round of battle began. Masters' voice was loud and clear, his commands precise, with every skill carefully planned. He was indeed a competent commander, but compared to Xiao Tian, the gap in skill was undeniable. "Swaying, get ready." Yang Hao suddenly whispered as the fight reached the 5-second mark. "Shut the hell up and stop causing trouble." Masters was shouted angrily. Yang Hao ignored him and continued, "Move behind the warriors first, then everyone go invisible and follow me around the right flank." Before he even finished speaking, he activated his invisibility skill, and the swaying players around him vanished from sight as well. "To the right flank, everyone to the right flank," Yang Hao murmured, calculating his next move. When the time comes, he'll make the first move. Before he could finish his thought, Masters were roared again. "Shut the hell up. Stop interrupting my train of thought." Yang Hao clenched his teeth and calmly continued to direct his team. "Flank right. Avoid their concentrated firepower." Under the cover of invisibility, he moved silently toward the enemy. 10 seconds later, he was on the right side of the enemy formation, so close that he could practically feel their presence. Just as the battle was about to explode, Yang Hao's expression darkened, had been muted and could no longer issue voice commands. "Damn it!" He cursed silently, hoping the swaying players behind him would follow his lead when he made his move. After all, he couldn't speak anymore. In the next moment, he struck, targeting a healer. As he moved, it felt as though the space around him was being torn apart. In an instant, shadows erupted around him, charging toward the enemy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the activation of the shadow kill formation, countless clones materialized around Yang Hao, merging into an unstoppable wave of destruction. As expected, the shadow fragments, upon seeing Yang Hao make the first move, showed no hesitation and erupted into action one after another. The battlefield on the right side of Yan Yu Lu was instantly consumed by the dark silhouettes. The ground was densely packed with their figures, blades and swords flashing like a torrential rain, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Annihilation, Thousand Strikes, Drunken Dream Slash. This basic combo of the shadow fragments was executed to perfection at this moment. These 8-star and 9-star Shadow Dream experts could all utilize this explosive skill set with deadly precision. Each strike was lethal, and their rapid attack frequency left no room to breathe. With the explosive sounds of skills landing, the enemy's defensive line on the right rear flank crumbled instantly. Dozens of them fell like wheat being harvested. And this was despite some of Yang Hao's group skills overlapping and wasting output. The next moment, Yang Hao performed 2 extinction flashes, his figure darting out of the crowd like lightning. His eyes gleamed sharply, clearly realizing the situation was turning dire. At this point, he could no longer command the shadow fragments that had charged into the enemy ranks. Due to the delay in issuing orders, some of them were still trapped amidst the enemy. It had to be admitted that while the shadow fragments had explosive power, their fragility was a glaring weakness. The moment the enemy shifted their focus, the center of the battlefield saw a large number of them fall. Only about a dozen managed to react quickly, using extinction flash to create distance and barely escape the danger. Yang Hao quickly typed in the current channel. He muted my mic. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many people in this wave. We should have pulled back immediately after the assault. Despite the disruption in command, the surprise attack had a significant impact. Yang Hao squinted his eyes, observing the battlefield's dynamics as he muttered, "At least we achieved our goal. Their defensive line is about to collapse." Indeed, the sudden assault of these 20 to 30 shadow fragments from the right side caught the enemy completely off guard. Xiao Tian's response to the ambush was slightly delayed, forcing a hasty redirection of firepower, which left gaps elsewhere. The front line's firepower was suddenly insufficient to withstand the enemy's intense suppressive attacks. Masters with sharp eyes immediately caught this opportunity. He roared loudly, "All warriors, engage! Full-scale charge! Their right side has been breached. Take them out completely." With the command issued, a torrent of skills poured toward Yin Yulu's front line. In an effort to patch the breach on their right flank, the enemy was forced to reallocate their defensive forces, drastically weakening their front line. As a result, they could no longer hold back the ferocious assault. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Yin Yulu members were killed, their formation collapsing into chaos. Xiao Tian's previously solid defensive line had completely fallen apart. Our Shadow Fragment brothers did an amazing job. Master Zhua was ecstatic, rallying morale in the channel. Who would have thought they'd actually pull off such an effective surprise attack? However, someone couldn't hold back their frustration and lashed out. "Stop bragging. Why the hell did you mute Qing Yan's mic? Unmute him already." Master Zhua replied. "He was interfering with my commands too much. Stop arguing now. The defensive line is broken, and I'm not unmuting him. Everyone, keep following my orders, push forward, and fight." Yin Yulu Heeden. Speaking rapidly, he continued, "They want Dare to go red right now. If they do, they'll have to deal with both us and the boss attacking them. Charge in now and join the fight for the boss. Whether we claim it or not depends on fate." Seeing the chaotic command situation, Yang Hao cursed angrily. "Idiot." He then typed in the channel, "This won't work. Once they regroup and launch a counterattack, if they go red inside, we'll all die in there." But Master Zhua ignored the messages in the channel, instead shouting in the voice chat, "When the boss is low on health, he'll call for a focus fire. Everyone, unleash all your skills at once. Whether we claim the boss or not, we've already won by taking down Yin Yulu." Sure enough, most people, seeing the boss right in front of them with its health running low, were driven by their fighting spirit. One after another, they charged straight into the enemy ranks. Killer's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he charged toward the boss with the crowd. However, his glaring red name became a fatal weakness, was instantly taken down by members of Yin Yulu as soon as he entered the fray. Although Yin Yulu's players hadn't activated the red name status and couldn't attack regular players, they were free to eliminate red name players like Killer without restrictions. "Damn it," Killer cursed angrily. Meanwhile, in Yin Yulu's YY voice chat, Zhang Yu frowned and asked, "Xiao Tian, how did your team get wiped out?" "We were ambushed by dozens of swaying players, but it's not a big deal," Xiao Tian replied calmly. "I'm regrouping on my side. Since we've already formed an alliance, get ready. Once I'm in position, activate red name status and flank them. Wipe them all out." In alliance mode, activating red name status wouldn't cause friendly fire among allies. "Got it," Zhang Yu responded briefly. With 1 or 200 solo players joining the fight, the boss health began to drop at an astonishing rate. Yang Hao had no choice but to blend into the crowd, silently praying that the enemy wouldn't execute a flanking strategy. 2 minutes later, the Howling Moon Wolf's health had dropped to about 1/8. Just then, Yang Hao's expression changed dramatically as a dense wave of red name players suddenly surged in from the rear. "Damn it," left leader shouted loudly. "They're flanking us. Everyone, focus on the boss." But at that moment, all members of Yin Yulu simultaneously stopped attacking the boss. The names of the players surrounding Yang Hao instantly turned a glaring red. Reacting quickly, Yang Hao activated his stealth skill and swiftly moved to the side of the boss. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Yulu's players unleashed a ferocious assault, and the solo players fell one after another. "Damn it, we're doomed," left leader shouted anxiously on YY. "Can we still take down the boss?" The answer was clearly no. It would take at least another minute to finish off the remaining health, but under Yin Yulu's pincer attack, the alliance quickly crumbled. "All red name players, eliminate them all," Xiao Tian shouted passionately in Yin Yulu's YY channel. Once red name status was activated, every player outside their own faction appeared as a red name. In just a matter of seconds, the alliance of solo players disintegrated, suffering heavy losses. Using his stealth, Yang Hao cleverly stayed near the boss, using the tank players in front of him as cover to avoid the crossfire. Although he was growing increasingly anxious as his stealth time dwindled, by now, the solo players had been almost entirely wiped out. Yin Laos members began switching back to peace mode, their names reverting to green, leaving only a few red name players visible due to their kills. Yang Hao had just ended his stealth mode and blended into the crowd of tanks beneath the boss. At this moment, all the members of Yin Lu, including the red-named players, had switched to peace mode. In this mode, even red-named players appeared with green names to regular players. With such a large number of players present, Yang Hao silently hid among them without drawing any attention. On Yin Lao's voice channel, a disdainful laugh broke out. A bunch of rabble dares to snatch the boss from us? Everyone, attack together and take it down. As her voice faded, Yin Lao's team quickly focused their firepower on the boss. The boss' remaining health was already low, just 5. However, as the battle neared its conclusion, Yang Hao suddenly heard Zhuo Zhongmin sigh through his headset. Damn it, we were so close. Didn't expect them to ambush us. Still, this wasn't a wasted effort. The forums are definitely going to blow up over this fight. Oh, and by the way, our Halua guild is recruiting. If you think my commanding wasn't half bad, add Golden Halua as a friend later. We're building a large guild, one that can rival those massive ones out there. Zhuo Zhongmin began discussing recruitment over the voice channel. A faint cold smile appeared in Yang Hao's eyes as his gaze locked onto the boss health bar. The tension in the air grew heavier. 3%, 2%, 50,000, 30,000. As the boss health dropped to just 10,000, Yang Hao finally prepared to make his move. But at that moment, all of Yin Lao's players suddenly stopped their attacks. Zhang Yu and her group stepped in to take over the boss damage output. It was clearly a deliberate move to ensure Zhang Yu and her team secured the first kill. The atmosphere within Yin Lu relaxed, with nearly everyone focused solely on the boss, paying no attention to their surroundings. Yang Hao, like a shadow, seamlessly merged into the crowd, silently closing in on his target. The health bar dropped further 5, 0, 0, 0, 3,000, 2,000. Whoosh. At that instant, Yang Hao made his move. He unleashed his shadow kill formation, his figure darting through the crowd like a phantom as he charged straight for the boss. The moment Yang Hao rushed in, he unleashed his entire skill combo. Who the hell is that? Someone shouted in YY voice chat. Nobody attack, let. But before they could finish, their expression drastically changed. The boss was dead, and they had no looting rights. An awkward silence fell over the Yin Lu guild's voice channel. The YY channel Yang Hao was in had fewer people now, but guild leaders was still tried to retain members. Their guild couldn't compare to major guilds, but this new server launch was an opportunity. If they could grow into a medium-sized guild, their future development would be promising, or at worst, they could negotiate a merger with larger guilds for decent compensation. During their discussion, a somewhat mischievous voice suddenly exclaimed, "Holy shit, what's going on? I just got 2 blue items and 2 green items." It was Sher Shah speaking. As Yang Hao's party member, they could participate in the loot auction and roll system for drops when in the same map. Indeed, in that crucial moment, when the boss had only 2,000 HP remaining, Yang Hao's burst combo finished it off. Usually, securing the final hit on a boss largely depended on luck. But since the opposing team wanted their professional players to get the first kill, only a few of them were attacking. When it came to burst damage, no one could compare to a Shadow Breaker. Yang Hao's burst combo, combined with the enemy's damage, took down the final 2,000 HP instantly. Ding! The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to players Qin Yin and Sher Shah for achieving the first kill on Qing Feng Yuan's boss, Howling Moonwolf. The moment this announcement rang out, everyone exploded with reactions. Wan Wan turned sharply to look at Yang Hao in shock, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. Yin Lu's reputation far exceeded Jing Xianji's, and they had allied with many other guilds for this boss, considering it a sure victory. Yet they still lost it. She couldn't imagine how Yang Hao had managed this feat. Watching Yang Hao's screen, she saw him quickly collect the gold from the ground before activating his stealth ability, vanishing from Yin Lu's sight. Yang Hao's face showed wild excitement. He had thought sniping this boss would be extremely difficult. Stealing a boss from 20 Jing Xiango members was already largely luck dependent. This time, he had to snatch it from hundreds of players. The difficulties seemed impossible, but the enemy's decision to let their professional team secure the first kill had given Yang Hao the perfect opportunity. Yang Hao's YY channel erupted with questions. What happened? Holy crap, how did Qin Yin survive? Damn, you actually got the first kill. The entire YY channel erupted in an instant, plunging into utter chaos. Jingxian Pavilion on YY. Right now, the whole Jingxian Pavilion is grinding for experience like mad in the Bone Spirit Cave. There are already hundreds of people gathered in the cave. Ivan muttered, staring at the information on the screen with a furrowed brow. His emotions were complicated because the Bone Spirit Cave wasn't just dominated by Jingxian Pavilion, but also by a coalition of several other major guilds, who had essentially taken over the entire area. The alliance between these guilds is suffocating us, Ivan thought gloomily. As one of the top 3 guilds in the entire server, Jingxian Pavilion had always held overwhelming strength. Yet, to his dismay, a player named Swaying had snatched the boss right from under their noses, a humiliating moment in his gaming career. As Ivan brooded, an unexpected announcement suddenly broke the tension. He froze for a moment. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered, staring blankly at the screen. Right then, a voice from YY came through. It was Situ. "The Yenyu Tower's boss got stolen? Is that person from Yenyu Tower? Again, it's this Qin Yan. Who on earth is this guy?" Another player chimed in. "I'm watching the Zhanyu livestream, and I just saw Qin Yan stealing the boss. He managed to vanish and escape successfully. Pretty sure he got it, but I don't know the full details," another voice added. "Haha, Yenyu Tower's boss got stolen? I'm dying of laughter," someone else said, barely able to catch their breath amid their laughter. The previously somber atmosphere in Jingxian Pavilion's YY channel suddenly became lively. Ivan found his own mood lightening as well. He exhaled softly and smirked slightly. "Well, Yenyu Tower really embarrassed themselves this time worse than I did," he murmured, a faint trace of cold amusement in his tone. Just then, Ivan's phone started ringing. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, he muted his mic on YY and answered the call. "Hello, boss," came a hurried voice on the other end. "I just got word that Qin Yin stole Yenyu Tower's boss again. And I heard he also led the Sui Meng group to take down Xiao Tian's first line of defense, didn't he?" The voice continued. "Yes," Ivan confirmed in a low voice. "That's correct. Have you looked into this guy? I think there's more to Qin Yin than meets the eye. Right now, he's got everyone's attention. We're holding steady online, ranking in the top 3, but we've been flying under the radar offline for the past 3 years, with no presence in the JPL or the pro scene. But with esports gaining traction, I've been considering expanding our offline operations. I've already reached out to a few promising pro players. What do you think about Qin Yan?" The voice asked calmly, cutting straight to the point. "Him? He's playing as a Swaying." Ivan responded instinctively. "Swaying isn't an issue. Look at Yaoshi War Team's Jai Fengyi also started out playing Swaying. Later, he transitioned to Berserker and led Yaoshi War Team to rise again. A skilled Swaying player doesn't have to stay in the shadows." Jingxian Pavilion's boss replied nonchalantly. Ivan paused before responding. "True, someone with his level of skill and talent at playing Swaying isn't bad. But he's from a non-traditional background. Jumping straight into the pro scene might not be easy. Being a casual player and competing professionally are 2 entirely different things. It would take him time to adapt, and whether he could adjust and achieve quick results is uncertain. If we're aiming for immediate success, we might need a more seasoned player." The person on the other line paused briefly before speaking again, this time with a calm but firm tone. "This guy has potential. Even if he can't play right away, nurturing him for a year would still be worth it. If he develops, he'll be a huge asset for us. On the other hand, if another team picks him up, he could become a major threat in the future. So, do everything you can to reach out to him and get a better understanding of who he really is." After a moment of contemplation, Ivan finally nodded. "All right, I'll get in touch with him." At the base of the Radiance Esports Club, the atmosphere was electric with heated discussions. The news spread like a bomb, exploding in every corner. One person snatched the boss's first kill from hundreds of players. The players in the base gathered in the lounge, their eyes filled with shock. What kind of person could pull that off? Jiju walked over to Mu Chun, giving his shoulder a pat, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. Yin Lu really suffered a huge loss this time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he leaned closer and asked, "Mu Chun, do you think this Swaying could be Jifeng?" Mu Chun froze for a moment at the question, his expression subtle. Jiju quickly shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. "Probably not him. Who knows where he's hiding now? He doesn't seem to have the heart for gaming anymore. It's a shame, really. He did have his issues, but his talent was undeniable." "I'm streaming," Mu Chun interrupted with a frown, subtly gesturing toward the cameras around them. Jiju immediately caught on and dropped the sensitive topic, shifting the conversation. "With Zhan Yu's personality, I bet he's absolutely fuming right now." "Yeah, let him fume," Mu Chun sneered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Yin Lu's setback is good news for us. We're determined to claim the title of the top guild on the command platform." Though Mu Chun didn't directly manage their online affairs, as a member of Radiance, his focus was primarily on training and competitions. Still, he naturally hoped for Radiance to secure the title of the top guild. Riding the momentum of their World Championship victory, Radiance was undeniably on a hot streak. Zhan Yu and Mu Chun, these 2 names were household in the esports scene. As direct rivals, both enjoyed massive popularity. Among the strongest teams in the country, YL and Radiance, the spotlight always seemed to circle back to these 2. Zhan Yu, China's #1 gun soul player and the commander of YL, was hailed as the soul of the team. With his strikingly handsome features, he had amassed a huge fan base, making him one of the most popular pro players in the country. In the eyes of many, his mastery of the warrior class was world-class. Yang Hao, too, was once considered a world-class warrior player, particularly during the semi-finals. His clutch plays and game-changing maneuvers had created perfect opportunities for Mu Chun to deal damage, ultimately helping the team reach the finals. However, in the finals, Yang Hao gambled everything on his performance and lost it all. And now, Yang Hao had done the unthinkable. He snatched the boss's first kill from Zhang Yu, one of the top players, and from the strongest guild in the country. The uproar this caused was monumental. On the very first day of descent, Yang Hao had become the brightest star in the entire game. So far, 3 bosses had been defeated, and Yang Hao had soloed 2 of their first kills, wresting them from 2 of the nation's largest guilds. The only boss first kill claimed by Yen Yu Lu had its record broken by Radiance. Yet compared to Yang Hao's accomplishments, the guild's achievements seemed insignificant. The first day on the command platform undeniably belonged to Yang Hao. Meanwhile, in Yen Yu Lao's YY voice channel, silence engulfed the hundreds of members, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Everyone was stunned. After about 2 minutes of dead silence, Zhang Yu finally broke it, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Damn it! How the hell did that bastard manage to hide here? His words broke the silence instantly. Qing Feng let out a bitter smile and said, I have no idea. This guy is truly something else. I can't believe he managed to pull this off. A glimmer of amazement flashed through Zhang Yu's eyes. In his view, the most critical trait for a professional player was their mindset. For Yang Hao to snatch the boss from professional players like them, even in what seemed like a hopeless situation, was a feat that only someone with nerves of steel could achieve. We have to recruit him, Zhang Yu silently resolved, no matter the cost. Even if Yang Hao wasn't used to the professional scene, even if he was just a casual player, the one thing the professional community valued above all else was talent. Talent ultimately determined the ceiling for a professional player. Although Zhang Yu hadn't faced Yang Hao directly, based on their performances in the level 10 dungeon, he was already convinced that Yang Hao possessed top-tier mechanical skills in the game Shattered Dreams. The 2 instances where Yang Hao managed to snatch the boss only solidified his judgment. Yang Hao undeniably had the extraordinary talent to become a top-tier professional player. As for losing the first kill on the boss, Zhang Yu felt a bit frustrated, but it wasn't something he cared too much about. For professional players, in-game equipment and rankings weren't their primary focus. Most of their time in-game was spent honing their skills for competitive play. Equipment was more of a convenience than a necessity. Once the professional league kicked off, they would be consumed with scrimmages and battlefield matches, leaving little time for dungeon runs. This time, their presence in the new server was primarily to expand their guild's influence. By leveraging their own popularity, they aimed to grow the guild's online presence. Compared to securing the first kill of a boss, discovering a prodigious talent with immense potential was what Zhang Yu truly valued. Unbeknownst to Yang Hao, his performance that day had already caught everyone's attention. After disengaging and entering stealth, he used the 20 seconds of invisibility to quickly make his way out. He had already rolled for and secured all the loot 4 pieces of gear, which now sat snugly in his inventory. His experience bar had also seen a significant boost. The boss's generous experience reward had pushed him close to level 17. Meanwhile, his party member, Shisha, also benefited from the experience gain, jumping from level 13 to level 14. Shisha, however, felt the boss had little to do with him and voluntarily chose to forego rolling for the loot. This decision earned Yang Hao's respect. At the very least, Shisha's integrity was beyond reproach. The 4 pieces of loot included 2 green items and 2 blue ones. If luck was on his side and he managed to sell them all, they could fetch over 50,000 renminbi in the early stages of the game. If any turned out to be exceptional items, the prize could go even higher. Yet Shisha didn't even hesitate before giving them up, proving his admirable character. This time, Yang Hao had avoided going into PvP mode, so his name remained green. This meant he didn't have to worry about being attacked and losing his gear. After slipping away from the crowd gathered at Misty Rain Tower, he casually strolled out of Qingfeng Plains. Finding a secluded spot, he opened his inventory and began admiring the loot from the boss. The boss dropped 4 pieces of equipment, 2 of green quality and 2 of blue quality. Yang Hao took a deep breath and eagerly moved his mouse toward the first green item. The attributes of Youth Wandering Frost Bracelet appeared on the screen. Physical attack 3062, physical accuracy 7. What excited him even more was the Youth Wandering buff effect it carried, which could increase all base attributes by 30. However, it required level 22 to equip. This was the 4th piece of the Youth Wandering set. Yang Hao had already collected 3 pieces and only needed the ring, bracelet, and weapon to complete the entire set. Unfortunately, his current level wasn't high enough, and aside from the ring, he couldn't equip the other pieces yet. The second green item, Splendid Wandering Moon Bracelet, also caught his attention. Magic attack 3062, magic accuracy 7. With the same 30 all attribute buff, and a level 22 requirement. The difference between these two sets was that one was designed for physical classes and the other for magic classes, while the rest of their stats were identical. Looking at this piece from the Splendid Wandering set, Yang Hao immediately made a decision: it had to be sold. He then shifted his focus to the 2 blue items. Thinking about how there had only been 4 blue items discovered on the server so far and all of them were in his possession, Yang Hao couldn't help but smile smugly. He recalled the first blue item he obtained, a spear that required level 20 to equip. For the Spear Soul class, it was considered a god-tier weapon before level 30. In this game, equipment was categorized by level brackets every 10 levels, and weapons were often the most valuable items. Take his current weapon, the level 10 blue Moon/Blade, for example. While it held significant collectible value as the first blue weapon on the server, its worth was bound to decline as level 20 green weapons became more common. However, the blade's unique eternal skill, Shadow Break, couldn't be learned until level 30, so he planned to sell it later when it would fetch a better price. As a professional player, Yang Hao wasn't overly concerned with equipment or battlefield points. His goal was to liquidate all his gear and use the funds to establish a brand new team. As for battlefield points, they were as easy for him to earn as drinking water. If he wanted, he could easily climb into the top 30 of the national server rankings or even higher at any time. When it comes to game equipment, Yang Hao had already made up his mind. To him, victory on the professional stage and the dazzling championship trophy were the ultimate pursuits. All equipment was merely a resource to be monetized. He quickly glanced over the blue gun and then shifted his attention to the final piece of gear, the Qinghua belt. The belt's attributes were impressive: 400 HP, 50 physical defense, and 42 magical defense, with a level 24 requirement. As one of the 5 pieces of armor, its defensive stats were top tier. Based on the current market, Yang Hao estimated that such a blue item would be worth at least 300 gold coins. However, the exact pricing would depend on his mood, as blue gear production at this stage was fully under his control. As for the online guilds, Yang Hao wasn't concerned for now. While most professional teams relied on guilds and adopted a synchronized online-offline development model, and although the online economy in Xinjiang platform was indeed lucrative, he preferred to wait for sponsors before considering those aspects. The immediate priority was to sell off his equipment quickly. Over time, especially with more of these set items being produced, their value would inevitably depreciate. Currently, while bosses dropped green sets, regular mobs and mini-bosses also had a small chance of dropping them, though the drop rate was undoubtedly much lower than that of bosses. Yang Hao predicted that wealthy players would rush to buy equipment before reaching level 30. After all, the level 30 dungeons were incredibly challenging. Even with level 20 green gear, clearing them wasn't guaranteed, as they required both individual skill and team coordination. Having a complete set would make the battles significantly easier due to the overflow in stats. After organizing his equipment, Yang Hao headed toward the market area in Irjuo town. Just as he logged out of YY, a voice message from Shisha came through. "Damn, bro, let me check out your gear. And tell me, how on earth did you manage to snag that boss?" Yang Hao chuckled and gave a brief explanation. After hearing the story, Shisha exclaimed, "Man, I'm impressed. I was going to ask you to team up with me, but now I realize you're the legendary Shattering Shadow, the guy who cleared dungeons with just 2 players. No wonder your ID looked so familiar." After a moment's thought, Yang Hao replied, "Hey, want to team up? Of course. Following you, we'll build the biggest assassin organization in the region," Shisha said excitedly. But Yang Hao shook his head and clarified, "That's not what I meant. I'm talking about forming a Team Afflinia professional team to compete in tournaments. Are you interested? How about we form a team to compete in offline tournaments and go pro? Are you interested?" Yang Hao asked, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. On the other side of the screen, Shisha quickly sent a voice message. "Damn, I knew it. You're a pro player, aren't you? But who are you? I watch a lot of pro matches, and I don't recall anyone who plays Shadow Shatter this impressively." Yang Hao was speechless for a moment, surprised at where Shisha's focus was. He repeated himself, "So what do you think? Do you want to go pro?" Shisha's voice message came through again. "Tell me who you are first. They'll need to know what kind of team you're putting together before I convince my parents. They're super strict." Yang Hao paused for a moment, then sighed lightly and said, "I don't have a team yet. I'm just a nobody. We'll build our own team and fight our way up from the open qualifiers." After sending the message, there was a brief silence from Shisha's side. Yang Hao noticed this and let out a bitter laugh. It was true, someone as talented as Shisha might not want to start from scratch with him. Players with skill usually aim straight for the JPL, where the salaries are higher and fame can come overnight. Compared to that, the attention on open qualifiers is practically non-existent. Bro, with the way you performed on the recent point platform, I'm pretty sure every team in JPL would be interested in you. You're really planning to start from the open qualifiers?" Shisha finally replied after about 2 minutes. Seeing the message, Yang Hao quickly responded, "I don't want to join those established pro teams. I want to build a team that fights purely for the love of competition, not one bogged down by commercialization." My goal is the championship. Shisha went silent again for another 2 minutes before finally replying. If I come, they'll be bringing my buddy along. How about this, give me 2 days? I'll let you know my decision then. Yang Hao's heart surged with excitement. He knew how hard it was to find the right skilled players in the current situation. Had already prepared himself to recruit some lower-tier players, around the 8-star level, and rely on his own abilities to lead them into the secondary league. There, Head showcased enough skill to attract stronger players to join. But now, Shisha's response gave him hope. Even if it wasn't a straight yes, the fact that Shisha was considering it was already a huge step forward. If he could recruit both of them, the team would already have its frontliner, backliner, DPS, and assassin roles covered. All that would be left was to find a warrior and a healer, and the team would be complete. Though forming a team full of exceptional talent was challenging, Yang Hao still clung to this dream. Not only would it save them from having to shuffle players later, but it would also give them more time to build team synergy. Most importantly, climbing up from the open qualifiers together would strengthen the bond among the teammates. He quickly sent Shisha a voice message. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Deal, deal, Shisha replied simply. Yang Hao let out a breath of relief, a rare feeling of ease washing over him. Today, luck seemed to be on his side. For now, he held something in his hands that was already worth thousands. After a brief sigh of contentment, he headed toward the marketplace area in Irjuo Town's commercial street. The commercial street was bustling with activity. Although the majority of players had yet to flood into Irjuo Town, it was already quite lively. Yang Hao knew that by tomorrow morning, this place would undoubtedly be as packed as the beginner's zone. Finding an empty spot, he sat cross-legged and began setting up his stall. First, he listed the green Jinhua bracelet for a steep price of 50 gold. At this stage of the game, that was equivalent to about 10,000 yuan in real-world value. Next, he priced 2 pieces of blue equipment, a gun, and a belt at 500 gold each. The price was indeed on the high side, as blue-tier items were considered transitional gear, with a market expectation of around 250 gold. However, Yang Hao was currently the only player in the entire server with blue-tier items. He wanted to take a gamble and see if any wealthy players would be willing to buy them at such a premium. He named his stall Server-Exclusive Blue Gear Shop, a title that held significant appeal at this stage of the game. As for the remaining green equipment and the Xiaoyan set, he planned to keep using them until he reached level 30. After setting up his stall, Yang Hao glanced at Wanwan's computer screen and saw that she was preparing to log off. By now, it was already 1 a.m., and as a working professional, she couldn't stay up as late as Yang Hao. Wanwan had already reached level 18, which was on par with the average top-tier players, while the fastest team, led by Mukin, had reached level 19. Calling it a night, Yang Hao asked. Wanwan nodded and hesitated briefly before saying, You know, you should seriously consider going pro. I've been watching Mukin's team streams, and their management has been constantly trying to add you as a friend. Why haven't you accepted? It was true. The commotion Yang Hao had caused at the arena had made many people eager to add him as a friend, but his friend list still only contained Wanwan and Shisha. Even if I went pro, I wouldn't join them. Yang Hao replied with a dismissive tone. Why not? They're the most popular team in the country. Joining them could make you an overnight sensation, Wanwan pressed. Besides, their overall strength is really impressive. I play as an assassin. I'm not going to compromise and switch to a warrior for their sake, Yang Hao said flatly, recalling a past experience where switching roles had not ended well. Wanwan yawned. All right, I can't stay up any longer. I'm off to bed. Don't forget to help me with the level 20 dungeon tomorrow. Go get some sleep, Yang Hao said with a smile, watching her log off. As soon as Wanwan left, a player with the ID King's Gun Soul sent Yang Hao a friend request, asking if he could sell the gun and belt at a lower price. Yang Hao immediately accepted the request and asked for an offer. How about 800 gold for both items as a bundle? The player quickly replied. Just as Yang Hao was about to agree, he received several more friend requests, all from players interested in buying the items. However, their offers hovered around 700 gold. Seeing Yang Hao's delayed response, King's Gun Soul added, Brother, I've been gathering gold all day and managed to scrape together 814. Let's make a deal and be friends. If you ever get any more good gear I need, I promise I'll treat you right. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he packed up his stall and agreed to the trade. The deal was completed swiftly, and Yang Hao pocketed 814 gold, equivalent to a staggering 160,000 yuan in real-world value. While he was still basking in the excitement, King's Gun Soul sent another message. Hey, brother, are you selling gold? Yang Hao stared at his phone screen, momentarily stunned. First, the other party spent money to buy his equipment, and now they wanted to use real cash to buy back in-game currency? This move made him marvel inwardly. Now this is what you call a true tycoon. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed. Sell? Of course I'll sell. You're generous, brother. Add me on WeChat, and we can handle the transfer privately. The reply came almost instantly. Yang Hao quickly sent over his WeChat ID. As soon as the new contact was added, a transfer request for 160,000 yuan popped up on his screen. At that moment, Yang Hao felt his heart skip a beat. This amount of money carried a different weight now. Back when he was a professional player, his annual income reached 5 million yuan, and 160,000 seemed insignificant. But now, at the lowest point in his life, this money felt like a lifeline, enough to serve as the initial funding for building a new team. After some careful thought, Yang Hao didn't immediately accept the transfer. Since the other party was this generous, there might be more opportunities for collaboration in the future. He first completed the in-game transaction of 800 gold, and only then did he click to accept the transfer that made his heart race. Boss, you're so generous. May you be blessed with 1,000 wives. Yang Hao jokingly messaged with a laugh. I'm a woman, came the reply from Jun Wang, leaving Yang Hao frozen in place. He took a closer look at the other party's game character. It was indeed a female gun soul. That class was already rare among female players, and with an ID like Jun Wang, which translates to monarch, it was no wonder he hadn't considered the possibility. Glancing at her WeChat profile, he noticed her username was Junwang Meiru Hua, monarch beautiful as a painting, and her profile picture was indeed of a woman. Ahem, looking forward to working with you again, rich lady. Yang Hao replied awkwardly. After a moment, Junwang sent a long message. I used to live in the suburbs, but I came here recently to start a guild. I'm also thinking about buying a JPL slot. You seem pretty skilled. Would you be interested in working together? Once I secure the slot, you could come for tryouts. We're planning to build a top-tier team. Yang Hao inhaled sharply at the message. A JPL slot? That's worth at least 20 million yuan, and even then, it's a scarce resource. Jun Wang's level of investment was truly astonishing. Indeed, more and more capital was pouring into the esports scene, including from some of the most prominent companies in the country. The esports industry is booming domestically, with its market size continuously expanding. It was at this moment that Jun Wang revealed a significant piece of news to Yang Hao. Mashi is almost confirmed to join us. We're just waiting to secure the slot. The name sent a jolt through Yang Hao's heart. Ma Xiao, player who had spent 3 years navigating the professional scene. Although his popularity didn't rival top-tier players like Mukin or Zhang Yue, his skills were undeniably exceptional. In the world of esports, performance is the ultimate proof. No matter how strong an individual player is, without impressive achievements, recognition is hard to come by. Unfortunately, Mashi's team, MG, had always been relatively weak overall, limiting his ability to fully showcase his talent. Now, it seemed he was seeking a new path. I don't want to compete in the JPL for now. Yang Hao declined the opportunity politely. Jun Wang, however, didn't seem overly disappointed, replying briefly, all right, that's a bit of a shame. As someone aspiring to build a professional team, she had an in-depth understanding of the professional scene. In her eyes, while Yang Hao was talented, he was ultimately just a casual player. The transition from a casual player to a professional competitor was a long and arduous journey. Even with extraordinary talent, crossing that gap was far from guaranteed. After ending the conversation with Jun Wang, Yang Hao sold his equipment. Looking at his level, only 16, he decided to pull an all-nighter to grind. At this point, he could no longer visit Jingxian Pavilion or Misty Rain Tower despite his advantage as a Shadow class player with stealth skills. These areas had already been occupied as more players flooded into Ordo Town. As for Blue Moon Lake, it was dominated by Yaoshi's guild. While a confrontation with Yaoshi was inevitable, now was not the time. His goal was clear, to reach level 22 by the time the Blue Moon Lake boss respawned the next morning. That way, he could equip the complete Young Wanderer set, significantly boosting his combat power. After weighing his options, he decided that the Ice Cave was his only viable choice. When Yang Hao arrived at the Ice Cave, a number of unaffiliated players had already gathered at the entrance. Although there were many independent players, their lack of organization made it difficult for them to challenge the dominance of large guilds. At the entrance, around 20 female avatars stood guard in unison. Though they were merely in-game characters, they were undeniably eye-catching. As Yang Hao approached, a crisp female voice called out sharply, "Stop right there." Yang Hao frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the scene before him. On the first day, it was clear that the 4 major guilds had no intention of relinquishing their monopoly over the 4 wilderness areas. Even a single day of exclusive control could raise their overall level to around 20, giving them a significant advantage. However, by tomorrow, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Although these guilds were sizable, tomorrow a large number of players with 7-star rankings and above would flood into Ordo's town. The influx of solo players, small groups, and minor guilds would completely change the dynamics. In any game, while large guilds may be powerful, the true backbone is always the solo players and smaller guilds. Once the number of players reaches a critical mass, the collective outrage becomes impossible to suppress, and even the largest guilds can't maintain control. The key for these guilds to widen the gap in levels and gear lay in this very day. Stop. As Yang Hao took a step forward, a crisp female voice stopped him in his tracks. He frowned slightly, his gaze landing on the player's ID Tao Shan. If you want to enter the ice cavern, you have to join our guild, Liu Xian. The woman said, arms crossed, and tone uncompromising. This outcome was within Yang Hao's expectations. He sighed softly. It seemed that if he wanted to farm monsters, he'd have to clash with these people. I'm used to being free and independent. I'm not interested in joining any guilds. Yang Hao replied calmly, his gaze firm. Humph, then you're not allowed in, Tao Shan said with a haughty snort, tilting her chin slightly. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice deepening. And if I insist on going in, then you'll have to see if the sisters of Liu Xian are willing to let you, Tao Shan said smugly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yang Hao sighed again. I don't want to make enemies with you, but if you really won't let me in, I promise Liu Xian will suffer heavy losses today. What's going on? At that moment, a figure emerged from the teleportation portal. She seemed to have overheard their conversation and frowned slightly. This guy says he won't join us, but still wants to enter the ice cavern to farm monsters, Tao Shan complained with a pout to the newcomer. The newcomer was also a woman, with the ID Shui Mo. When her eyes landed on Yang Hao's ID, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Qingyan. Yang Hao didn't respond, merely taking another 2 steps forward. Stop right there, you pig-headed jerk, Tao Shan shouted, her voice sharp. If you take one more step, I'll kill you. Let him in. Shui Mo's sudden words left both Yang Hao and Tao Shan stunned. Yang Hao had been prepared for a fight, but was surprised when the other party backed down so easily. But Sister Mo, this guy? Tao Shan seemed flustered. The guild leader told me to guard this area. Letting him in is the guild leader's decision, Shui Mo interrupted, then turned to Yang Hao. Qingyan, we have no intention of crossing you. The guild leader predicted you might come here and hopes that when you're free inside, you can meet with her. She's on the 5th floor of the ice cavern. Yang Hao was taken aback again. The guild leader of Liu Xuan, a legendary beauty, actually wanted to meet him? That was unexpected. But upon reflection, the reason was likely more about recruiting him. On the opening day of the server, he became the most dazzling figure, not just the target of major teams, but also of large guilds eager to recruit him. Moreover, under the umbrella of Liu Yuxuan, there was also a JPL team, and not just any team, but one of the top-tier teams in the country, ranking among the top 4. If I get the chance later, I might go meet him, Yang Hao muttered to himself, scanning the players around him before heading toward the nearby ice cavern. Standing at the entrance of the cavern, Tao Shan shot him a fierce glare as he approached. Lucky you. Yang Hao opened his voice chat and cheekily said to Tao Shan. I'm going in, little girl. You big jerk. Tao Shan snapped angrily, her face full of dissatisfaction. Ignoring her complaints, Yang Hao activated a skill called Extinction Flash. His figure moved like lightning as he dashed into the ice cavern in an instant. In the game's lore, the ice cavern was a cursed place, a land of the dead. Legend had it that a vile necromancer controlled the undead here, turning the entire region into a frozen wasteland amidst the wails of the deceased. Unlike the skeletons of the Bone Spirit Cave, the ice cavern's monsters were primarily undead creatures, led by zombies. The first layer of monsters was mostly around level 15, which offered little experience for Yang Hao. Without lingering, he traversed the dim corridors and headed straight for the 2nd and 3rd layers. The monsters in these 2 layers were around level 20, making them the ideal challenge for his current level. While higher-level monsters might grant more experience, they were significantly harder to kill, reducing efficiency. As for the 5th layer, Yang Hao had no plans to go there for now. Similar to the 5th layer of the Bone Spirit Cave, the monsters there offered the highest experience points, but the map was small, the number of monsters was limited, and the grinding efficiency was not ideal. What followed was a long and monotonous grind for experience. Each monster he killed had a chance to drop copper or silver coins, and with some luck, defeating a mini-boss might even yield green-tier equipment. At this time, there were only a few hundred players in the ice cavern, leaving plenty of space for each to farm monsters. Occasionally, Yang Hao would encounter other players. They would glance at him curiously but didn't engage, each busy with their own leveling tasks. 2 hours later, Yang Hao had reached level 18, while the main player base in the game was approaching the level 20 threshold. As the clock struck 2 a.m., many players began logging off to rest, but Yang Hao persisted in grinding. His goal was to reach level 20 as quickly as possible to tackle the level-specific dungeon. As for Wan, she had already gone offline to rest, unable to keep up with his progress. Naturally, Yang Hao couldn't wait for her. Besides, with Wan now in the Yaoshi Guild, she would likely have the support of top players to help her clear the dungeon once she hit level 20. Drop some loot for me, Yang Hao shouted, his weapon gleaming coldly as he executed a precise drunken dream slash on a small boss. The boss fell with a thud, and at the same time, a green glow suddenly lit up the dark cave, illuminating the surroundings. No way, it actually dropped something, Yang Hao exclaimed in delight, rushing forward to pick up the loot. To his slight disappointment, it wasn't part of the Xiaoyan Yu set, but just an ordinary green ring. With more players entering Ordo Town, the value of green equipment around level 20 had already begun to decline. These items now sold for around 10 gold coins, but were not in high demand. Wealthy players weren't fools. Ordinary green equipment would inevitably be replaced. Most were waiting for prices to drop further before buying. At this stage, only blue-tier equipment could fetch astronomical prices and truly capture the attention of the big spender players. The ring in Yang Hao's hand was a level 15 green physical attack ring, significantly stronger than the white ring he had been wearing. Admiring the shining ring on his finger, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. At this point, his attack power had surpassed 1,000, and with his blue weapon in hand, there were very few players in the entire game whose attack power could rival his. Although some wealthy players might already have a complete set of green accessories, making them equally formidable, for now, he remained confident and at ease. Brimming with self-assurance, he equipped his gear, stretched lazily, and headed toward the third level of the dungeon. By around 3 a.m., the initial excitement of the first day had begun to fade. While the game's opening rush had drawn a massive number of players online, as time passed, working professionals and most students gradually logged off. The number of players pulling all-nighters dwindled. Mu Chun had also ended his live stream, but remained online. At this time, the focus of nearly the entire server was on the first clear of the level 20 dungeon. Most players had reached level 19 already, but Yang Hao's progress had been delayed by earlier battles, and it was estimated he wouldn't hit level 20 until around 6 a.m. While Yang Hao was immersed in the monotonous grind of farming experience, a discussion was taking place in the training room of the YL Club, where several top-tier players had gathered. Zhan Yu Qingfeng frowned slightly, his tone carrying a trace of displeasure. He didn't accept the friend request? No, we've tried adding him several times, and the notes were clear, but he hasn't responded. One of the players behind Qingfeng said indignantly. His attitude is a bit arrogant. Who is he? Zhan Yu's gaze turned serious as he asked. Just an ordinary player, not even close to being on the same level as us at Yenyu Lu, yet he dares to ignore us. Let me try adding him, Zhan Yu said decisively, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Moments later, he sent out a friend request with the note. Hello, I'm Zhan Yu from the YL team. Interested in having a chat. After sending it, he didn't leave immediately but kept his eyes fixed on the friend list. 3 minutes passed, but Yang Hao still hadn't responded. Zhan Yu's expression darkened slightly, an uneasy feeling creeping into his mind. Staring at the screen calmly, he said in a cold voice, if he's unwilling to communicate, then let Yenyu Lu take action. Issue a server-wide kill order. Issue a kill order? That would mean war to the death. Qingfeng frowned, crossing his hands on the table. This person managed to push Jing Xiangu to such extremes. Issuing a server-wide kill order might backfire on us. Zhan Yu's lips curved into a confident smile. Since when did Yenyu Lu fear a solo player? Who would dare defy our kill order? As a key figure in both Yenyu Lu and YL team, his words carried significant weight. Qingfeng sighed and nodded. Fine, start broadcasting across all streaming channels. Although the game system prevented players below level 30 from using world chat, Yenyu Lu's influence extended far beyond that. As a mature business operation, Yenyu Lu not only had a professional team, but also managed a large streaming company. Among their streamers were top-tier personalities like Xiao Long, famous for his Shadowbreaker gameplay. The team manager acted swiftly. Soon, all streamers under Yenyu Lu's banner displayed a prominent announcement. Server-wide hunt for Qing Yan. Provide kill screenshots for 500 renminbi reward. No expiration date. This bounty was pocket change for Yenyu Lu's wealthy backers, but it effectively intimidated the entire server. Through this method, Zhan Yu intended to either force Yang Hao to join Yenyu Lu or completely break him, thereby cementing their guild's dominance. With major streamers amplifying the message, the kill order quickly spread throughout the game. The 500 yuan bounty was tempting for ordinary players. Killing the target 10 times a day meant 5,000 yuan, causing many to eagerly prepare for the hunt. Meanwhile, in Luo Yuxian's YY meeting hall, Guildmaster Zi Yao was conducting a meeting. Yenyu Lu is hunting Qing Yan. A voice broke the silence. Zi Yao contemplated briefly. Issue orders. Our guild members are not to attack him. This is between him and Yenyu Lu. But Qing Yan is in our territory. If Yenyu Lu comes demanding him. Another voice worried. Zi Yao dismissively waved. We've been their enemies for so long. Why should we fear them now? A male voice then spoke up. Zi Yao, this doesn't benefit us at all. This Qing Yan seems intent on staying solo, refusing to join any guild. I suggest we drive him out of Ice Cave now. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the power play between various factions began to surface. Xiao gazed in the direction of the Ice Cave and spoke calmly. I have my plans. Let him stay in the Ice Cave for now. Tao-san, didn't I ask you to tell him to come see me earlier? Didn't you pass on the message? Tao-san looked puzzled. I did tell him. Hasn't he come to see you after all this time? That kid. Xiao pouted slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. Meanwhile, Yang Hao remained oblivious to all of this. He was currently grinding monsters on the 3rd level, focused on leveling up to 20, aiming to secure the first clear of the level 20 dungeon. While he was engrossed in defeating monsters, a system notification suddenly popped. UPA player with the ID Chonger had sent him a party invitation. Shifting his perspective, Yang Hao noticed two female characters standing behind him. One was the inviter, Chong'er, and the other had the ID Xiaoyu. Chong'er was a soul master accompanied by two pets, while Xiaoyu was a starlight maiden. Both were level 14, evidently having just completed the main storyline quest in Irjuo town. Hey, big brother, will you help carry us? A soft, sweet voice called out, strangely familiar, though Yang Hao couldn't quite recall where had heard it before. Considering that having more people would boost efficiency, and with a healer in the party, Yang Hao accepted the invitation. Wow, thank you, big brother. Chong'er's excited voice was particularly pleasant, lifting Yang Hao's spirits. Meanwhile, in a small rental apartment in Shanghai, Feng Qianqian in-game ID, Chong'er and Xiaoyu were squealing with excitement. Yes, we've got someone strong to carry us. Feng Qianqian exclaimed with delight. He's the most dazzling top player on the leaderboard today. The short-haired Xiaoyu couldn't hide her excitement either. I can't believe he's so approachable and actually agreed to help us. Make sure to flatter him, Feng Qianqian said with a grin. Having a skilled player like him guide us through a new dungeon is going to be full of benefits. Xiaoyu quickly switched to a sweet tone. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. How is your damage output so high? Her attitude towards Yang Hao had completely transformed from earlier indifference. By 4:30 a.m., Yang Hao was nearing the 4th level, with his experience bar on the verge of hitting level 20. Xiaoyu and Chong'er had also leveled up to nearly 17. At this point, major guilds like Mukin's Yao Shi and Zhang Yu's Yin Lu had reached level 20 and started attempting the dungeon, but no team had cleared it yet. The forums were abuzz with discussions about the noticeably increased difficulty of the level 20 dungeon in the new server. With players' base stats now higher, the requirements for equipment and damage output had risen accordingly, making it impossible for even professional players to clear the dungeon effortlessly. This presented a rare opportunity for Yang Hao, who was about to hit level 20. Just then, a melodious voice called out. Quite the ego you've got. It's been 3 or 4 hours since I invited you to come see me on the 5th level, and yet you still haven't shown up. Yang Hao turned around and saw a female soul master approaching from a distance. Her ID was unmistakably Xiao, the leader of Liu Pavilion and widely regarded as the most beautiful woman in Descend. This was a player whose fame rivaled that of professional gamers. The moment Yang Hao saw her, he suddenly recalled that during their time in the ice cave, Tao Shan had mentioned that if he had the chance, he could visit the 5th floor of the ice cave to find Xiao. At the time, he was busy farming experience points and gradually forgot about it, planning to meet her when he eventually reached the 5th floor. Unexpectedly, she had taken the initiative to approach him instead. Yang Hao cleared his throat lightly and said, I was just about to come find you. Xiao smiled faintly, her eyes carrying a hint of playful amusement. Oh, really? It seems like you were having such a great time with those two ladies that you nearly forgot my invitation. Yang Hao chuckled and glanced at Xiaoyu and Chong'er, who were standing beside him. The two seemed visibly nervous upon seeing Xiao. Chong'er murmured softly, hello, guild leader. Xiao paid them no attention, her gaze remaining fixed on Yang Hao. Come to my YY. There's something I want to discuss with you. Yang Hao's heart stirred slightly. From the start, he had understood that Xiao's invitation and her request to meet in person were likely aimed at recruiting him into Luo Yuxian. This assumption was almost certainly correct. However, Yang Hao had no intention of joining any team. For him, the game was just a temporary pastime. His real focus was on real life, where he needed to earn money. Luo Yuxian's offline team, on the other hand, was an old rival of his, known as LG. In the spring season, they had secured the runner-up position, reached the top 4 in the summer season, but ultimately failed to qualify for the World Championship after losing in the final qualification matches. To Yang Hao, Luo Yuxian held no particular appeal. Still, since Xiao had extended an olive branch, it wouldn't hurt to hear her out on YY. He nodded. All right. Xiao quickly gave Yang Hao a YY ID. After logging in, Yang Hao changed his YY name to Qing Yan and entered Luo Yuxian's channel. As soon as he joined, Xiao immediately pulled him into a private room. Inside, it was just the two of them. So what's up, gorgeous? What do you need me for? Yang Hao asked with a teasing smile. Xiao furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly surprised by his tone. Your attitude is a bit different from what I imagined. Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao smiled faintly and waved it off. It's nothing. I called you here to discuss something. Are you interested in joining Luo Yuxian? Yang Hao had anticipated this question and wasn't particularly surprised. He smiled lightly and replied, not really. I'm used to living freely on my own. Besides, once I hit level 30, my focus will likely shift to the battlefield, and I won't be as involved in the game. Xiao's eyebrows arched slightly, clearly caught off guard. She had always been confident, and it was rare for players, especially male honesto, reject her invitations. Though she had somewhat expected this outcome, experiencing it firsthand still felt a bit disappointing. She gave a soft laugh, her gaze still deep and unreadable. Are you sure you won't reconsider? You do realize that Yin Lu has issued a server-wide kill order against you. As a seasoned player, you should know what that means. Once a kill order like this is issued, It usually spells doom for the targeted player, forcing them back to the beginner's village. At this point, Xiao paused briefly, a glimmer of confidence flickering in her eyes. But my Luo Yuxuan can protect you. They've issued a server-wide kill order against me. Yang Hao's voice was low and steady, his brows furrowing slightly. It was clear he hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this extent. Xiao nodded solemnly, her expression serious. Yes. So how about this? Come join my Luo Yuxuan. I won't restrict your freedom. You can do whatever you want. I won't even make you try out for my team. A faint smile played on her lips. Honestly, it sounds pretty exciting. However, Yang Hao's reaction was completely unexpected. Instead of showing any panic, he narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. If they've issued a server-wide kill order, then this won't end peacefully, Yang Hao said calmly. Aside from those professional players, what are the names of the top executives of Yenyulo? Xiao froze, her face filled with disbelief. What are you planning to do? Yang Hao's lips curled into a cold, unsettling smile. They've issued a kill order on me. Of course, I have to fight back. Otherwise, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? You're planning to take on the entire Yenyulo by yourself? Xiao asked in shock, her voice full of incredulity. Why not? Yang Hao chuckled, his eyes brimming with confidence. I'm swaying. When have I ever been afraid of stealthing and taking people down? They started this conflict what? Am I supposed to apologize and back down? We'll see who loses in the end. Taking on the strongest guild in the server single-handedly, if Xiao hadn't heard it directly from him, she would have thought he was insane. After hearing his words, her mind seemed to go blank for a moment, unable to process the information. It took her a full 2 minutes to find her voice again. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't push you, Xiao said slowly, then shifted her tone. But, since the ice cavern is currently under my control, and you've been leveling peacefully here to reach level 20, don't you think you owe me a favor? Don't even start. The ice cavern is just a dungeon that anyone can enter. Yang Hao immediately retorted, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. If anything, it's you guys who are being unfair, monopolizing this spot, and keeping regular players out. Xiao was momentarily speechless. Anyway, let's not dwell on this. She quickly adjusted her demeanor. The second thing I wanted to ask you, how about teaming up with us to secure the first clear of the level 20 dungeon? Yang Hao hesitated, his brows knitting together. Your LG team can't handle it on their own? Our main team hasn't even come to the new server, Xiao explained calmly. They're focused on training for the next season. We want to make a big impact, so we don't want to distract them with leveling here. Later, they'll level up their accounts and join us for battlegrounds. For now, I want to invite you to lead a few of our youth trainees to secure the dungeon's first clear. Whatever class you need, I can provide. Yang Hao fell into brief contemplation. It was true that ever since the launch of the new server, Dainjiang Tai, nearly all of the country's top players had flocked here. Professional players who usually played ranked matches with randoms had naturally migrated to this server as well, raising the intensity and quality of the battlegrounds. And now, with Xiao offering to pair him with a group of youth trainees players who were all 9-star experts in the battlegrounds, highly skilled in their operations, it was certainly a better option than assembling a random group. This was undeniably a good opportunity for him. All right, I agree. Yang Hao finally nodded. That's more like it. Xiao grinned mischievously, a sly glint in her eyes. I have to say, I have a pretty good impression of you. Honestly, if you'd refused, I was planning to reveal your identity to the entire server. Then you'd really be in trouble. Yang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively asked, what do you mean? Xiao's smile widened. What if I told everyone that Qin Jianho is currently being condemned by the entire server is actually you, Jifeng? Do you think you'd survive the backlash? Yang Hao was taken aback, his expression instantly turning serious. The fact that this woman knew he was Jifeng was completely beyond his expectations. Facing Yin Yulo alone didn't intimidate him. Even though they'd issued a kill order, most players were still focused on leveling up. At most, they'd attack him on sight, but wouldn't go to great lengths to hunt him down. However, the name Jifeng was far too notorious at this stage. If it got out, countless players would likely abandon their leveling goals to truly hunt him down across the server. Making money in this district would become nearly impossible. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how Xiao had identified him. Who's Jifeng? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yang Hao feigned ignorance, trying to mask his inner shock. Hee, Xiao chuckled, relax. Since I'm here to negotiate, I have no intention of exposing you. I really don't know what you're talking about. Yang Hao continued to play dumb, though his eyes involuntarily flickered with unease. Xiao didn't press the issue further. She smiled and said, all right, let's not get hung up on this. For now, the most important thing is to secure the first clear of the level 20 dungeon from the hands of Yen Yulo, Yao Shi, and Jing Xuanzhi. Yang Hao felt the tension on the rope and was quickly pulled back to the surface. He swiftly sent a message in the game to Pet and Xiao Yu. Ladies, something's come up here, so I can't keep grinding with you. All right, master player, but could we add you as a friend? Xiao Yu asked in a gentle voice. Yang Hao agreed to the request and quickly completed the friend addition. Afterward, he and Ziyao entered the 5th level together. The experience points on this level were noticeably higher, and at their current pace, he estimated it would take just 20 minutes to reach level 20. So, tell me, what class do you need? Ziyao got straight to the point. Yang Hao thought for a moment before analyzing. The level 20 dungeon boss has both defense and attack boosts, right? That's correct, Ziyao nodded and explained. That's why those guild teams are getting stuck. Even though they've borrowed their guild's best equipment, they'll eventually clear it. But Mu Chun has already assembled a full Youth Wanderer set. Hearing this, Yang Hao frowned slightly. The Youth Wanderer set not only had excellent base stats, but also boosted base attributes by 30, which was an incredible advantage for damage output. Meanwhile, his own set was still missing 3 pieces. With the boss's attack boosted, a single tank can't hold it, Yang Hao said. We'll need a warrior to share the load. Berserkers and gun souls can both act as off-tanks. Plus, warriors can deal decent damage too. Ziyao nodded and got to work, quickly pulling 5 people into the channel. Iran, how's it going on your end? A magnetic voice, clearly modulated through a voice changer, responded, we've wiped several times. The boss is down to 20 HP, but we just can't get through. Its health is too high. The pretentious tone made Yang Hao feel a bit annoyed. Ziyao said, hold on. In a bit, you 5 will team up with Qing Yan. Qing Yan? You mean that Shadow Step player? Iran's tone shifted noticeably. After Ziyao confirmed, she went silent for a moment before listing all the weaknesses of the Shadow Step class. Shadow Step is way too fragile in this kind of environment. Even tanks with damage reduction can only take 3 hits. He probably can't even take 1. Any mistake would waste the healer's revive and contribute nothing to damage output. We'd be better off taking it slow. Just support us with gear. I'll cover that 20 damage gap, Yang Hao said calmly. With a Shadow Step? Iran's tone was dripping with disdain. This kind of progression dungeon has no room for error. Forget it. Yang Hao was already used to this kind of prejudice against the Shadow Step class. Another team member chimed in. And if you join, we'll lose a warrior to share the damage. If the coordination is off, it'll lead to a full wipe. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly. At level 20, I can learn the skill Eternal. The cooldown is 20 seconds, so we'll be able to handle it by then. Although Yang Hao felt a surge of displeasure at the other party's attitude, he suppressed it with a deep breath and said lightly, if you're unwilling, then forget it. Ziyao immediately spoke up with a firm tone. Iran, I made myself very clear. You'll team up with him and follow his commands. Iran tried to say something, but was cut off sharply by Ziyao. Do you not understand plain words? If you refuse to cooperate, pack your things and leave the team tomorrow. Ziyao's sudden sternness shocked even Yang Hao. It was a stark contrast to her usual playful and gentle demeanor. Ziyao's words hit like a hammer, silencing Iran and the others. However, their silence still carried an obvious reluctance to work with Yang Hao. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yang Hao decided to smooth things over. It's fine. If they're unwilling, they'll just join a random group. With this kind of tension, forcing cooperation wouldn't yield good results anyway. Just then, an orange-tagged user named Shun Lan entered the room. As a high-ranking member of the guild, his appearance immediately drew attention. Without hesitation, he said, seriously, can't we just use our own people? Why do we need outsiders? Upon seeing Shun Lan, Ziyao's tone softened slightly, but Shun Lan continued, if Iran and the others don't want to, let it go. A loner class like Shadowblade is useless for clearing new content. Even Gale, a world champion, failed playing Shadowblade. What makes you think an outsider can pull it off? Even if we get the first clear, people will just say Liu Xian relied on someone else. Hearing this, Yang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Shun Lan then directly dismissed him, saying, that Qing Yin person, you can leave now. Shun Lan, don't go too far. Ziyao's tone turned icy. But Yang Hao had no intention of continuing the argument. He left the YY channel without hesitation. Opening his friend list, he messaged Shisha, how much longer until you hit level 20? 2 or 3 minutes. I'm grinding levels super fast at the Elite Pavilion. Shisha replied excitedly. After a brief exchange, Yang Hao decided to gather his team and aim for the first clear in 20 minutes. He quickly reached level 20 and left the ice cavern, heading straight for the level 20 dungeon. In the YY channel of Liu Xian, Xiao's tone was unusually cold. Deep Blue, you're overstepping your bounds, she said in a low, displeased voice. I noticed there were some youth training members present earlier, and I didn't want them to think there's any conflict among our guild's leadership. What exactly is your intention? Deep Blue responded with a hint of indifference, his tone carrying a trace of helplessness. Xiao, I don't mean anything else. You know how I feel about you. It's just that you're being overly kind to that guy named Kinjian Almist, excessively so. I could understand when you gave him special permission to farm in the ice cavern, but now you're even helping him compete for the first kill? I find that hard to accept. Xiao let out a cold laugh. Foolish. Our first team is focused on intensive training, and the second team simply isn't strong enough to compete with other major guilds for the first kill. You're well aware that our goal this time is to extend our offline influence into the online space. You don't want all the glory to be snatched away by others, do you? Deep Blue fell silent. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. I understand. But regardless, seeing you treat another man so well makes me uncomfortable. Zio's tone softened slightly. Deep Blue, how many times do I have to tell you? There's nothing romantic between us. We're just partners. We're not suited for each other. Am willing to wait for the day you think we are? Deep Blue murmured, his tone resolute. Until then, they'll make sure to drive away every man around you. Xiao was silent for a moment. After taking a deep breath, she said, working with Qing Yin is purely professional. He's highly skilled and hasn't joined any guild yet. He has a strong personality, so using forceful tactics won't work on him. That's why I plan to take a softer approach and gradually bring him into Liu Xian. Look at his rising reputation on the dual platform. If he joins us, the benefits for our guild will be immense. Deep Blue's voice grew firmer. Everything else I can accept, but in this case, I feel like you're treating him differently. Xiao frowned in frustration. After a long pause, she said softly, you're impossible. She felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the conversation happening in Liu Xian's YY channel, Yang Hao was busy with his game. After reaching level 20, he quickly teamed up with Shisha to begin the next phase of monster farming. The two of them cleared monsters at an impressive speed. In just 4 to 5 hours, Shisha's friend successfully leveled up to 20 from the starter village, displaying efficiency on par with professional players. Shisha, speaking over voice chat, introduced with a laugh. Bro, this is the friend I mentioned, his name's Kuliang. And this here is Qing Yan. Whoa, the real Qing Yan. Kuliang exclaimed upon hearing Yang Hao's in-game ID. Wow, dude, you were on fire today? Snatching the boss from Jingxian Pavilion and Yingyu Tower, you're a legend. Yang Hao gave a faint smile. Just lucky, that's all. He replied nonchalantly before changing the subject. Let's get moving. Time to assemble for the team. The three of them quickly gathered at the entrance of the level 20 dungeon. A few other players stood scattered around, and the atmosphere felt rather subdued. It's already incredibly late, almost 5 a.m., and most people have gone to bed. There weren't many players who had reached level 20 yet. Outside the dungeon entrance, only a sparse crowd of a few dozen players lingered, while recruitment messages echoed across the public chat channel. JSBL Team Pro leading the charge. Recruiting all classes with 9-star battlefield ratings or higher. Guaranteed clear of the level 20 dungeon. Level 20 dungeon sightseeing group. Come see how much harder it's gotten. Everyone's welcome. Yang Hao stood at the dungeon entrance, frowning slightly as he observed the players nearby, trying to recruit for their teams. Why the hell are there so few people? Shisha grumbled, leaning against a stone pillar with his arms crossed. Kulian rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone is as idle as you? If your mom found out you spent all night gaming instead of studying, she'd break your legs. Look who's talking. As if you didn't stay up all night too. Shisha shot back immediately, though a grin spread across his face. It was obvious the two were old friends. Their banter had the kind of ease and familiarity that only close relationships could foster. Yang Hao listened to their playful bickering while retrieving the gear he had just obtained from his inventory. He skillfully equipped the level 20 Youthful Journey necklace around his neck. Youthful Journey, Pine Moon Pendant. With a soft chime, the system notified him of the attribute boost, and his stats panel reflected simultaneous increases in attack and accuracy. Accuracy was crucial in this game. Without enough of it, attacks would simply miss the boss and deal no damage. With this, Yang Hao had collected 2 pieces of the Youthful Journey set. In comparison, the rest of his gear was fairly average: 2 white quality bracelets and a green grade ring. However, with his blue grade weapon and the 2 Youthful Journey accessories, his attack power was already higher than most players at his level. More importantly, reaching level 20 had unlocked a new skill for him, Eternal. Unlike the weapons version of the same skill, this one had a cooldown of just 20 seconds. For the Shadow Step class, this was the ultimate survival skill. However, using it effectively required precise timing. For many Shadow Step players, the skill was seen as underwhelming because it was so hard to master. But in the hands of an expert, it was a game changer, an invaluable tool for turning the tide of battle by blocking significant damage and counterattacking at critical moments. After adjusting his gear, Yang Hao typed into the current chat channel. Level 20 dungeon. Recruiting skilled players with 9-star battlefield ratings or higher. Going for the first clear. First clear. First clear. As soon as his message was sent, his team application queue lit up with requests. Most of the players who hadn't entered the dungeon yet were high-level solo players. Yang Hao's performance throughout the day had already made him a standout in the eyes of many. He quickly scanned the list of applicants and selected 3 players: a Berserker with the ID Ranho, a Soulmaster named Mayun, and a healer with the quirky name Add Me on WeChat. Join the YY channel. They'll be giving instructions there. Yang Hao sent out the voice chat information. Within a minute, all 6 team members had joined the designated channel. Clearing his throat, Yang Hao addressed the group. You're all 9-star battlefield players or better, right? This dungeon has been significantly buffed and demands precise teamwork. Let me be clear, if you're not confident in your skills, feel free to leave now. We're aiming for the first clear, and am confident we can achieve it in one go if everyone performs at their best. Shisha responded with a cheeky grin in his voice. You've seen my skills. Watch me dish out non-stop damage from start to finish. Yeah, I'm good too. The others chimed in one after another. Alright then. If there are no issues, I'm entering the dungeon now, Yang Hao said, taking a deep breath and clicking on the NPC to initiate the dungeon. As soon as they stepped inside, a chilling, maniacal laugh echoed from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. They found themselves in an eerie underground palace. This was the domain of the level 20 dungeon's boss. The final boss was a sinister undead sorcerer who had plagued the town of Irjuo. Ah, more fresh meat has come to me. A sinister, ancient voice hissed as Yang Hao's team took a few cautious steps forward. Remaining calm, Yang Hao addressed his teammates. The mechanics haven't changed much from before. Once we're in position, we'll start the fight right away. This first clear is ours for the taking. Shisha licked his lips, his gaze sharp. What do you think? If they see us fighting alongside you, and we snatch the first kill, do you think their anger will spill over onto us? Yang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing. At the moment, he was being hunted by the combined forces of Jingxian Pavilion and Misty Rain Tower guilds. If they managed to secure the first kill, it would trigger a world announcement, making the situation even more precarious. Yang Hao let out a cold laugh, a trace of mockery at the corners of his mouth. I doubt it. Does that mean no one can play with Qingyan anymore? What's there to be afraid of? Shisha scoffed. I'd actually welcome a server-wide kill order against us. It's not like this is the first time that's happened. Exactly. We're already used to it. Ku Liang chimed in with a cheeky grin. They can hunt us all they want, but who ends up losing out in the end is still up in the air. Yang Hao chuckled. All right, let's get ready. Once we're inside, we start the fight immediately. Let me explain the strategy first. Everyone nodded in agreement. No problem. Just take the lead when the time comes. Yeah, just focus on leading and staying alive. I'll handle the damage output with Soul Master, Shisha added. Staying alive? Yang Hao smirked playfully. How about this? If my damage output is lower than yours, I'll give you 2 gold coins. Are you serious? Shisha raised an eyebrow. You, a shadow step, dare to compete with me on damage? If my damage is higher than yours, I'll kill myself on the spot. Shisha declared boldly. Yang Hao smiled faintly. Just then, Soul Master Ma Yun joined the conversation. Hey, can I get in on the bet too? The 3 of us can wager 2 gold coins each. Whoever deals the highest damage takes it all. Ma Yun clearly had confidence in his damage output. After all, they were all top-tier players with 9-star battlefield rankings, just shy of professional level standards. While not yet elite pros, their skills, mindset, and tactical understanding set them apart. I'm in. For gold coins, easy money, Shisha said smugly. Me too. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes. But here's the Delvant die, chasing damage numbers. If anyone dies because of greed, I'll have to call them out. Don't worry, Shisha replied with a mischievous grin. The only real competition here is Ma Yun. There's no way your shadow step can outdamage me. Yang Hao simply smiled and said nothing. Just then, the healer, Sister Admi on WeChat, chimed in. Stop chatting and get started. Misty Rain Tower and Yaoshire have already begun. They've got the Young Wanderer sets now, and Jingxian Pavilion has 2 sets as well. 2 sets. Yang Hao was momentarily surprised. The Young Wanderer set was no longer rare. It was a popular level 30 endgame gear set. With so many players in the region, it wasn't unusual for them to gather 2 complete sets. Yep, Jingxian Pavilion embarrassed themselves when their boss was stolen. So now they're taking the level 20 dungeon first kill very seriously, Sister Admi on WeChat explained. Didn't Mukin and his group stop streaming? Yang Hao asked. They started streaming again when they entered the dungeon, Sister Admi on WeChat replied. Admi on WeChat, girl, and let's stop the chatter. Let's get through this first. The 6 of them took 2 steps forward and entered a sealed palace. Deep within the palace sat a hunched figure, gripping a bone staff in one hand and leaning on a crutch with the other. The atmosphere around him was chilling. Was a necromancer. As they approached, the necromancer's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and the corners of his cracked lips curled into a sinister smile. Ah, the taste of human flesh. How I miss it, he rasped, his voice low and slightly hoarse, his mouth opening slightly, as if in anticipation. Engage. Yang Hao commanded without hesitation. Ku Liang leapt forward with a furious roar. Miss me? I'll knock your filthy head off. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged at the necromancer, his titan-like palms swinging fiercely toward the necromancer's head. Smack! A loud impact echoed. Suddenly, the necromancer's sharp, chilling laughter rang out in the air. Ha ha ha. But just as the titan's hand was about to strike, the necromancer's figure flickered, teleporting right in front of him. A cold wind swept through the room, carrying a sense of deathly foreboding. The skull in the necromancer's hand began to glow with a ghostly green light. Moments later, several glowing orbs shot out, hurtling toward the titan and striking him violently. Each orb exploded with a deafening blast. Boom, boom, boom. The titan's health dropped rapidly, as if it were nothing. What the hell? This damage is insane, he thought, his expression shifting as he quickly activated his damage reduction ability. Just then, tiny specks of starlight descended from the sky, landing on the Titan and restoring a portion of his health. Yang Hao exhaled softly. Go all out. Attack! Shisha shouted, swiftly drawing his bow. The bowstring glowed brightly as arrows shot out like meteors, tearing through the air with immense force toward the necromancer. Annihilation flash. Yang Hao dashed forward, closing in on the boss in an instant. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful combo, the Soul Master urgently warned, watch out. Don't get caught in the boss's AoE attack, or else. Before the sentence was finished, Yang Hao had already dodged the boss's attack with graceful precision. His movements were fluid and seamless, and without missing a beat, he executed a burst of devastating skills, dealing continuous damage. Shisha's eyes lit up in admiration. Impressive, he exclaimed. The divine arrows in Shisha's hands radiated blinding golden light, each shot carrying immense power. His damage output climbed rapidly, surpassing that of both him and the Soul Master in an instant. As time went on, everyone couldn't help but pause for a moment, their eyes fixed on Yang Hao. Soul Master and Shisha, in particular, realized that Yang Hao, while engaging the boss in close combat, maintained a flawless rhythm of attacks with almost no interruptions. The boss's abilities seemed unable to touch him. Shisha drew in a sharp breath, deeply impressed. He had always known Yang Hao was skilled, but seeing such perfect execution firsthand left him in awe. Despite Shisha and Soul Master's strong output, they couldn't match Yang Hao's consistency. Only by working together in a dungeon like this could they truly gauge each other's skill levels. Yang Hao was slightly surprised as well. Shisha's performance was exceptional, especially his ability to dodge the boss's AoE skills while maintaining uninterrupted attacks. Mukin's side is down to a third, came another update from anew on WeChat. At that moment, Yang Hao began to form a new plan in his mind. The idea of teaming up with Shisha and Soul Master to create an even stronger group became increasingly appealing to him. Yang Hao kept dealing damage at full capacity while asking, how much longer have they been fighting compared to us? They've been at it for about half a minute longer than us, replied Meizi Jiaoweixin. Yang Hao's expression shifted slightly. Their team was now nearing one-third of the boss health, meaning their attack speed was faster. Relying on his movement skills, Yang Hao maintained consistent damage output without falling behind. Meanwhile, the Yen Yulu group on the other side had already passed the halfway mark. Yen Yulu started earlier than Mu Chen's team, Meizi Jiaoweixin commented. Yang Hao nodded. This boss-first clear battle, taking place in the early hours of the morning, hadn't drawn much attention due to most players being offline at this time. However, come morning, when everyone logged back into the game, news of this first clear fight would undoubtedly explode. It was rare to see multiple guilds competing for a first kill like this. Such events only occurred because the national server introduced the new Point General Platform feature. If Yang Hao and his ragtag group managed to take the first clear from these large guilds, it would cause an even bigger commotion. Third phase. Ku Liang, drop combat, and let the Berserker take aggro. Yang Hao shouted. Got it. Ku Liang chuckled. Titan's massive body suddenly pulled back before controlling the Berserker to charge forward, swinging two enormous axes right at the undead mage's face. Bang! He successfully drew the boss aggro. The undead mage's attacks landed ferociously on Ku Liang, causing his health to plummet sharply. Stars of light descended from the sky. It had to be said, Meizi Jiaoweixin's healing skills were exceptionally top-notch. In an instant, they released 2 healing abilities consecutively while activating a group damage reduction skill. As the strongest support class, their role as a healer was fully showcased at this critical moment. Ads are spawning. Use AoE skills to clear them, Yang Hao commanded. We only have 10 seconds, but don't neglect damage on the boss. Understood. Shisha responded with a grin. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of dark energy glimmered in the undead mage's hand. It transformed into thin, black threads that fell to the ground, materializing into skeletons around 10 of them charging straight at Yang Hao's group. Time to farm damage. Shisha yelled, piercing holy arrows. His character, Sheng Jian, performed a sudden flip, drawing the longbow. The golden glow on the arrows turned transparent, and a series of blue arrows shot out, piercing through the minions and hitting the boss simultaneously. Piercing holy arrows, the ultimate AoE skill of Sheng Jian, capable of dealing explosive damage, lasting for 15 seconds. At the same time, Mo Yun smiled faintly. With a slight flick of his wrist, the 2 pets he had summoned dove into the mob of minions, while he himself continued focusing on the boss. Although his damage output on the boss slowed slightly, it wasn't a significant issue. As for Yang Hao, he didn't have the same tools as the others. His primary damage focus remained on the boss, only using his Shadow's AoE ability to deal with nearby minions. However, his damage against the ads was noticeably lower compared to Shisha and Mo Yun. In an instant, the damage per second DPS of Shisha and Ma Yun surged ahead of Yang Hao's. Glancing at the damage panel in the bottom right corner, Yang Hao noticed that Ma Yun, leveraging the advantages of a spellcasting class and the AoE output of 2 summoned pets, had broken past the 3000 DPS mark. Shish's holy arrows followed closely behind with 2800 DPS, while Yanghao's output hovered around 2300. The high DPS at the moment relied heavily on the dense clusters of mobs on the battlefield. As the mobs were quickly cleared, the DPS of all three began to drop sharply. Eventually, Yanghao's DPS stabilized around 1700, Shish's at about 1800, and Mayun's just a few points higher than Shish's. Heh, looks like there's another wave of mobs coming up. Qingyan, those 2 gold coins of yours, Mayun, and I will gladly accept them in advance, Shisha said smugly. 2 stacks switch. Yanghao ignored Shish's taunt and immediately activated his burst skills to attack the boss, followed by his disengagement skill. The boss's aggro shifted to him in an instant. Bang! A black magic orb hit Yanghao squarely, dropping his health to near zero. With his thin defensive gear, he couldn't withstand the boss's attacks. Facing a second incoming magic orb, he decisively used his eternal skill to negate the damage. As the third magic orb came hurtling toward him, Yanghao unleashed Shadow Kill Formation and 1000 Strikes. Just as the orb was about to hit, he swiftly activated Oblivion Flash to evade, seamlessly chaining into a second Oblivion Flash followed by a Drunken Dream Slash. I'm here. At that moment, Koyang's boss debuff wore off, and Titan arrived just in time. Using a forced taunt skill, Titan pulled the boss's aggro back. This was exactly the critical role of a tank in a dungeon. Yanghao steadied his breathing and continued attacking while saying, "This phase is crucial. With only 1 tank and 1 warrior, we must execute the aggro switching mechanics perfectly. When the boss's health drops to 20, that's the most critical point. At that time, the healer needs to pay extra attention to the healing output." Shisha and Mayun, observing from the backline, were secretly impressed. Yanghao had managed to sustain his DPS output while enduring 3 consecutive attacks from the boss, dodging 2 of them with pinpoint precision. Such hand speed and reaction time were undeniably top tier. When the boss dropped to level 20, it entered a semi-berserk state. Its attack power increased, and weak points began appearing on its body. Hitting these weak points would deal double damage, requiring even more frequent aggro switching among the team. As time passed, the team of 9-star experts on the battlefield executed their strategies with precision. 3 minutes later, they had pushed the boss's health down to 42. Considering the berserk phase lasted 5 minutes, they now needed to focus all their efforts on dealing as much damage as possible in the next 2 minutes, especially when the boss's health hit the critical 20 threshold. Just then, a message popped up on WeChat from a girl. "Yinyu Lu. Wiped out. They made a mistake?" Yanghao narrowed his eyes and asked. The girl, whose screen name was "Add Me on WeChat," shook her head and said, "The damage output and defense are seriously lacking. After 20, even with 2 warriors and a tank swapping aggro, it's barely manageable." Her fingers flew across the keyboard as her eyes stayed fixed on the screen. They're trying to brute force it with the tank holding the line. But this strategy leaves the berserkers unable to deal any significant damage, and melee output is heavily affected. When they got the boss down to 10, it went into a berserk mode. Yanghao's expression shifted slightly, a faint crease forming between his brows. Up until now, most major guilds had rarely managed to push the boss below 20. Even Luoyu Pavilion had openly admitted they were 21 short on damage. He figured that Mu Chun and the people from Yinyu Lu had likely pushed past the 20 mark before, but such occurrences were rare. Even with 2 sets of Shaon Yinyu gear, Yinyu Lu had only barely managed to bring the boss down to 10. This first clear of the boss is proving to be even tougher than expected, Yanghao murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. "What about Yaoshi?" Yanghao asked, frowning, his voice carrying a hint of tension. Without taking her eyes off the screen, "Add Me on WeChat," replied. "Their health bar is down to 30, but right now Mu Chun and Ghostblade's DPS are skyrocketing. Damage output often correlates with hand speed. The faster your hand speed, the higher your output tends to be. However, for a boss like this, sustaining high-speed actions for 5 minutes is a significant strain, even for top-tier pro players. Maintaining such a pace for just 1 or 2 minutes is already an impressive feat." It was clear that Mu Chun and Ghostblade were now pushing their hand speed to the limit. The numbers on the screen flickered and jumped, reflecting the intense real-time battle. Mu Chun's DPS has reached 2,400, and Ghostblade's is at 2,100. "Add Me on WeChat," suddenly raised her voice, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They might actually clear it. Yanghao licked his dry lips, his voice low and resolute. "The real challenge starts after 20. They started 30 seconds ahead of us. If they clear it, we'll need to make up that 30-second gap if we want to succeed." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward slightly, focusing on the rapidly changing numbers on the screen. 1.5 minutes left. The boss is at 39.2 health. We need to pick up the pace and go all out on damage. "Got it," came Shisha's curt response. At the same time, Yanghao could hear Shisha's keyboard clattering faster through his headset. the sound like a sudden downpour. The holy arrow in Shish's hands was now firing at an even quicker pace. Meanwhile, Yang Hao's own hand speed surged as well. His fingers danced across the keyboard with precision and force, each keystroke deliberate and impactful. The damage per second DPS of the three players was steadily increasing. Their output had quickly surpassed that of Mu Chen's team, and their speed far outpaced their opponents. At this point, they were closing the gap in the boss's remaining health. However, Mo Yun's DPS remained steady at around 1800. On the other hand, Shish's DPS was gradually rising over time. When the boss's health dropped to 30, Shish's DPS broke through 2000. Although still not on par with the combination of Mu Chun and Gui Dao, with Yang Hao's contribution, their overall damage had started to outshine the competition. Indeed, Yang Hao's hand speed had fully unleashed, and his DPS was climbing at a visibly rapid pace. 1,700, 1,720, 1,750, 1,800. Even after a threat switch, his DPS continued to rise. By the time the boss's health hit 30, his damage had soared to 1980, and it was still steadily increasing. Meanwhile, Mu Chen's team had managed to push the boss's health down to 24. 1.5 minutes until enraged, the girl reminded through WeChat. Yang Hao replied in a low voice, "Keep going." The somber background music echoed around them as the six players continued their relentless assault. The boss's health dropped bit by bit. 29, 26, 24. Finally, they pushed it down to 20. Although Mu Chen's DPS had slightly decreased, every strike landed squarely on the boss's weak points. At this pace, victory seemed within reach. The girl reminded again, 1 minute left. Yang Hao licked his lips. 4% to go. No problem. Keep pushing, lower its health. At that moment, the girl updated them again. Jingxian Pavilion is down to 3. Wiped out. Yang Hao sneered. Jingxian Pavilion is a bunch of losers. Jingxian Pavilion's professional players were far inferior to the teams of Smoke and Rain Tower and Glory World. Their league performance was below average, and the gap between them and top-tier players was apparent in all aspects. Even in the final stages of the fight, they couldn't compete with the stronger teams. Stop talking. Full focus on damage. Ku Yang roared. Meanwhile, in Mu Chen's livestream on Douyu, he was fully focused on controlling his sacred arrow. With every precise strike, faint red mist rose from the boss's body, flickering faintly. His attacks hit the flashing weak points with pinpoint accuracy, despite their brief appearances, much like a whack-a-mole game. Yet, Mu Chen managed to land his hits nearly every time. As the boss's attack intensity increased, the tank's defense was becoming strained. To maintain their damage output, they had to kite the boss around the arena, costing them valuable time. Despite this, Mu Chen's DPS kept climbing until it broke through 2,500. 6,666. Damn, we finally made it to this point. First kill is ours. The livestream chat erupted in excitement, with a flood of comments praising Mu Chen. By this time, the teams from Jingxian Pavilion and Smoke and Rain Tower had both been wiped out. They had run out of time, and all eyes were on Mu Chen's team as they neared the first kill. Mu Chen is insane. The chat was filled with admiration and applause. Mu Chen wasted no time, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he unleashed damage at full force. Speaking into his headset in a deep voice, he commanded, "No mistakes. Zhizhua, kite the boss properly. I'm going all out." "Got it," Zhizhua replied, then added, "Vivian, keep me healed." Zhizhua, the main tank of the Radiant Glory team, was responsible for holding the boss's aggro. "I know, no need to remind me," Vivian responded with evident irritation. As the team's healer, she was more than accustomed to her role. Mu Chen quickly glanced at the time, and then at the boss's health bar, the bright red numbers catching his eye. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "No problem, we can clear this." At this point, the boss's health had been reduced to 15. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet cafe, Yang Hao issued a calm directive, "Switch positions." Their team had brought the boss's health down to 18, trailing Radiant Glory by a slim 3 margin. "Understood," a teammate responded, charging at the boss with dual axes. But at this critical moment, the boss launched an energy orb that struck the player with pinpoint accuracy, leaving his health plummeting to just 20. Girlad WeChat swiftly activated healing skills, casting 2 rapid heals. However, the boss's second attack followed immediately, sending the teammate's health to 0. "I can't heal fast enough," Girlad WeChat said anxiously. "The boss's damage is too high." "Disengage. I'll take over," Yang Hao shouted. He promptly used a disengage skill and rushed in without hesitation, activating his eternal skill to tank the boss's initial spell attack. But the danger wasn't over yet. The boss's second energy orb was already on its way. Yang Hao pushed his reflexes to the limit, dodging it with a perfectly timed annihilation flash. He followed up with a second annihilation flash, closing the gap to the boss. "Maybe we should slow it down and kite the boss," Kulian suggested hastily. "Our damage is enough. If we drag it out, we might have a chance to take it down." "Stop talking," Yang Hao snapped, cutting him off. Clear your debuffs and get ready to take aggro. Until then, I'll hold it. Full damage output. The moment he finished speaking, Yang Hao's fingers danced across the keyboard like lightning, unleashing a rapid combo of 3 skills: Shadow Kill Array, Oblivion, Thousand Strikes, Drunken Dream Slash. He only executed 2 of the 1,000 strikes, but each hit landed squarely on the boss's weak points. This was no accident. Deliberately cut the combo short to refresh the energy for Annihilation Flash. In the next instant, he teleported behind the boss, skillfully dodging its 3rd wave of attacks. Yang Hao was acutely aware that neither Shisha nor Moyun could match Mu Chen's team in terms of skill. Their team was already trailing Radiant Glory, and kiting the boss would not only reduce his own damage output, but also hinder Shisha and Moyun. Staying in place and going all out was the only way to close the gap. But Kullian began hesitantly. Move faster, Yang Hao bellowed suddenly. The outburst startled Kullian and even drew the attention of several nearby all-night gamers. But Yang Hao paid them no mind, his focus entirely locked on the boss. Boom! Another energy orb hurtled toward him. Annihilation Flash. Yang Hao dodged again, simultaneously driving his blade directly into the boss's weak point with precision. Shisha and Mo Yun were unleashing their full power. Energy was running low. Yang Hao's expression shifted slightly as skill cooldowns had ended, yet he couldn't reset the cooldown for Annihilation Flash. At level 20, the number of skills he could learn was still too limited, and the resets for Annihilation Flash were severely insufficient. He knew that once he reached level 30 and unlocked all the skills, the combination of 3 abilities with Annihilation Flash would allow him to reset its energy 4 times with proper coordination. Only then would the high mobility of Shadow Fragment truly shine. A magic orb hurtled toward him, causing Yang Hao's pupils to contract. His fingers clicked rapidly on the mouse, making his character perform a series of subtle twists in midair while taking 2 nimble steps. The magic orb narrowly grazed past him before exploding upon hitting the ground. Though he avoided a direct hit, the explosion's AoE damage still caught him, leaving his health bar dangerously low. Cold sweat dripped down Yang Hao's face. If the orb had landed squarely, he would have been instantly killed. In the next moment, Yang Hao seized an opening and landed a precise Drunken Dream Slash on the boss' weak spot. "I'm here," he muttered. At the same time, Ku Liang re-entered the fray, successfully drawing the boss aggro. Yang Hao immediately vanished into stealth to disengage, launching a new round of full-force attacks. At this moment, his damage per second DPS began to skyrocket. As soon as Ku Liang took over the aggro, Shisha and Mo Yun stood in stunned disbelief, watching as every strike from Yang Hao hit the boss' weak spot with pinpoint accuracy. His reaction time and speed were almost otherworldly. Shisha was so shocked he nearly lost control of himself. After 10 seconds, Yang Hao's DPS surged past 2,100, overtaking Shisha. The boss health steadily dropped. 18. 15. When the boss health on their side fell to 10, Mu Chen's group was down to just 9. By this point, Mu Chen's DPS had soared to an astonishing 2,600. The health bar was dropping fast, and the enemy's health was also depleting rapidly. Finally, the girl excitedly announced in the group chat, tears of joy in her voice. "We surpassed them." Her voice carried a mix of exhilaration and excitement. "It's not over yet. Don't get ahead of yourself," Yang Hao said, his tone heavy with focus. "Stay concentrated and keep fighting. Forget about the livestream for now. Just make sure everyone stays healed." He took a deep breath, holding it in as his eyes stayed glued to the screen. "I can't hold it anymore. 3 stacks now," Ku Liang shouted urgently. Indeed, the boss's attack power increased as its health dropped. When it fell below 20, the boss's attacks skyrocketed in damage, and the aggro stacked faster. Each tank swap had become incredibly challenging. Ku Liang was right. Yang Hao had already endured up to 3 stacks of defense. What shocked Shisha and the other team members was Yang Hao's performance during the tank swap. He managed to endure the boss's attacks for a longer duration than even the Berserker. Everyone found it hard to believe, almost unbelievable. At this moment, Yang Hao's damage output had already surpassed 2,200. Even as his health dwindled, his damage per second DPS remained steady, reaching its peak performance. Not bad. Though after this point, I can't push it any further, Yang Hao thought to himself. Reaching 2,200 DPS had already placed him at the top tier of players in this dungeon. He knew he wasn't on the level of professional players like Mu Chen, but this was close to the standard of professional competition. "I can't hold it anymore. Switch me out." Ku Liang's voice rang out again. Yang Hao gritted his teeth and responded decisively. "Got it. Berserker, you're up. Last 9, let's push it through." In the following seconds, the team executed their moves seamlessly, their tank-swapping rhythm perfectly on point. Everyone's speed and reaction time were nearly flawless. In this tense moment, precise control and teamwork were the keys to success. In the early hours of the morning, the internet cafe was eerily quiet except for the rapid clacking of keyboards. Yang Hao's fingers moved like a whirlwind, with no signs of hesitation. Every skill key had become second nature to him, and each press further propelled the team toward victory. The boss's health continued to drop, and victory was now just seconds away. Meanwhile, other teams were still frantically calculating their output and struggling with anxiety. Yet, the addition of swaying to Yang Hao's team had not only prevented them from falling behind, but had also allowed them to catch up and surpass the others. Everyone was astonished. At the same time, in Mu Chen's livestream, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Mu Chen's expression was serious, his focus unwavering, as if he were competing on a professional stage. A level 20 dungeon with significantly increased difficulty, it's even giving pro players a hard time. He muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with excitement. This fight will make me the first to clear it. The boss's health was down to the last 5, with only 20 seconds remaining. A smile appeared on Mu Chen's face. Don't get careless. One final push, and we'll clear it. The livestream chat exploded with comments. Mu Chen is insane. 2,600 DPS. Absolute beast. At the same time, Gui Dao's DPS also broke through 1,900. The two of them worked together flawlessly, with an average DPS of around 2,300. This was the kind of output required to take on this dungeon. Ordinary players simply couldn't achieve it. For most players, clearing this dungeon required wearing level 10 to 20 green tier gear, with both DPS and tanking capabilities needing to meet exceptionally high standards. This boss is indeed tough, probably going to hold up the main force for 2 or 3 days. Even those battlefield rank 9 experts can only progress slightly faster. But once our first wave gets through, we'll have an insurmountable lead over latecomers. The boss's health had dropped to its final 2%. Gui Dao's arrogant voice rang out. Go tell those wastes from Yanyu Lu and Jing Xiangu that this boss's first kill belongs to Yao Shi. As an arrogant person, Gui Dao had only maintained a nodding acquaintance with Yang Hao despite playing together for half a year, and they often argued. When Yang Hao left, he showed undisguised joy. Calling others wastes was just his typical style. Nothing's certain until the end. Let's finish off this last 2%. 10 seconds is plenty, Qing Feng said. Once we get the first kill, we'll... Before he could finish, a series of system notifications suddenly chimed. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations to Qin Yan, Mo Yun, Ku Liang, Mei Zi Jia Wei Exine, Ran Ho, and Shi Sha for achieving the first kill on level 20 dungeon boss Undead Mage, with a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Congratulations to the 6 players for first clear, each rewarded with a blue-grade weapon for their class. Congratulations to the 6 for earning the server-unique title, Futu. Clear video has been uploaded to the official website for reference and learning. Mu Chen's relaxed expression instantly froze. Seconds later, though they also killed the Undead Mage, they only got 4 green equipment pieces with no system announcement. Not only had they lost the first kill, but the clearing time was shocking. Mu Chen narrowed his eyes. Qin Yan. It's Qin Yan again. Since launch, he's taken 3 out of 4 boss first kills, and for the one he missed, he set an even more incredible record with a 2-player clear. He took a deep breath. This Qin Yan must join Yao Shi team. Meanwhile, in Luo Yuxian's YY channel, the team attempting the boss suddenly fell silent. Their best attempt had only reached 13% before triggering Berserker mode. After hearing this news, Ziyao asked with a cold smile, convinced now? Facing the silence of Ran and others, Ziyao continued. You've been stuck at the Berserk point, while he cleared it in 4 minutes and 22 seconds with a group of randoms. This should have been Luo Yuxian's first kill. The voice of Ziyao carried a tone of anger, and as soon as her words fell, the atmosphere froze instantly. Shenlong stood silently to the side, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Yang Hao had actually secured the first kill of the boss, and the speed at which it was done was absolutely astonishing. After a moment of silence, Shenlong finally mustered the courage to speak, albeit reluctantly. A first kill is just a first kill, nothing more, he said, letting out a scoff, though his tone betrayed his unwillingness to admit defeat. I will definitely invite him to join my Luo Yuxuan. Xiao interjected coldly. I won't allow it. Shenlong's expression darkened, but he chose not to argue. The air seemed thick with tension, as if a storm was brewing. Suddenly, the world chat exploded into chaos, with every online player frantically discussing the news. Damn, who the hell is this Qin Yan? Are these people part of some pro team? For minutes and 22 seconds. Check the official site for the video, it's definitely the first kill. The forums are going crazy. Go check the posts and see how they pulled it off. Countless threads flooded the forums like a tidal wave. The news of Yang Hao and his team achieving the first kill caused a sensation far beyond what they had anticipated. In just a matter of minutes, the entire gaming world was shaken. Meanwhile, Yang Hao and his teammates were overwhelmed with excitement that they could hardly contain. Each of their inventories now held a level 20 blue weapon. On the ground, there were 6 pieces of equipment and 7 gold coins scattered about. Yang Hao glanced down at the loot, his gaze locking onto it. Among the 6 pieces of equipment, 1 blue item caught his attention, none other than the necromancer's skull staff. The other 5 items were part of 2 different sets. 3 pieces belonged to the external attack focused Shonen set, while the other two were part of the internal attack-focused Jingwei set. Although these 5 green items could fetch a good price in the market, Yang Hao and his teammates paid them no mind. Their eyes were fixed on the blue staff, filled with greed and desire. As Yang Hao examined the staff's stats, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his heartbeat quickening. Even Shisha swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he muttered, "I think we just struck gold." The skeletal staff lying on the ground emitted an eerie blue glow, and a detailed set of attributes immediately appeared on the left side of Yang Hao's screen. Undead staff. Quality, artifact blue. Base attributes, magic attack, 50135. Special skills, undead summon. Summons 4 undead simultaneously, lasting 10 seconds. Undead orb. Trait, attributes improve with character level. The appearance of this item caused everyone present to gasp audibly. In this game, artifacts represented the pinnacle of gear. Although this one was of blue quality for now, with sufficient materials and level upgrades, it could be forged into its most powerful form of transformation that would elevate all its attributes significantly. This is an artifact, Shisha exclaimed excitedly. Damn, this thing's worth millions. This is a fortune. The 6 players glanced at each other, speechless. The 5 green quality items they had obtained earlier had already been distributed, but no one dared to speak up about this blue artifact. After all, this was a treasure worth millions, and each server had only 3 of these per class, a rarity beyond imagination. Kuyang took a deep breath, breaking the silence. I have a suggestion. Why don't we sell this weapon to Qin Yan, and then split the earnings evenly among us? Yang Hao froze for a moment upon hearing this. Shisha immediately chimed in. I think that's a great idea. Qin Yan's skills are well known to all of us, undoubtedly one of the top shadow players. Letting him handle this artifact makes the most sense, and we can divide the profits after it's sold. These words warmed Yang Hao's heart. This wasn't just any piece of equipment. Even if the 6 of them split the earnings, each would walk away with over 200,000. Given the current market, the first artifact of the entire server, even as a blue quality item, could easily fetch a price of 1.2 million. For wealthy players, this wasn't just practical gear, it was a symbol of status. However, the other 3 players, Maisie Jia Weixin, and the rest remained silent. The enormity of this potential transaction seemed to make them uneasy, hesitant to make a decision. The value of the artifact was beyond question. Even as a blue quality prototype, it was worth a fortune. On the Crystal Scar server, the best weapon ever sold had fetched tens of millions. Though upgrading this weapon to its final form would require substantial resources, as the first artifact of the server, its value was unquestionably secure. For Yang Hao, the trust shown by Shisha and Kuyang was deeply meaningful. In all this time, no one had ever believed in him like this. After all, this is just the online world. If Yang Hao took the item and ran off, or even deleted his account, there'd be no way to hold him accountable. Since it's a roll for loot, let's leave it to luck, Mayun said with a shake of his head, a glint flashing in his eyes. Brother, meeting each other is fate, Kuyang said, glancing at Qin Yan. Do you think we can secure the first clear? His damage output and leadership are key. Without the first clear, this artifact wouldn't even be revealed. In the online world, nothing is certain, he continued in a serious tone. Let's just go with luck, whoever rolls the highest gets it. After thinking for a moment, Maisie Jia Weixin said, I think it's better to give it to Qin Yan. If someone else takes it, none of us will be happy. Whatever you say, it's up to luck, Mayun replied indifferently. He'll roll first. Yang Hao stayed silent for a moment, scanning the group with his eyes. Since the 3 of you trust me, let's do this. If any of us 4 wins the roll, we'll sell the item and split the money evenly. If one of those 2 wins, we'll just have to accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mayun pressed the roll button, quickly followed by Ranho. 2 numbers immediately popped up on the left side of the screen. A yellow 5 and a striking red 91. Nice, Ranho shouted in ecstatic joy, unable to contain himself, while Mayun fell silent. Yang Hao and his group didn't say a word. A roll of 91 almost guaranteed that this item, worth millions, now belonged to Ranho, a jackpot for any ordinary player. Moyun's expression shifted dramatically. Forcing a smile, he said, how about we split it evenly? Clearly, he was trying to secure a cut of the potential payout. Split my ass. Shisha snapped angrily. Low rolls mean you lose. I've never seen someone like you before. We're doing it the way Qin Yan's side. If one of us wins, we split it. If those 2 idiots win, tough luck. With that, Shisha, Maisie Jia Weixin, and Kuyang each rolled 68, 72, and 53. None of them surpassed Ranho's 91. I'm not stingy, Ranho said smugly. I'll send everyone a little red packet later to show my appreciation. Yang Hao frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and pressed the roll button. The dice spun for a second before stopping, and a glaring red 92 appeared on the screen. The system notification sounded, and the item was deposited into Yang Hao's inventory. Awesome. Nice. Kuyang and Shisha cheered excitedly. Ranho, however, stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process how Yang Hao had managed to roll even higher at the last second. Qingyan, you're not going to go back on your word, right? We agreed to an even split. Maisie Jiao Weixin quickly asked. Yeah, let's split it. Mayun and Ranho chimed in hastily. It's better to keep things amicable rather than ruin friendships over an item. In the virtual world of Descending Realm, there were many players grinding multiple accounts just to make a few hundred yuan a day. The temptation of 20-something thousand yuan was simply too great. It was human nature to be greedy. Yang Hao exhaled slowly. Split it? Of course. We'll split it, but only among the four of us. As for you two, go cool off somewhere else. As for you two, go find somewhere else to cool off. Yang Hao's cold voice rang in their ears, carrying an undeniable tone of rejection. Killer immediately let out a mocking laugh, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. Exactly. You two idiots. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. We already agreed to split it evenly, and now you want to hog it all. Then when Qingyan got it, you suddenly want to share. How can you be so shameless? Exactly, Kuyang added with a sneer, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. I told you, without Qingyan, we wouldn't have gotten the first kill at all, let alone loot such great gear. Some people are just never satisfied, like snakes trying to swallow an elephant. On the other side of the screen, the voice of a girl came through the headset as her character performed a tired animation. I've been grinding all night and day. I'm heading to bed. You guys carry on. Qingyan, I'll add you as a friend. Just split my share after you sell it. I'm off to sleep now. Yeah, same here. We're calling it a night too. We'll catch up with you this evening. Kuyang and Killer said almost simultaneously, their voices clearly fatigued. Yang Hao nodded, exchanged brief goodbyes with them, and left the dungeon. Rubbing his sore eyes, he planned to reach out to that wealthy player named Jun Wang. If she was interested in the gear, they could negotiate the price. This deal was like a lifeline for Yang Hao. Splitting the sale 4 ways would give each person roughly 300,000 yuan. Combined with the 160,000 he had already earned today, his total funds would approach 500,000 yuan, enough to kickstart his esports team. The national qualifiers were only a month away. Yang Hao needed to recruit teammates during this time and begin training to establish at least a basic level of teamwork. After the qualifiers, if they managed to enter the secondary league, they'd face real professional teams. Yang Hao mapped out his ambitious goal in his mind. A 4-stage leap, qualify for the secondary league, then advance to the top league, and from there make it to the World Championship. That was his entire plan. If they succeeded in entering the secondary league, he would have only 2 months to prepare. Turning casual players into professional athletes within such a short time would be no easy feat. He himself had taken a long time to adapt to the professional scene, only hitting his stride in the latter half of the league. This urgency drove Yang Hao to assemble his team as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he had gained some recognition on Dianjiang Tai. If there were players eager to go pro but lacking a team, this could be his chance. He searched for Jun Wang's ID, but found her avatar dimmed. She must have gone offline to sleep. Glancing at the time, it was already 6 a.m., and most of the overnight gamers were likely heading to bed. Guess I'll wait until the afternoon to sell it. I need some sleep too, he muttered to himself. Since they had already secured the first clear of the level 20 dungeon boss, and given its difficulty, it would take others quite some time to catch up. He wasn't in any rush. Yang Hao stretched, his muscles protesting after being in the same position for so long. Exiting the game, he grabbed his jacket and stepped out of the internet cafe. Ah! A gust of cold wind hit him in the face, clearing his mind somewhat. Damn, winter wind is freezing. He cursed under his breath, pulling his thin jacket tighter around himself as he quickened his pace toward home. Soon, he stopped in front of a small breakfast shop at the base of his building. A full night of gaming had left his stomach growling in protest. He pushed the door open, found a seat by the window, and called out to the busy owner. 1 soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks, and a basket of steamed buns. Coming right up, the owner replied with a smile, not pausing his work. Yang Hao sat there casually, pulling out his phone and opening the gaming forum app. The homepage was flooded with discussions about the first clear of the dungeon. His eyes scanned through the posts. Ever since the World Championship, he rarely visited the forums anymore. One in every 5 posts would be harshly criticizing him. But today, due to the incident at the command platform, the forum's tone seemed to have shifted. Most people were enthusiastically discussing their impressive achievement of securing the first kill. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on Yang Hao's lips as he read through the chatter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the level 20 dungeon, Ma Yun and Ranho had not left yet. The two had already added each other as friends, and Ma Yun was typing. Looking back, we should have just split the loot with them. Ranho gritted his teeth and replied, no way. Missing out on such a big reward is unbearable. We'll talk to him tomorrow. What do you mean? They've already taken everything. How are we supposed to negotiate now? Ma Yun looked puzzled. Qingyan is the center of attention right now, a top-tier player with a huge reputation. Well, tell him either split the loot, or well ruin his name, Ranho said with a hint of menace in his tone. Ma Yun hesitated for a moment. That doesn't seem right. What's wrong with it? That's over 200,000. You're doing paid runs too, aren't you? Even as a 9-star mercenary, you'd barely make that in a year. Ranho continued, his voice laced with temptation. The moral conflict gnawed at him, but the lure of 200,000 was overwhelming. At the same time, in the training room of the Wild team, 5 players were gathered around, watching a replay of Yang Hao's dungeon clear. The footage was automatically recorded by the game's system, and first clear videos were typically made public on the official website. This guy, Zhang Yu, gritted his teeth. His execution is ridiculously precise. As professional players, they could all recognize Yang Hao's near-perfect, uninterrupted damage output and his impeccable handling of the boss mechanics. Qingfeng sighed. Honestly, I'm starting to admire him a little. It's a shame he's crossed us. He'll have no choice but to change his ID after this. That damage per second, could it be the Shonen you said? Another teammate speculated thoughtfully. Meanwhile, at the Yaoshi team's base, the atmosphere was tense. This guy, Jiju, took a deep breath. His skills are undeniably strong, feels like he's even a notch above Jifeng's shadow step. Vivian scoffed. At best, his skills are on par with Jifeng's. Don't forget, Jifeng reached first place in Crystal Scar Battlegrounds using shadow step. This guy just took down a boss, that's all. Mu Chen's gaze was resolute. No matter what, I'm determined to get him. If he's willing to switch to warrior, he could completely fill Jifeng's spot. They'll contact him personally tomorrow. Yang Hao was, after all, a young man. At this moment, he was staring at the comments on the forum, reading the praises from viewers who had watched his gameplay video. A faint, self-satisfied smile crept onto his face. Just then, the shop owner brought over his breakfast, a pair of golden, crispy fried dough sticks, a steaming half-basket of buns, and 2 cups of warm soy milk. At that moment, a pleasant female voice caught his attention, prompting him to look up. Standing at the entrance were 2 girls, Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu. Both were dressed in loose pajamas, their hair slightly messy, yet their fresh, charming appearance remained unaffected. As their eyes met, Feng Qianqian gave him a friendly smile and pulled a somewhat reluctant Xiaoyu along as they approached. You're having breakfast here too? What a coincidence, Feng Qianqian said as she sat down next to him. Yeah, just got back after playing games at the internet cafe all night, Yang Hao replied with a smile. Aren't you two working today? After being on business trips for so long, we finally get to take a break, Feng Qianqian explained. Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Hao's breakfast plate and remarked disdainfully. You sure eat a lot. This left Yang Hao a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose awkwardly. By the way, you're playing the new server's commander's platform too, right? What level are you now? Feng Qianqian quickly changed the topic. Level 20, he replied. That fast? Feng Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Did you play all day yesterday? Which guild did you join? We're in Falling Rain Pavilion. I'm just a solo player, casually doing my thing, Yang Hao replied nonchalantly. Probably one of those people who join guilds just to leech experience and then leave, Xiaoyu said mockingly. Yang Hao felt a bit helpless in the face of Xiaoyu's inexplicable hostility. But adhering to his principle of treating others with respect, he chose to ignore her and focused on finishing his breakfast. Qianqian, it's a bit chilly here. Let's pack our food and eat at home, Xiaoyu suddenly suggested, her disdain for Yang Hao evident in her expression. Let's just eat here, Feng Qianqian insisted. Oh, by the way, Yang Hao, what's your in-game ID? We're hitting level 20 today too. Want to team up for a leveling dungeon? I'm called Qingyan, he said casually. His words landed like a bombshell. The expressions of both girls froze instantly. After a moment, Xiaoyu scoffed. You're saying you're Qingyan? What a joke. A pro player like that would never live in a place like this. In this game, players with a 9-star battlefield rank or higher can earn over 200,000 a year just doing carry services. No way would they live in this rundown neighborhood. You're probably just some wannabe using a similar sounding ID, hoping to ride the coattails of someone famous. Yang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. He quickly finished his breakfast, stood up, and said, I'm heading off. Enjoy your meal. As he spoke, he got up and walked to the cashier, pulling out his phone to pay via WeChat. Glancing over at Feng Qianqian and her friend's table, he casually covered their breakfast bill as well. Having just earned 160,000 yuan, the cost of breakfast was nothing to him. After settling the bill, Yang Hao dragged his exhausted body back upstairs. The day had been utterly draining, and as soon as he hit the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 5 p.m., and the sound of girls playing games in the next room reached his ears clearly, a testament to the poor soundproofing of the house. Heading into the living room, he noticed that both room doors were shut, but the voices of the girls chatting while gaming continued to spill out. Gaming addicts. Yang Hao shook his head with a smile. After a quick wash, he headed to the internet cafe. He planned to deal with the artifact he had acquired the previous day and have a proper discussion with Shisha and the others. At the same time, he intended to add the healer girl on WeChat to see if he could recruit her for his team. Her skills were impressive. She had managed to heal effectively while watching a live stream yesterday. Although PvE and PvP healing required different sets of expertise, anyone who could reach a 9-star level in Battlegrounds was more than qualified. In his mind, he was strategizing about building an offensive lineup focused on maximizing output, with his assassin serving as the core for burst damage and taking out the backline. This assassin-centric system was almost unheard of in the domestic gaming scene, and even in the US, only one team occasionally employed it, thanks to the presence of the world's #1 Shadow Step player. Even then, Shadow Step rarely appeared in professional matches. Building a team around an assassin was bound to be a challenging path, with everything relying on his own experimentation and efforts. After he left, Feng Qianqian quietly opened her door, peeking out as she asked, Xiaoyu, do you think it's possible that he's really Qing Yan? I've told you already. There's no way someone like Qing Yan would live in a place like this. My guess is that Qing Yan is probably an alias for some professional player. And judging by how familiar he seems with the people from Liu Pavilion, he's likely from the LG team, Xiaoyu replied. Frowning, Feng Qianqian said, that doesn't seem likely, does it? I'm telling you, that guy's just a nobody, Xiaoyu said dismissively. You'd better stay away from him, or you'll lower your standards. People like us should find someone rich. Otherwise, who knows how many years it'll take for us to afford a big house on our own. Feng Qianqian didn't argue, but she gazed out the window, lost in thought. When Yang Hao arrived at the internet cafe, he noticed that Wan wasn't at the front desk. After swiping his card, he found a spot in the corner and quickly logged into the game. Just as he did, his eyes froze on the screen. An incoming friend request popped up in the bottom right corner, and the ID was none other than Mukin. Yang Hao squinted slightly when he saw the ID. Among the members of the Radiant Glory team, Mu Chun, Vivian, Ghostblade, and Persistence each had their own distinct characteristics. However, the behavior of Ghostblade and Persistence often made him feel disdainful. The two were frequently seen mingling with female fans, which kept his relationship with Ghostblade somewhat distant. The one he was closest to was Vivian, while Mu Chun earned his deep respect. Mu Chun was exceptionally talented and incredibly hardworking, but in Yang Hao's eyes, Mu Chun was more of a frontline general than a true leader. He was someone who gave his all to perform his own role, but didn't excel at holding his teammates accountable. There was a time when Yang Hao considered intervening in Ghostblade and Persistence's actions, but as a newcomer, he lacked the authority to speak up within Radiant Glory. Mu Chun also failed to step up as a leader, which directly impacted the team's overall performance and became one of the reasons why Radiant Glory could not compete with the world's top-tier teams. Yang Hao understood that their entry into the finals involved a significant amount of luck. In the draw, their bracket didn't include many strong teams, while the bracket containing the SKG team was a gauntlet of tough opponents. If Radiant Glory had been placed in that bracket, Yang Hao was certain their chances of reaching the finals would have been next to impossible. At this moment, he glanced at Mu Chun and remained silent for a while. Yang Hao knew full well that Mu Chun's current mindset was to push him out and take his place on the team. If Mu Chun knew that Yang Hao was actually jiefing, it would be interesting to see his reaction. Yang Hao, the scapegoat of the Radiant Glory team, ultimately became the center of attention. While Radiant Glory made it to the finals, they failed to secure the championship. Naturally, someone had to take the blame for the loss, and Yang Hao, unsurprisingly, became the fall guy. The team expelled him, forcing him into the spotlight, where all the blame and disappointment were heaped upon him. As for the deeper issues within Radiant Glory, they were completely swept under the rug. The team's fans still rallied behind them, and the incident even allowed Radiant Glory to exploit the narrative of Yang Hao dragging down Mu Chun to attract more followers. In the world of esports, fan support has always been a crucial pillar for teams. Yang Hao stared at the screen for a moment. Mu Chun sent him another friend request, this time with a message, let's talk. Talk about what? Yang Hao sneered, curling his lips in disdain, and closed the chat window without hesitation. He then searched through the game interface and finally found the ID of Jun Wang. Clicking into the chat, he simply asked, do you want the blue artifact for the Soul Master? Are you serious? Jun Wang replied quickly. Yang Hao nodded and sent the weapon stats in the chat. After reviewing them, Jun Wang promptly confirmed the deal. Alright, name your price. Back at the Radiant Glory base, Mu Chun tried twice to add Yang Hao as a friend, but both attempts were declined. His expression darkened instantly. Still no response. Persistence asked, frowning. Mu Chun nodded, his tone filled with frustration. No response. That bastard is acting all high and mighty. Ghostblade sneered. Does he really think he's someone important? Just because he got a few good drops in a dungeon, he dares to act superior? What a joke. After a pause, Ghostblade added mockingly. Does he not understand the difference between PvE and PvP? No matter how skilled a random player might be, it doesn't mean they can perform on a professional stage. Vivian ignored him, her gaze coldly shifting elsewhere. Forget it, the team manager said as he pushed open the door and entered the training room, his voice ringing clearly throughout the space. The players we scouted from the youth training team will be arriving soon. Start practicing in the meantime. The league is coming up, so you need to get ready. Let others level up your new accounts for now. When you hit the level 30 dungeon, you can take over. For now, focus on training. Ghostblade shot a venomous glare at Vivian, gritting his teeth before reluctantly walking to his seat. The chair emitted a faint creak of protest as he sat down. Jiju let out a sigh, shaking his head. Forget it. If he doesn't want to join, then just leave it. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard to type a message. 2 million RMB. The reply came quickly. Bro, that's a bit steep, don't you think? Sure, it's a divine artifact, but it's still blue grade. I don't even play as a soul master. I'm just buying it for a friend. If it were red grade, 2 million would make sense, but for blue, it'll cost millions more to fully upgrade it. Yang Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk. Then name your price. If it's reasonable, he'll take it. In truth, he never expected the other party to accept the initial offer of 2 million. The response from King appeared almost instantly on the screen. A divine blue-grade item typically goes for around 1.2 million renminbi. Since this is the first one in the entire server, he'll offer 1.5 million flat. If you agree, he'll pay up front, then we trade. Yang Hao's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening. For people splitting 1.5 million mint, each would get 375,000. That meant he had just made 530,000 in 2 days. This was the allure of descend. With some luck, it really was possible to strike it rich overnight. He took a deep breath, calming his excitement. All right, deal. Send me your bank details, and I'll transfer the money now. Then we'll trade. King quickly confirmed. Yang Hao sent over his bank account number and invited King to join his team. Once they reached the trade location, Yang Hao's phone suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up. It was a notification. A 1.5 million renminbi transfer had been received. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yang Hao as his fingers trembled slightly. 1.5 million. He exhaled slowly, steadying himself, and completed the in-game trade, handing the divine artifact over to King. Not bad at all, brother, King messaged. By the way, have you thought about joining our team? I can offer you a pretty sweet deal. Yang Hao shook his head and replied. No plans for that at the moment. All right, I won't push. Just remember to hit me up first if you come across anything good. I'm always buying, King messaged again. Of course, boss. Yang Hao replied with a cheerful grin. Hey, mister. Just as Yang Hao finished typing, a hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. He turned to find Wan Wan staring at him with a peculiar expression, as if she were examining some rare, exotic creature. Why are you looking at me like that? You're creeping me out, Yang Hao said uneasily. Wan Wan frowned slightly and asked, did you really snatch the first clear of the level 20 dungeon from Yenyu Lu and their team yesterday? Yang Hao nodded, a faint, casual smile playing on his lips. Just lucky, I guess. Wan Wan's expression grew even stranger. Her bright eyes locked onto Yang Hao for a long moment before she asked seriously. Be honest with Muho, exactly are you? Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Yes, if she had only thought of Yang Hao as an impressive passerby before, the scene this morning had subtly changed her perception. Watching Yang Hao team up with a few wild players to successfully snatch the first kill from a top-tier professional team left her even more doubtful and deeply astonished. Yang Hao's opponents were none other than the best team in the country. Although it was just a small boss, managing to claim the first kill from such skilled players was no easy feat. She suddenly had a feeling that Yang Hao might not be as simple as he appeared on the surface. Hearing her words, Yang Hao couldn't help but respond with a hint of exasperation. What could I be? Just an internet-addicted teenager, that's all. No, that's impossible. Wan Wan shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of certainty. Don't you think it's unlikely for an ordinary gamer to snatch the first kill in front of so many people? Have you played in professional tournaments before? I keep feeling like you're that professional player, but I just can't remember you. Could it be that you're the legendary Kimchi? Yang Hao froze for a moment before becoming even more speechless. Kimchi? He's a legend. If I were really him, I'd have signed a streaming contract and gone pro long ago. Why would I still be here eating instant noodles in an internet cafe? Wan Wan stared at him for a moment, her tone filled with doubt. Then there must be something up with you. Realistically, you could totally go pro or become a streamer. Why would you be hanging around in a place like this for some internet cafe rewards? Yang Hao cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. Stop overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary player, nothing more. Wan Wan gave him a once-over, then suddenly froze. Wait a second, your eyes, they seem familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Her gaze flickered, and for a moment, it seemed like she had an epiphany. Yang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head and changed the topic in a hurry. Don't overthink it. By the way, what level are you now? I just hit level 20 today, but I'm stuck on a dungeon. I can't get through it. Wan Wan sighed, sounding a bit frustrated. Hearing this, Wan Wan pouted in frustration. You promised to take me through the level 20 dungeon, but you went and cleared it on your own. Men's words really can't be trusted. All men are just big liars. She looked neglected, her eyes full of disappointment. Yang Hao glanced at her, his gaze unintentionally drifting to her ample chest, and he felt a wave of heat rise in him. He cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to cover it up. Wasn't yesterday all about rushing for the first clear? Come on, don't be mad. Once I'm done with work later, he'll come over and hang out. Wan Wan huffed softly, but said nothing more. Turning away, Yang Hao focused on the friend list on his screen. He noticed that both Cool Yang and Shisho were offline, but the message from Maisie at WeChat was still lit. He quickly sent a message to Maisie. Hey bro, I sold the artifact here for 1.5 million. Send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money. That's 375,000 for each of us. The reply from Maisie ad WeChat came almost instantly. Whoa, you sold it for that much. Looking at the bank account number displayed on the screen, Yang Hao casually transferred the money. Shortly after, Maisie ad WeChat replied again. Thanks, bro, really. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't send me my share of the money. Add me on WeChat, and I'll send you the transaction screenshot. Yang Hao typed back. No need, I trust you. 1.5 million is way more than we expected, Maisie ad WeChat responded without hesitation. Yang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Still, you should take a look. Alright then, Maisie ad WeChat agreed, and the two exchanged WeChat contacts. Yang Hao sent over the transaction record. By the way, Qingyan, let's team up for the level 30 dungeon. I think we should form a regular team, Yang Hao messaged. After reading it, Maisie ad WeChat replied, no problem. A moment later, Yang Hao typed again. Can you hop on YY for a bit? I have something to discuss. The same YY channel as yesterday? They'll be there right away, Maisie ad WeChat quickly agreed. Yang Hao logged into YY, and before long, the other party entered the channel. As soon as Maisie ad WeChat joined, they asked, what's up? Yang Hao exhaled in relief. I wanted to run an idea by you. I'm thinking of forming my own team to go pro. After playing a few matches with you yesterday, I feel like your healer skills are excellent. Would you be interested? There was a brief silence. Yang Hao continued. I know that forming a team now would probably just get us through some qualifiers at best, and making it to the secondary league in the spring season would already be an achievement. We don't have sponsors, and the benefits won't compare to big teams. But I want to build a team that's truly focused on competition. We'd be our own bosses, make a name for ourselves, and the team's shares would belong entirely to us. Actually, that's not the reason, Maisie ad WeChat suddenly interrupted, their tone tinged with melancholy. If I could, I'd even settle for playing in the qualifiers. I've always wanted to go pro. It's just that right now I can't. Yang Hao frowned. Family issues. No, they replied with a bitter smile. I signed a contract with the youth training program under Yenyu Lu. I offended the coach there, and now I'm being benched. The contract still has 2 years left. This Yang Hao paused, feeling helpless. The esports world was full of stories like hers, talented players held back by circumstances beyond their control. Just then, a notification popped up in the lower right corner of Yang Hao's screen. It was a message from Shisha. Hey man, about what you mentioned yesterday about going pro, I've been thinking it over today. Where are you based? If possible, can we meet up and talk about it in detail? I'm in Shanghai. Yang Hao quickly replied, his fingers tapping lightly on the screen. That's pretty close, Shisha responded, then added, Yang and I are from Hangzhou. We'll head to Shanghai directly tomorrow. Let's meet and discuss everything in detail. Yang Hao nodded, his eyes fixed on the screen. All right. A surge of uncontrollable excitement rose in his chest. Although they'd only been in contact for a day, the playful banter between Shisha and Yang made him feel a rare sense of familiarity. People who could joke around like this were often easier to get along with. After finalizing the meeting with Yang Hao shifted to another chat window, continuing his conversation with a player whose nickname was Maisie ad WeChat. How much are your expenses reduced over there? 2 million. Maisie ad WeChat replied, the frustration in his tone evident. Ugh, most contracts in the youth training camps are dead contracts, 3 years minimum. If they don't give you a chance, you'll never make it to the professional stage. Yang Hao frowned, feeling a twinge of regret. From observing Maisie ad WeChat's performance playing as a healer, his skills were undeniably strong and more than capable of competing in a secondary league. More importantly, he'd already spent a year in the youth training camp, meaning his transition from casual player to professional would likely be smooth. Plus, he probably had experience with more than one class. In official matches, opponents typically ban 2 classes. Many casual players excel at only one, leaving them useless if it's banned, requiring extensive practice to adapt to others. But Maisie ad WeChat was different. His year in the youth training camp meant that beyond his main class as a healer, he likely had exposure to other roles and invaluable advantage. If Yang Hao could recruit Maisie ad WeChat, his prior experience with professional teams would significantly ease the pressure on Yang Hao while also helping to guide other newcomers. However, the 2 million contract termination fee was indeed astronomical. If Maisie ad WeChat could make a name for himself in the battlefield mode, some club would eventually be willing to pay to buy him out. This was the typical path for sidelined professional players. Yet clearly, he hadn't managed to achieve that over the past year, suggesting that his potential might only be average. For Yang Hao, assembling a battlefield team with a 9-star rating or higher was already a daunting challenge. Securing Maisie ad WeChat would be a significant win. The healer role in competitions was critical, responsible for maintaining the team's heal the role that was indispensable. Top-tier healers were truly rare and hard to find. If you're in the youth training camp, you must be in Shanghai, right? Are you free tomorrow? Yang Hao asked, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Yang and Shisha are coming to Shanghai, and I've invited them to join the team. We can meet and talk it over. This expense is way too much for me. Maisie ad WeChat hesitated in his reply. Let's talk in detail tomorrow. Don't rush to turn me down, Yang Hao quickly interrupted. In truth, Yang Hao already had a plan. Even if Maisie ad WeChat might not be worth 2 million at this stage, the investment was worth it for Yang Hao. He firmly believed that once the team was formed, the combined value of the 5 members would far exceed 2 million. As long as the team delivered results, given the current popularity of Descend, sponsors would undoubtedly line up. With this in mind, Yang Hao was determined to start working on raising the necessary funds. The girl stayed silent for a while after adding him on WeChat before replying. All right. Yang Hao exhaled slightly, his shoulders relaxing. Okay, let's talk about the details tomorrow. I'll send you the specific address then. All right, came the quick and straightforward reply. Yang Hao let out a breath of relief, put his phone back in his pocket, and continued heading toward the ice cave. The bosses of the ice cave in Blue Moon Lake had long been cleared. At that time, Yang Hao had still been fast asleep, and the first kills of the bosses were claimed by Luo Yuxian and the Radiant World Guild. Now, he planned to head to the ice cave to continue leveling up and solidify his position in the top ranks. The entrance to the ice cave was no longer guarded by Luo Yuxian's members, as most of their forces had moved to Ordo City. Inside, the cave was packed with players, weapons swinging and skill effects flashing everywhere. Yang Hao frowned slightly, realizing that leveling up might take quite some time. Not long after entering, a team invitation popped. It was from Purple Demon, the leader of Luo Yuxian. Yang Hao hesitated for a moment before clicking accept. A sweet and pleasant female voice came through the team chat immediately. Finally decided to log in, huh? Yeah, I slept until now. What's up? Yang Hao asked while controlling his character to attack monsters. Not much. Purple Demon replied casually. By the way, I heard you guys got an artifact last night. For my class? Name your price, I'll take it. I already sold it, Yang Hao said, his voice tinged with embarrassment. What? Purple Demon sounded noticeably surprised. A Soul Master artifact, and you didn't save it for me? I didn't know you wanted it, Yang Hao explained. To be fair, the first person he thought of was Jun Wang, since they had a previous major trade, and Jun Wang was always quick to close deals. There was a brief silence on the voice chat before Purple Demon spoke again. Who did you sell it to? Jun Wang, Yang Hao answered directly. That woman. Purple Demon's tone shifted subtly. You know her? Yang Hao asked, surprised. Purple Demon's voice turned colder. Yeah, we have some history. Let me give you some advice: stay away from her, or you'll regret it later. Yang Hao could sense there was more to their relationship than just knowing each other, possibly some kind of grudge. But it didn't concern him. He cleared his throat awkwardly. I think she seems alright. Whatever, believe what you want. Purple Demon clearly didn't want to dwell on the topic. She quickly changed the subject. Alright, help me grind some experience. You, the mighty leader of Luo Yuxian, need me to carry you? Yang Hao teased. Don't you have a whole bunch of admirers lining up to help? I want you to carry me. Are you going to or not? Purple Demon's voice suddenly turned icy. If not, I'll issue a bounty on you right now. Alright, I'll carry you. How could I refuse when the #1 beauty of the server asks? Yang Hao replied with a grin. Humph. Purple Demon's voice carried a hint of playfulness. Now that's more like it. The two of them teamed up and grinded for about half an hour before Shisha sent Yang Hao a private message. Bro, get over here quick, we're in a fight. Ku Yang and I are being chased. Send me the coordinates, Yang Hao replied immediately. Just then, a loud bang sounded as a blinding light arrow shot straight toward him. Simultaneously, 4 or 5 players appeared around him, all flagged red, focusing their attacks on him. Damn it, Yang Hao cursed, quickly activating his stealth skill. It was then he remembered ever since the boss fight yesterday, he had been on the hit list of the 2 major guilds, Jingxian Pavilion and Misty Rain Tower, who had issued a server-wide bounty on him. Several red-named players were closing in on Yang Hao, their figures standing out prominently in the game interface. Facing such a situation, Yang Hao decisively activated his stealth skill. This meant forfeiting his qualification for the event, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Even with his strength, taking on 5 opponents hidden was a losing battle. I'm out, Yang Hao said through voice chat in the team channel. Don't worry, this is my turf. I'll chase these 4 away for you, Ziyao said with a chuckle. It's not fear, Yang Hao explained. I need to go fight. My buddy's being bullied. As he spoke, his character was already sprinting off. Ziyao paused for a moment. Your buddy? Who is it? Who's bullying him? Do you need our help? Nah, Yang Hao replied with a grin. We're not part of Liu Xian. We can handle it ourselves. They're all high-level players, seriously tough. With that, he left the team and joined the Shisha team instead. What's the location? Yang Hao asked. At the entrance of Qingfeng Plains. Hurry up, we're about to get obliterated here, Shisha said anxiously. Don't go in yet. Just run for now, Yang Hao quickly typed. We're already corpses, Shisha replied with a laugh. Just get over here. They're all in red mode. Take their gear when you kill them. It turned out that Shisha and his team had been ambushed at the entrance of Qingfeng Plains while lying in wait for members of the opposing guild. A group of over 10 enemies had suddenly appeared, surrounding and killing them. You're such a pain, always looking for trouble, Yang Hao said, exasperated. Two people taking on a whole guild and actively blocking their way without leveling up first. Nobody's really leveling up right now, Shisha explained. Those clowns can't even get past the level 20 dungeon. Not many teams have someone as strong as Sui Ying. They're trying to gear up first before progressing. Qingfeng Plains, huh? Yang Hao mused. Heading over there might mean clashing with Yin Yu Lu. You're scared? Shisha teased. Bro, are you seriously afraid of Yin Yu Lu? That would ruin your reputation as the king of swaying in the wild. Scared? Scared of what? Yang Hao grinned. If we're going into Yin Yu Lu's territory and they chase me, I'll just hunt them down too. Forget grinding XP today, it's all about killing. After joining Shisha's YY channel, Yang Hao immediately heard a barrage of furious curses. Shisha and another teammate were venting their frustration at the players who had killed them, unleashing a relentless stream of insults without repetition. When Yang Hao arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Plains, he spotted a group of over 10 players gathered in the distance. He licked his lips and sent a message to Ziyao. Can you send me the list of Yin Yu Lu's management team? Sure, you can add me on WeChat, and I'll send it to you, Ziyao said softly. Yang Hao's heart raced, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Adding the WeChat of the most beautiful girl in their server was an opportunity countless others could only dream of. Ziyao quickly typed a series of numbers into the chat box. This is my phone number, make sure to save it. Yang Hao swiftly saved the number and added Ziyao on WeChat. Eagerly, he opened her moments, but found he could only view posts from the last 3 days, and there were no personal photos. A hint of disappointment crept in. As he scrolled, his phone vibrated. Ziyao had sent him a list. A quick glance revealed about 20 names. All high-ranking members of Yin Yu Lu. Yang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. A server-wide manhunt? Let's see who's hunting whom. I'm here, Yang Hao said to Shisha and the other teammate. All right, head to the respawn point first, Shisha quickly responded. Let us know when you're ready, and we'll take out the ones camping there. There are 4 or 5 of them. Yang Hao cautiously approached the respawn point and spotted 5 players with red names lying in ambush. He frowned, activated his red name status, and spoke into YY in a low voice. I'm in position. Leave it to us. Shisha replied. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures with blood-red names suddenly appeared at the respawn point. Titan leapt directly into the enemy group, while Sacred Arrow kept a distance to launch attacks. The 5 opponents quickly retaliated. Lock them down, Kurong shouted angrily, unleashing an area control skill. Yang Hao seized the opportunity, flashing twice into the group and targeting the enemy healer with a shadow kill array. With a combination of skills Extinction, Thousand Strikes, and Drunken Dream, the burst damage was devastating. Though the enemies tried to use their skills to escape, it was too late. The healer, no match for Yang Hao's level 21 green-geared character, fell instantly. The other's health bars plummeted. Yang Hao capitalized on the moment, executing 2 consecutive extinction flashes to finish off 2 more, while Shisha's Sacred Arrow cleaned up the rest. Pathetic. With skills like yours, you dare to pick a fight. Shisha taunted mercilessly. Move, Kurong urgently reminded them. The opponents respawned at the point and rushed at them. The trio quickly created distance, waiting for Titan's skills to cool down. One of the opponents stepped forward and activated voice chat. Qingyan, this is between us and them. I suggest you stay out of it. You mess with my brothers, and they'll get involved. Yang Hao replied with a cold smile. Besides, I'm already hunting members of Yin Yu Lu. If you're their 2nd division, I'll take you all down together. The group froze. It's Yin Yu Lu hunting you, not the other way around. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of Kanglin? You'll regret this, one of them growled through gritted teeth. Yang Hao scoffed. Kanglin? Never heard of it. I'm not even afraid of Yin Yu Lu. What makes you think Kanglin is worth my attention? What does your Kanglin amount to? Yang Hao said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. His words struck like a heavy blow, leaving the people opposite him speechless and stunned. They opened their mouths to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words. The feeling of utter contempt was unbearable. Well said. You bunch of trash. What do you even count for? Shisha, standing beside Yang Hao, smirked with a mocking expression. Kuliang quickly muted the in-game voice chat and whispered in the YY channel. Let's get out of here first. The rest of their group is probably on their way. Yang Hao and Shisha nodded in agreement. Shisha turned his head, his eyes gleaming with the light of a predator. A bunch of fools. Not even level 20 yet. None of you are leveling up today. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 of them vanished like ghosts. They roamed around Qingfeng Plain, lurking like hunters and targeting solitary players. The vastness of Qingfeng Plain worked in their favor. Initially, the other group tried to face Yang Hao and his team Hedon, but they quickly realized it was a mistake. Yang Hao and his team's strategy was crystal clear: avoid large groups and instantly eliminate anyone caught alone. They were like professional assassins, calm, composed, and always delivering fatal blows at just the right moment. After 2 hours of relentless fighting, the 3 of them wore satisfied smiles on their faces. Man, killing red name players is such a quick way to make money, Shisha said with a cheeky grin, his eyes glinting with greed. It was true. Since their opponents were also flagged as red named during the fight, they dropped a decent amount of gear upon being killed. So far, all three of them, including Yang Hao, had collected a few green defensive items. On top of that, Yang Hao had even snagged a rare Young Wanderer ring. Now, he was just a weapon and a bracelet away from completing the Young Wanderer set. Although Yang Hao's current level 10 blue weapon could last him until level 30, it didn't compare to the 30 bonus provided by the complete Young Wanderer set. He had already mastered the god tier skill Eternal, so he didn't urgently need the weapon's additional abilities. However, the weapon was the hardest part of the set to find, and he hadn't managed to get it yet. Looks like there's no one left around, Shisha said, scanning the area with a hint of frustration. Seriously, there were only like 20 or 30 of them fighting. We don't even know the rest of the Kanglan players, Kuliang analyzed. It seems like most of them have holed up in Qingfeng Plain to grind mobs. Out of those few dozen, most have been slaughtered by us, lost their gear, and wasted time leveling up. Kanglan's probably feeling the heat by now. Maybe we should call it a day, Shisha suggested. We need to clear our red names first. My evil value is already over 800. 800? That's nothing. Look at Kinjianhe's is already over 1,100, Kuliang pointed out mercilessly. Shut up, you noob. You're sitting at a measly 300. That's just embarrassing, Shisha shot back immediately. Noob? I'm a tank, okay? Kuliang retorted indignantly. Amused by their banter, Yang Hao waved his hand to interrupt them. You guys go clear your red names first. I'm planning to stick around a bit longer. But there's no one left. Kuliang looked at him in confusion. Yang Hao licked his lips, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Your enemies might have retreated to Qingfeng Plain, but most of my enemies are there too. If they've been hunting me across the server, it's only fair I return the favor. Whoa, calm down, man. Shisha quickly tried to dissuade him, his face full of concern. Your gear is worth a fortune. With how red-named you are, if you die even once, you'll lose almost everything. That blue weapon of yours, the first of its kind in the entire server, is worth a ton. How about this? Hand it over to me, and you can swap it out for another weapon. Yang Hao smirked and said, I'm heading to take down the higher-ups of Yenyu Lu. They're probably all top players with great gear. Without the attack boost from this weapon, I might not have enough burst damage. Don't worry, if I'm going, I won't die. Shisha glanced at the weapon in Yang Hao's hand, gleaming with a cold light. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded reluctantly. All right then, Ku Liang and I will go deal with the red name issue first. Be careful out there. Keep YY open, and if anything happens, just call us. Yang Hao nodded in agreement. After leaving the party, he lowered his head to check the list sent by Xiao on WeChat. The list contained only about 20 IDs. Yang Hao quickly memorized the names and then, with a glaring red name above his head, strode boldly into Qingfeng Plains. Unlike other maps that progressed in levels, Qingfeng Plains was an expansive open field with a vast area. Even though many players had gathered there, the entire region still felt wide and spacious. The deeper he ventured into the plains, the higher the level of the monsters. Without hesitation, Yang Hao delved straight into the heart of the map. His conspicuous red name and eye-catching ID naturally attracted the attention of many Yenyu Lu members. Along the way, several players attacked him, but Yang Hao avoided direct confrontations. His strategy was simple. Strike with a combo if the opportunity arose, and disappear using his stealth skill the moment he sensed danger. This was his confidence in venturing into Qingfeng Plains alone. Stealth was his most reliable survival skill and the core strength of the Shadow Step class in the wild. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Wild Team base, the players had just finished a practice match. The 5 team members and the coaching staff gathered quickly to review the game and address the problems that had surfaced. Practice matches, reviews, identifying issues, resolving them, and perfecting strategies. This was the standard training routine for professional teams. Zhanyu. A voice suddenly came from the door of the training room during a critical moment in their discussion. Zhanyu turned to see the team manager standing there. What's up? Zhanyu asked, a hint of annoyance in his tone, clearly displeased at being interrupted. The manager quickly stepped in, looking slightly tense. We just got word from the online side Qing. Yen has entered Qingfeng Plains alone. Zhanyu squinted slightly. He's entered Qingfeng Plains by himself? Yes, the manager nodded and added. Before that, he and 2 others ambushed Songlan's people near the entrance to Qingfeng Plains. Songlan suffered heavy losses, dropping 11 green tier items. Zhanyu frowned deeply. Why did he go into Qingfeng Plains alone? Well, he killed Xiao earlier and then declared that he was going to hunt down our Yenyu Lu players across the entire server, the manager said, scratching his head awkwardly. As soon as the manager finished speaking, the entire training room erupted in laughter. Qingfeng chuckled. This guy seems kind of interesting. Zhanyu waved dismissively, unimpressed. Organize some people to take him out. Kill him until he respawns back at the beginner's village. Either he apologizes or talks to me alone. He paused, a faint smile curling his lips. I have to say, I'm starting to find him intriguing. If he joined Yenyu Lu, he might actually fit in well. The manager nodded and left quickly, while Zhang Yu and the others resumed their review. After finishing, the 5 players returned to their computers. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Next practice match is against F4. They're a top team from North America. Let's play our best and learn from them. Got it. Qingfeng nodded earnestly. Zhang Yu. The manager's voice suddenly came again from the doorway. Zhang Yu turned, smiling. What now? Did that guy give up already? I thought he was tougher than that, but I guess he caved pretty quickly. The other team members laughed along, but they soon noticed the manager's expression was far from humorous. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed. What's wrong? The manager forced a bitter smile. 3 more of our higher-ups were killed by him. He's like a slippery eel with that stealth ability impossible to catch. And he's mainly targeting squishies. Xiu's been killed twice now. Zhang Yu's face darkened instantly. Yanyu Lu, the most powerful guild in the country, was being infiltrated by a lone assassin who kept taking out their top members. How could he possibly tolerate this? His expression cold, Zhang Yu logged into the command platform and gritted his teeth. Everyone, get on the command platform. Let's deal with this guy. The practice match. The coach reminded him urgently. Postpone it. Zhang Yu said firmly, his tone icy, his eyes gleaming with determination. It wouldn't be right to slack off in a practice match, especially against a world-class team. Qingfeng said with a frown, his expression tinged with concern. A sharp glint of killing intent flickered across Zhang Yu's face as he spoke, his voice low and laced with suppressed anger. I'm furious right now. Yanyu Lu, once so proud and untouchable, is being toyed with by someone playing Shadow Echo. What's left of our reputation? Just let the rookies from the training camp handle the match. It's not the right time for us to step in. Qingfeng continued to reason. What if something goes wrong? Zhang Yu, don't act rashly. Zhang Yu's face darkened as he enunciated each word with icy determination. I can't take this anymore. He's clearly provoking us. Then, he laid out his plan. Hey Race, what well do you find someone to handle the practice match for me? I'm going to deal with that kid myself. As the top gun soul player in the national server, Zhang Yu was brimming with confidence for this confrontation. The gun soul class was naturally formidable in unknown duels, arguably one of the strongest duel classes. While often considered a secondary choice to berserkers in team battles due to its slightly diminished utility, its lethality against backline players was unparalleled. You and your hot temper, Qingfeng said with a helpless glance, but Zhang Yu had already logged in without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the descend point in the arena, Yang Hao roamed confidently with his glaring red name, a smug smile playing on his lips. He had already taken down 5 high-ranking players, even managing to kill one of them twice, a truly impressive feat. Hiding in a concealed corner, he waited for his stealth cooldown to reset before boldly resuming his hunt. Ordinary players he encountered along the way were either avoided or bypassed with stealth, as he tried to avoid wasting time on insignificant skirmishes. Soon, he spotted his next target, a healer named Xiu. Yang Hao struck swiftly, closing the distance in an instant with 2 flashes of obliteration dash. Though Xiu had 2 bodyguards, a beastman, and a ranger, Yang Hao dismissed them as little more than cannon fodder. Pathetic, he sneered, executing a flawless sequence of moves. A second-stage shadow kill array followed by Oblivion Slash and Drunken Dream Slash, ending with the relentless flurry of 1,000 strikes. With his terrifyingly powerful equipment, the healer didn't even have a chance to escape before she crumpled to the ground. In Yin Yu Lao's voice chat, a soft, indignant voice complained. Ugh, that Qing Yin is so annoying. He got me again. I'm down to level 18, now it's so frustrating. You got taken out again? Bao Bao, what are you two even doing? You can't even protect Xiu, a teasing voice chimed in. Enough with the jokes. Zhang Yu suddenly cut in, his voice cold as ice. Hold that Qing Yin down for me. I'm going to duel him personally. Ah. Xiu gasped in surprise before her tone turned ecstatic. Zhang Yugage, you have to avenge me. At that moment, Yang Hao had already used obliteration dash to retreat to a safe distance. Standing in place, he began to dance leisurely, a taunting smirk on his face. The descent skill in the game inherently carries a taunting vibe, especially when followed by a victory dance after killing an opponent. At this moment, although Yang Hao lacked other abilities, his invincible invisibility skill made him fearless of any retaliation. To his surprise, the members of Yanyu Lu didn't charge at him recklessly as usual, but stood their ground. One of them activated the voice channel and provocatively asked, Qing Yin, dare for a unknown? You? Seriously? Yang Hao replied with disdain. The opponent was momentarily at a loss for words, then gritted his teeth and said, Of course not me. I'm talking about our wild team's captain, Zhang Yu. Do you dare? Zhang Yu. Yang Hao's lips curled into a smirk. Now that's interesting. He recalled battling Zhang Yu during a competition, where his Berserker faced Zhang Yu's gun soul. The match was a close one, with both sides equally matched. Are you guys from Yanyu Lu really resorting to such underhanded tactics? Yang Hao chuckled. Zhang Yu's infamous for being sneaky. Indeed, Zhang Yu was renowned in the professional scene for his impeccable timing in targeting enemy backlinks, earning him the nickname Old Schemer from the Yaosher team in private. At that moment, a sweet voice interjected. What the heck? Zhang Yugij isn't like that at all. Are you just scared? Yang Hao's heartbeat quickened slightly. Clearing his throat, he replied, nice voice. Guess I'll have to kill you a few more times later. You? You. The female player with the ID Xiao was left speechless. Cut the nonsense. Do you dare or not? The opponent pressed again. Yang Hao narrowed his eyes. Why wouldn't I? Bring him on. He'll take his head with one strike. You lot from Yanyu Lu want to hunt me down? I won't stop until you apologize. Meanwhile, on YY voice chat, Zhan Yu, upon hearing that Yang Hao had accepted the challenge, immediately started a live stream titled 1v1 against Qin Yan. Although impulsive by nature, Zhan Yu was also meticulous. This duel wasn't just about Yanyu Lu's reputation, it was a chance to turn the tide. As a three-time solo championship winner in his professional career, he was confident he could crush this nobody. Yang Hao waited in place, calculating his next moves. This duel held significant importance for him, not only for the negotiations tomorrow, but also as a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. Whether it was to form a team, attract players, or boost his teammates' morale, he had to win this battle. Before long, a figure riding a white horse with a silver spear approached slowly. The name, Zhan Yu, hovered prominently above his head. Qin Yan. Zhan Yu called out coldly. Yang Hao scanned him from head to toe, a confident smile playing on his lips. You'll be kneeling soon. Huh. Kids these days are so full of themselves. Zhan Yu sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. No matter how good you are here, it doesn't matter. After all, you're just a shadow fragment. Play some other classes more, then talk about throwing down big words on the pro stage. Hearing this, Yang Hao's lips twitched slightly, and a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. The pro stage. It was the place he had always dreamed of. Even though he had been expelled and his time with the Yaoshi team wasn't perfect, those days remained unforgettable. The intense matches, the thunderous cheers of thousands of fans after every brilliant move, those memories drove him forward. What he missed most was the moment he held up the championship trophy during the summer tournament. But now, he found himself drifting further and further away from the pro stage. He lowered his gaze to the computer screen, his eyes slightly unfocused, until Zhan Yu's voice interrupted his thoughts again. Let's settle it here. Accept my PK request. Since it's a solo, let's fight it out in the arena. Adding some stakes would make it even better. Yang Hao licked his lips, a spark of interest flashing in his expression. This game has PK arenas where players can duel for fun, unlike ranked modes. You can even add wagers, and spectators can bet on who they think will win. Zhan Yu raised an eyebrow and licked his lips. Wagers? Sure, let's do it your way. Yang Hao nodded. Then let's head to Ordo Town. All right, Zhan Yu agreed without hesitation. Soon, the two arrived at the arena in Ordo Town to register for a solo match. The area felt a bit desolate, as most players were busy grinding levels. However, as soon as they registered, the viewer count in Zhan Yu's livestream skyrocketed. A flood of spectators rushed in, eager to watch the showdown. Zhan Yu asked in a low voice, so what's the wager? Yang Hao raised an eyebrow and licked his lips. How about some small change, like 10 gold coins? Zhan Yu squinted slightly. That's boring. How about this: if you win, I'll grant you one request. If you lose, you join my wild team. Deal. To this day, Zhan Yu hadn't given up on recruiting Yang Hao for his team. Ever since he saw Yang Hao's first boss clear, his desire to have him on the roster only grew stronger. A rogue pulling off over 2,000 DPS? That kind of skill was nothing short of astounding. Sorry, but I'm not really interested in your promises, Yang Hao replied bluntly, curling his lips in refusal. Zhan Yu sneered. Ungrateful brat. Fine then. Let's stick to 10 gold coins, Zhan Yu said dismissively, unfazed. Yang Hao let out a cheeky chuckle, looking slightly smug. All right, time to make some easy money. Irritated, Zhan Yu felt a surge of anger and muttered under his breath, arrogant punk. With a flick of his hand, he turned and headed toward the arena platform. Meanwhile, the chat in Zhan Yu's livestream exploded with activity. Who the hell is this guy? Challenging Zhan Yu to a duel? Is he asking for it? When it comes to 1v1s, no one in the country can take down Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu even offered him a request if he wins? Did he hit his head or something? Do you really think this guy can beat Zhan Yu? Huh. I've already bet 3 gold coins on Zhan Yu. Amidst the gathering crowd, the sounds of wagers being placed filled the air. Most people bet on Zhan Yu to win, the consensus being that in the domestic pro scene, few could stand a chance against him in a solo match. Indeed, Zhan Yu's reputation precedes him. As a top-tier professional player and the holder of the title, #1 gun soul in the national server, he never fails to draw attention wherever he goes. The gun soul class is unrivaled in unknown combat, with virtually no equal. While the odds of betting on him are not particularly high, for most people, it's a guaranteed win. Even so, there are still quite a few who believe in Yang Hao. Especially on this day's arena platform, his performance was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Together with Zhan Yu, Yang Hao cleared a level 10 dungeon, soloed Jingxian Pavilion, defeated the subordinates of Yanyu Lu, and even broke a high record of 2,300 damage per second with his Shadow Strike. becoming the first to clear the level 20 dungeon. His series of impressive achievements were particularly remarkable given his status as a non-paying player. Overall, Yang Hao's betting odds stood at about 1:4, making him a relatively high-risk investment. Finally, the match began. Zhang Yu stepped onto the stage, his gaze solemn, as if he were facing the finals of a professional tournament. This was a battle he absolutely could not lose. The honor of Yin Yu Lu was riding on this match. Otherwise, their start in the new server would be severely hindered. Watching Zhang Yu's back, Yang Hao smirked slightly, then walked over to the betting area and spent 10 gold coins to bet on his own victory. It was all the gold he had, as he had sold some equipment earlier. After placing his bet, Yang Hao paused for a moment, noticing two familiar figures, Sha and Ku Liang, also in the betting area. Their flamboyant names stood out, just like Yang Hao's, drawing the attention of onlookers. "What are you two doing here?" Yang Hao asked over YY voice chat. "Hurry up and bet on me to win. It'll make you some easy money." Sha scoffed. "Bet on you? No way. I already bet on Zhang Yu." Yang Hao chuckled helplessly, though he felt a bit disheartened. It was true that the majority didn't think highly of his chances. Even those who bet on him knew that his odds of winning were slim. After all, Zhang Yu was the #1 gun soul in the national server, a top professional player with an arsenal of experience from countless matches. These honors weren't earned overnight. "You're gonna lose money, you fools," Yang Hao muttered under his breath. He realized that spending so much time with Sha and Ku Liang lately had made him curse more often. Taking a deep breath, Yang Hao stepped onto the arena. Zhang Yu, seemingly impatient, quickly clicked on the NPC to issue a challenge. Yang Hao didn't hesitate and confirmed the challenge. Both players entered the countdown screen as time ticked away. 10, 9, 8. The timer blinked on the screen, and the tension in the air grew heavier. As the countdown reached 1, the two of them moved almost simultaneously, charging toward each other. Yang Hao licked his lips, his wrist trembling slightly. His long blade unsheathed, the azure glow cutting through the night sky and dispelling the surrounding darkness in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's gun soul swiftly struck, aiming directly at Yang Hao. Forward thrust. Zhang Yu's spear gleamed like lightning, piercing toward Yang Hao with unstoppable momentum. Yang Hao remained calm, instantly using extinction flash to evade the first strike. Without missing a beat, he closed in on Zhang Yu, his movements as swift as lightning. Drunken Dream Slash. Yang Hao's long blade swung fiercely, the blue arc slicing through the air and landing squarely on Zhang Yu's shoulder. Just as Yang Hao was about to press his advantage, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. "Got you." Zhang Yu chuckled softly, flicking his wrist as his spear swung in a wide arc toward Yang Hao. Sweeping Army. The gun soul's crowd control skill unleashed a storm of spear energy, sweeping toward Yang Hao like a violent gale. Yang Hao, unflustered, used extinction flash once more, narrowly dodging Zhang Yu's deadly strike. Although Sweeping Army didn't pack the explosive power of Shadow Strike, getting hit would result in being knocked airborne, leaving the victim vulnerable to follow-up combos. Yang Hao's swift and precise movements allowed him to avoid this lethal trap. "Your reflexes are pretty sharp," Zhang Yu remarked, advancing steadily. His tone carried a hint of disdain. "But you've used up your extinction flash. Let's see how you dodge this one. Are you planning to use stealth?" With that, he thrust his spear forward once again, its tip aimed directly at Yang Hao's face with overwhelming force. At the very moment his opponent charged forward, a faint, knowing smirk appeared on Yang Hao's lips. Bang! Although struck, Yang Hao was well prepared. In an instant, 3 eerie figures materialized around Zhang Yu. This was the shadow kill formation he had meticulously set up. His fingers danced across the keyboard with incredible speed, seamlessly executing the Drunken Dream Slash, Annihilation, and Thousand Strikes combo. The rapid succession of moves was almost dazzling to follow. Yet, at this critical moment, Gunsoul deftly used his spear to vault off the ground, performing a soaring leap to nimbly evade the attack. "See Subduing Dragon," Gunsoul bellowed, his spear gleaming coldly as it shot toward Yang Hao like an arrow loosed from a bow. Faced with this fierce strike, Yang Hao's lips curved upward slightly. With a light tap on the shadow kill formation, he instantly teleported to another shadow's position, flawlessly dodging the lethal blow. The battle was now in a deadlock. Yang Hao had landed 4 hits on his opponent while taking 3 himself, yet his health remained in a relatively stable state. However, his intricately designed burst combo had been cleverly neutralized by his adversary. Zhang Yu's expression grew increasingly serious, fully aware that in a clash between experts of this caliber, a single misjudgment could mean total defeat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's livestream was in an uproar. Damn, that was insane. No wonder he could snatch a boss from a major guild. The chat was flooded with comments, scrolling like a torrential downpour. In a private booth at an internet cafe in Hangzhou, Sha and Ku Liang were intently watching the match unfold. "This guy's PvP skills are seriously impressive," Sha remarked in a hushed tone, careful not to disturb Yang Hao's focus. Managing to gain the upper hand against someone as elite as Zhang Yu is no small feat. Shadow Fragment's dueling abilities are definitely exceeding expectations, Ku Liang mused. Do you think tomorrow's negotiations will go smoothly? One step at a time, Sha replied. Let's finish watching this match first. What the heck, these two? As their skill cooldowns just entered recovery, Yang Hao and Zhan Yu simultaneously chose to face off heat. The glint of the spear and battle blade crisscrossed in the arena, with thrusts and the drunken dream slash unleashed almost at the same time. Their figures intertwined as the clash of their weapons echoed continuously, and their health points steadily dropped amidst the intense exchange. In the livestream, Zhan Yu's eyes sharpened as he caught the critical moment when both of their skill cooldowns were about to end. Just as Yang Hao was about to execute another drunken dream slash, Zhan Yu suddenly leaped backward with his skybound leap. In the next instant, a blinding white light shot out from his spear moon crossing. Caught off guard, Yang Hao was struck by the white light, sending him airborne. Beside him, Shisha exclaimed in shock, "It's over." That's Zhan Yu's signature combo, the bow and arrow maneuver. By this point, both of their health bars had dropped to half. Bitterly, Ku Liang analyzed. Even if he uses stealth upon landing, the time gap is enough for Zhan Yu's Flood Dragon smash to hit, followed by a cooldown free forward thrust. That's more than enough damage. Yang Hao frowned deeply, cursing internally, crafty bastard. His original plan was to bait Zhan Yu into striking first, then use the high mobility of his annihilation flash to dodge and counterattack. But he hadn't anticipated falling for this move. In a split second, he weighed whether to use his stealth skill. Sure enough, Zhan Yu's Flood Dragon smash followed immediately, his spear streaking through the air toward him. Zhan Yu's lips curled into a victorious smile. It's over. The spear struck Yang Hao as he landed, triggering a massive damage figure that nearly emptied his health bar. Zhan Yu retracted his spear and immediately launched a forward thrust, aiming directly at the lockdown Yang Hao. At the critical moment, Yang Hao activated Eternity, barely blocking the basic attack. Zhan Yu sneered dismissively, a futile struggle. Without hesitation, he followed up with Sweeping Army. However, just then, Yang Hao's Annihilation Flash activated, teleporting him instantly behind Zhan Yu. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a drunken dream slash. Zhan Yu's expression shifted as he quickly turned and retaliated with a forward thrust. Just as he raised his hand, before the spear could strike, Yang Hao swiftly darted to the other side of Zhan Yu, vanishing from his line of sight. Shadow kill formation. Annihilation. Zhan Yu's expression immediately turned grave, his heart shaken. He hadn't expected his attack to fail this time. However, he remained composed, knowing that as long as he could land a single hit on Yang Hao, victory would be his. Yet, as he raised his hand again to launch another attack, the delay in retracting his previous gesture created a critical opening, costing him the initiative. At the very moment he prepared to strike for the third time, Yang Hao disappeared once more. Utilizing his shadow skill, Yang Hao quickly shifted to another position, creating distance between himself and Zhan Yu. 1,000 strikes. Yang Hao moved like a phantom, his blade flashing in all directions as a relentless onslaught rained down upon Zhan Yu. His health began to plummet visibly, leaving him with barely any time to react. Desperate, Zhan Yu adjusted his position and lunged fiercely toward Yang Hao once again. However, the instant he raised his hand for the fourth time, Yang Hao vanished from sight yet again. Invisibility. Capitalizing on his superior agility and despite his own low health, Yang Hao successfully evaded Zhan Yu's 4 attacks. Instead, he seized the opportunity to counterattack, executing a devastating combo of 1,000 strikes. Zhan Yu's health was now critically low, reduced to a sliver of life. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically in an instant. The spectators could only see Yang Hao constantly changing positions around Zhan Yu, while Zhan Yu's health bar rapidly dwindled, like a tattered cloth being torn apart. Damn it! Zhan Yu's face turned ashen as he instinctively stepped back and activated his final skill mount up. This was the disengage skill of the Gun Soul class. Once triggered, he could use the mobility of his mount to quickly create distance, temporarily exit the fight, and wait for his cooldowns to reset before counterattacking. But just as he leaped onto the horse, a flash of blade light suddenly erupted beside him. Bang! Before Zhan Yu could fully mount, Yang Hao's blade mercilessly struck him, knocking him off the saddle. He crashed to the ground in agony. He had been counterkilled by Yang Hao, who was in a critical health state. The scene was so dramatic that it left all the spectators utterly stunned. At this moment, even in the Hangzhou YY channel, Shisha was dumbfounded, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. After a long pause, he finally muttered in a low voice, "This is the 4 symbols quick draw." Every top player in their respective profession has a signature playstyle that often influences ordinary players over time. For instance, Zhan Yu's bending bow and shooting arrows in the Gun Soul class became iconic. Similarly, the Shadow Step class boasts several classic playstyles, such as the one-wave flow pioneered by the world's top assassin and Xiaolong's unique sticky bandage style. The 4 symbols blade draw style, however, is the signature technique of Yang Hao, once known as Swift Wind. This is considered the most challenging playstyle in the Shadow Step class, requiring unparalleled mastery of evasion skills and exceptional positional awareness. The Shadow Step class is particularly vulnerable when controlled, often resulting in fatal situations. Most classes only have one skill to break free from control, and once it's used, they are left defenseless. Additionally, the high demands on hand speed and combo execution make the four symbols blade draw style far less popular among players compared to the straightforward one-wave flow and the versatile sticky bandage style. The room fell into silence. No one had anticipated Zhang Yu's defeat. In the live stream, Zhang Yu's usually arrogant expression was replaced with disbelief. He had just been perfectly outplayed by an opponent with barely any health remaining. If this had happened on a professional stage, it would undoubtedly have become one of the official highlights of the year. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke with difficulty. I lost. Yang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That thrilling moment had him thinking he was about to lose as well. With a cheeky grin, he said, "Thanks for the 10 gold coins." Zhang Yu quickly regained his composure, a fundamental trait of any top-tier professional player. What you just used was the Shadow Steps 4 symbols blade draw style, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's Swiftwind's signature technique. Do you know him? Yang Hao grinned widely. He's my idol. Zhang Yu's live stream chat exploded instantly, with the comment section flooded. Idol? What a joke. Swiftwind is a loser. The biggest disgrace in Chinese esports history. Ignoring the chaos in the chat, Zhang Yu's expression darkened. All right, consider this your lucky day. But you'll soon learn the consequences of offending Misty Rain Pavilion. This server will have no place for you. Yang Hao scoffed. This server won't have room for your Misty Rain Pavilion either. You've got numbers, huh? Fine. They'll just target one person. That cute-sounding one I've decided. From now on, they'll hunt them down specifically. In the YY voice channel of Yen Yu Lu, tears welled up in Xiuxiu's eyes, almost spilling over. She let out a sharp scream, filled with grievance and anger. Thinking back to being killed 3 times in a row by Yang Hao on her familiar map, a sense of dread crept over her if they moved to the main city with its expansive wild zones and dungeons. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous? She bit her lip, her eyes turning red. Players who use Shadow Shard are all psychos, she muttered under her breath, feeling utterly exasperated at being targeted. Zhang Yu's lips curved slightly, his tone carrying the calmness of an experienced elder. Youngsters always think they're invincible. I've seen countless geniuses, but they all turn into fools once they step onto the professional stage. And you don't even have the courage to go pro. Yang Hao sneered slightly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. You refuse to go pro and make a name for yourself, yet you strut around acting high and mighty in a casual server. What a waste. Zhang Yu shook his head, his gaze showing genuine admiration. His respect for Yang Hao had only grown after being defeated by him. He knew that this loss was a significant blow to Yen Yu Lu's reputation on the server, but with their solid foundation, this setback wasn't a major issue. I will go pro, Yang Hao said coldly. But not with Yen Yu Lu, and not with any JPL team. With that, he jumped off the stage decisively, leaving without looking back as he added, I'm done arguing with you. Now I'm off to hunt down Xiuxiu. The moment he landed, the YY channel erupted with excitement. Damn bro, that was insane. You actually beat Zhang Yu. He's a top-tier pro player. This is nuts. I always knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. I seriously underestimated your PvP skills. Ku Yang's voice followed shortly after. Yang Hao simply chuckled. Just luck, just luck. Meanwhile, at the Yaoshi team base, the players had just finished a scrim, and the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. They had been scrimming against KT, a traditional Korean esports powerhouse that had been eliminated in the group stage of the World Championship. Yet, Yaoshi had lost to Thema team considered weak on the world stage. The entire team fell into silence. The problems were glaringly obvious. Gui Dao couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned to a young player beside him and roared. I told you to protect me earlier, what the hell were you doing? This young player was the rookie who had replaced Yang Hao. During a critical team fight, Gui Dao had mispositioned and been instantly killed. The substitute player could have saved him but chose instead to dive into the enemy backline, resulting in Gui Dao's death. The substitute was then isolated and focused down, leaving the remaining 3 teammates unable to turn the fight around. What are you yelling for? Vivian snapped, unable to tolerate it any longer. Did he grab your mouse and make you walk into their crowd control? Gui Dao's expression darkened. Are you saying it's my fault? Whose fault is it if not yours? Vivian shot back, unrelenting. You all blamed Jifeng before, didn't you? How's that working out now? I can't believe how you guys think. Just think about where we were as a team before Jifeng joined, and where we were after he came. Sure, he made a mistake in the finals by going against the coach's strategy, but blaming him for everything? Even spreading rumors that he was betting against us? Enough is enough. Just as Vivian was speaking, the coach behind her suddenly roared. Everyone, quiet down. If you don't want to play, get off the court and sit on the bench. Mu Chen's expression turned grim. He glanced at the substitute players nearby, his brows furrowing. and then turned to the coach, speaking in a low, determined voice. No matter what it takes, find that Qing Yan. I need to meet him personally. Despite Mu Qin's prideful nature, he was willing to do whatever it took for the sake of the team's success. At that moment, the manager of the Radiance battle team interjected, that Qing Yan is indeed a promising talent. Just now, he single-handedly took down members of Smoke Rain Pavilion, forced Zhan Yu into a unknown duel, and he won. What's more, he was using the four-element blade technique of Swift Wind. What? He defeated Zhan Yu in a duel. Mu Qin's expression instantly shifted to disbelief. Zhan Yu was one of the top solo players in the country. If Yang Hao could beat him, it meant Yang Hao's shadow step skill had already reached an elite level in terms of execution. Such talent was enough to stir Mu Qin's interest. Narrowing his eyes deeply, he murmured, no matter what, we must find him. Reach out to him. I have a feeling that once he joins, he'll perfectly fill the gap in our warrior position. However, sitting quietly in the corner, Vivian suddenly shifted her gaze slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing across her face. She picked up her phone and quickly sent a message to Yang Hao. That Qing Yan. It's you, isn't it? About 2 minutes later, her phone vibrated. Yang Hao had replied with a single word, yes. Seeing that response, Vivian's expression became complicated, as if an indescribable emotion was welling up within her. She lowered her head to glance at Mu Chun and the others, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Yang Hao glanced at the time. It was already close to 8 p.m. He frowned slightly and decided to head back and rest. Wan had been busy all day and hadn't come to find him yet, but that was expected. After all, their relationship wasn't particularly close. After logging out of the game, Yang Hao began planning his next steps. While today's gains weren't as impressive as yesterday's, he still managed to earn a few dozen gold coins. Including the sale of a rare purple item he looted, his total income reached nearly 100 gold coins. However, the value of gold coins was starting to drop. At the moment, 1 gold coin was worth only about 150 yuan, and the price was expected to fall further. The small rewards from the internet cafe were no longer significant to him. Besides, the cafe's noisy environment wasn't ideal. Since he had saved up some money, it made more sense to invest in a good computer to play at home. After all, if he planned to form a team, he would eventually need to rent a proper base, and having a personal computer was a must. When he went to the front desk, Wan was nowhere to be seen. Yang Hao shrugged and left the internet cafe, heading straight for the electronics market. Though it was already late, he managed to buy and assemble a new computer before taking a taxi back home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard Xiaoyu's excited voice coming from her room. Wow. Big brother, you're amazing. Moi? I finally reached level 20. A moment later, she added in an exaggeratedly sweet tone. Can you help me with the level 20 dungeon later? I just can't beat it on my own. Her voice sent a shiver down Yang Hao's spine. It was hard to imagine that the usually cold and aloof short-haired beauty could sound so dramatically different. Ignoring Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu, who were engrossed in their game, Yang Hao carried his new computer into his room and set it up. Once everything was ready, he logged back into the game. His top priority now was to clear the over 1,000 points of infamy he had accumulated. Being flagged as a red name player was a hassle, and it would take a while to work it off. As he methodically worked through quests to reduce his red name status, the voices from the 2 girls in the next room never ceased. From the time he got home until nearly 3 to 4 hours straight, they kept trying to clear the level 20 dungeon. They went through countless cycles of dying, losing levels, grinding to regain them, and getting wiped out by the boss all over again. Finally, Xiaoyu's voice rang out with resignation. Forget it. We're just dragging everyone down. We're way too bad at this. Feng Qianqian chimed in. Yeah, let's just call it for now. We need to upgrade our gear first. Yang Hao gave a small smile. The tasks from the day had left him a bit drained, so he headed to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu walked out one after the other. The moment Xiaoyu saw Yang Hao, her brows furrowed, and a look of disdain flashed across her eyes. Without so much as a greeting, she strode straight to the bathroom. Watching Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Yang Hao shook his head internally. While he appreciated beautiful women and occasionally enjoyed a bit of playful banter, he found himself completely uninterested in someone with Xiaoyu's personality. Having experienced both wealth and the thriving world of professional esports, he had encountered plenty of women eager to throw themselves at him. At most, he would tease them a little. But Xiaoyu, with her constant disdainful attitude, had gradually begun to irritate him. The most frustrating part was that he couldn't even recall offending her in the first place. Don't take it to heart, Yang Hao. That's just how Xiaoyu is, Feng Qianqian said quickly, noticing the displeased look on Yang Hao's face and attempting to smooth things over. It's fine, Yang Hao replied with a slight smirk. We're not close anyway. Out of sight, out of mind. Next time you two are in the living room, he'll just avoid coming out. Honestly, I have no idea what I did to upset her. Feng Qianqian let out an awkward cough and quickly changed the subject. By the way, I noticed you brought a computer back earlier. Didn't you say you'd add me as a friend in the new game? What's your ID? Qingyan. Yang Hao replied directly. Feng Qianqian took a step closer, brushing her hair back. Oh, come on, don't joke with me. Qing Yan is a top-tier player. I really am Qing Yan, Yang Hao said seriously. All right, if you don't want to tell me, forget it, Feng Qianqian said with a hint of skepticism, clearly unconvinced. She quickly changed the subject again. Anyway, speaking of which, this level 20 dungeon is so hard. Earlier, Xiaoyu and I teamed up with 2 9-star and 2 8-star players from the battleground. They were all decked out in green gear, but we still couldn't clear it. Yang Hao shook his head inwardly. For players with 8 or 9 battleground stars, a full set of green gear should provide more than enough stats for both damage and tanking to clear that dungeon. The fact that they couldn't manage it spoke volumes about their lack of skill. It was obvious that neither Xiaoyu nor Feng Qianqian had even reached the level of a 6-star player. They probably only made it to the current stage by charming stronger players into carrying them. Did you clear it? Feng Qianqian suddenly asked. Yang Hao nodded. Yeah, I cleared it. Feng Qianqian froze for a moment, her expression a mix of surprise and skepticism. Her eyes flickered as she processed his response. You really cleared it? Yang Hao nodded again, confirming. Feng Qianqian's face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Do you know how to play Starlight Maiden or Soul Master? Yeah, Yang Hao replied tersely. Great. Feng Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since we're roommates, how about helping us clear the level 20 dungeon? If you manage to do it, he'll believe you're the legendary Qing Yan. And let me tell you, if you succeed, Xiaoyu definitely won't treat you the way she does now. She leaned in slightly, a playful and alluring smile spreading across her face. In fact, if you pull it off, who knows? She might even sneak into your bed one night while you're sleeping. Seeing the hint of mischief and seduction in Feng Qianqian's expression, Yang Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. All right, he agreed. Hearing Yang Hao agree to help, Feng Qianqian's face lit up with a radiant smile. She immediately grabbed Yang Hao's arm and led him into the room. As soon as the door was pushed open, a faint, pleasant fragrance greeted them. Yang Hao glanced around and was met with a room filled with pink decor, exuding an overwhelming girlish charm. Feng Qianqian skillfully guided Yang Hao to sit in front of a computer while she settled at another one nearby. Speaking into her microphone, she said, Are you guys still here? I found someone to help us. Let's give it another try. Yang Hao put on a headset and immediately heard a male voice respond. All right, no problem. I told you I'd get you through this, and I will. But remember, after we clear the dungeon, you have to add me on WeChat. Yang Hao opened YY and noticed they were in a small room under the Liu Xian group. The voice belonged to Iran, who had previously rejected him. Iran was a trainee professional player, not well known, with no official matches or fans to his name, a stark contrast to the top-tier professional players who could easily attract pretty girls. Of course, Feng Qianqian replied sweetly. Yang Hao was about to shake his head when his eyes caught the words Xiaoyu in the top right corner of the screen. Turning to look at Feng Qianqian's screen, he saw the name Chong'er displayed prominently in the same spot. What's wrong? Feng Qianqian noticed Yang Hao's strange expression and turned off her microphone to ask. Yang Hao also muted his mic and replied calmly. Nothing, though his mind was in turmoil. The 2 girls he had flirted with in the game last night turned out to be his roommates. The thought of Xiaoyu behaving so flirtatiously in the game, yet being cold and aloof in real life, was both ironic and amusing. At that moment, the sound of footsteps drew closer, and Xiaoyu walked into the room. Seeing Yang Hao sitting in her seat, her face instantly darkened. She approached him step by step and lowered her voice, saying, Mute yourself. It's already muted, Yang Hao replied. Xiaoyu immediately snapped coldly. Get out. Anger flared up within Yang Hao. He had come to help them clear the dungeon, yet this was how he was treated. He stood up abruptly, ready to leave. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Feng Qianqian quickly held Yang Hao back. He's here to help us with the level 20 dungeon. He's already cleared it himself. Him. Xiaoyu sneered as she gave Yang Hao a dismissive glance. If he causes me to lose 10% of my experience points, he'll have to grind all over again. Yang Hao frowned slightly, but soon smirked playfully. What if I manage to clear it? First of all, you won't. I'm not wasting my time betting on something so ridiculous, Xiaoyu retorted, her disdain evident. Feng Qianqian quickly said, Just let him give it a try. You're way too biased against Yang Hao. A flicker of defiance flashed in Yang Hao's eyes as he smirked slightly and said, If I fail, I'll do whatever you ask me to. Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes glimmered as a mocking smile curved her lips. You said it. Then I'll give you one chance. If you fail, you'll move out of this room immediately. And what if I succeed? Yang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, staring directly at her. Xiaoyu tilted her chin arrogantly. If you succeed, tonight, I'll be yours. You can do whatever you want. Looking at Xiaoyu's disdainful yet delicate face, Yang Hao felt a slight stir in his heart. In a low voice, he said, You said it. Don't regret it. I don't know what kind of act you're putting on in front of Feng Qianqian, but I never believed you were any kind of expert, Xiaoyu sneered. A true pro at Descend, who earns over 100,000 a year, wouldn't be living in a place like this. I just want to see you pack up and leave. Yang Hao said no more. He walked straight to the computer, sat down, and began adjusting his seat and setup. Xiaoyu's in-game character was a level 20 soul master with 6 learned skills, capable of summoning 2 pets. The first skill, Spirit Aura, was akin to a basic attack. The second, Blood Sacrifice, allowed her to exchange her and her pet's health to block a fatal attack, with a 1-minute cooldown. The third skill, Soul Capture, could temporarily stun enemies by drawing out their souls. The fourth, Death Strike, was a burst skill that significantly boosted her magic power. The fifth, Goose Spirit Orb, summoned a magic orb dealing massive damage upon hitting enemies. The sixth skill, Star Shift, enabled her to instantly retreat, removing all control effects. After finishing his adjustments, Yang Hao turned to Feng Qianqian and nodded. Ready when you are. Start it. Feng Qianqian spoke into the microphone. Brother Iran, we're ready on this side. You can start now. Iran responded. All right, friend, just follow my commands later. As long as you reach 8 stars in the battlefield, I can definitely carry us through. Yang Hao remained silent. By then, Iran had already clicked on the NPC, and the 6-person team entered the dungeon. The team lineup consisted of a Starlight Maiden, a tank, a Gun Soul, a Holy Archer, a Soul Master, and a Dark Elf. Yang Hao noticed that the tank's gear was quite impressive, capable of soloing the boss's 5-layer buff. Glancing at Xiaoyu's equipment, Yang Hao had to admit it was top-notch 12 complete gear sets and all other offensive items of green quality. He couldn't help but think to himself that she probably sweet-talked other players into giving her such items. With this gear, dealing 2,000 damage was a breeze. As the game progressed, most of the team members' gear improved significantly throughout the day. As long as Xiaoyu's healer could keep the team alive, clearing this dungeon shouldn't be too difficult. Yang Hao glanced at Xiaoyu and noticed her expression had grown visibly tense. Taking a deep breath, he calmly said, Relax. Just follow my instructions later. I'll tell you exactly who to heal. When I say heal someone, you heal them. It'll be easy to clear this. Big talk. Xiaoyu scoffed disdainfully. By now, the group had entered the in-game palace. Yang Hao turned to look at Xiaoyu, licking his lips as a teasing smile played on his face. You might want to go clean yourself up and wait for me now. You can go clean yourself up and wait for me now, Yang Hao said coldly, expertly equipping his Tier 2 gear. Feng Qianqian watched Yang Hao's retreating figure, feeling a bit helpless. She had thought well of this man, but the reality turned out to be disappointing. Shaking her head, she turned back to the YY voice chat and resumed her professional tone. Let's start the fight when you're ready. A brief response came through the YY channel. Got it. In the next moment, the massive figure of the orc boss leaped into the air, landing with a thunderous crash in the center of the arena, aiming straight for the undead mage. Haha. The mage's eerie laughter echoed as it rose from the ground, launching fierce skill attacks at the orc. On the other side, Yang Hao took a deep breath, swiftly summoning 2 pets. He commanded them to charge at the mage while he focused on delivering precise damage to the boss. His fingers danced across the keyboard, casting skills with seamless precision. Spirit Aura, Death Grip, Venom Orb. A purple orb of light formed at the tip of the Soulmaster's staff, striking the mage directly and exploding on impact. Without hesitation, Yang Hao unleashed a flurry of basic attacks, his pets adding to the damage output. His damage numbers climbed rapidly, surpassing the performance of the Mo Yun, player who had run dungeons with him the day before. A single combo sent his damage soaring. Positioned at the optimal range, Yang Hao's staff emitted continuous beams of spiritual energy. The damage per second DPS counter in the corner of his screen quickly surged past 2,000 and kept climbing. This was the hallmark of the Soul Master class' unmatched early-game burst damage, though its effectiveness would gradually decline over time. The boss's primary attacks were focused on the tank, but its area effect skills occasionally reached Yang Hao and the others. Yang Hao skillfully dodged these with precise movements, ensuring his damage output remained uninterrupted. However, it wasn't long before he frowned slightly. He noticed that Feng Qianqian, as the healer, was solely focused on keeping the tank alive, neglecting the rest of the team. The Sacred Archer and Dark Elf teammates had to rely on their own health potions to recover after being hit by the boss's skills. No wonder they can't clear this, Yang Hao thought, shaking his head. This team had much better gear than the one he played with yesterday. Even if their damage output was slightly lower, they should still be able to pass the stage. The problem lay in the healer's poor performance. The other 2 teammates were decent, managing to avoid some of the boss's skills, but doing so disrupted their damage output. Glancing at the damage chart, Yang Hao noticed that after about a minute, the other 2 players' DPS had dropped to around 1,800. He figured that if Xiaoyu were in this team, they would have been knocked out long ago. With only 2 players dealing around 1,800 DPS each, even with the Gun Soul's contributions, the total damage was far from sufficient. Yang Hao smirked and continued to weave through the battlefield with precision, maintaining consistent damage output. His movements were so precise that he could predict the boss area effect skill landings, dodging them perfectly before resuming his attacks. His DPS remained steady between 2,100 and 2,200, far surpassing his teammates. Holy crap, Pet, where did you find this pro? His DPS is insane. An astonished voice came through his headset. Pet chuckled softly. Focus on the fight. Let's talk after we clear this stage. She was equally surprised, beginning to believe that Yang Hao might truly be the legendary player known in the game as Light Whisper. Behind him, Xiaoyu's gaze shifted from initial disdain to a serious intensity. Every time she had challenged this boss before, she would inevitably be defeated in less than half a minute. So when Yang Hao started with his explosive skills, she didn't take it seriously, assuming it was just the basic opening moves any soul master could perform. However, as time went on, she found herself stunned. Yang Hao's sustained damage output and outstanding movement techniques left her in utter disbelief. The battle lasted over a minute, during which the boss's skills barely landed a hit on Yang Hao, while his damage output was astonishingly high. Although the mechanics of descend weren't particularly complex, the difference between an expert and an average player often came down to precise details and cooldown management. Even though Yang Hao hadn't fully unlocked all his skills yet and couldn't fully utilize cooldown tactics, his damage output was impeccable. Xiaoyu began to feel a deep sense of regret for having underestimated him so much earlier. She couldn't understand how a player with such exceptional skills could live in a place like this. Becoming a professional player, a streamer, or even a game booster would all earn him a decent income. She looked down at Yang Hao, her gaze no longer indifferent but tinged with subtle awkwardness. The group's equipment setup was also decent. Over time, the top-tier players had significantly upgraded their gear, and more people were breaking through the level 20 dungeons. Eventually, they successfully cleared the dungeon in 4 minutes and 50 seconds, just within the time limit. Although breaking records was no easy feat, Yang Hao's performance was still outstanding. His final damage output reached 2,300. While it surpassed Mukin's, there was still a noticeable gap. Mukin's gear was primarily the anew set, while Xiaoyu's character was still equipped with green-grade gear, slightly better than Mayun's, but far inferior to Mukin's. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Feng Qianqian jumped up in excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Clearing a level 20 dungeon within this time frame puts us ahead of most. I thought we'd have to wait for better gear, maybe even some anew pieces, but with Yang Hao's help, we cleared it in one go. She turned to Yang Hao with a big smile and said, Yang Hao, thank you so much. Truly thank you. Yang Hao took off his headset, his face calm with a faint smile. He didn't even bother to check what quality the 2 green-grade equipment drops from the boss were. He knew this wasn't a first clear, so while there were drops, the rewards paled compared to those of a first clear. Yang Hao turned around, his gaze locking onto Xiaoyu with a hint of playful challenge in his smile. Xiaoyu's face was full of shock. She could hardly believe that Yang Hao had not only led them to victory, but had also outperformed the second highest damage dealer by several hundred points. She stared at him blankly and stammered, You? Are you really Qin Yan? Yang Hao raised a hand slightly to interrupt her, his lips curling into a faint smile. That's not the point. The point is the bet between you and me. His eyes swept over Xiaoyu's mature figure almost involuntarily. Do you remember what you said before we started? If we cleared the dungeon, tonight, you'd be mine to do whatever I want. At this moment, Xiaoyu's expression changed. She became visibly nervous and flustered. Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently and said, I'll go take a shower first, but I have one condition. Yang Hao froze on the spot, completely bewildered. He had only intended to tease Xiaoyu and get back at her for targeting him recently, but her unexpected agreement left him utterly at a loss. Xiaoyu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. I agree to keep you company tonight, but starting today, you have to be my boyfriend. What? Yang Hao was stunned once more. I'm going to shower now, and tonight, I'll come to your room, Xiaoyu said before turning and leaving Yang Hao standing there, dumbfounded. After a moment, Yang Hao stiffly turned to Feng Qianqian. Is she always this bold? Feng Qianqian watched the scene unfold with a playful smile tugging at her lips. Do you want me to keep you company tonight too? The two of us sisters together. Yang Hao shivered. Such a little guy. All talk and no guts. Feng Qianqian chuckled, covering her mouth. Actually, Xiaoyu's always wanted a boyfriend who's great at gaming. She was aiming for a pro player, but never had the chance to meet one. Now, I guess, she sees potential in you, thinks you could go pro someday. That's way too straightforward, Yang Hao muttered, rolling his eyes. She was just giving me a hard time earlier, and now she wants to be my girlfriend? Waving dismissively, he added, I'm heading back to my room. I only helped you guys with the game because I didn't want to stir things up too much. If she hadn't been targeting me all this time, I wouldn't have said those things. You're not interested? Feng Qianqian narrowed her eyes with a teasing smile. Not really. She's not my type, Yang Hao replied before heading toward his room. Can you let her know for me later? Feng Qianqian was taken aback, not expecting Yang Hao to actually refuse. Back in his room, Yang Hao sat down at his computer. The sound of running water from the bathroom reached his ears, making his thoughts wander. Xiaoyu was undeniably beautiful. Her short hair gave her a clean and delicate look, and her figure was undeniably attractive. Damn, kind of regretting it now, Yang Hao muttered to himself. Should have waited until tonight to decide. Shaking his head, He put on his headphones and focused on grinding his red name quest. Not long after, a voice came through on YY. Qingyan, we're heading out. Send me the address, and we'll come find you in Shanghai tomorrow for lunch. Yang Hao responded with a quick acknowledgement, checked the time, and decided to keep working on his quest. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu finished her shower and returned to her room, looking around in confusion. Huh? Where did he go? Feng Qianqian shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Did you really take it seriously? He was just teasing you. Come on, let's keep leveling up. Try to hit level 30 soon so he can help us get through. Xiaoyu froze for a moment when she heard this, her delicate face inadvertently showing a trace of disappointment. Feng Qianqian, quick to notice, narrowed her eyes and studied her. Let me tell you something. I've observed Yang Hao. He's probably still a virgin, one of those guys who has the desire but not the courage. But he did say he doesn't like your type. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Feng Qianqian continued, think about it. One moment you're arguing with him, and the next you want to be his girlfriend? Who could accept that? Xiaoyu let out a soft sigh, sitting down with a determined look in her eyes. If he really is Qingyan, I'm going to win him over. Xiaoyu, is this really necessary? Why do you insist on chasing after a pro gamer? Feng Qianqian asked, looking puzzled. You just don't understand, Qianqian. Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head with a touch of resignation in her tone. In cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, tears don't mean anything. For girls like us, aside from being good-looking, we don't have much to offer. With no strong family background, the only way to live a good life is to marry well. Those rich heirs and second-generation elites wouldn't take us seriously. At best, they'd treat us as playthings, and once they're bored, they'd toss us aside. She then analyzed further. Pro gamers are different. Most of them start competing professionally when they're 17 or 18, with little education. They're at the age where they're just starting to explore relationships, which makes them easier to win over. Plus, professional gamers earn a lot these days. If they become famous, they can make good money even after retirement, either as coaches or streamers. As for the temptations they face, I'm confident I can handle that. Feng Qianqian fell silent. Xiaoyu's words reflected a harsh reality. In cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, it was true that many beautiful girls frequented nightclubs, hoping to meet wealthy heirs or affluent men. There was even a network among them. Those who succeeded would often help introduce resources to their friends. Fine, I can't talk you out of it, Feng Qianqian said, shaking her head. Do whatever you want, just don't go overboard. Yang Hao is still just a kid. Don't worry, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Didn't you say he might still be a virgin? That makes it a sure thing. Once I've convinced him to go pro, if he really is Qingyan, he'll definitely make it. When that happens, he'll introduce you to someone famous too. You better keep your word, Feng Qianqian replied with a laugh. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was completely unaware of all this. Wearing his headphones, he stayed focused on grinding red name tasks until 2 a.m., then left his computer on and went straight to bed. The next morning, he woke up at 9 a.m. to find the two girls' doors still closed. He wasn't sure if they were at work or still asleep. After a quick wash, he grabbed his phone and sent his location to Kuliang and the girl to add them both to a group chat. Then, he headed out to the hot pot restaurant he had reserved. In his mind, he planned to win over all three of them. If he could secure their support and recruit a 9-star battlefield warrior, he was confident he could make it into the secondary league. In a private room of a Haidaleo restaurant in Minhang District, Shanghai, at 11 a.m., Yang Hao sat playing on his phone. From his seat by the window, he had a clear view of the direction of the Glory Esports Club, a familiar place that brought back memories of past gatherings with his teammates. Meanwhile, in the neighboring private room, over 10 members of the Glory Esports team were engaged in an important negotiation. Vivian, with a hint of indifference, was casually scrolling on her phone, her expression carrying a faint trace of disdain. The others, however, had their eyes fixed on an unassuming young man, Xiaolong. Xiaolong, our offer is genuinely sincere. The Glory team manager leaned forward slightly, his tone earnest. With your talent, surpassing Gale's achievements is entirely within reach. We'll fully support and promote you, and your existing streaming resources will remain intact. Esports is the mainstream now. As long as you perform well on the competitive stage, your fan base will grow exponentially. Becoming the next Mu Chun is definitely possible. That's right, Mu Chun chimed in at the right moment. You and he both started off as Shadow Step players. Transitioning to a warrior role won't be an issue. Xiaolong furrowed his brows, hesitating. The professional stage has always been my dream, but the risks are too high. What if I don't perform well? You don't need to worry about that, the manager cut him off, addressing his concerns. You've already built a solid reputation in the streaming world. Transitioning to a warrior role will earn you more understanding and patience from your fans. Besides, with your Shadow Step skills, the chances of a successful transition are very high. Mu Chun took a deep breath and played his final card. And if you join us, I'm willing to shut down my own stream while you live and play games with you. Really? Xiaolong's eyes immediately lit up. As a top-tier streamer himself, he was well aware of the difference in popularity between him and someone like Mu Chun, a top professional player. If Mu Chun were to support him, the traffic to his stream would undoubtedly skyrocket. I want to win a world championship, Mu Chun said through clenched teeth. Next year. I have to win it next year. I'm already 20 years old, and I might only have 2 more years left at my peak. After a brief silence, Xiaolong nodded solemnly. All right, he'll join you. Starting tomorrow, he'll focus on practicing warrior champions. Honestly, I've played Gun Soul and Berserker before, but I'm just not proficient yet. That's fantastic. The manager's face lit up with joy. They had initially wanted to recruit Lightwords, but Yang Hao had consistently declined on his behalf. With time running out, and the spring split starting right after the new year, they had to make the most of the next couple of months to build synergy. Even though you're coming from a casual background, Mu Chen added, we'll give you plenty of time. You can start with practice and then play in some third-tier leagues with the youth training second team to gradually adapt to the pace of the professional stage. No problem, Xiaolong responded decisively. Xiaolong exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with determination. I will give it my all and become a top-tier professional player. I believe in myself. Yang Hao, however, was unaware that while he was busy planning his future, events unfolding outside the private room were quietly altering his destiny. At precisely 11:30, the door to the room swung open, and two boys, around 17 or 18 years old, walked in. Both had fair and clean-cut appearances. One of them, a tall and slender boy, had striking features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a charismatic aura. On a professional stage, he would undoubtedly captivate countless fans. The other boy was smaller in stature, with a barely noticeable sly smile on his face. Guess who's who? The smaller boy asked playfully, drawing out his words with a teasing tone. Yang Hao glanced at them and smirked. Do I even need to guess? With that sneaky look of yours, you must be Shisha. Qingyan, my foot. The smaller boy snapped back with mock disdain. As it turned out, the smaller boy was indeed Shisha, while the handsome one was Kuliang. Kuliang smiled as he took a seat. Has the girl added you on WeChat yet? She's not here. Yang Hao nodded. Not yet. Kuliang leaned back casually in his chair, his tone relaxed. All right then. We've talked it over. Shisha and I both want to go pro. But I've decided to join you for this qualifier first. If we can't make it to the secondary league, we'll step back and call it a trial run. But if we do make it, we'll commit to the team fully. Yang Hao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Such a commitment was priceless. He responded eagerly. I'm confident we'll make it to the secondary league. This year, my goal is to leap 4 tiers. I want to compete in the World Championship. To reach the World Championship, the minimum requirement was to qualify for the secondary league, advance from there to the JPL, and then emerge from the fierce competition among the JPL's top teams to secure a top 3 spot. Achieving such a feat was something no team had ever done before, especially for a group of newcomers. While they lacked experience, they more than made up for it with passion and confidence. As they continued their conversation, the door to the private room opened once more. This time, a boy wearing the Yaoshi esports team uniform stepped in, his slightly long hair framing his face. Did the girl add you on WeChat? Yang Hao joked with a grin. The boy seemed a bit shy. After sitting down, he introduced himself. Just call me Nice. It was clear that his in-game ID was Nice. Raising an eyebrow, Yang Hao chuckled. You're finally here. Kuliang and Shisha have already decided to team up with me. What about you? If you join, we'll only need one more player to complete the team. Nice hesitated, falling silent for a moment before reluctantly replying. I do want to join. Honestly, leaving the Yaoshi training camp to compete would be a great opportunity for me. But the exorbitant buyout fee is really giving me a headache. Yang Hao frowned. How much have you saved up so far? Nice gave a bitter smile. I split 400,000 yesterday, and with the money I've earned from boosting accounts, I've managed to save around 600,000. But that's still far from the 2 million I need. Yang Hao was quiet for a moment before speaking up. I've made some money over the past couple of days too. I have a little over 500,000 on hand. I can give it to you to help make up the difference. Everyone in the room stared at him in shock. 500,000 was no small amount. Yang Hao met their gazes with unwavering conviction. I believe in you, and I believe in the team we're building. We're the founding members. Once the team succeeds, we'll split the shares equally. I'm confident this team will earn far more than this amount in the future, so I'm willing to invest this money now. Besides, you trusted me yesterday, and today I'm choosing to trust that, no matter what, you'll repay this debt. The girl, after hearing Yang Hao's proposal, suddenly had a drastic change in her expression. She stayed silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, I really appreciate your kindness, but I just don't have the confidence. I'll stay in the youth training camp. Even though I can't compete, I can still make a living by boosting accounts and selling in-game items. Yang Hao frowned deeply and responded seriously. Brother, I told you, I believe in you. Calculate how much you're short, and I'll figure out a way to borrow the rest for you. Do you really have that much money? The girl asked hesitantly. Don't worry about that. Leave it to me, Yang Hao replied firmly. Her expression wavered visibly, but she still struggled internally. But, taking on such a huge debt. For someone not even 20 years old, Using up her 600,000 yuan savings and shouldering a 1.4 million yuan debt was undoubtedly a tough decision. Just as Yang Hao was about to continue persuading her, Yang suddenly spoke up. Qingyan, this is really too much to ask of him. Esports can be lucrative, but that's only for the top-tier pro teams. Even in the JPL, this isn't a small amount of money. If he's unwilling, let's not push it. Yang Hao furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What if I can help you terminate your contract with the youth training camp? Would you be willing to join then? His words left all three of them stunned. The girl smiled bitterly and said, how could that be possible? They'll definitely keep me here for 2 years and trap me in this place. Yang Hao's face lit up with a confident smile. If you're willing to join, I promise I'll get you out of the contract. Whoa, you're that capable. Shisha looked at Yang Hao, surprised. Yang Hao didn't say much more. He took out his phone and sent a message to Vivian. Sis, I need a favor. Vivian quickly replied. Now you remember to call me sis? Let me guess, out of money for food again. No, it's not that. I'm trying to put together a team to get back into the JPL. I found a teammate, but he's stuck in Yaoshi Esports Youth Training Camp with a frozen contract. Can you help him get out of it? Easy, Vivian replied decisively. Send me his ID and tell him to wait for further notice. Thanks, sis. His ID is nice. Tisk, we'll talk later. We're in the middle of negotiating with Xylongs coming to Yaoshi to replace you. Vivian added at the end. Yang Hao nodded with satisfaction, slipped his phone into his pocket, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Just wait for the news when you get back. If everything goes smoothly, the contract termination will be done by tonight, he said with a tone of certainty, as if the matter was already settled. Ku Liang and the others exchanged skeptical glances, their eyes filled with doubt. In their understanding, it wasn't particularly difficult for a first-tier professional team member to terminate a contract for someone in a youth training program. However, such a task usually required significant connections and influence, and Yang Hao didn't seem like someone with that kind of pull. Vivian, being the top-tier esports player in the country and the only female professional player, was a major asset to the Yaoshi team, a veritable cash cow. If she were to step in, getting a youth trainee's contract terminated would indeed be a piece of cake. Yang Hao had initially avoided asking Vivian for help, as it would incur a massive favor he'd have to repay someday. That's why he had proposed borrowing money and adding the girl on WeChat to sort things out himself. Yet, to gather enough money, he ultimately had no choice but to turn to Vivian for assistance. The girl blinked in disbelief. Seriously? Seeing their utterly unconvinced expressions, Yang Hao let out a bitter laugh. Vivian is my sister. I just asked her for help, and she agreed. What the heck? Shish's jaw nearly hit the floor, his eyes wide with shock. My goddess is your sister? Dude, don't mess with me. No way. My goddess is so gorgeous, and you look like this? No chance in buying it. Yang Hao's mouth twitched. She's not my biological sister, he clarified with a wave of his hand. Anyway, that's not important. What matters now is that we already have 4 people for our team. He straightened up, his tone serious. The national qualifiers are only a month away, and we're still short 1 member. I want to assemble the team as soon as possible so we can start practicing and working on our strategies. With 4 people, finding the last teammate will be much easier. Ku Yang gave Yang Hao a thoughtful look. If we're forming a team, we should at least decide on a team name, right? Shisha immediately grinned mischievously, his eyes sparkling. I've got one. MGB Ma Go By Team. Just think about it, it's so catchy. Ku Yang rolled his eyes in disdain. You've got to be kidding me. That's the worst name I've ever heard. I'm serious. It's simple, memorable, and straight to the point. Shisha protested. Come on, guys, give it some thought. The other 3 ignored him completely. Yang Hao took a deep breath. I've actually had a name in mind for a while. I'm just not sure if you'll like it. All right, let's hear it, Ku Yang said, intrigued. AB Team. Yang Hao said calmly but confidently. Athletics Blood. Athletics Blood. Ku Yang and the girl's eyes lit up simultaneously, as if drawn to the power behind the name. Yang Hao continued. The team I want to build is one that truly exists for esports and for achieving great results. Every member will fight for success together. Money, fans, these are just byproducts. The core is about performance, which is why I chose this name. I like it, Ku Yang said with a grin, nodding in agreement. The girl nodded as well, showing her approval. All eyes turned to Shisha, awaiting his opinion. Shisha sighed and shrugged. I still prefer MGB Team. All right, your opinion doesn't really matter anyway, Ku Yang said with a laugh, shaking his head. That settles it. This will be our name. Now let's focus on finding our last teammate. Yang Hao nodded enthusiastically, his heart surging with excitement. He was determined to take on JPL, to build his own team, and fight his way back. He knew the road ahead was long and arduous. In the past, he had even considered forming a team with players who were only around 8-star rank, relying solely on his own strength to push through. But now, the teammates had gathered, while not professional players, were more than enough for him. The dishes were already laid out on the table, and the hot pot was bubbling with steam, filling the room with its enticing aroma. Yang Hao poured a drink for everyone, then raised his glass with a determined look and said, "Let's toast with tea instead of alcohol to celebrate the founding of Team AB. In the future, we will build Team AB into the biggest powerhouse in Chinese esports." Hearing this, Ku Liang and the others immediately stood up. The four glasses clinked together with a crisp sound, marking the moment when the founding members of Team AB officially united, raising a glass to their shared goal. As they enjoyed the hot pot, the group enthusiastically discussed their plans. Shisha picked up a slice of meat and said excitedly, "Once we bring in 2 more skilled players, we'll aim for the first clear of the level 30 dungeon. After that, we'll dominate the first clears of all the dungeons around the main city. With the earnings, we can go straight into closed training. It'll be amazing." Yang Hao shook his head lightly while adding more ingredients to the hot pot. He analyzed, getting the first clears of the dungeons around the main city won't be that easy. Professional players from large guilds have top-tier gear and can leverage the entire guild's resources. They prioritize equipping their best players and have more experience. Plus, we often have to deal with PvP conflicts, which puts us at a disadvantage. He picked up a piece of cooked meat and continued, "The in-game rewards are secondary. Our top priority is preparing for the qualifying tournament. Once we all reach level 30, we'll change our in-game names to the team name and aim for first place in the 5-player ranked mode. That should help us catch the attention of potential sponsors. Think about it, if we secure a spot in the minor league, that spot alone would be incredibly valuable," Yang Hao said, his eyes shining with determination. Ku Liang frowned and commented, "Getting first place in the 5-player ranked mode won't be easy. There are so many professional teams. Professional teams don't have time for 5-player ranked matches," Yang Hao explained confidently. "Their overall skill level is indeed higher, but they're focused on scrimmages. Meanwhile, we can't even get scrims scheduled right now, so we have to hone our skills in ranked mode." Shisha's eyes lit up. If we manage to get first place, combined with Qingyin's current reputation, it could definitely attract sponsors. As the clock approached 1 a.m., Maisie stood up to leave. "Send me the address. I'll pack my things and come over." Yang Hao nodded in agreement. After she left, he turned to the remaining 2 and said seriously, "Regarding the team's startup funds, I can put in 600,000 yuan. As for the equity split, we'll divide it equally among the 5 of us later." "You're putting in so much at the start," Ku Liang said in surprise. Yang Hao interrupted with a smile, "That doesn't matter. Honestly, I'm just grateful that you guys are willing to team up with me. That means more to me than anything else." Ku Liang glanced at Yang Hao, his brows slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of scrutiny in his tone. "Honestly, I've always thought you weren't ordinary. Someone with your skills must be the type that pro teams fight over, whether it's PvE or PvP. I saw your shadow step moveset, feels even more intense than Xiaolong's. But your style focuses on extreme output, while his is more of a sticky, relentless approach." Yang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied casually, "I won't hide it from you guys. Let's wait until the girl adds me on WeChat, and then we'll talk." He paused before continuing, "Later, let's head to an internet cafe and play together for a bit. The place I'm staying at right now is a bit shabby, not suited to be a base. Since we're forming a team, we'll need to rent a better place. They'll look into that tomorrow. For today, you guys can stay at a hotel." "Yeah, we've already booked a hotel. All our stuff is there," Ku Yang said with a cheerful smile. "Once we're done eating, let's head to the cafe. I think we've fallen behind on leveling up." Yang Hao nodded, pushed open the door to their room, and headed to the front desk to settle the bill. But he had barely taken a couple of steps when a mocking voice with a sarcastic tone suddenly rang out beside him. "Oh, isn't this the idiot who screwed over our world championship team? TSK, I thought you'd be starving after getting kicked out of our team. But look at you, still able to afford Hataleo. Impressive." Yang Hao's brows knitted tightly. That voice was all too familiar. It was Ghostblade. He ignored him and focused on paying at the front desk. However, Shisha and Kuyang turned around. Shisha gasped, "Holy crap, the entire Yaoshi team. Oh my god, I need to get a picture with them." Without hesitation, he ran over and eagerly asked, "Hey, can I get a photo with you guys?" Ghostblade shot him a scornful glance, but kept his gaze locked on Yang Hao's back. "What's the matter? You see your old friends and teammates, but don't even have the guts to say hi? Or do you feel too guilty about what you did? I can't believe someone like you has the nerve to show up here. If I were you, I'd decrawl back to my hometown and become a game booster. Who in Shanghai would want you on their team?" "Ghostblade, that's enough," Vivian interjected with a frown, trying to stop him. Meanwhile, Myukin and Jiju remained silent, watching Yang Hao's back with a mix of complex emotions and sympathy in their eyes. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the entire restaurant. Many people turned to look, and as they recognized the members of Yaoshi, the place erupted in excitement. Exclamations rippled through the crowd. "Whoa, it's Myukin! Myukin! Vivian! She's such a goddess!" A smug smile spread across Ghostblade's face as he suddenly cleared his throat and raised his voice. "Hey, everyone, see that guy over there at the counter? That's the guy who ruined our team's chance at the World Championship. He's none other than Jifeng." "What?" The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Shisha and Kuyang turned to Yang Hao in shock. No matter what, They hadn't expected Yang Hao to be Jifeng. As soon as Ghostblade's words landed, the crowd around them exploded with fury. The name, Jifeng, had become synonymous with hatred. Screw you. You're the idiot who cost us the world championship. You've got the nerve to show your face here? Go to hell. A torrent of insults surged like a tidal wave, buzzing in Yang Hao's ears and making his scalp tingle. He was used to being flamed online, but had never imagined being publicly surrounded and berated in real life. Bang! Just then, a sharp pain shot through his head as something crashed down heavily on him. A beer bottle shattered against the floor with a crisp sound. You piece of trash, they'll kill you. A burly man roared, his voice filled with rage, the broken bottle already having struck Yang Hao's head. A sharp, searing pain shot through Yang Hao's forehead as warm blood trickled down slowly. Shards of the shattered glass bottle lay scattered on the ground, reflecting the glaring light. What the hell are you doing? Vivian erupted in fury as she saw Yang Hao being attacked. She rushed toward the assailant, then quickly turned to support the staggering Yang Hao. Jifeng, are you okay? Kurliang and Shisha immediately joined them. Shisha, abandoning his earlier excitement about getting an autograph and photo, glared furiously at the attacker. Are you looking to die? He roared, his face contorted with rage. The staff at the restaurant arrived just in time to hold back the enraged Shisha. Standing off to the side, Guidao smirked mockingly. A bottle to the head is nothing compared to you costing us the world championship. You're a liability, a disgrace. You deserve worse. Shut your mouth. Vivian snapped, her voice sharp and commanding. She took out some tissues and gently dabbed at Yang Hao's bloody forehead. Are you sure you're okay? Yang Hao shook his head and steadied himself, forcing himself to stand upright. Pressing a tissue against his wound, he fixed a cold stare at Guidao and Mu Chun. Do you really think that without Shadow Step, you could have beaten SKG? At least we would have had a chance, Guidao replied, though his voice betrayed a hint of guilt. Yang Hao let out a bitter laugh. The biggest liability in the entire world championship was you. Quarterfinals, semifinals, you were dead weight every step of the way. Jijua was no better. How did you even make it to the finals? By relying on Mu Chun alone. He locked eyes with Guidao. Mark my words. As long as you're around, Radiance will never win a world championship. You'll never be a top-tier team. That's none of your business, Guidao sneered. At least I'm still a pro player. And you? You'll never make it to the pro scene. I will return to the professional stage, Yang Hao said calmly. And when I do, you'd better prepare yourself. Talk is cheap, Guidao scoffed. You'll spend the rest of your life as a lowly booster. Trash at the very bottom of the barrel. Yang Hao didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Vivian. Sis, I'm fine. You should head back. It's just a minor injury. Kurliang quickly stepped in to support him, but Vivian still looked worried. Are you sure you're okay? Don't worry, Yang Hao said, forcing a faint smile. Shisha shot Guidao a venomous glare before following Yang Hao and Kurliang out of the restaurant. They hailed a cab and headed to a nearby clinic. At the clinic, while the doctor attended to Yang Hao's wound, Kurliang and Shisha stood by his side. Jifeng, no wonder you're so skilled. You're that Jifeng. Shisha exclaimed in awe. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Honestly, I never thought the world championship loss was your fault. Yang Hao gave a bitter smile. You've seen it for yourself. I'm a pariah and now everyone's out to get me. I wouldn't dare use my old ID anymore. Trying to form a team under that name? Impossible. Kurliang frowned. So, if this incident hadn't happened, you wouldn't have told us the truth, would you? Yang Hao shook his head and said, not exactly. His gaze was resolute, and a determined light flickered in his eyes. Once the team is formed, I'll tell you directly. I'm going to use the ID Swiftwind to compete in the qualifiers and make my way to the JPL. I want to prove myself with this ID. No wonder you mentioned asking Vivian for help earlier, Ku Liang said, his eyes widening slightly in realization. I didn't expect you to already know her. And judging by her reaction when you got hit earlier, I think she might have feelings for you. Before Ku Liang could finish, Shisha let out an exaggerated wail, clutching his head dramatically and exclaiming, my goddess. Yang Hao ignored the theatrics and calmly looked at the two of them, his voice carrying a hint of nervousness. Now that you know I'm Swiftwind, whether you want to team up with me is entirely up to you. If you don't, I won't say anything more. As he finished speaking, he felt a wave of anxiety rise within him, his fingers trembling slightly. After all, the name Swiftwind had a notorious reputation in the gaming community. Ku Liang and Shisha exchanged glances. Ku Liang smirked and asked, what if I choose not to team up with you? What will you do then? Yang Hao straightened his back, his eyes glinting with confidence. Then I'll have to find someone weaker to form a team. But I believe in my abilities. As long as I have a player with at least an 8-star battlefield rating, I'm confident I can dominate the qualifiers with my personal skills. Shisha chuckled, revealing a neat row of teeth. Honestly, aside from Vivian, you're the person I admire most in the Glory team. I know you picked Shadow Step in the match to take a bold risk, it just didn't pay off. As for all that talk about betting on yourself, I never believed it. So, Yang Hao's eyes darted between the two of them, waiting for their final decision. Ku Liang grinned, an excited gleam in his eyes. Having someone who was once a top-tier pro player as my teammate? Why would I refuse? We'll use your Swiftwind ID to make it to the JPL, then take down the Glory team for revenge. Just thinking about it, it's kind of thrilling. Yang Hao was overwhelmed with joy, his eyes growing misty as his voice caught slightly. Thank you. Truly, thank you. From today on, I consider you both my true brothers. The feeling of being understood left him momentarily speechless. The scorn he'd endured up until now had been almost unbearable. All done, the doctor said with a cheerful smile, putting away the last roll of bandages. Ku Liang glanced at Yang Hao, his eyes full of anticipation. Still up for the internet cafe? Our team's first practice session. Yang Hao nodded firmly. Though his injuries still throbbed faintly, his spirit was unshaken. Of course, this is nothing. As the three of them headed to the internet cafe, a new post quietly appeared on the official forum. The title read, "The Return of Swiftwind. Here's what he really looks like." The post read, "I ran into the entire Glory team while eating at Hadaleo today, and Swiftwind happened to be there too. This is what he actually looks like. Honestly, he's not that bad looking. I don't get why he used to wear a mask during matches." The comments section erupted. "If I were there, I would have punched him a few times myself. Props to the guy who leaked Theory, a real hero. Ugh, just look at him, has traitor written all over his face." Amidst the flood of insults and ridicule, Yang Hao's appearance was revealed to the esports community for the first time. But none of it mattered to him anymore. At that moment, he and his two new teammates pushed open the doors of the internet cafe where Wanwan worked, stepping into a new chapter of their journey. When Yang Hao and his two friends arrived at the internet cafe, Wanwan was sitting off to the side, her expression somewhat uneasy. As Yang Hao swiped his card to enter, he gave her a smile. Wanwan looked up, and the moment she saw him, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, followed by a subtle frown and an unmistakable look of disdain. She didn't say a word, coldly took the ID card he handed her, swiped it, and tossed it back to him without any extra words. Yang Hao froze for a moment, feeling a bit puzzled. He assumed she was upset because he hadn't spent time with her over the past couple of days. Awkwardly, he forced a smile and said, "Hey, how about we play a game together later?" Wanwan glanced at him and replied in a cold tone, "You can play by yourself. I don't want to play with you anymore." Yang Hao was completely taken aback, unable to figure out what he had done wrong. Although he felt a bit annoyed, he wasn't the type to explain himself, especially since he wasn't that close to Wanwan. Resigned, he pursed his lips, put away his ID card, and headed toward the gaming area. At that moment, Kuyang and Shisha swiped their cards and walked over. Shisha, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Hey, buddy, what's up? Spreading too much love around. Did you mess up somewhere and upset this young lady?" Yang Hao waved him off and replied irritably, "Get lost. Your mind is so dirty. Who knows what I did to annoy her? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're not even close. Let's just play the game." As he spoke, he quickly logged into the game, still feeling slightly frustrated but not dwelling on it. What bothered him more was their current status as the Red Name Trio. Yang Hao had spent the entire previous night completing tasks, yet his evil value was still over 300. Clearing the Red Name would take quite a bit of time. Damn, fighting is fun and all, but clearing a Red Name is such a pain. Next time I kill someone, I should just hire a booster to do it for me, Shisha muttered as he operated his character. Yang Hao nodded in agreement, thinking to himself how vast the game's economy was. The variety of services was dazzling: daily task boosters, battleground boosters, red name clearers, even companions for games, guilds, streamers, esports merchandise, everything you could think of. They spent over an hour completing various tasks. Kuyang chuckled and suddenly announced, "I'm done. I'm heading out to level up." Yang Hao glanced at his own progress and sighed helplessly. "So jealous of you. I still have over 80 evil points to clear." Shisha had nearly finished as well. He jumped up and said, "I'm heading to Blue Moon Lake. Just don't go to Qingfeng Plains," Kuyang said with a smirk. "I'm planning to head to Liu Pavilion. There are lots of girls there. I'll see if I can charm a couple." Yang Hao was speechless, silently thinking about how Shisha was the type of guy who'd probably cause all sorts of trouble online if he ever gained fans. If his reckless behavior ever came to light, it could put immense pressure on him as a professional player and affect his performance. Yang Hao figured he'd have to find a way to get Shisha to rein it in. As for romance, while Yang Hao found the idea appealing, it wasn't part of his plans for now. After all, he was young who didn't have a heart full of dreams and desires. Just then, Yang Hao felt a tap on his shoulder, followed by a cold voice asking, "Don't you have something to explain to me?" He turned to see Wanwan standing behind him, her eyes wide and expectant, as if waiting for his answer. Yang Hao looked bewildered and said, "Explain what? I didn't offend you, did I? I've been fighting these past couple of days. Look, I've got a red name now, so I can't team up with you." Standing off to the side, Shisha and Kulian had obvious smirks on their faces, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as if they were watching a drama unfold. Wanwan glanced around, then lowered her voice and said, "Come here. I need to talk to you." Yang Hao sighed helplessly but still got up from his seat. He followed Wanwan toward the smoking area of the internet cafe. The area was empty, making it the perfect spot for a private conversation. Yang Hao pulled out a pack of cigarettes, skillfully lit one, took a deep drag, and asked, "What's up? Why didn't you tell me you're Jifeng?" Wanwan crossed her arms and questioned him coldly. "The first time I played with you, I told you clearly. If I had known you were Jifeng, I wouldn't have played with you," she added. "What?" Yang Hao frowned, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. "What's wrong with me being Jifeng? The first time we played together, you were cursing me out. Do you think I'd dare admit it? Besides, it's not that big of a deal. I can't respect you. You bet on matches, you." Wanwan locked eyes with him, her tone sharp, but before she could finish, Yang Hao interrupted her. "If I were betting on matches, would I be coming to this cafe every day just to claim those tiny rewards?" Yang Hao sneered, flicking the ash from his cigarette onto the floor. "Think whatever you want. I don't care. If you really can't stand me, just delete me from your friends list." The truth was, he and Wanwan weren't that close to begin with. The name Jifeng carried too much baggage, and now that Wanwan had brought it up again, it only added to his frustration. Wanwan hadn't expected Yang Hao to be so blunt. She had been hoping for an apology, but upon reflection, it seemed like Yang Hao hadn't actually done anything wrong to her. She bit her lip, her gaze flickering, and finally muttered, "Men are all the same jerks." Yang Hao took a long drag from his cigarette, the smoke forming a thin haze around him. "How did you even find out I'm Jifeng?" "Here." Wanwan quickly pulled out her phone and handed it to him. The screen displayed a post that clearly exposed his identity. After reading it, Yang Hao chuckled bitterly. "Looks like he'll have to be extra careful walking around from now on." He took 2 more drags before stubbing out the cigarette in the nearby ashtray. "For the last time, I didn't bet on matches. I took swaying because I wanted to win. Believe it or don't, it's up to you. If you really don't want anything to do with me, just go ahead and delete me from your friends list." With that, he turned and walked back into the cafe without looking back, leaving Wanwan standing alone in the smoking area. She bit her lip, her expression conflicted as she watched his retreating figure. Back at his seat, Yang Hao had just settled in when a new message popped up on his computer screen. Well, well, you're finally online. Hop on YY and chat with me for a bit." The message was from Xiao. Yang Hao stared at the screen, somewhat puzzled. He couldn't understand why Xiao, known as the top beauty in Descend and a member of a huge guild, would take the initiative to message him. Rumors about Xiao were plenty, especially about her wealthy background apparently. She was the real deal, a rich heiress out of most people's league. "I'm at an internet cafe. It's noisy," Yang Hao replied curtly. "Stop making excuses and get on. I'm in my private YY channel. I have something to discuss with you." Xiao responded firmly, sending him a channel number. Shaking his head in resignation, Yang Hao put on his headphones and logged into YY. When he entered the channel, he saw that Xiao was the only one there. "What's this about?" Yang Hao asked directly. "Am I that scary? You're always avoiding me." Xiao's melodic voice came through his headphones, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I'm not avoiding you. You're the leader of a massive guild, always busy. I just didn't want to bother you." Yang Hao explained hastily before cutting to the chase. "So what's this about? Can't I talk to you without a reason?" Xiao's tone carried a trace of annoyance, but she quickly became serious. "Actually, I do have something to discuss. Are you planning to form a team for the national qualifiers?" Yang Hao froze for a moment before responding. "How do you know?" Xiao flashed a sly smile. "Oh, I know a lot of things. For instance, I know you're Jifeng." Yang Hao's expression immediately darkened, and his tone turned stiff. "I don't know what you're talking about." Although Xiao had hinted at this before, he had played dumb and managed to dodge the topic. He hadn't expected her to bring it up again now. Feeling the probing gaze from Xiao, Yang Hao's heart tightened. He knew he couldn't afford to reveal his identity as Jifeng. The incident earlier today was enough to show how much pressure the Jifeng persona was under. If his identity were exposed, even his equipment would become unsellable, no matter how low the price. "Don't get mad," Xiao said with a playful smile. "I've watched all your shadow step videos from before you went pro. Your moves during the duo clear this time were exactly the same as those videos. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Yang Hao remained silent for a moment before quietly saying, "Thank you. But speaking of which," Xiao suddenly changed the subject, "you always wore a mask during competitions before, so I never knew what you looked like. Now that I've seen you today, you're not that bad looking." "Why the mask?" "Personal reasons," Yang Hao replied curtly. "All right, we won't talk about that," Xiao said, quickly steering back to the main topic. "You still haven't answered me. Are you planning to form a team to compete in the qualifiers?" Yang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. You probably also know that Yaosher blocked my contract, and I signed an agreement that prevents me from joining any JPL team. I don't want to give up on being a pro player. This is my only option." Xiao listened intently, and then suddenly made a surprising offer. "Want to join LY? They'll cover the penalty fee." The proposal made Yang Hao look up sharply, but Xiao remained calm. "The money doesn't matter to me. It's just up to you whether you want to join or not." Yang Hao's gaze shifted to Ku Liang and Shi Sha, lingering silently for a while before he finally shook his head. "Forget it. I'll just work my way up from the qualifiers. With my skills, we'll probably meet in the summer tournament." Although he was deeply eager to return to the JPL stage, that massive penalty fee had always been his biggest obstacle. Ziyao's offer to cover it was tempting and shook his resolve. But after careful consideration, he chose to decline. For one, LY was already a strong team, and he didn't want to take anyone else's spot. For another, his current reputation was poor, and he didn't want to drag Ziyao down with him. Most importantly, after the Yaoshi incident, he was determined to build a team that he could fully control. For that goal, he didn't mind starting from the lower leagues. I still hope you'll join our team, Ziyao said sincerely. This season, I want to lead the team to achieve something great. My live streaming is actually just a way to attract talented players. I can make you the core of the team. I truly believe in your potential. Hearing this, Yang Hao drew in a sharp breath. A top-tier team willing to make him their core player was far beyond what he had ever expected. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. No thanks. I still want to build my own team. Besides, even though you're the leader and a major shareholder of Lua Yuxuan, decisions about the team aren't yours alone to make. The other shareholders might not agree. But I do appreciate you not criticizing me like others have, and instead choosing to believe in me. Ziao fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then spoke softly. All right, I won't push. But we're friends now, right? Yang Hao froze for a second. Since we're friends, why not join my guild? Ziao asked with a playful smile. Not interested, Yang Hao replied flatly. You're such a buzzkill, Ziao said unfazed. Well then, how about helping me grind some experience points? Maybe later. I'm still clearing my red name, Yang Hao responded. Speaking of which, you soloed John Yu yesterday, and now you're the hottest ID on the leaderboard. I bet plenty of pro teams are trying to recruit you, Ziao remarked. Yang Hao smirked. I ignored all those friend requests. It's not like I can join them anyway, so why bother? TSK playing cool, huh? Then I guess being on your friend list makes me pretty special, Ziao teased. Yang Hao was about to reply when Shisha, who was nearby, suddenly chimed in. Dude, who are you chatting with now? You're grinning like a fool. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Hao quickly defended himself. Just then, Ziao sent him a party invite, which he accepted immediately. Shisha leaned over to glance at the screen and instantly recognized Ziao's ID. His eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, it's Ziao? The #1 beauty in Descend. Shisha exclaimed. Yang Hao, you scumbag. Isn't one goddess enough for you? Leave one for me. What's all the yelling about over there? Ziao's voice came through on YY. Nothing, just my friend losing his mind, Yang Hao quickly explained. An hour later, Yang Hao finally cleared his red name and joined Ziao to explore the ice cavern. Zio's character had already been leveled past the 20th dungeon through high-level boosting. The two of them kept grinding until 6 p.m., by which time Yang Hao had reached level 22. Meanwhile, the server's top players had already hit level 24. At that moment, Yang Hao's phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen displayed an incoming WeChat call from Nice. Hello. Yang Hao answered the call. Whoa, Qingyan. Nice's voice trembled with excitement. You were right. My contract is terminated, and they only asked for 200,000 yuan in penalties. Where are you guys now? I'm coming to find you all right away. The dramatic reduction from 2 million to 200,000 in penalty fees was indeed a cause for exhilaration. Yang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. The three of us are gaming at an internet cafe. Want to join us? Yes. Send me the address, and I'll come over immediately. Starting tomorrow, we can begin training together. Nice's tone was full of anticipation. After hanging up, Yang Hao quickly sent the address of the internet cafe and then put his headphones back on, focusing once again on the game. TSK. You seem to have a lot of friends. Male or female? Ziyao's voice came through his headphones. Male. He's my new teammate, Yang Hao replied simply. You've already formed a new team? Ziyao's tone carried a hint of surprise. Yang Hao shook his head. Not completely, but I have 4 teammates now. They're all comrades I cleared the level 20 dungeon with before, and each of them is a 9-star player on the battlefield. I'm confident I can lead the team into the secondary league. I still need to remind you, Ziyao said seriously, there's only one spot in the national qualifiers. Youth training camps from all the major teams will participate. Many players capable of entering the JPL will be leading teams as well. The secondary league spots are incredibly valuable. The qualifiers are single elimination, 1 loss, and you're out. Building your own team, if you fail this time, you'll waste half a year. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Yang Hao said firmly. If you've already formed a team, Ziyao continued, changing her tone, I want to invest in you. How about 5 million yuan for 20 of your shares? Yang Hao was momentarily stunned. These wealthy types were indeed bold, throwing out millions like pocket change. However, he shook his head and declined. I don't plan to sell shares of this team, now or in the future. They'll only accept sponsorships. I want full control of the team to avoid internal conflicts caused by having too many shareholders. Ziyao was silent for a moment. You have a point. In that case, I'll just be a sponsor. Are you free tomorrow? Let's discuss the sponsorship details. Also, I'd like to join your team as a manager or something. Yang Hao was at a loss for words. Someone of her level wanting to be a team manager was like inviting a deity to be worshipped. Better not. With your status as a team owner, I can't let you settle for being a manager. Who says I even want to? Ziyao's tone turned playful. But at least we can talk about the sponsorship, right? They'll send you an address later, and you can come find me tomorrow. Just remember, I don't like meeting strangers. Come alone. Yang Hao pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, but we do need to discuss sponsorship. Once the team is established, the expenses will definitely be significant. It might not be too bad initially finding a base, purchasing equipment, but as the team grows, the costs will increase. Although I have about 500,000 to 600,000 yuan on hand, it's not an endless supply, so we need to spend it cautiously. He paused and looked at Xiao. All right then. A relaxed smile spread across Xiao's face, and he laughed heartily, seemingly unbothered by these trivial matters. They started discussing the next steps. Yang Hao's level had already reached 24, while the others had surpassed level 25. The pace of the game felt a bit monotonous to them, and before they realized it, the time had reached midnight. At this point, Ku Liang and Shish's levels remained on par with Yang Hao's, and Nice had already arrived at the internet cafe. Around midnight, they all said their goodbyes and prepared to head home. Yang Hao knew there were two girls waiting for him at home, making it inconvenient to bring anyone back with him. So, he simply exchanged a few words with the group and decided to leave first. When he got home, Yang Hao was surprised to find that Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu were not glued to their computer screens playing games as usual. Instead, they were sitting on the sofa, engrossed in something on a tablet. As he stood at the door, Feng Qianqian glanced over and smiled. You're back. Yang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself that they must have seen the forum posts about Gale. The thread was trending, and everyone was talking about it. Fortunately, the two seemed to be acting normally, which put him at ease. Yeah, I'm back. He closed the door and walked inside. Suddenly, something came to mind, and he turned around to say, by the way, I'm planning to move out in the next couple of days. Move out? Feng Qianqian was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to say that. Xiaoyu's expression immediately turned anxious, and she quickly said, I know I was rude to you before, and that was my fault. There were some misunderstandings, and I sincerely apologize. Please don't move out. Feng Qianqian nodded in agreement. Yeah, if it's because of that, you're being a bit petty, don't you think? Yang Hao chuckled and explained, no, it's not that. My friends and I are forming a team to compete in the qualifiers and aim for the professional league. We'll need a base for training, and this place isn't suitable, the environment isn't great, and there's not enough space. You're forming a team to compete? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, but then she frowned. With the attention you're getting in the new server, you could easily join a JPL team. Why go through the qualifiers? That's a third-tier league. Yang Hao smiled and replied, there are some reasons why I can't join JPL for now. If you like watching matches, you'll probably find out why later. He paused briefly and turned his gaze to Feng Qianqian. By the way, I think I can find a place by tomorrow and move out. After that, I'll need to buy some equipment, which might take some time. Xiaoyu seemed to have an idea. Her eyes lit up, and she said eagerly, wait, are you guys missing a team manager? You probably don't have one yet, right? I can be your manager. I'm good at cooking and can take care of your daily needs. Both Feng Qianqian and Yang Hao were momentarily stunned. Yang Hao frowned slightly and asked, we do need a manager, but don't you have a job? Oh, that job? I can just quit, Xiaoyu said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Yang Hao frowned slightly. Truthfully, he didn't want to find someone to take on a leadership role, but someone like Xiaoyu was not within his consideration. He didn't particularly like Xiaoyu. Perhaps it was more accurate to say their personalities clashed. Xiaoyu was a very pragmatic girl, while Yang Hao was different. For him, playing esports was about chasing a dream. Their life paths couldn't have been more opposite. Xiaoyu wore a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. They'll definitely take care of all of you perfectly. Yang Hao cleared his throat, his gaze evasive. Well, let's not. Our team is just starting out, and the future is uncertain. We can't even afford to pay a salary, so I wouldn't want to waste your time. Xiaoyu seemed ready to say more, but at that moment, Feng Qianqian gently tugged her hand, signaling her to let it go. Xiaoyu could only force a bitter smile. All right then. So, where are you planning to settle? I can drop by often to visit you guys, right? Since we're all living together now, I guess that makes us friends. Yang Hao almost choked on his own breath. He was truly at a loss for words. Xiaoyu, she was just too straightforward. Just a few days ago, she barely acknowledged him, but after one dungeon run, upon learning he was Qin Yin, her attitude did a complete 180. One shot, one rank, 9 stars extra. Yang Hao cursed inwardly. People like this really do exist. Tomorrow, we'll head out to look for a place. Once we find one, I'll let you know. I'm going to freshen up and get some rest now, Yang Hao said. Without giving Xiaoyu a chance to respond, he quickly walked into the bathroom. As soon as Yang Hao disappeared, Xiaoyu glared at Feng Qianqian. Why did you stop me just now? He's a rising star. If he leaves, who knows when we'll get another chance like this. This is a huge opportunity. Feng Qianqian frowned. Why are you in such a rush? Have you forgotten how you treated him before? Don't remind me. I already regret it. How was I supposed to know he'd be this good? Xiaoyu said with a bitter laugh, a trace of regret flickering in her eyes. Feng Qianqian shook her head. He's already turned you down twice. If you keep pushing, it'll only backfire. I think you should let it go. Why do you have to insist on a professional player? Xiaoyu shook her head firmly. Didn't I tell you before? Professional esports players are the perfect fit for us. Just watch tonight. I will win him over. Feng Qianqian frowned, putting away her tablet. Suit yourself. I'm done trying to reason with you. After finishing his routine, Yang Hao didn't go straight to bed. Once back in his room, he turned on his computer, intending to play some games. This time, however, he didn't log into the new server, but instead returned to his old one to play a few rounds in the battlefield. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yang Hao, are you there? Feng Qianqian's voice came from outside. Yang Hao got up to open the door, and the moment he did, he froze. Feng Qianqian stood at the door in loose-fitting pajamas. Yang Hao, taller than her by half a head, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the two snowy, rounded curves visible through her neckline as he looked down. Enjoying the view? Feng Qianqian's voice teased softly in his ear, carrying a hint of mischief. Want a touch? Yang Hao coughed awkwardly and quickly averted his gaze, striding back to his computer. Ahem. Well, I'm busy. I'm playing in the battlefield, playing in the battlefield. He stammered, plopping into his chair and fixing his eyes on the screen, not daring to look at Feng Qianqian again. Unlike Xiaoyu, Feng Qianqian was a true enchantress. Seeing Yang Hao flee in embarrassment, Feng Qianqian's lips curled into a subtle smile. She walked lightly to his bed and sat down, quietly watching his focused profile as he played his game. After 4 or 5 minutes, Yang Hao finally finished the match. Impressive. Feng Qianqian's voice suddenly sounded beside him, startling Yang Hao. He coughed awkwardly and turned his head, only to find Feng Qianqian smiling warmly at him. Recalling the awkward scene earlier, Yang Hao quickly tried to change the topic. Is there something you need? But Feng Qianqian wasn't about to let him off so easily. She teased. Weren't you completely absorbed just now? Why so shy now? This is unbearable. Yang Hao groaned inwardly. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Feng Qianqian finally dropped her playful demeanor. All right, I'll stop teasing you. A grown man getting shy like this, she said, chuckling. Her tone turned serious. Actually, I came to talk to you about me and Xiaoyu joining your team. Our team? Yang Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, Feng Qianqian nodded earnestly. We've been following the professional scene for a while and have a decent understanding of how teams are structured. After hearing your plans today, we gave it some thought and want to join your team as the team leader and manager. Yang Hao weighed her words carefully. A team leader was definitely something they needed right now, someone to handle the players' daily routines so they could focus on training. But as for a team manager, that felt premature for a team that hadn't even entered the secondary league yet. Sensing his hesitation, Feng Qianqian quickly added, I know you don't have a great impression of Xiaoyu, but please hear me out. If you still disagree after that, we won't bring it up again. After Yang Hao gave her a nod to continue, she said, Xiaoyu can be a bit pragmatic, I admit, but for girls trying to make it in Shanghai, being too idealistic can be a disadvantage. We graduated and worked here, but our income isn't great, and there's no real hope for the future. She paused for a moment before continuing. When I heard you were forming a team today, I thought about it seriously. We're willing to give up our current jobs and join your team without asking for salaries just enough to cover basic living expenses. If you find us unsuitable later, we'll leave without complaint. But isn't that too risky? Yang Hao said hesitantly. It is risky, Feng Qianqian replied firmly. But I'm willing to take that risk. I believe in your potential and in this team's future. After a moment of silence, Yang Hao finally nodded. All right, you can join, but I'll be setting some rules that you'll need to follow. No crossing boundaries. Deal. Feng Qianqian agreed without hesitation. After the discussion concluded, Feng Qianqian slowly stood up, a meaningful smile playing on her lips as she gazed intently at Yang Hao. If you ever can't hold back and want to take a look, feel free to call me, okay? Her words, laced with a teasing tone, struck a chord deep within Yang Hao, making his heart race. A surge of heat shot up from his lower abdomen to his head. Seeing his visibly flustered expression, Feng Qianqian chuckled triumphantly. I'll be going now. It was only then that Yang Hao snapped back to reality. From her playful smirk, it was clear she was teasing him. Watching her retreating figure, he couldn't help but call out, I want to see it right now. Feng Qianqian's body trembled slightly, and when she turned back, her eyes sparkled mischievously, leaving Yang Hao feeling parched. With a sly smile, she replied, in your dreams, before turning and heading to her room. Damn it, why do I feel like I just got played? Yang Hao muttered under his breath, cursing himself as he waved his hand in frustration. The fire she had ignited within him refused to settle, so he had no choice but to head to the bathroom and splash cold water on his face. Later, as he lay in bed, Feng Qianqian's graceful figure and that captivating glimpse of fair skin kept replaying in his mind, making his blood boil all over again. He forced himself to focus on the battlefield mode in his game, playing for a while until exhaustion finally lulled him to sleep. By noon the next day, Yang Hao hired a booster to help grind experience points and levels to avoid falling behind the team's progress. Meanwhile, he joined Ku Liang and the others in scouting for a new team base. The initial startup fund for the team was a total of 1 million yuan, with Yang Hao contributing 600,000 and the other three pooling together 400,000. However, what seemed like a substantial amount quickly proved insufficient. Renting a spacious four-bedroom apartment alone cost tens of thousands, and adding top-tier gaming equipment, internet setup, gaming chairs, tactical boards, and other essentials quickly racked up expenses of over 200,000. By the time the base was fully set up, nearly 300,000 had been spent. As the four of them sat down at a restaurant, Ku Liang chuckled and said, "Finally, we've got the base sorted out. By the way, have you decided on the fifth team member?" Yang Hao nodded. "I've been thinking about it. We need to find a player with a warrior playstyle." Nice agreed, but Yang Hao elaborated. "I really believe Swaying has potential. His poor performance at the World Championship was mainly due to a lack of targeted tactical planning. With the right strategies, Swaying can absolutely shine." "All right, tactics will be your area. We'll just provide suggestions," Ku Liang said. At this point, Nice seemed to recall something and spoke thoughtfully. "Speaking of warrior players, I actually know someone. He's been working as a booster, but because of family issues, I'm not sure if he'd be willing to go pro." "How strong is he?" Yang Hao asked. "Very strong," Nice replied. "You could say he's exceptionally talented. The main reason he hasn't gone pro is because of financial constraints. When he first joined a team, the income was very low. Before achieving any results, he couldn't make a living from it, nor could he work as a game booster. So, he never stepped into the professional scene. Why does he need money so badly?" Yang Hao frowned. "I'm not too sure about that," Nice said, shaking his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "I ran into him once when I was doing boosting work, and he completely destroyed me. His main is Gun Soul, and his mechanics are insane." The group exchanged glances before Kulian spoke up. "Then let's talk to him." Nice nodded, pulling out his phone. "I'll get in touch with him." Shisha suddenly chimed in. "By the way, we need to start training seriously. We should hire someone to cook and clean for us, maybe even a team manager. Every professional team has one." "I've got the manager part covered," Yang Hao said with a smile. "My current roommate is willing to help. He doesn't have a job right now, and I already promised him. As for the cook, we can find someone later." "All right then. If we can recruit the guy Nice mentioned tomorrow, our team will officially be complete," Shisha said with a grin. "With this lineup, we should be able to handle the secondary league, no problem. Don't get ahead of yourself. Playing as a team is nothing like being a solo player." Kulian scoffed, shooting Shisha a look. Yang Hao nodded, his tone turning serious. "Exactly. There's a huge gap between solo players and professionals. Once we start training, they'll correct some of the bad habits you've picked up as solo players. Our biggest competition this time will be the youth training camps of the major teams. Those players have undergone 1 or 2 years of structured training. Some of the more talented young players can't join the JPL yet because of their age, but they're still formidable opponents in the qualifiers. We can't afford to be careless. Come on, it's just a qualifier. How bad can it be?" Shisha said, unconvinced. "It's serious," Nice said, nodding. "Take Yaosher's youth team, for example. Their main roster is already on par with some secondary league teams. I heard before I left that Xiao Long is joining their main team for this qualifier." "Xiao Long? The guy who plays Shadowbreaker?" Shisha asked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Yeah," Nice confirmed. "We'll see him on the battlefield. I'm looking forward to going up against Yaosher's team. Using the ID Swift Wind, we'll crush them on the stage." Yang Hao's gaze hardened, a determined glint in his eyes. "We'll see who's better when the time comes." Just then, Nice, who had been fiddling with his phone, suddenly looked up with excitement. He replied, "He's willing to meet us and asked me to visit him at his place." The atmosphere instantly grew more charged, a sense of urgency filling the air. The group's spirits lifted slightly at this unexpected development. Without further delay, the group quickly finished their meal and prepared to meet the person. Yang Hao was filled with anticipation. It seemed like everything was finally falling into place. If the meeting went smoothly, it would be an incredible outcome. They were even planning to start training as early as the next day. A satisfied smile appeared on Shisha's face, while Yang Hao was practically ecstatic. He thought to himself that no matter what, he had to secure this person today. Originally, he had considered the worst-case scenario, assembling a team of 4 battlefield players with roughly 8-star rankings and relying on his own abilities to lead them into the secondary league. Along the way, he would attract sponsorships and later replace a few of the players, pushing them toward management roles. But now, it seemed like he had the chance to form a team with exceptional talent. According to Nice's description, the players specializing in Gunsol seemed to be highly gifted as well. With a bit of polishing, these individuals could potentially make it into the JPL arena. If they successfully transitioned from casual players to professional ones, their skills might rival any established team. With the right professional mindset, they could even achieve remarkable results on the JPL stage. Of course, Yang Hao understood that adapting to the professional scene would require time. The gap between casual and professional players was significant. Many casual gaming stars found themselves completely unable to adjust to the pace and atmosphere of professional matches once they stepped onto that stage. However, Yang Hao was confident that, with his own experience transitioning from casual to professional player, he could mentor these individuals. As long as they trusted him and were willing to follow his guidance, he was certain it wouldn't be too difficult. After finishing their meal, the four quickly paid the bill and hurried to the address Nice had provided. Upon arriving at their destination, they stepped out of the car and exchanged puzzled looks. This was undoubtedly one of the most rundown areas in Shanghai. Known as an urban village, the surrounding buildings were old and dilapidated, even more so than the apartment Yang Hao was currently renting, which was already quite overpriced. Nice led them to an aging building, and Yang Hao frowned slightly. The exterior looked shabby, far from what he had imagined a professional player's residence to be. Nice pointed to the second floor, the third room. The four of them climbed the stairs and walked along the corridor until they reached a door. Yang Hao knocked gently. "Who is it?" A girl's voice came from inside, followed by a few coughs. Shisha's eyes lit up. "Whoa, it's a girl." Nice shot him a helpless glance. "It's a guy? Too bad." Shisha pouted in disappointment. "What a shame." Yang Hao chuckled and teased. "You know, those two girls who volunteered to be our team leaders probably wouldn't even consider you. You look way too sketchy." Shisha glared at him fiercely. "Want to say that again? Let's duel right now." Suddenly, the door creaked open. Standing in the doorway was a frail-looking girl wearing a face mask. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. She froze for a moment, her expression changing slightly upon seeing the four of them. "Are you here to see my brother? Please come in." She coughed a few times before quickly stepping aside. Yang Hao and the others entered the room. The space was cramped, with peeling walls, a few simple chairs, and a single tableno sofa in sight. The air was heavy and stale, as though it hadn't been ventilated in a long time. This place was clearly unsuitable for long-term living, yet it exuded an unusual atmosphere. It felt disconnected from the world's bustling glamour, like a small, isolated haven of simplicity. The room was simply divided by a curtain, and Yang Hao immediately noticed a computer placed behind it. "Are you here to recruit my brother for professional gaming?" a little girl asked softly, tilting her head. Yang Hao looked at her in surprise. "Little girl, you know about professional gaming?" "Yep." Her eyes lit up. "I love watching matches, and my brother loves them too." She hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly broke into a violent cough. Once the coughing subsided, she murmured, "My brother is amazing. Every month, people come to invite him to play in tournaments, but he always turns them down. He really wants to go pro." Her face clouded with guilt as she added, "I know it's my fault he's held back." "Many teams have approached your brother?" Ku Yang asked. "Yeah." The little girl nodded. "My brother is really good, but they always fail to reach an agreement. I think it's because of money." Yang Hao and the others exchanged glances. If money was the issue, given their meager remaining funds, this could be a tough situation. The little girl curiously studied them. "Which team are you from? I've never seen you before. Are you all professional players?" Yang Hao and the others looked awkward. After all, they weren't real pros, yet they hadn't registered with the league. Their team was newly formed, and they had no reputation to speak of. Yang Hao cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Let's talk about the team later. By the way, little girl, since you like watching matches, who's your favorite pro player?" "I absolutely love Gale," she said excitedly, but her expression quickly dimmed. "It's a shame so many people hate him now, and it seems like he can't compete anymore." Yang Hao's heart stirred. This little fan was growing on him. He smiled and asked, "Why do you like him? Didn't he let his team down during the World Championship? Everyone's criticizing him now." "Maybe because he always wears a mask like me," she said, her eyes sparkling. "He didn't let the team down. My brother said he chose Shadow Split because he wanted to win. You've all misunderstood him. I even defend him online, but..." She gave a bitter smile. "But those people are relentless. They keep insulting me." Yang Hao felt a pang in his chest. He hadn't expected to meet such a loyal fan in a place like this, and it hurt to think that his current situation was causing this little fan to endure online abuse. Suddenly, the door was flung open. A tall, slender young man with long hair strode in, carrying two bags. He positioned himself protectively in front of the little girl and glared warily at Yang Hao and the others. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Nice quickly said. "Xiao Luo, don't be nervous, it's me, Nice." Xiao Luo frowned slightly, the object in his hand trembling for a moment before he slowly put it down. He turned to the little girl beside him and spoke gently. "Kiddo, go inside first. I have something to discuss with them." "Okay." The little girl nodded obediently, her bright eyes curiously studying Yang Hao and the others. She blinked a few times before cheerfully skipping into the room. "Follow me outside," Xiao Luo said briefly, leading the group out of the room and onto the balcony. From his pocket, Shisha pulled out a pack of cigarettes, taking one out and offering it to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo shook his head, declining. "I don't smoke." He glanced at Yang Hao and the others, his voice calm and straightforward. "I've got a general understanding of your situation. Your goal is to chase your dreams and go pro. But I'm different, I'm only in it for the money." A gentle breeze swept across the balcony as Xiao Luo continued. "Before this, many professional teams approached me, but I turned them all down because we couldn't agree on the price. I'm just an unknown high-ranked solo player, and they weren't willing to offer me a substantial signing bonus. The only reason I agreed to talk to you is to make this clear. Yang Hao's brows furrowed deeply, a trace of disappointment flashing across his face. Just for the money? That was far from his vision of building a team that would fight for the championship. If I join your team, I'll give it my all, Xiao Luo said, meeting Yang Hao's gaze directly. But I need a signing bonus 500,000 yuan. If you're not willing, then there's nothing to discuss. I don't have the time to train with you for free. I need to keep taking gigs. Yang Hao's expression tightened. Is it because of your sister? Her illness? Xiao Luo nodded, a flicker of softness in his eyes. Yes, my sister has a serious congenital condition. The surgery costs a lot. My parents are gone, and I have no other options. Hearing this, Yang Hao's frown deepened. 500,000. For their current situation, that was a heavy burden. Even though the team had been formed, most of the funding had come from Yang Hao himself had already invested over 600,000 yuan. The team's funds were down to about 700,000. If they gave Xiao Luo the signing bonus, they'd be left with just over 200,000, while expenses for the team would only continue to rise. As long as you give me this 500,000, I promise you won't regret it. I have absolute confidence in myself, Xiao Luo said firmly. That's my only condition. If you can't agree, then we have nothing more to discuss. Yang Hao forced a smile, glancing at Shisha and the others for their input. Shisha shrugged. It's your call. If you're willing, I won't object. The other two nodded, indicating their support for Yang Hao's decision. Yang Hao smiled faintly and extended his hand. Then it's a deal. From today on, you're the warrior of AB team. Of course, playing professionally is different from soloing. Nice told me you're exceptional with gun soul, but as a pro player, you'll need to master every class. Depending on tactics and in-game situations, you might not always stick to just warrior roles, though ITLL remain your primary focus. Yang Hao's straightforward response left Xiao Luo momentarily stunned. He stared at Yang Hao's outstretched hand, unable to react for a moment. After a brief pause, his eyes reddened. Thank you. I'll give it everything I've got. Yang Hao patted him on the shoulder, his tone brimming with confidence. Our team is a scrappy underdog, just starting out with everything in need of building. But I believe in our talent, and I believe in our potential. From today on, you're not playing professionally just for money, I'm aiming for the championship. Xiao Luo remained silent for a moment, lips pressed tight, a complex expression flashing in his eyes before finally saying through gritted teeth. Anyway, thank you. Nice smiled warmly. Come on, why so formal between men? Now that you're on the team, let's get you moved to the base. The environment there is better, it'll help your sister's condition too. Exactly. The impulsive Sha immediately jumped up. While we're all here, let's help you pack right now. Without waiting, he started taking action. An hour later, the six of them walked out of the rundown room with their luggage. Leaving behind the chaotic urban village, they took 2 taxis heading toward their newly rented base. Thus, the first generation of AB team was officially formed. The new base was a spacious 4-bedroom apartment, with plenty of room even for all 8 people including the Feng siblings. The team members paired up 2 per room, with Yang Hao and Nice sharing one. After settling in, Sha eagerly sat at his computer. Quick, I can't wait to start grinding. Xiao Luo, are you playing on the new server? I play games mainly for money. Of course I'm on the new server, currently with Jingxian Gu. Xiao Luo replied. Jingxian Gu? Quit right away. Sha laughed confidently. Once we 5 reach level 30, we'll form a guild and snatch all the dungeon first kills from those big guilds. His confidence had clearly grown since achieving the level 20 dungeon first kill. Xiao Luo sat down at another computer, admiring its specs. This computer setup is really nice. Well, it's for training after all, Ku Liang explained with a smile. Instead of logging into the game, Yang Hao opened the official website to find the national qualifiers registration page. Let's register for the qualifiers first. I'm choosing Shanghai Division. Shanghai. Ku Liang frowned. There are many professional clubs there, we'll face them in the provincial matches. Our goal is the championship, Yang Hao smirked. We'll have to face strong teams sooner or later. Besides, although Shanghai has many pro teams, their training camps won't all be there. Probably only 1 or 2 teams will stay in Shanghai. The rest will spread out. True, they won't cluster in one division to avoid early matchups. The real battles will be at nationals. Nice reminded them, but Shanghai division is indeed the strongest overall. We could have more time to practice if we chose another location. Changing locations means spending on accommodation and flights. We can't afford that, Yang Hao said decisively. We'll compete in Shanghai. If we can't even get through the Shanghai division, what business do we have in professional gaming? As he spoke, he quickly filled out the team information on the registration form, entering his ID in the captain field, Abswiftwind. After filling out the registration forms, Yang Hao successfully submitted their application. Now, all they had to do was wait for the review process. That easy? Shisha asked with a puzzled look. What if we don't pass the review? Yang Hao shook his head. Don't worry. This is a nationwide open qualifier. Anyone can register. It's not like a professional tournament. The review isn't that strict. Even kids as young as 10 can join. We'll be fine. Good to know, Shisha said with a smile, then opened the game. I'm going to go kill a few players. Haven't had a proper chance to enjoy the game lately. Yang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. Everyone, log into the game. Our team is newly formed, and this is the time to build our reputation. We need to hit level 30 as quickly as possible. Once we do, we'll aim for the top 5 in the battleground rankings and make a name for ourselves in one go. You've got to be kidding, Kuliang said, shaking his head. Right now, all the top players in the country are gathering at the command platform. By the time we hit level 30, the battleground mode will be insanely competitive. Every professional team will be using it for training. Players like Mu Chen Zhanyu, those top-tier pros, are already there. Getting into the top 5 won't be easy. Even making the top 50 would be a huge deal and cause a stir. Yang Hao smiled slightly. Starting today, we'll hold ourselves to the standards of professional players. And what's the most important thing for a pro? Confidence. Even if we're not as skilled as others, we need to believe we're the best in the world. Shisha froze for a moment. But, no buts, Yang Hao interrupted. It's my good fortune to have you all as teammates, and none of you lack talent. While talent is important for a pro, the key to success is professionalism. There are countless talented players out there who never manage to transition into professional gaming. So talent alone doesn't determine a pro's fate. I believe that with hard training, all of you have the potential to become top-tier players. Sitting in the corner, Xiao Luo spoke up casually. I've never thought I was inferior to any pro. Honestly, I'm planning to go after the #1 spot on the command platform leaderboard. Once I get it, they'll sell my account. He chuckled softly as he spoke. Nice laughed along with him. Exactly. I've been dreaming about the pro scene for so long. I've always felt like I was just a tiny bit behind them, but I won't know how much until I actually step onto the pro stage. Let's focus on the qualifiers first, Shisha said with a grin. If we can't even make it to the pro stage, all this talk is pointless. Yang Hao frowned slightly as he looked at the group in front of him, feeling a bit helpless. While their goals didn't entirely align with his, he knew he couldn't give up. The reason he formed this team in the first place was to compete for the World Championship. Yang Hao firmly believed that what determined a pro player's success wasn't just talent, it was confidence. Even the most talented players would fade into mediocrity if they lost their self-confidence. He sighed. In any case, I'm determined to take the top spot on the command platform leaderboard. That kind of achievement will draw a lot of attention, making it much easier to secure sponsorships. Shisha chuckled. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, let's focus on getting the first clear of the level 30 dungeon. Once we're past level 30, we can think about changing our IDs. Yang Hao nodded, quickly sent a message to the hired player, and logged into the game. He had been too busy with team matters over the past few days, so he had hired someone to level up his character. Once online, he was pleased to see that his character had already reached level 25. Over the past 2 days, most of the team had also leveled up into their 20s, with a few leading players even nearing level 27. Currently, their main task was still grinding monsters, with the added bonus of acquiring some gear along the way. What Yang Hao was most focused on, however, was the level 30 dungeon. Clearing it first would undoubtedly yield rich rewards, especially the rare level 30 gear, which would fetch a high price in the market. Yang Hao decided to continue grinding in the ice cavern. Shortly after logging in, he received a message from Xiao. Is this the hired player again? Yang Hao paused for a moment before replying. No, it's me. As soon as he sent the message, Xiao immediately sent him a team invite with a note. Hurry up and join the team to help me level up. Xiao, known as the top beauty in the game, naturally had no shortage of people willing to team up with her. Yang Hao couldn't quite understand why she always sought him out to play together. He figured it was most likely because she wanted to recruit him into her guild, Le Yuxuan. Considering the help she had given him before, and the chance to play alongside the game's #1 beauty, he gladly accepted the invitation. Join YY, Xiao instructed as soon as he joined the team. Yang Hao quickly logged into YY Voice and entered Xiao's private channel. What have you been up to these past 2 days? Why has it been the hired player logging in? Xiao's melodious voice came through immediately. Yang Hao smiled faintly. No choice. I've been busy renting a base. A base? Xiao asked in surprise. Are you forming a team? I was just planning to discuss this with you. Didn't we talk about sponsorship last time? I'm thinking of sponsoring your team. How's the team coming along? The lineup is mostly set for now. Everyone is at least a 9-star player in battle, Yang Hao replied. Xiao was silent for a moment before saying, in that case, they'll take the front chest advertisement spot for your team. They'll sponsor you under one of my companies and offer 1 million as a start. How about that? Yang Hao was taken aback by her sudden generosity. Wealthy people really were different 1 million, just like that. The better Xiao treated him, the more conflicted he felt. Clearing his throat, he said, let's hold off on that for now. Once our team achieves some results, we can talk about it. Taking such a large sum of money from you right now doesn't sit well with me. Ugh, Xiao scoffed lightly. You're always overthinking. Which region are you guys planning to sign up for? Our youth training camp is sending 2 teams, one to Shaanxi and one to Guizhou. You'd better not sign up in the same regions. It wouldn't be great if we ran into each other early on. I've signed up for the Shanghai region. Don't worry, we won't run into each other, Yang Hao replied with a smile. Shanghai. Xiao frowned. Are you sure about choosing the Shanghai region? Let me tell you, Yaoxi's first youth training team has also signed up for Shanghai. This time, Xiaolong himself is leading the team. Are you certain? Yang Hao's tone was firm. I only have one goal: the national championship of the qualifiers. To win the championship, we have to defeat every opponent we face. If Yaoxi's third team is there, it'll be a great chance to collect some interest in advance. As expected, Zio's voice came through Jifeng's headset. When you make it to the national tournament, he'll definitely come to the venue to support you in person. Then we can have a meal together and properly discuss sponsorship. Yang Hao nodded slightly in response. Meanwhile, in the YY channel of Yin Yu Lu, a heated debate was underway. A familiar voice, tinged with mockery, rang out. Zhan Yu. Looks like your Yin Yu Lu suffered quite the loss too. If Yang Hao were present, he would immediately recognize the voice as that of Ivan, the commander of Jingxian Ge. Zhan Yu let out a cold laugh and retorted without hesitation. Seems like you've embarrassed yourselves even more, haven't you? Your guild guarded a single boss, only to have someone waltz in effortlessly, stomp all over you, and snatch it away. That's just pathetic. His tone was sharp and merciless as he added, don't act like Yin Yu Lu is somehow superior. Ivan, unfazed, gave a dismissive snort and countered. Qing Feng and his team got a boss stolen right under the noses of hundreds of people and were utterly crushed in a onion. And yet you dare mock me? Let's not forget, the person you're talking about is now rising to godhood by stepping over your corpses. Don't you think your words are ironic? Zhan Yu sneered, anger flaring up inside him. I beg you, let's meet in the playoffs just once, can we? Ivan chuckled derisively. That's because our focus isn't on you. But before he could finish, Qing Feng interjected. All right, enough, you two. Ivan, there's no need to mock. Qing Yan's current ID is blowing up's practically become a legend in the professional scene. Everyone believes that if he joins a pro team, he'll undoubtedly be the next Jifeng. Of course, I mean the Jifeng from before the World Championship. Qing Feng paused briefly before continuing. We're here to discuss a collaboration. Right now, Jifeng is getting close to Luo Yuxian, which happens to be one of our competitors, even offline. We don't want Qing Yin joining Luo Yuxian, let alone LY's team. Hearing this, Ivan's expression finally grew more serious. It's true. He's practically ascending to godhood at our expense, and Yao Shi and Luo Yuxian are the biggest winners. Over at Yao Shi, even the level 20 boss first kill was snatched away. Mu Chun was livid at the time. Zhan Yu interjected with a cold laugh. To be fair, Yao Shi really had some bad luck. Their first kill was stolen, and Mu Chun nearly lost it on the spot. A touch of contempt flickered at the corner of his mouth. So what's your plan? Ivan got straight to the point. In my opinion, even though we're still a ways off from level 30, there's no harm in initiating a guild war early. A glint of thought flashed in King Feng's eyes as he narrowed them slightly, speaking calmly. I want to completely crush Luo Yuxian first. The ice cavern? Ivan raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Our two guilds will join forces to take down Luo Yuxian in one decisive blow. Well, find Qing Yin and send him back to the beginner's village, Qing Feng said coldly. Ivan was silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right. Since it's a joint operation, we'll need unified command. So who's in charge? Zhan Yu didn't hesitate. Obviously, Xiao Tian will be the overall commander, and you can assist as the deputy. Ivan scoffed. He'll be the lead commander, or Jingxian Ge won't participate at all. If you keep running your mouth, I'll wreck your Jingxian pavilion first. Zhan Yu roared furiously, his face full of disdain. Xiao Tian frowned slightly, analyzing calmly. Just focus on commanding your own people and maintain basic coordination. If our two guilds join forces, Luo Yuxian won't stand a chance. Ivan pondered for a moment, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. All right, let's do it this way. First, we'll threaten them to hand over the person. If Jingxian Pavilion falls, it'll be much easier to kill him. He won't have any way back to Luo Yuxian either. If they refuse. He paused briefly. Our two guilds will team up and give Luo Yuxian a grand opening gift. Zhan Yu licked his dry lips, a ruthless look crossing his eyes. Make their average level drop by 1, directly crush them Facian. The grudge originating from the previous server was already on the verge of erupting before the guilds were even formally established. Meanwhile, Yang Hao, unaware of the brewing storm, was leisurely farming monsters in the ice cavern with Xiao. Time unknowingly crept to 8 p.m. I need to head back to YY, Xiao suddenly said. Why? What's going on? Yang Hao asked with a slight frown. Jingxian Pavilion and Yin Yulo have teamed up. They're killing players outside the cave, going red. They're about to charge in, Xiao replied gravely. We'll go check it out first. This news caught Yang Hao by surprise. While alliances between large guilds were common in online games, often leading to massive battles involving hundreds or thousands of players, it was odd for Jingxian Pavilion and Yin Yulo to suddenly join forces against Luo Yuxian during such a crucial period right after the server launch, when everyone was racing to level 30 to establish their guilds. Yang Hao quickly made his way to the cave entrance, where a massive crowd of players had already gathered. At a conservative estimate, there were thousands of them. As two of the top guilds in the country, Jingxian Pavilion and Yin Yulo, each had tens of thousands of members. Even with only a portion present, the sheer scale of the gathering was intimidating. Listen up, Luo Yushuan players. Ivan's voice rang out sharply above the crowd. Hand over Qingyan, and well, let this go. Otherwise, we'll storm the ice cavern. Zi Yao and other high-ranking members of Luo Yushuan, including Shenlan, were already stationed at the cave entrance. Shenlan's tone was icy as he retorted, "Are you seriously planning to start a war before level 30? We only want Qingyan," Ivan replied aggressively. "Hand him over, and well, leave in peace." As Yang Hao was about to step forward to de-escalate the situation, he received a private message from Zi Yao. "Don't go out. If you step out now, it'll be seen as our guild yielding to them. That'll severely hurt our guild's development." Only then did Yang Hao realize the implications. If he went out now, it would be tantamount to Luo Yushuan surrendering to the enemy. In the eyes of onlookers, it would be a fatal sign of weakness. Having a large guild submit to another guild is nothing short of self-humiliation and would undoubtedly become a target of ridicule. Yin Yulu, as the top guild in the national server, along with the equally elite Jing Xiango, formed an alliance that was unmatched across the entire server. Although this battle had to be fought, the outcome was clear. Luo Yuxian would likely fall behind by 2 to 3 levels as a whole. Shenlan, clearly harboring deep resentment towards Yang Hao, stepped forward and said coldly, "Teske, two guilds teaming up just to try and trample us? Let me make this clear. Even if Qing Yin isn't one of ours, there's no way you're taking them today. So what if the two of you are allied? If it's a fight you want, Luo Yuxian will fight to the end. Come to YY and bring it on." Yang Hao immediately messaged Zi Yao. "This started because of me. I can't just stand by and watch." Zi Yao replied, "All right, but this time, you need to follow the overall command." Yang Hao nodded in agreement, assuring her that his team members would also join the fight. Hearing this, Zi Yao was overjoyed. Though Yang Hao only brought 5 people, their elite squad had the combat prowess of a 20-person team. Yang Hao took off his headset and turned to his teammates, saying, "All right, guys, join my party. Let's get ready to move." Shah's eyes lit up. "What's going on?" Yang Hao explained, "It's the ice cavern. Jing Xiangu and Yin Yulu have teamed up, demanding Luo Yuxian hand someone over. This is aimed at me, and they're also trying to suppress Luo Yuxian. I can't just sit this out." "What? A large-scale guild battle, and we're not even level 30 yet?" Ku Liang exclaimed in shock. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Hao analyzed, "These big guilds already have their grudges. With the new server of Dianjiang Tai open, top players from all over the country have gathered here, making the situation highly unpredictable. Yin Yulu may be the veteran #1 guild, but if top players from other servers join other guilds, their top spot isn't guaranteed. This alliance between the two guilds is partly because they suffered a loss at my hands and partly because they saw me grinding mobs with Luo Yuxian. They likely suspect in planning to join Luo Yuxian. By pressuring Luo Yuxian, they're forcing them into a tough spot. Handing me over would be humiliating, while refusing means they have to face a heated confrontation. I'm the catalyst here, so I have to help, even though 5 of us won't make a huge difference in a large-scale battle." Shah licked his lips, his excitement evident. "Oh man, I've never been in a massive guild war with thousands of players before. Let's do this." With that, he immediately joined Yang Hao's party. Soon, the 5-person team was assembled. While Yang Hao stayed back, the other 4 quickly headed to the ice cavern. By then, the cavern entrance was already tense with hostility. Iwan sneered and said, "Since you refuse to hand them over, this can't be avoided anymore." The game voice abruptly stopped as Yang Hao swiftly switched to the YY command channel. The thunderous battle anthem erupted, and his voice echoed through the channel. "Titans and Orc classes, charge to the front lines. Break into the ice cavern. Let's make Luo Yuxian lose face on the command platform today." Following his command, hundreds of tank-class players from Jingshuanj surged toward the entrance like a tidal wave. Thus began the first major battle on the command platform. At the entrance of the ice cavern, hundreds of players had already gathered, their names glowing red as they unleashed skills in a frenzy. While directing his forces, Yang Hao simultaneously joined Luo Yuxian's YY channel. The main channel of Luo Yuxian was equally filled with battle hymns, and the number of participants was staggering over 4,000 people in one place. Such was the power of a large guild. Even in a new server without extensive recruitment, their combat strength was astonishing. The chief commander of Luo Yuxian, Pia Lingon of the top tacticians in the country, was passionately issuing orders. "Everyone, form up according to the old protocol. Quickly coordinate with the Xiao Alliance and form teams. Block the first floor of the entrance with 10 squads, and the rest fall back to defend the second floor. That's where the real battle will take place." So what if Jingshuanj and Yin Yulo have joined forces? Today, we'll show them the strength of Luo Yuxian and make our name known in one decisive battle. Although Luo Yuxuan's JPL esports team couldn't participate due to spring training, their youth training camp had mobilized completely. 5 elite squads, each with 30 members, all top-tier players with 9-star battlefield ratings or higher, were deployed as a mobile strike force providing support where needed. The presence of these 150 players added an unpredictable element to the battle. In just 5 minutes, all teams were fully formed. Each 500-member combat channel was assigned a vice commander running dual YY accounts to relay orders from the main commander. The main channel soon quieted down, leaving only Yang Hao and his 4 teammates. By now, the battle had erupted in full force. Even with the Xiao alliance coordinating to avoid friendly fire, Yang Hao's brow remained furrowed. In a chaotic melee involving thousands, a 5-person team could only contribute so much. No matter how strong they were individually, venturing into the fray would result in instant death under the barrage of skills. What do we do now? Ku Liang and the others regrouped with Yang Hao inside the ice cavern, looking somewhat lost. After a moment of thought, Yang Hao said, "There are only 5 of us, so let's focus on picking off their isolated players. It won't change the tide of the battle, but we can take down as many as we can." The large-scale battle had officially begun. In the icy cavern, the flames of war spread as waves of red-named players surged into the cave. Yang Hao and his 4 companions stood on the battlefield of the first layer, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to face the onslaught. Kill! A furious roar echoed in all directions. At the entrance, members of Jingxian Pavilion and Misty Rain Tower teleported in, standing momentarily during their brief invincibility protection period. Then, the battle erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions reverberated in Yang Hao's ears. Blades clashed, swords intertwined, magic rained down like a storm, and spears danced in the air like steel dragons coiling through the skies. The angry roars of orcs resounded throughout the valley. Starlight shine. In the sky, radiant magic beams glittered like stars, sweeping away everything in their path. Screams filled the air as the relentless combat left no room to breathe. One by one, red-named players fell. Although the defenders of Falling Rain Pavilion were few in number, they fought desperately to delay the enemy. The battle was intense, with 10 groups totaling 300 warriors tasked with buying precious time. The true main force was preparing for the decisive clash on the second layer. These 300 warriors were undoubtedly a suicide squad. They harbored no illusions of holding the first layer. Their sole objective was to slow the enemy's advance and create a window for the main force to organize. Jingxian Pavilion and Misty Rain Tower had meticulously prepared for this assault, while Falling Rain Pavilion had to rely on makeshift tactics and last-minute personnel adjustments. Such large guilds, having experienced countless regional wars, had their battle formations and roles meticulously planned for every group. These 300 are just buying us time to set up. Yang Hao exhaled slowly, a trace of cold determination flashing in his eyes. They're fighting with their lives, just to give us a little more time. The defense of the first layer was painfully brief. They could barely withstand the enemy's fierce assault. The 300-strong defensive line lasted less than 30 seconds before being torn apart like paper. Their numerical disadvantage left them incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. At the same time, Ivan's voice came through the command channel, echoing in the ears of countless team members. "Everyone, move with me to the second layer. Eliminate any red-named players on sight. Kill while taunting them mercilessly. Type out the most cutting insults you can think of." Ivan's orders were concise and resolute, with no room for hesitation. The team leaders quickly relayed them to their subordinates. The tension on the battlefield grew thicker, the killing intent palpable, and the stench of blood filled the air. As Jingxian Pavilion's forces advanced rapidly, Yang Hao realized that the critical moment of the battle was upon them. Defending each layer was a test of will for both the attackers and defenders. The upcoming clashes promised to be even more brutal. Meanwhile, Yang Hao quickly retreated to the second level. At this moment, the main force of thousands from Luo Yuxuan had already gathered there, tightly surrounding the entire entrance. This second level would become the true battlefield. Breaking through this entrance would be no easy task, and both Jingshuanj and Yanyalu would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Yang Hao sent a message to Ziyao, requesting to join a team, but she hadn't replied. As the leader of the guild, she was undoubtedly swamped with responsibilities during such a large-scale battle. "What the heck are we supposed to do now?" Shisha asked, looking bewildered. "With a battle involving thousands of people, there's no way we can get involved. If we go in, we'll just get wiped out instantly. There's no room for us to maneuver." Yang Hao licked his lips, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "No rush. This battle won't end so quickly. Starting from the second level, this will become the main battleground. A lot of people will get separated from their groups." His lips curled into a sly smile. "Green tier gear is still worth some money. This time, we can take advantage of Jingshuanj and Yanyalu to loot a good haul." Shisha's eyes lit up. Indeed, in large-scale outdoor guild wars, gear could drop upon death. Many wealthy players in such battles would either bring a team of healers to protect themselves or swap out their valuable gear for less expensive equipment. In this game, there were no bound items. Every piece of gear had the potential to drop. These massive guild wars held the promise of overnight riches. Wealthy players often became prime targets, and if they dropped a single piece of top-tier gear, its value could be tens of thousands. A fully crafted legendary item could even be worth as much as a seaside villa. The two stood off to the side, keeping their eyes on the entrance. The area was teeming with people, and suddenly, figures began pouring out in waves from the teleportation portal, crowding into a narrow corner. Everyone, use basic attacks, the commander of Luoyuan shouted loudly on the YY voice channel. In an instant, a flurry of miss markers appeared at the entrance. 15, 14, 10, 6. The countdown echoed loudly in the YY command channel. The protection period was only 15 seconds. After that, the holy war would officially begin. 3, 2, 1. A thunderous roar erupted in the YY channel. Everyone, unleash your burst skills. Healers, use area heals at your feet, single target heals, focus on your team's tanks. Attack. Fight. In nearly every channel, commanders were shouting passionately. Melee fighters, charge in. Don't hesitate. Don't fear death. Kill all those dogs from Jingshuanj and Yanyulu. At the same time, the commanders on Jingshuanj and Yanyulu's side were equally fervent. Healers, throw area heals onto the enemy's position. All melee fighters, push forward. Break through. Break through. The louder and more resolute the commands, the more they stirred emotions. Within the 15-second countdown, not all of Jingshuanj and Yanyulu's forces had teleported in yet, but they had to fight their way out, even if it meant paving the path with their own bodies. The battle was about to erupt. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed in Yang Hao's ears. Waves of figures fell to the ground like harvested wheat. In such an intense battle, even the toughest tanks couldn't hold their ground. They were obliterated in an instant. The bodies melted away rapidly as the soul masters raced against time to burn the corpses, completely cutting off the healer's ability to resurrect them. This was a no-holds-barred battle of attrition. On the battlefield, it was the forces of Yen Yulo and Jing Shuanga that suffered the heaviest casualties. Their teams couldn't fully squeeze into the battleground and, due to their densely packed formations, became prime targets for AoE area of effect attacks. Under the concentrated fire of thousands, even a single point of AoE damage per person was fatal. Enemy players fell like harvested wheat, collapsing in waves. Their bodies were swiftly burned, forcing them to respawn at the revival point. Around the revival point, Luoyuan had stationed 40 teams 200 players in total, forming an impenetrable human wall. These positions were critical, especially the revival point. In large-scale battles, countless fallen players would respawn here. Controlling this area meant cutting off the enemy's chance at a comeback. The core of the corpse camping tactic was to dominate the revival point, killing enemies as soon as they respawned, trapping them in an endless cycle of death and experience loss. All right, brothers, let's welcome our guests, shouted 3 Luoyuan commanders stationed at the revival point over the YY channel. These idiots dared to mess with our turf? Today, we're going to beat the crap out of them. Everyone, fight and trash talk them at the same time. Make them regret this. The main commander's voice thundered louder. Everyone respawning here, hold the revival point at all costs. This position is crucial, and we cannot lose it under any circumstances. By now, the second level had transformed into a full-scale battlefield. The Luoyuan leadership was acutely aware that they were at a significant numerical disadvantage. The skirmish at the entrance was merely an appetizer. The real death trap was at the revival point. As long as they held the revival point, their opponents would suffer massive casualties and eventually collapse under the pressure. Damn it! A string of curses erupted in the YY channels of Jing Shuanga and Yen Yulo. The battle at the entrance had already cost them dearly. Those who were burned and sent back to respawn had a brief period of invulnerability, but Luoyuan had the upper hand. Their own fallen players also respawned at the revival point, creating a numerical advantage and surrounding the freshly respawned enemies. Jing Shuanga and Yen Yulo's opening moves had clearly backfired. Don't panic, everyone, Xiaodian commanded loudly in the channel. Hold off on charging from the revival point. Everyone, synchronize your movements. For those still fighting at the entrance, stop resisting and die intentionally to regroup at the revival point. Ivan immediately grasped Xiaoshan's strategy. Though each was leading their own guild, they stayed in constant communication via YY. Ivan quickly relayed the instructions to his own forces. At the revival point, the players from Jing Shuanga and Yen Yulo suddenly shifted tactics. They stopped resisting and began charging headlong into Luoyuan's AoE attacks like moths to a flame. Holy crap, it looks like Jing Shuanga and Yen Yulo have been completely wiped out this round, Shisha commented as he observed the battlefield. But Yang Hao shook his head. It's Luoyuan who's in trouble. The enemy has clearly stopped resisting on purpose. Their real target is the revival point on the second level. Indeed, In this kind of field battle, the revival point is the most crucial. Ku Liang's expression shifted slightly, his brows tightly furrowed. Anyone who dies at the teleportation point will respawn at the revival point. Whoever controls the revival point can keep fighting around it. Yang Hao keenly noticed this, and at the same time, the chief commander of Liu Pavilion also realized the importance of this strategic element. In the Liu Pavilion's command channel, all the commanders' morale surged, their eyes gleaming with the hope of victory. However, at this critical moment, the chief commander of Liu Pavilion suddenly spoke urgently through the communication channel. Deep Blue, take your people and start retreating immediately. Engage them while pulling back. What? Deep Blue sounded incredulous, his voice full of confusion. We can bury their revival point people here right now. The chief commander's tone was firm. All their people are down. We only have 1,500 here who can't hold them off. If they take over the revival point and secure the third-level teleportation point, we're in big trouble. They outnumber us by too much. Everyone, retreat to the third level. Shift the main battlefield back to the third level. But it was already too late. At the revival point, Xiao Tian and Ivan let out deafening roars almost simultaneously. All tanks, move in. Kill everyone at the revival point. Trap them all here on the second level. At that moment, thousands of players from the two guilds swarmed toward the revival point, their figures flooding in from all directions. Instantly, everyone respawned at the revival point, and tank players jumped into the crowd, their skills flashing in rapid succession. This is bad. Deep Blue's face turned pale, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fall back. Fall back. The 1,500 players stood no chance against the overwhelming force of thousands. The disparity in firepower was like night and day. If they were completely annihilated, Liu Pavilion would lose 1,500 combatants, a third of their total fighting force. The situation was dire. If they were wiped out here, the 1,500 players could only respawn at the revival point. If Jingxian Pavilion and Yinyu Tower's thousands of players took the revival point and spread out across the second level, leaving 3,000 players to defend the revival point, even if all of Liu Pavilion's members respawned, they would face an impenetrable blockade. At the teleportation point, Liu Pavilion had roughly 3,000 players holding off an attack from 7,000 to 8,000 opponents, a miraculous effort. But this highlighted Liu Pavilion's fatal weakness in numbers. If they had an additional 1,500 players, they could defend both key points simultaneously, making it nearly impossible for their opponents to break through. Although Liu Pavilion's retreat order was issued quickly, about half of their forces were taken down, temporarily losing their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Yinyu Tower and Jingxian Pavilion's forces surged forward like a tidal wave, their strategy clear and decisive. At this point, Liu Pavilion's numerical disadvantage was fully exposed. They simply could not defend two critical points at once. If they hadn't committed sufficient forces to the teleportation point from the start, it would have been captured, and the revival point would eventually fall as well. Liu Pavilion had long anticipated that the revival point would eventually be taken, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The enemy's all-out assault on the revival point was completely beyond their expectations. At the teleportation point, Liu Pavilion's reinforcements arrived, only to find that the enemy forces from the revival point had covered nearly the same distance. The two sides clashed head-on at the teleportation point. Fall back! Fall back! The Liu Pavilion commander shouted hoarsely, his voice tinged with despair. The second level is about to become the final battlefield. At this moment, the command team of Liu Yuxuan originally planned to shift the battlefield to the third level, aiming to expand the combat area. This was because they were at a numerical disadvantage, and only by broadening the battlefield and turning the fight into smaller skirmishes, team versus team, or even squad versus squad, could they have a chance at victory. However, reality struck them hard. Everyone was trapped on the second level, with the respawn point already occupied by the enemy. The fallen warriors found themselves in a brutal cycle: respawn, die, respawn, and die again. To make matters worse, after clashing head-on with the enemy's main forces, the passage to the third level became nearly impossible to breach. Even if they managed to break through, only a very limited number could make it through. Fall back! Fall back! The commander of Liu Yuxuan shouted hoarsely. Fortunately, they hadn't charged recklessly, so this retreat didn't result in heavy casualties. The chief commander quickly adjusted the strategy. Split into smaller units. Operate by groups. From now on, only group leaders have speaking rights in the main channels, and everyone else must strictly follow orders. If they want to fight, we'll fight them to the end. He added one final critical directive. If you're killed and your body hasn't been burned by the enemy's spirit mages, stay put and wait for healers to revive you and return to the respawn point. Liu Yuxuan's forces swiftly dispersed according to the orders, with each team spreading out like dandelions, occupying the entire second level. This decision showcased the professionalism of the large guild's command structure. Their initial plan was to severely damage two enemy units on the second level and then extend the battlefront throughout the ice cavern. Though outnumbered, Fighting in a dispersed manner would force the enemy to split up as well, creating opportunities for uneon or even uneon 1.5 battles. Yet, the enemy countered their strategy effectively. Near the respawn point, they lost the forces of over a dozen groups. While their overall battle losses were still favorable, the enemy had nearly all died at least once. The strategic impact on the subsequent battle was devastating. In the command channel, Ziyao frowned deeply. He knew all too well that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to their side, and the outcome of this battle was already sealed. What remained was to prove their fighting spirit with blood and determination. Meanwhile, at Yang Hao's base, Shisha roared furiously. Die already. His titan hook lashed out with precision, slamming an enemy heavily to the ground. Damn, a Xiaoyan Yu ring, this guy is really unlucky. Shisha quickly pocketed the spoils. As the battle expanded, they encountered more and more isolated enemies and small squads. Yang Hao's 5-person team worked in perfect harmony, with clear tactics. Yang Hao scouted ahead, leading the way, while the others followed closely behind. If they encountered a large enemy group, they would retreat immediately. If they came across a squad of fewer than 10, they would launch an attack right away. Thanks to their exceptional skills, they maintained an undefeated record. Damn, this is such a haul. Shisha bragged. I've already picked up 3 pieces of the Xiaoyan Yu set. Kuliang scoffed and replied. Qingyan has already completed the entire Xiaoyan Yu set. Indeed, as the flames of battle swept across the second level, Yang Hao and his team had managed to collect a full set of the Xiaoyan Yu gear through their coordinated efforts. The team's equipment was continuously being upgraded, and their overall strength had improved significantly as a result. However, Yang Hao's brows were tightly furrowed, and unease filled his heart. He could sense that the situation was far from optimistic. Luo Yushuan's plan was flawless on paper. Everyone would spread out and carry out their respective tasks. But as the battle intensified, the second-floor map proved too small. Once too many people gathered, the strategy of dispersing became ineffective. More and more people were getting trapped outside, and the respawn point had been taken over by the enemy. If this continued, failure seemed inevitable. This battle, Luo Yushuan is likely headed for a crushing defeat, Ku Liang said with a cold smirk. And what can we do about it? Yang Hao muttered, his voice low. The 5 of us are practically useless in a battle of this scale. He paused for a moment before speaking again. I can't stay here with you any longer. You all figure out your next steps. It's probably best to try and retreat from the ice cavern. What are you planning to do? Shirsha raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. I'm going to ask Ziyao to give me 2 squads of assassins, Yang Hao said, his gaze firm. I need to find a way to rescue those who are trapped. This situation was caused by me, and no matter what, I have to help them. Shirsha shook his head, his expression complex. What can shadow walkers even do in a large-scale battle like this? Just watch, Yang Hao replied, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips, his tone carrying a subtle confidence. He quickly opened WeChat, found Ziyao, and initiated a video call. A few seconds later, Ziyao answered, her voice tinged with the urgency of ongoing battle. The fight's been intense. I missed your earlier messages. What's your plan? Don't worry, Yang Hao said directly. I have a way to help you free the people trapped at the respawn point. Ziyao's eyes flickered with doubt. What do you mean? Yang Hao took a deep breath and spoke slowly. If we continue fighting like this, we're bound to lose. The gap in numbers is too great. But this battle isn't entirely hopeless. Get to the point, Ziyao said, her tone steady now, sensing Yang Hao had a plan. Your strategy is solid. The goal is to extend the battlefront and push the fight to the 5th floor. If we can spread the fight out, we might have a chance. A smaller force might be at a disadvantage, but it won't be as catastrophic as this current collapse, Yang Hao explained. But for now, the key is to free those trapped at the respawn point. How? Ziyao pressed. Give me all the shadow walkers, Yang Hao said firmly. I have a plan. Add me to the command channel, and I'll explain the details. Ziyao hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll add you. Ding. The sound rang in Yang Hao's headset as he was added to the command channel. Inside the command channel, dozens of members had already gathered. All of them were core figures of Luo Yushuan. In a battle involving thousands of players, aside from the overall commander, each large group had its own leader. Despite the looming defeat, the overall commander maintained an unyielding presence as he continued issuing tactical orders. Tianzi, my friend says he has a way to free the people trapped at the respawn point, Ziyao said. Is there really a way? The commander's voice carried a hint of surprise. Ziyao's tone turned cold. He does. Don't dismiss him. At that moment, Shunlan interjected with a frosty tone. Ziyao, stop messing around. Qingyan may have individual skills, but large-scale outdoor battles like this aren't something a few individuals can turn around. Don't let him disrupt everyone's morale. Yang Hao ignored Shunlan's skepticism. His gaze remained resolute as he said firmly, Shadow walkers may seem insignificant in large-scale battles, but we have high mobility and high burst damage. Give me 2 squads of shadow walkers, and I can create an opening with a surprise attack. Taking out all 3,000 enemies is unrealistic. but breaking through their lines is achievable. What do we need to do? Ziyao's eyes sharpened, clearly intrigued by Yang Hao's plan. Yang Hao continued. With 60 Shadow Walkers, we can stealthily infiltrate and launch a sudden burst of attacks, catching the enemy off guard. Even if we can't take down all their forces at once, we can create a breach. After that, everyone just needs to retreat through the opening, while the Shadow Walkers repeatedly engage in quick bursts and use their vanish skills to disengage, waiting for the next opportunity. Luo Yushuan's overall commander, Tianzi, now had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This plan is good, worth a try? Qing Yan, organize the Shadow Walker squads and execute it. Yang Hao nodded. But to truly win this battle, this strategy alone won't be enough. Yang Hao quickly assembled a team. In response to Tianzi's inquiries, he began outlining his plan in detail through the YY channel. One by one, professional Shadow Step players were recruited into the group, forming an elite squad. I can gather some manpower, but to win this battle, what we have now is far from enough. Yang Hao's steady voice came through the microphone. As a well-known figure on the server, Yang Hao's advice was undoubtedly a timely lifeline for Tianzi, who was currently in a difficult situation. It's simple. Since the opposition is forming an alliance, we can do the same, Yang Hao said calmly. Are you suggesting we collaborate with Yaoshi? Xiao asked, frowning with evident hesitation. Our relationship with Yaoshi isn't exactly friendly. It doesn't have to be Yaoshi, Yang Hao explained. Jiangtai has a large number of players now, and the suburban guilds are also quite formidable. If we can unite a few guilds and organize a force of thousands, combined with the current minimal equipment gap, the outcome is still undecided. As long as your main commander coordinates everything and lets each guild handle specific operations, we have a chance. After thinking for a moment, Xiao responded. All right, give me 30 minutes. I'll contact 2 guilds and try to organize 5,000 players to join the battle. At this moment, a voice sounded in Yang Hao's ear. All the active Shadow Step players have been grouped together, totaling 53 members. Yang Hao immediately issued instructions. In a moment, I'll provide everyone with the specific attack locations. You'll need to coordinate with me for synchronized strikes. Move all Shadow Step players into a single channel so I can give unified commands. Before long, the YY channel was set up. Yang Hao turned off the main channel microphone and addressed the Shadow Step team. Brothers, let's gather near the respawn point first. Big bro, with just this small number of Shadow Step players, aren't we just walking into our deaths? Someone questioned. Yang Hao chuckled lightly. Our mission is to create an opening for allied forces at the respawn point. You're all highly skilled Shadow Step players. When the time comes, follow my orders. Everyone will use the combo Shadow Kill Array, Oblivion, 1,000 strikes simultaneously. Once you've executed the combo, use Extinction Flash to disengage from the battlefield and wait for your skills to cool down. Let them see the true power and breakthrough potential of Shadow Step. These words ignited a fire in every Shadow Step player's heart. In regular large-scale battles, the Shadow Step class often found itself in an awkward position. While highly mobile, it had low tolerance for mistakes and was extremely fragile. It was difficult to deal significant damage before being taken down. However, when a professional Shadow Step team launched a coordinated assault, the results could be completely different. This kind of tactic was rarely seen even in major guilds, as Shadow Step was typically relegated to reconnaissance roles. Shadow Blades often find themselves at a disadvantage in large-scale battles, excelling only when hunting targets individually in the wilderness. All right, we've got your back. What do you need us to do now? One eager teammate asked. Yang Hao grinned. Everyone, start heading toward the respawn point and gather at coordinates 212,743. The group nodded in agreement. Yang Hao used his shadow stepping ability to move relatively safely toward the respawn point, but the others weren't as lucky. During the regrouping process, the team lost 3 more members, leaving only 50 people. Taking a deep breath, Yang Hao spoke firmly in the command channel. Spread the word to everyone at the respawn point. Stay down for now. When I count down from 3, 2, 1, all of you revive simultaneously and focus fire on direction 245,713. I've adjusted your voice to full channel command. You're in charge of this wave. Tianzi quickly added. Yang Hao nodded in acknowledgement, and the orders were immediately relayed. He activated both sides of the YY communication channels, his voice ringing out clearly. All Shadow Blades, listen to me. Now, go into stealth mode and move toward point 245,713. The moment he finished speaking, 50 Shadow Blade players vanished into thin air. Using their 20-second stealth ability, they quickly advanced to the coordinates Yang Hao had designated. On the other side, thousands of enemy players were packed densely, raining down skills on the respawn point, where bodies littered the ground. As the Shadow Blade team approached the enemy's outer perimeter, Yang Hao gave a hushed command. Stop. Spread out slightly. Get ready. He licked his lips and started counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone at the respawn point, revive now. Attack this position. All Shadow Blades, Unleash your combo and retreat immediately. Show them the power of Shadow Blade's attack. At the respawn point, everyone stood up simultaneously, instantly drawing the attention of the 3,000 players from Jingxin Pavilion and Yenyu Lu. At that critical moment, the Shadowblade team launched their ambush. In a flash, the 50 Shadowblade players split into 150 shadows, simultaneously unleashing their Obliterate and Thousand Strikes skills. Shadows exploded, blades slashing in every direction, accompanied by the relentless sound of thud 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 thud. In just an instant, an entire row of enemy players near them was wiped out. Awesome! Someone in the Shadowblade team shouted excitedly, exhilarated by their first truly satisfying outdoor battle. Extinction Flash. After completing their deadly combos, all the Shadowblade players synchronized their use of the Extinction Flash skill to create distance. The entire ambush unfolded in the blink of an eye, showcasing the terrifying burst potential of the Shadowblade class. With the enemy's focus diverted to the respawned players, all 50 Shadowblades escaped unscathed. Meanwhile, at coordinates 245,713, a massive breach was torn in the enemy's formation. Nearly 2,000 members of Liu Pavilion surged through the gap. Jingxian Pavilion's forces, of course, refused to let them go without a fight. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but a large number of Liu Pavilion members successfully broke through. As people poured out from the breach, Yang Hao issued a commanding order in the YY channel. Tian Ci, handle those who are coming out. All swaying members, fall back immediately. Tian Ci frowned and questioned, shouldn't we wait for the next cooldown to release more people? Yang Hao's voice was calm yet firm. We've already freed hundreds in this wave. The enemy will definitely send forces to clean up. Staying here will only make us sitting ducks. Don't worry, our swaying team will create significant trouble for them, enough to tie down at least 5 of their groups. I'll notify you and YY when it's time for the next release, and we will regroup then. After a brief pause, he continued. Also, Xiao should be negotiating the collaboration by now. Until then, we need to minimize casualties. The disparity in numbers is too great. A heating confrontation would be disastrous. Avoid direct conflict whenever possible. Got it. Leave it to me. Tian Ci exhaled deeply, signaling his understanding. Yang Hao nodded and closed the command channel. He then switched to his personal YY channel to issue new orders. All members of the 2 groups, follow my lead. Each group, assign 3 scouts with strong detection abilities. If you spot a single enemy group, report it in YY immediately. For now, we're not rushing to release more people. After the first wave, the enemy will be on guard. Let's focus on taking out some of their forces to weaken them. He emphasized, our group has no healers, so we must remain hidden and strike with precision. 1 hit, 1 kill, remember that. This was Yang Hao's strategy to sway in groups, targeting a single enemy group. With their explosive power, the swaying team could completely annihilate their target. In terms of raw impact from a single class group, the strongest were undoubtedly the Gunsoul group and the Berserker group. However, the swaying group, though previously unproven, demonstrated breakthrough capabilities that rivaled or even surpassed the Gunsoul group. Thanks to their stealth mechanics, swaying members could catch enemies completely off guard. That said, swaying members were far more fragile compared to Gunsouls, with much lower margins for error. The biggest challenge was that to execute stealth ambushes, the group couldn't include healers. This meant no healing support, making their missions potentially one-way trips. In contrast, the Gunsoul group, once mounted and unseated, had exceptional mobility, paired with high damage output. Meanwhile, Berserker groups, when activating their rage skills, could become immune to control effects. Though their damage output was lower, their impact and tank-like durability made them formidable. From this perspective, Gunsoul and Berserker groups were better suited for conventional battles, while swaying teams were more effective as a surprise force. The disadvantages of swaying in large-scale battles were undeniably an unavoidable drawback of being an assassin class. I've spotted a group. A scout's voice suddenly broke through in the YY channel. But this group might be tough to deal with. It's the enemy's elite team. I see Zhan Yu and 5 others from the YL squad. They're part of their strongest group. This won't be easy to take down. Yang Hao smirked slightly and asked, just one group, correct? Yes, they're heading our way. They'll reach our position in about 15 seconds, the scout confirmed. Stay hidden where you are and don't come back. We've got 44 people here, it's enough, Yang Hao said in a low, firm voice. Then, he gave the order. Everyone, go invisible. As soon as the words left his mouth, 44 figures vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The area instantly became eerily empty, the only sign of movement being the breeze brushing through. Are we really going to engage them? They might be a team of pros. One of the team members hesitated, voicing his concern. Professional team? So what? Yang Hao sneered. We've got them in the bag. Sure enough, in the distance, a neatly organized squad was making its way toward them. At the forefront stood Zhan Yu and his group. It was a fully staffed team of 30, advancing in perfect unison. This team belonged to the YY Guild of Yenyu Lu, with Qing Feng as their commander. As a special unit, they only took orders from Qing Feng, operating independently of the overall command structure. While Qing Feng's abilities as the chief strategist of the YL team were undisputed, even he acknowledged that when it came to large-scale battles, he wasn't as skilled as Xiao Tian. I knew we couldn't count on those useless idiots from Jingxian Go. Zhang Yu cursed angrily over the YY channel. A few shadow assaults, and they already let a hole open in the line. Now we've got to clean up their mess, and I haven't even warmed up yet. Near the respawn point, Jing Xian Guess 3,000 strong main force was stationed. This was part of a joint strategy between the two guilds divide and conquer. Jing Xiangu was tasked with holding the respawn point, using tanks to block key pathways while the rest unleashed relentless firepower. Meanwhile, their elite mobile units were deployed for skirmishes on the perimeter, while Yin Yulao's team focused on cleanup operations. After Yang Hao's team broke through the defensive line, the two guilds immediately dispatched 3 elite squads to reinforce the respawn point, determined to prevent any further breaches. At this moment, Zhang Yu's team was rushing toward that direction. As the enemy drew closer, Yang Hao spoke softly over the YY channel. Everyone, unmute your mics. Hold your breath. When they get close, we'll all shout surprise. As loud as we can. Scare the hell out of them. This mischievous suggestion made the team chuckle, but they eagerly unmuted their microphones, ready to execute the plan. Follow my lead. 3, 2, 1. Surprise. The synchronized roar of 44 voices erupted like thunder, shaking the battlefield. Hundreds of shadowy figures materialized simultaneously within Zhang Yu's team. Drunken Slash, Oblivion Strike, 1,000 strikes. The deadly combo cut through the enemy ranks like a reaper's scythe. Even the toughest tanks couldn't withstand the onslaught. With the sheer advantage in numbers, the enemy fell like leaves in a storm. Meanwhile, back at the YL team's base, Zhang Yu and 4 others who were in the midst of a discussion were startled by the deafening shout. One of them was so shocked they dropped their mouse. By the time they regained their composure, their screens had already turned gray, signaling utter defeat. In the YL team, someone clutched their chest and cursed angrily. Damn it. That scared the hell out of me. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Zhang Yu stared at the screen, his face darkening as the scene before him turned black and white. He took a deep breath, his heartbeat still unsteady. By all rights, he should have had enough time to react to the sudden ambush by dozens of opponents. With the agility of Lingyun Leap, he should have been able to create distance. But that unexpected roar caught him off guard. As a result, even Zhang Yu and his professional teammates couldn't respond in time, getting instantly wiped out by the simultaneous burst attacks from countless shadow fragments. Qing Yan. Zhang Yu's gaze locked onto a specific ID on the screen, his expression grim. That name filled him with unease. Whether in professional matches or ranked games, it was rare for Zhang Yu to repeatedly suffer losses against the same individual. The last time was during the World Championship against a top-tier European team, where the skill gap was evident. Before that, it was in the summer finals, where Yang Hao, playing the same role as him, had delivered an overwhelmingly strong performance. Yang Hao specialized in Berserker, a role often overlooked alongside tanks. Yet, in that match, Yang Hao created massive opportunities for Mu Chun to deal damage, ultimately earning Mu Chun the MVP title. But in Zhang Yu's eyes, Yang Hao was equally deserving of the honor. Zhang Yu had vowed to redeem himself in the Spring Championship and reclaim the title they had lost. Yet now, another prodigious player had emerged to challenge Hema player named Qing Yan, who was closely tied to Luo Yuxuan. LY team, under Luo Yuxuan's banner, had always been a strong contender in the JPL, consistently staying competitive despite never clinching the championship. What the team lacked was a top-tier star player, and Qing Yan seemed to be the one with the potential to lead them further. Qing Yan's talent was on full display, even beyond the screen, from excelling in early 2-player dungeons to achieving record-breaking damage in the level 20 dungeon, and ultimately defeating Zhang Yu in an unknown duel. Every performance was nothing short of astonishing. Most notably, during the first kill of the boss in Jingxian Pavilion, Qing Yan single-handedly turned the tide. In this large-scale battle, he led the Shadow Fragment squad to break through a defense of 3,000 players, freeing hundreds of allies and ensuring their safe retreat. He also guided the team in a monumental victory, wiping out Yin Yulao's strongest forces. The most remarkable aspect? All of this unfolded during a live broadcast, with Yin Yulao's professional players and streamers simultaneously streaming the event. Behind all of this, Qing Yan was not just showcasing his skills, but also establishing his reputation, a move that inadvertently turned Yang Hao into a stepping stone. While this decisive victory might temporarily dim Yin Yulu's brilliance, for Qing Yan, it was undeniable proof of his capabilities. Qing Feng glanced at Yang Hao and murmured, "This guy is absolutely incredible." Last year, he had witnessed a few rising stars make their debut, including Ji Feng, whose performance was equally dazzling. Ji Feng's mastery of Shadow Fragment caused chaos on the battlefield. Though he had faced some struggles during the professional league, he eventually had his breakout moment. Meanwhile, In Yang Hao's channel on Luo Yuxuan's YY platform, the audience was buzzing with excitement. Holy crap, that was insane. Damn, this is the first time I've had so much fun in a large-scale battle. Wow, I just picked up a Jin Huayu ring. Feels great. Yang Hao looked at the ring in his hand, glowing with a green light, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. The destruction of the Gaozhan regiment had yielded abundant spoils of war, leaving behind a field of red-named corpses that dropped a large number of green items. As the main player base gradually reached level 20, green equipment started to be mass-produced in the game, causing their market value to plummet. Even the once highly sought-after Xiao Nianyu set was no exception to this devaluation. However, blue-quality gear remained scarce and valuable. The blue weapon in Yang Hao's possession, the first of its kind from Dian Zhangtai, though now replaced by the Xiao Nianyu set, still attracted plenty of collectors who frequently inquired about its price. The blue weapon's greatest advantage was allowing players to use the eternal skill at lower levels. But since Yang Hao had already mastered the skill, the attribute bonuses from the Xiao Nianyu set were far more appealing to him. He planned to auction off the collectible blue weapon at a later time. The team members who had fought alongside Yang Hao to take down the Yan Yulu's elite Gaozhan regiment were brimming with excitement, and morale was high. Just then, a message came through the command channel of Luo Yuxian. Qing Yan and their group just wiped out the Zhanyu regiment. One team member reported excitedly. What? Are you serious? Tian Ci paused, incredulous. It's true. Someone from their group messaged me just now. Yang Hao nodded and added. Yeah, I ambushed them earlier. Well done. Tian Ci seized the opportunity to boost morale, activating the full-frequency voice chat and announcing loudly, Brothers, hold on a little longer. The leader will soon arrive with reinforcements. Just now, our swaying regiment achieved a major victory. They completely wiped out Yan Yulu's top-tier Zhanyu regiment without a single casualty. Meanwhile, Yang Hao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, preparing to issue the next set of orders. Send out a few scouts to gather intel. For now, we'll stick to guerrilla tactics. Leave some people at the respawn point to monitor the situation there. Once we get the chance, we'll try to release a few hundred people from the respawn point. Got it. The team members responded in unison and sprang into action. The consecutive victories had significantly boosted the morale of the swaying regiment. By now, the flames of battle had spread across the second floor of the map, with small-scale skirmishes breaking out everywhere. A moment later, a scout's voice reached Yang Hao's ears. It might be tough to release more people. There are 4 regiments stationed outside guarding the respawn point. They have the numbers to spare. Splitting off 4 regiments to guard won't have much of an impact on the main battlefield, another team member chimed in. Yang Hao frowned, but didn't give up. No problem. We'll slowly move closer to the respawn point and wait for an opportunity to strike. Just then, Ziyao's voice came through the YY channel. I'm back. Yixing Yishu has agreed to cooperate with us. They're organizing their forces now and should be able to muster about 2,000 players. They'll enter the ice cavern in approximately 10 minutes. I'm also negotiating with Jianing. If things go well, Jianing should be able to bring in another 2,000 players. The news about Ziyao was like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating the entire Luo Yuxuan guild. Within just 10 minutes, the YY channel was flooded with a surge of players. Ziyao swiftly set up new channels, organizing the incoming players into teams, while the commanders gradually joined the designated command channel. Are you planning to lead your respective guilds yourselves? Or? Tian Ci's words were cut off by a voice interjecting. For this joint operation, of course, we'll follow Luo Yuxuan's lead. We'll all listen to your commands. Tian Ci felt a rush of excitement and immediately issued orders. All right, I need the Yisheng Yishu brothers to assemble at once and head to the second floor of the ice cavern. Once there, split into 2 units and spread out. If you encounter any red-named players on the way, eliminate them on sight. After prolonged battles, most casual players had already retreated from the ice cavern. The chaos of the red-name skirmishes had driven ordinary players to either log off or leave the second floor. At this point, nearly all the red-named players left were from Jingxian Pavilion and Yinyu Tower. Now, we'll continue with our strategy of attrition, Tian Ci announced over the team-wide voice chat. With 2,000 players from Yisheng Yishu joining us, the numerical gap between us and the enemy will significantly narrow. This time, we have the strength to fight back. However, Yang Hao frowned and interrupted, Hold on. Don't rush them in just yet. Huh? What do you have in mind? Tian Ci asked. Didn't they cut us off at the respawn point and wipe out 1,500 of our players? Why don't we turn the tables and ambush their 3,000 players at their respawn point? Tian Ci's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. Xiao, how's the discussion with Jianing going? After a brief pause, Xiao replied excitedly. They agreed. They're forming up now and will join us on YY shortly. Once they're here, you'll have unified command. Tian Ci quickly announced the thrilling news to the rest of the team via YY voice chat. Brothers, Jianing's players are on their way. With these 4,000 reinforcements, we can launch a proper counterattack. The morale of Luo Yuxuan surged once again. 5 minutes later, A large number of players bearing the Jinying tag poured into the YY channel. Xiao swiftly created a new room and pulled the commanders into a dedicated channel, which rapidly filled with people. Meanwhile, in the joint command channel of Jingxian Pavilion and Yinyu Tower, the two guilds' main commanders were engaged in a private discussion. They've allied with Yisheng, Yishur, and Jianying, Ivan said, his brow furrowed. They're preparing to counterattack. Xiao Tian squinted his eyes. Didn't expect them to react so quickly. But those two guilds might be decent in the outskirts compared to us. They're still a step behind. We control the respawn point and still have 1,000 players stationed there. The advantage is ours. Send the order. Launch an all-out assault immediately. We must weaken their forces and pile their corpses at the respawn point. In this large-scale guild war, whoever controlled the respawn point held the ultimate advantage. They were well aware of the situation at Luoyuan. In the fierce competition between these massive guilds, both sides would inevitably send spies, or 007s, to infiltrate the other guild. Ivan, in particular, was notorious for his expertise in this area. However, they had never been able to infiltrate Luoyuan's command channel, leaving the guild's specific tactics a complete mystery. Tianci knew full well that the opposing side had planted their own 007s. In the command channel, he issued a calm but firm order. All commanders, relay this immediately. Everyone is to regroup and converge at the respawn point. Not a single one of these 3,000 enemies is allowed to escape. He quickly followed up with another question. Have Yisheng Yishur and Jianying's brothers reached the second level yet? Almost there, someone promptly responded in the channel. On the other side, Jingshuansh and Yanyalu had already set up their strategy. With their numerical advantage, they had gathered 1,500 players at the teleportation point. Although their opponents numbered 4,000, breaking through in such a battle would come at a significant cost. If they could take down 2,000 enemies and send them to the respawn point, those players would be effectively trapped there, permanently weakening their forces. Controlling both the main teleportation point and the respawn point, their confidence was at an all-time high. At the teleportation point, a large number of Yanyalu players were already in position. In YY, Xiao Tian counted down loudly. Everyone, prepare your basic attacks. 15, 3, 2, 1, unleash all your skills. At the same time, Tianxi's voice roared with passion in Luoyuan's YY, Yisheng Yishur and Jianying's brothers. All of you, self-destruct now. Everyone else, rush to the respawn point immediately. Brothers at the respawn point, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1, rise and crush Jingshuansh. Don't fear Wei can respawn endlessly. Luoyuan's army began converging on the respawn point from all directions. With the addition of those stationed there and the recently respawned members of Yingzong and Yisheng Yishur, the respawn point now swarmed with a staggering 5,000 players. Full counterattack, Tianci shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with determination. Surround them. These 3,000 players must be completely annihilated here today. In Yanyalu's YY, Xiao Tian's expression darkened when he saw the opposing side commit mass suicide. However, Ivan remained defiant, shouting words of encouragement. Good. Let them come. We have more than 3,000 players here. Even if they all respawn, they'll only have 5,000 at most. We can hold them off. Send in another 1,000 reinforcements, and we'll make Luoyuan lose 500 players today. But in the next moment, a chill ran down Ivan's spine. Suddenly, waves of enemy forces surged in from all directions, surrounding them like a flood. At the respawn point, thousands of players rose simultaneously, forming a flawless pincer attack. It's over. Ivan's face turned ashen. We might be wiped out. Before he could finish speaking, thousands of skills lit up the battlefield, blasting in from both sides. Tianxi's furious roar echoed through YY. Kill them all. Not a single one is getting out of here alive. Kill every last one of them. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed across the battlefield as smoke and chaos engulfed the air. A fierce skirmish involving thousands erupted in an instant. My dazzling array of skills transformed into radiant beams of light, mercilessly striking the enemy. Piercing screams reverberated through the surroundings, creating an overwhelming cacophony. Amidst the chaos, Yang Hao's shadowy figure darted swiftly across the battlefield, slicing through enemy lines like a bolt of lightning. Despite their initial confusion, the opposing force of 3,000 quickly regrouped under Ivan, a top-tier commander. After a brief moment of hesitation, he adjusted his strategy, directing his troops to focus their attacks on a single point. On the Falling Rain Pavilion's side, the team adapted swiftly, displaying impeccable coordination. Amid the clash of blades, Yang Hao relied on his agile movements to take down an enemy, then immediately pulled back to maintain distance. His shadowy technique was at a disadvantage in large-scale battles, excelling only when he could pick off isolated targets on the fringes. Direct confrontation was nearly suicidal for someone as fragile as him. After eliminating an enemy, he would retreat quickly, surveying the battlefield from afar. His strategy was clear: strike hard, exploit the terrain, and deplete the enemy's strength before vanishing again. The enemy forces grew thinner and more scattered. A faint smirk appeared on Yang Hao's face as he continued to direct the battle. The respawn point marker had appeared in the center of the battlefield, and with over 2,000 enemy troops utterly defeated, only a few hundred remained, fleeing in disarray. These remnants were swiftly cornered around the respawn point, unable to mount any effective counterattack. "We won!" Tian Ci shouted, his voice brimming with long-suppressed excitement. As the enemy formation collapsed, the falling rain pavilion forces began consolidating their positions, their counterattack gaining clarity and momentum. Ivan's earlier tactical misstep had allowed the opposing side to temporarily dominate the battlefield due to their sheer numbers. However, the tide had now turned. The falling rain pavilion not only secured the respawn point, but also pressed their advantage, leaving the enemy exhausted and powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the falling rain pavilion maintained a firm upper hand. Ivan's expression darkened as the inevitability of their defeat dawned on him. He asked coldly, "What's your plan for handling the respawn point? Didn't you anticipate they'd use the same tactics against us?" Xiao Tian furrowed his brows, pausing briefly before responding. "Now's not the time for this discussion. We can still fight back. The situation may not be in our favor, but we still have a chance. Next, we'll launch a pincer attack and reclaim the respawn point." After a moment's pause, his tone grew sharper. "Either you take command now, or I will." Ivan hesitated for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. "Fine, you take over." Xiao Tian nodded. "All right, bring the Jingxian Pavilion members into our voice channel. I'll have them assign you a yellow badge, and you can start organizing some smaller squads." Ivan didn't argue. While he appeared calm on the surface, he was well aware that the situation was slipping out of his control. In moments like these, the responsibility of victory or defeat often fell squarely on the shoulders of the lead commander. By handing over command to Xiao Tian, Ivan hoped to preserve a sliver of dignity and perhaps a chance for redemption. In fact, both he and Xiao Tian clearly realized the difficulty of this battle the moment they saw Luo Yuxuan's fully defensive stance. Luo Yuxuan was now solely focused on attacking the enemies at the respawn point. With both sides having equal numbers, the scales of victory were hard to tip. Xiao Tian quickly began coordinating tactics, while Luo Yuxuan's defensive formation was already in place. At the respawn point, players with class roles were positioned at the forefront, spreading out in a fan-shaped formation to tightly seal off the entire area. On YY Voice, Tian Ci let out a cold laugh. "This time, we'll crush the arrogance of Yenyu Lu and Jing Xiange." Yang Hao expressed concern. "Let's just hope they don't team up with any other guilds. If more guilds join in, this battle will become even harder." Ziyao responded calmly. "No need to rush. I'll reach out to some backup forces. As long as they don't form new alliances, we'll stick to our current defensive strategy. No matter what, we have to make a name for our 3 guilds today." Members of Sword Shadow and Yi Sheng Yi Shi voiced their agreement. Although they were still a step behind the top-tier guilds, they were eager to elevate their guilds into the elite ranks. The battle grew fiercer, with Luo Yuxuan's defensive line holding firm like an impenetrable fortress. Jing Xiange and Yenyu Lu refrained from seeking additional guild support after all. The news of 2 super guilds joining forces to attack a single guild was already sensational enough, and they weren't willing to stir up further controversy. As time went on, the fighting became even more brutal. Around 5,000 allied players were trapped at the respawn point, endlessly resurrecting, charging, and falling in a relentless cycle. The battle stretched from night into the early hours of the morning, with Luo Yuxuan's members collectively losing 2 levels of experience. Yet not a single player quit the game, showcasing the brutal essence of top-tier guild warfare. By 2 a.m., exhaustion began to set in. Most players had work the next day. Finally, Jing Xiange and Yenyu Lu decided to retreat. After hours of relentless assault and being trapped at the respawn point, they had lost nearly 4 levels of experience on average, suffering significant losses. More importantly, their withdrawal signaled the complete failure of their attack. This hours-long Super Guild battle, debuting on the dual platform, immediately ignited the game forums, becoming the hottest topic of discussion among players. The official forums and Baidu Tieba were abuzz with discussions centered on this topic, spreading like wildfire. Thousands of posts were being updated constantly, filling the entire community with heated debates. The 2 major guilds, Yenyu Lu and Jing Xiange, suffered a devastating loss this time. They had initially planned to crush their opponent in one decisive strike, but instead, their plans were completely derailed. After the situation took a dramatic turn, the 2 guilds urgently contacted their allied guilds to occupy the respawn point together, holding their ground firmly and leaving no room for a counterattack. Currently, the dynamics of the arena at Dianjiangtai are clearly about to undergo a significant shift. Yenyu Lu and Jing Xiange, once dominant forces, are now being forced into retreat by even stronger powers. It's undeniable that the competition in Jianjiangtai has always been fierce, especially after the launch of the new server, which brought in highly skilled players from suburban areas. While Crystal Tears still holds the top position, the integration of various regions has allowed other guilds to catch up gradually, making it increasingly difficult for Yanyu Lu to maintain its lead. These players either established their own guilds or joined existing ones, creating subtle but noticeable changes in the landscape. The situation took a complete turn when Yanyu Lu and Jing Xian guest joint operation was successfully countered by Luo Yuxian. The entry of Jianing and Yisheng Yishir showcased the formidable strength of suburban guilds. Discussions about this battle erupted across the forums, with many mocking Yanyu Lao's defeat and ridiculing it as a subordinate to Jing Xiange. Numerous users expressed that Luo Yuxian's overwhelming victory not only crushed the two guilds in terms of momentum, but also positioned itself as a dominant force in the new order. Although the battle resulted in a significant drop in the average levels of players on both sides due to the high costs of such large-scale guild wars, the outcome was effectively a double loss for both parties. However, for Luo Yuxian, this victory brought immense prestige. Especially as Jianjiangtai reaches level 30, the guild establishment system will officially open, allowing major guilds to attract more players and recruit elite members. A large guild, typically comprising tens of thousands of players, directly determines its influence within the game and even the industry, presenting massive potential for future profitability. After the battle, Yang Hao headed straight to the Red Name Zone to begin his Red Name journey. This was the first time the Red Name Zone saw such a large influx of players, with guilds from all directions entering the fray, creating a lively scene. As the defeated parties, members of Jing Xiange and Luo Yuxian continued to exchange sarcastic remarks, their arguments showing no signs of stopping. However, most of the taunts came from Luo Yuxian's members, especially the male players. After all, Luo Yuxian, predominantly made up of female players, had finally achieved a spectacular comeback in this battle. In the YY channel, Yang Hao, Ziyao, Tianci, Shenlan, and other high-ranking members of Luo Yuxian gathered together. Ziyao spoke excitedly. Finally, we've vented our frustrations. This battle will catapult our reputation to new heights. Next, we need to focus on recruiting more players, expanding our influence, and striving to make Luo Yuxian the #1 guild in Dianjiangtai. Tianci nodded in agreement. Yes, this plan is great. Let's work towards this goal. At this point, Yang Hao suddenly spoke up. By the way, Qingyan, I have to say, your strategy today was incredible. It really opened our eyes. Honestly, if it weren't for your suggestion to ally with the other guilds, we would have never thought of that step. You made us realize for the first time that even a fragmented group like ours could have such immense power. You know, guilds like theirs are usually so proud. They'd never consider joining forces with others unless it's absolutely necessary. Especially when the battle broke out, everyone's attention was almost entirely focused here. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. It was just luck. Honestly, if they had continued to work together, we would have been under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, things turned out well. Ziyao chimed in with a playful grin. So, how about considering joining our guild? We could sponsor your team, maybe even make you LY's second team and get you into the secondary league directly. Hearing this, Shenlan frowned. Ziyao, don't you think you're taking it a bit too far? Yang Hao shook his head. Forget it. I've already signed up. Once I hit level 30, the game won't be as appealing to me anymore. They'll probably just hand things over to a booster to handle from there. Ziyao's tone became slightly coquettish, with a hint of teasing. Ah, you're still so distant. Shenlan felt a twinge of irritation. Ziyao had never spoken to him in such a tone before, and it stirred some discomfort within him. Yang Hao waved his hand with a smile. You guys carry on. I won't intrude. You still have to debrief the battle and discuss a lot of things. Someone like me doesn't have much to contribute here. Shenlan instinctively responded. Good that you know. Yang Hao frowned slightly. He could almost sense a hint of jealousy in Shenlan's tone. After logging out of YY, he stretched lazily while nearby, Shisha and the others were chatting about the spoils of the recent battle. Haha, we made a good haul. Shisha laughed while examining his loot. If we sell these items, we can make another fortune. Let's contact the boosters, clear the red names, and have them level up for us. In the next few days, we can do 5-player matches at the Crystal Tears battleground. Once the main group reaches level 30, we'll head back here. Yang Hao nodded. Right, ITLL take about 2 more days for the main group to hit level 30. After that, the ranked battleground system will open, and we can return here. Our team is still newly formed, so it's not easy to arrange training matches yet. Or, Ku Yang suddenly paused, his tone thoughtful. What if we get some EU server accounts and play matches there? Yang Hao's eyes narrowed instantly. The EU server? That's currently the world's most elite server, home to numerous professional players from across the globe. Even top players from China frequently appear on the EU server. Despite the higher latency, it still attracts many top-tier players, including some domestic pros. For instance, last year, Muchen managed to rank in the EU server's top 20 despite playing with a ping over 100. Ku Yang's suggestion made Yang Hao pause and thought, his eyes slightly narrowing. It's not a bad idea. Let's get a few EU server accounts and see if we can take on the challenge. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment as everyone seemed to ponder the possibility. Meanwhile, Yang Hao's mind was already racing, formulating the next steps of the plan. Any leads? Yang Hao asked seriously. Nice was typing away on the keyboard, his eyes fixed on the screen. I used to work with a popular female streamer. She runs a shop on Taobao, mainly dealing in account boosting and buying and selling accounts across various servers. I can reach out to her and ask. All right, Yang Hao nodded slightly. Let's focus on the EU server first. It's best if we can find higher ranked accounts this way. We can get into the high tier matches faster. Nice shook his head. High-ranking accounts are hard to come by. EU server accounts at higher ranks are especially rare. At least 7 stars. Yang Hao adjusted his posture. We can quickly push it to 9 stars. If necessary, we can take our time. Got it. I'll ask right now. Nice said as he turned his attention back to the chat window. About 10 minutes later, Nice swiveled his chair around to face the group. Got any news? Yang Hao asked immediately. Nice let out a faint, wry smile. There is an account, but there's a condition. What condition? Yang Hao frowned slightly. Nice met Yang Hao's gaze. She said she could provide 5 battlefield accounts, all at 7 stars, and she's willing to pay us 50,000 yuan. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. What does she want us to do? She wants us to play a match for her. If we win, we get 50,000. Even if we lose, we still get paid. The details. Nice gestured to the screen. You can take a look yourself. Yang Hao stood up and walked over to Nice's computer. On the screen was a QQ chat log. As he read through the messages, Yang Hao learned that the streamer, named Immortal, was quite popular in the streaming community. She had agreed to a head-to-head match with another streamer, with the loser being forced to leave the platform. While Immortal hadn't explained the exact reason for the challenge, the high stakes made it clear this was no ordinary dispute. Take the offer. This is a great opportunity, Shisha said with a grin. It's the perfect warm-up for the citywide qualifiers. But Kuyang frowned. This involves her entire career. Sure, we're all skilled players, but we've never worked together before. And the match is tomorrow. Nice nodded and quickly typed a reply. Immortal, our team is newly formed. While we're all 9-star battlefield players, we haven't had any practice together, so the odds are uncertain. Please, I'm begging you, Immortal replied instantly. I had another team lined up, but they bailed on me at the last minute. Time is running out, and even though I'm a streamer, I don't have many reliable contacts in the industry. I really can't find anyone else. Even if we lose, I won't hold it against you. Nice turned to look at Yang Hao. Yang Hao took a deep breath. All right, let's do it. Nice immediately typed back. Okay, we're in. The reply came quickly. Do you have time now? If you have time, let's plan a barbecue. I can fill you in about the opponent. At around 2 a.m., Nice cautiously asked. It's so late. Are you sure it's okay for you to come out? Immortal nodded decisively, her black hair swaying gently under the dim light. It's fine. Send me the address, and I'll drive over right away. As a popular streamer, it was no surprise that her contract was lucrative enough to afford a private car. Yang Hao exchanged glances with his teammates and decided it was necessary to meet in person. He nodded. Let's meet outside our neighborhood. There's a barbecue spot there. Nice quickly sent the location, and soon a reply lit up his phone screen. I should be there in 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, inside the barbecue shop at the neighborhood entrance, Yang Hao and his 4 teammates were already seated with food ordered. Outside, a small car pulled up, and as the door opened, 2 striking figures stepped out, standing out vividly under the night sky. Whoa, Immortal looks exactly like she does on stream. Shisha couldn't help but exclaim, eyes wide with amazement. Indeed, while many streamers relied heavily on beauty filters, often looking quite different in real life, Immortal was an exception. Her real-life appearance was nearly identical to her on-stream persona. After stepping out of the car, Immortal glanced around as Nice quickly walked up to greet her. Yang Hao smirked. Looks like Nice might have something going on here. Shisha chuckled. He's totally acting like a fanboy. Soon, Nice led the 2 girls over to the barbecue table. Besides Immortal, there was another girl with a short, cute hairstyle. Upon seeing Yang Hao and his teammates, she frowned slightly. These are your teammates? Are you sure they're all battlefield 9 stars? Nice nodded confidently. Of course. Let me tell you, this guy here is none other than Qin Yin, who's been making waves on the ranking ladder recently. He gestured toward Yang Hao, and the 2 girls looked visibly surprised. This is Immortal, whom you all probably know, Nice continued. And this is her best friend, Lanyu. Up close, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel astonished. Immortal looked even more stunning in person than on stream. Her flawless skin, silky black hair, and elegant white dress exuded a unique, ethereal charm. Even Yang Hao, who had encountered countless beautiful streamers and fans, had to admit her allure. In terms of looks, she even surpassed some of the top-tier celebrities. Lanyu, however, frowned and said in a skeptical tone, Qingyan? But I thought Qingyan specializes in playing Shadow Assassin. This match is crucial for Moer's streaming career, and it's just a small match. The opponent isn't even a pro team. How hard can it be? Shisha scoffed dismissively. Moer shook her head, her expression turning serious. The opponent is, in fact, a professional team. Huh. Yang Hao and his teammates frowned simultaneously. Shisha's demeanor shifted, becoming more serious. What team are we up against? Moer's tone was calm, but her words carried weight. FPG, the team that made it to the top 8 in last season's qualifiers. Her gaze fell on Yang Hao. Since you're also a pro team, Qingyan, do you play any role other than assassin? Yang Hao frowned deeply. Our team is built around an assassin core playstyle, so I only play assassin roles. Nice was just about to explain Qingyan's true identity when Yang Hao interrupted him before he could finish. Nice, don't say anything. Yang Hao said calmly, but with an undeniable tone of authority. Seeing Nice's bewildered expression, Yang Hao took a deep breath and turned to Moer and Lanyu. Ladies, since you've managed to track down our entire team, I'm sure you've done your research on us. I want Sugarcoat Itamoro's match will speak for itself. If we lose because of my mistakes, we won't take a single cent of the reward. This match determines the survival of my streaming career. Moer's lips curled into a faint smile. Since I've chosen your team, there's no way I'd let you back out of the competition. I've watched your gameplay recordings, and your skills are indeed impressive. I have faith in you. Yang Hao hadn't expected Moer to make a decision so quickly. Her decisiveness earned his genuine admiration. He could understand her concerns after all. In professional competitions, the Shadowblade class was almost unheard of. Even when it was usually just for fun after rankings were already determined. The class had an exceptionally low margin for error. In professional matches, both teams typically ban 1 or 2 classes. Sometimes, both sides even ban healers, though such no-healer lineups are extremely rare. More often, teams opt for similar class compositions, making the outcome dependent on individual skill, teamwork, and strategic execution. After receiving her approval, Yang Hao smiled. What's the format for this match? BO1, a single round to decide the winner, Moer replied. Yang Hao frowned deeply. That's so rushed. BO1 leaves too much room for unpredictability. Nice chimed in. What exactly happened to escalate things to this point? Moer let out a bitter laugh and explained. It's just the usual drama in the streaming world. I haven't been in the industry for long, but I've become the most popular streamer in the afternoon slot on this platform. Recently, a new streamer joined someone backed by a major agency. He came over from another platform and also streams in the afternoon slot. She paused briefly before continuing. Without agency support, it's really hard to make it in this industry. I've gotten this far mostly due to luck. She sighed. When he joined, he immediately tried to take over my time slot, but my viewership has consistently outperformed his. In retaliation, he started hiring troll farms to slander me. His agency is powerful, so even the platform doesn't want to intervene. A few days ago, I got fed up with all the drama. I saw him posting in a streamer group, spreading malicious rumors about me while pretending to ask for clarification. Her voice grew colder. Other streamers from his agency joined in, mocking me and even making disgusting comments like offering a price for me to sleep with them. I couldn't hold back and ended up arguing with them in the group chat. In the tense standoff, the opposing streamer threw out a bold proposal. Each side would form a team and face off in a match, with the losing side agreeing to leave the streaming platform. Moer spoke with a hint of helplessness in her voice. At that moment, I was so caught up in the heat of the moment that I agreed without much thought. After weighing the pros and cons, the platform's executives decided to go along with the idea. Not only did they approve the proposal, but they also planned to broadcast the match live, clearly aiming to stir up controversy and attract attention. At this point, Moer gave a bitter smile. Yang Hao frowned and asked, so both of you streamers have to participate personally? At first, that's what I thought too. Moer shook her head. But they said we only needed to find 5 people to compete, and the streamers themselves didn't have to play. Honestly, I was relieved. That streamer can reach a 9-star level on the battlefield, while I can barely make it to 7 stars, so I agreed to this arrangement. Hearing this, Yang Hao narrowed his eyes. That guy is probably using a ringer. What do you mean? Moer asked curiously. Yang Hao explained dismissively. This kind of thing is pretty common in the streaming world. When someone isn't skilled enough, they hire a pro to play for them while they pretend to commentate on the side. Lanyu frowned. Why do you think that? Think about it, Yang Hao analyzed. His goal is to get rid of you so he can dominate the afternoon time slot. If he's really that skilled and you've admitted you're not as good as him, why wouldn't he take advantage of that and insist the streamers play themselves? Instead, he's the one suggesting substitutes. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Moer was stunned by this realization. Lanyu gritted her teeth. So he's just a fraud pretending to be something he's not. Nice clenched his fists. That's outrageous. Tomorrow, we'll give it everything we've got. How confident are you that you can win? Moer asked, looking at Yang Hao. A smirk appeared on Yang Hao's face. Even though they're in the top 8 of the national competition and are pretty strong, if you're asking how confident I am, He paused for a moment. 100%. 100%. Moer repeated, incredulous. That's right. Yang Hao nodded confidently. They're just a bunch of noobs. It's going to be a slaughter. Lan Yu looked worried. Qingyan, I know you're good, but don't get too cocky. This is Moer's streaming career on the line. Yang Hao chuckled casually. Don't worry about it. Just go get a good night's rest. Tomorrow, they'll show you how we completely crush them. The corners of the mouths of those who had just killed a few people couldn't help but twitch slightly. With a frown, Kulian quickly pulled out his phone and shot a message to Yang Hao on WeChat. Bro, don't start boasting just because you see a pretty girl. Yang Hao, however, seemed oblivious to his phone. He stood straight and firm, his gaze unwavering, as though facing some solemn vow. Meanwhile, Moer's face, which had initially carried a hint of doubt, suddenly showed a trace of delight after a moment of surprise. She looked at Yang Hao with a mix of seriousness and anticipation in her voice. In that case, he'll trust you. If you can win this match, they'll pay you 50,000 yuan as commission. Yang Hao responded with a faint smile and said nothing more. The other members of Team AB had their own thoughts, but chose to suppress them for now, keeping their complex emotions to themselves. The group grabbed a quick bite to eat. Moer initially insisted on paying, but in the end, Nice quietly settled the bill without a word from anyone. Before leaving, Moer sent Yang Hao the address for the match scheduled for tomorrow, with a set time of 1 p.m. After Moer and her group left, the atmosphere relaxed significantly. However, Nice still wore a worried expression as he looked at Yang Hao. Bro, don't you think you're talking a bit too big? Yeah, Kulian chimed in. The other team made it to the top 8 in last season's qualifiers. Our team might finally be complete, but we've never really practiced together. Just treat it like a casual ranked match. Yang Hao replied with a smile, his tone steady and confident. He paused, glanced at the group, and continued, what do you think would happen if Mu Chun joined a third-tier league like this? The group exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Nice was the first to let out a breath, saying, unless they run into one of those top teams gunning for the championship, Mu Chun could probably dominate with a squad of 8-star players. Yang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Exactly. So just treat it like a ranked game. That team's skill level is at best on par with yours. They're not a JPL youth training team. If they had anyone particularly amazing, they'd have been recruited by now. Trust me, with our individual skills, we can crush them tomorrow. Despite his reassurance, Kulian and the others still couldn't relax. Xiao Luo slapped his thigh and declared resolutely, let's do this. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing their tense faces, Yang Hao furrowed his brows slightly and spoke more seriously. Listen, in my opinion, the real challenge in this qualifier will be the third teams of professional clubs. These ordinary teams, I don't even consider them a threat. He looked around at his teammates, his tone firm. You need to have confidence. Now that we've stepped into the professional arena, we must approach every match with 100% faith in ourselves. This was one of the reasons Yang Hao had made such bold claims. It wasn't about bluffing, but about laying the groundwork for his teammates to develop the confidence of professional players. For most people, stepping into a professional competition for the first time and hearing terms like pro team or pro player could be nerve-wracking. Even if they didn't feel inferior in normal circumstances, the pressure would inevitably creep in once they were on the stage. This match, however, carried another purpose: to help his teammates acclimate to that pressure early. Yang Hao had registered them for the Shanghai regional qualifiers, but the exact group for the weekly matches was still unknown. If luck wasn't on their side, they might face a youth training team from a professional club right from the start. This was why he wanted to use this match to stabilize his teammates' mindset, secure their first win, and build the confidence necessary for professionals. Don't worry about it. We'll see how it goes tomorrow, he said with a light smile. Shisha chuckled darkly. To be honest, this is my first time playing such an intense offline match. Back when I competed in internet cafes, those guys were total noobs easy to crush. His words clearly showcased his trademark confidence. Meanwhile, Kulian was still deep in thought, strategizing meticulously, while Nice frowned slightly, clearly worried about the match that could significantly impact Moer's streaming career. Yang Hao flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, as long as I'm here. The group chatted and joked as they returned to the base. They had even set aside a room for Feng Qianqian and Xiao Yu, who were joining the team. However, the two girls needed a few more days to handle their resignations and other matters, so they wouldn't be moving in just yet. Upon returning to the base, Yang Hao briefly instructed the newly recruited boosters to continue farming red names, and then everyone went off to rest. The next morning, at 10 a.m., Yang Hao and the others woke up, grabbed a quick bite, and packed their keyboards and mice to head to the competition venue. As professional players, they were accustomed to their own equipment, and using anything else could affect their performance. The 5 of them took a cab to the venue high-end internet cafe with sleek decor. By the time they arrived, it was already 12:30 p.m. Moer and Lan Yu were anxiously waiting at the entrance. The moment they spotted Yang Hao's group, Moer quickly rushed over. You're finally here. We're not late, are we? Yang Hao coughed lightly. Technically no, but the FPG team is already setting up their equipment, Immortal urged. The internet cafe, set in the year 2025, boasted a sophisticated interior and tapestry equipment. In the esports area, 10 high-end PCs were set up, divided into two sides. A projector in the open space allowed for live broadcasts. A sizable crowd of spectators had already gathered, indicating that this match had stirred quite a buzz in the streaming community. As Immortal led the group toward the competition area, a sneering voice suddenly interrupted. The speaker was a scrawny young man with bleached yellow hair, likely in his early 20s, wearing a sly expression. Behind him, 5 players from the FPG team, all dressed in matching uniforms, were busy adjusting their setups. So, these are the people you brought to help you compete, the yellow-haired man mocked. What kind of ragtag team is this? That's the streamer Immortal whispered to Yang Hao's group, her voice low. Ignore the clown, Nice said coldly. But Immortal wasn't about to back down. He smirked and turned his attention to Immortal. Don't cry when you lose later. But hey, if you want to keep streaming, why not hang out with me tonight? We can talk about life, and I'm sure we can work something out. His gaze roamed shamelessly over Immortal, his lewd expression utterly revolting. Immortal's face turned pale with anger, and Nice's fury was barely contained. At that moment, Yang Hao's eyes sharpened, and he strode toward Immortal with purpose. Seeing Yang Hao approaching, Immortal's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. What are you looking at? Can't win the match, so you're thinking of starting a fight? So scary. Yang Hao stepped closer, his piercing gaze fixed on Immortal, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Your mom exploded. What did you say? Immortal was momentarily stunned. Yang Hao's tone was calm, but every word hit like a dagger. The crematorium just called me, asking how well done your mom should be. Before I could answer, they said your mom exploded. Yang Hao had no interest in witty exchanges with someone like Immortal. He went straight for the verbal knockout. After speaking, he turned and walked toward Immortal and the others. Let's go. Don't waste time on this trash. He won't even be able to stay a streamer after today. Immortal stood frozen for a few seconds before snapping back to reality and shouting angrily at Yang Hao's retreating figure. We'll settle this after the match. As they walked, Immortal said, you guys go ahead and adjust the peripherals. This match is being streamed live, so I need to head to the caster's booth. Hopefully, there won't be any more conflicts with Immortal. The group quickly found their seats. Yang Hao sat in the center and was just about to start adjusting his equipment when a member of the FPG team on his right spoke up. Hey, you guys are our opponents? Which team are you from? Team AB. Ku Liang replied flatly. Team AB? What? Is there a Team CD2? I thought Immortal would bring in some impressive team, had me worried for a second. Turns out it's just a ragtag bunch. His words drew laughter from his teammates. Hey, at least last 5 minutes in the match, okay? Otherwise, ITLL be too boring. Shersha couldn't hold back his anger and retorted. Just wait. You'll be the ones crying later. Oh, look at that. Throwing out threats now, huh? Wow, so bold. The FPG players laughed even harder. I really want to go over there and punch them, Shersha said through gritted teeth. Yang Hao smirked. It's just trash talk. Don't let it mess with your mindset. We'll deal with them properly during the match. Ku Liang frowned and cautioned. Still, be careful. They made it to the top 8 in the qualifiers, so they're not weak. As a first-time participant, he knew he needed to work on maintaining his composure. Yang Hao, however, was unfazed. As a professional player known as the Trash Talk King on the competitive scene, he was well-versed in using words to break down an opponent's mental defenses when he had the upper hand. For now, he simply focused on adjusting his setup in silence. By 1 p.m., in one of the live streaming rooms on Haitian TV, the team was ready to go. A host, with a booming voice, announced, there's some history between these two, both being streamers in the descend category. Ending things in this way isn't a bad idea. Oh, the match is starting now. As his words fell, the live stream swiftly transitioned to the match arena, displaying the interface for choosing professions. The host glanced at both guests and curiously asked, do you have confidence in the players you've chosen? Immortal remained expressionless, but his tone carried unmistakable confidence. Of course, the team I brought in was among the top 8 in last year's national qualifiers. With the upcoming national qualifiers, they're undoubtedly one of the favorites. The host turned to the other side. What about you, Immortal? I'm confident too. Immortal straightened his back as he replied. And who are the players you've brought in? The host pressed. Immortal hesitated for a moment. He initially wanted to reveal the ID, Qin Yan, but remembered Yang Hao's advice before the match to avoid exposing their identities as much as possible. Shaking his head, he answered, it's a newly formed team called AB Team. They'll also be participating in the qualifiers soon. Oofed, a newly formed team, huh? Immortal's lips curled into a smirk, his mocking tone unrestrained. Probably all 6-star Battlefield players, right? After all, anyone can register for the qualifiers as long as they form a team. Meanwhile, the live stream's viewership was skyrocketing. Fans of both sides were engaged in heated arguments, joined by countless onlookers eager for drama. The audience count quickly surpassed the 1 million mark. At the match venue, the draw determined that Yang Hao's team would pick first as the blue side, while their opponents would pick second as the red side. The match adopted a blind pick mode, meaning neither side could see the other's profession choices before the game started, and there was no banning phase. With 12 professions available, players could freely choose their strongest picks. Yang Hao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Treat this match like a ranked game. Got it. Sha and the others responded in unison. Sha quickly locked in Sacred Arrow, Nice chose Starry Maiden, Ku Liang went with Titan, Xiao Luo picked Gun Soul, and Yang Hao decisively selected Shadow Blade. The opposing team made their picks just as swiftly, and before long, both lineups were finalized. Blue Team AB, Titan, Gun Soul, Shadow Blade, Sacred Arrow, Starry Maiden. Red Team FPG, Orc, Berserker, Ranger, Dark Elf. The moment the lineups were revealed, the live stream exploded with activity. Holy crap, what kind of team did Immortal put together? They even picked Shadow Blade. I'm calling it now. Immortal's team is winning this. No objections, right? LOL, is Immortal just throwing the match? Throwing the match? No way, this is a foolin' self-destruct bus scenario. Don't insult trucks like that. The chat was flooded with comments, rolling by like a tidal wave. Immortal's fan section was in an uproar. Most of the ridicule came from Immortal's supporters, while Immortal's true fans were left puzzled by Yang Hao's choice of an assassin profession. Shadow Blade was widely considered to have little practical value in matches like this. Meanwhile, in the YY channel of the Liu Xian Guild, a group of high-ranking members was chatting. Hey, Idao, what's all that noise on your end? Are you watching some stream? Turn it off and focus on leveling up, a disgruntled voice complained. I'm watching a match. It's a retirement match between streamers Immortal and Immortal. Pretty crazy, someone even picked Shadow Blade, Idao explained. Shadow Blade? No way. What platform is this on? I want to check it out too, another voice chimed in. Both of them seem pretty popular. Let's see if we can recruit the eliminated one to our guild's talent agency for streaming. The speaker chuckled lightly. Shadowblade, huh? In the YY channel, Ziyao murmured the profession name under her breath before silently opening the live stream. Battlefield Descent Mode. The match takes place on the Destiny Canyon map, which consists of 3 lanes, the top lane, mid lane, and bottom lane. Each lane has a distinct objective, granting different buffs to the team. The top lane provides a healing buff, the mid lane offers an attack buff, and the bottom lane gives a defense buff. Each buff is crucial and can directly influence the outcome of the match. The attack buff is particularly significant, as the team that secures it often gains the upper hand. If a team manages to control both the attack and defense buffs simultaneously, they can almost effortlessly suppress their opponents. However, acquiring these buffs is no easy task. Each buff requires defeating a powerful boss, and the boss only acknowledges the last hit. The player who deals the final blow will bear a significant amount of damage. In this process, teamwork becomes absolutely essential. Clever strategies, like rotating lanes for a pincer attack, can create opportunities to claim the boss. Eliminating enemies also adds a layer of complexity, as their respawn time can open up new strategic possibilities. Buffs refresh every 5 minutes, but their effects only last for 2 minutes. While they provide powerful enhancements, they don't guarantee victory. The key lies in how well the team coordinates during team fights and makes full use of the buff's limited duration. The balance between lane control and boss kills can shift the tide of the match at any moment. Before the match began, the team members had already assigned their roles. Just like in ranked games, assassins will solo one lane, Ku Liang said firmly. I'll take mid, Yang Hao said, shaking his head slightly, his tone clear and decisive. Xiao Luo, go top. Stick to your ranked game style. Got it, Xiao Luo nodded, a trace of confidence gleaming in his eyes. All right, remember to share information immediately, especially the boss's health. Yang Hao took a deep breath, his tone carrying a sense of seriousness. Yang Hao had no intention of handing over the team's command to anyone else. He had his own strategy and wanted to control the rhythm of the match personally. Shisha, Ku Liang, work together on the bottom lane, he continued to instruct. Mid lane is up to me, and nice. Understood, Shisha replied succinctly. This is our team's very first match, so play boldly and confidently, Yang Hao said, taking a deep breath. I'll solo kill that Berserker. A glint of challenge flashed in Xiao Luo's eyes, and his voice brimmed with confidence. Don't worry, I'll take him down solo for sure. Among the team members, Yang Hao had the best impression of Xiao Luo, as he exuded unwavering confidence. Shisha was more reserved but had a calm and steady personality. As for Ku Liang and Nice, they appeared slightly less assertive. Ku Liang tended to overthink and get bogged down in trivial details, which could slow him down. As the match began, the players quickly settled into their roles. Yang Hao took a deep breath and immediately gave orders. Shisha, Ku Liang, head to the bottom lane. Leave the rest to Nice and me. Shisha nodded briefly. Understood. The match officially commenced. Watching the unfolding battlefield on the screen, Yang Hao knew one thing clearly: every match was a decisive battle, and in today's game, He would not allow anyone to make a mistake. During his time at the training camp, Nice had already lost his edge. His once sharp confidence and pride had been completely worn down by repeated failures and endless comparisons. The camp had forced him to confront reality and accept the vast gap between himself and players with top-tier talent. Now, his ambition had long since faded, and he harbored little hope. Unless a miracle occurred, he knew he would never truly reach the ranks of the elite professional players. Yang Hao exhaled slowly, his gaze settling on Nice. His voice was low but resolute. How many control skills do you have? 2. Nice replied immediately. The rest are heals and crowd control breaks. Yang Hao nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. Later, find a way to initiate. Nice hesitated for a moment, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. You mean engage as soon as we make contact? On melee. I can't afford to drag this out, Yang Hao said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. We'll go all in. Nice frowned slightly. He understood exactly what that meant, and it made him hesitate. The Shadowblade class had never been well regarded in competitive scenes. It lacked the durability for direct confrontations, especially in team fights. Without a proper frontline fighter, the team's ability to hold ground would be significantly weakened, potentially stalling their momentum. For a Shadowblade to dive in, it meant taking enormous risks. In high-level matches, opponents would always reserve a reliable control skill specifically to counter Shadowblades. Ranged classes could at least rely on kiting and attrition tactics, but a Shadowblade built for close combat risked everything. Once caught in a control skill, it became an easy target. Yang Hao's strategy was straightforward. He would initiate and take out one enemy, creating enough space for himself to operate and giving his backline a localized advantage. As the battle loomed closer, the 5 of them split into 3 groups. In the livestream, Mo's voice carried a trace of disdain and smugness. Humph, the Shadowblade is going mid? Looks like Moer is being awfully generous, giving us that attack buff without a fight. His tone shifted, the amusement in his voice growing. But no matter how you strategize, you can't win. The team I've assembled is far superior to yours, both in skill and coordination. Moer's voice remained steady and unshaken. We'll see after the match. Don't get ahead of yourself. Mo chuckled lightly and chose not to respond. The mid-lane terrain was a wide canyon. Lush trees and dense bushes filled the area, making it almost indistinguishable from reality. At the very center stood a dragon, its massive form exuding a menacing presence. Flames flickered from its maw. It was a fire dragon. Defeating it would grant the entire team a 2-minute attack buff, increasing their attack power by 6. As they arrived in the mid lane, 2 red markers lit up above the enemy duo's heads, a clear provocation. The game's battle mode allowed players to use markers as a form of taunt, and this was as blatant as it got. Yang Hao's lips curved into a faint smirk, a glint of frost in his eyes. He spoke calmly. Ill initiate. You focus on crowd controlling their ranger. Let's force out their 2 revives. Got it. Nice responded quickly and decisively. In the next moment, Yang Hao took a deep breath and launched forward like an arrow released from the bowstring, charging directly at the enemies. Nice reacted instantly, casting an attack buff on him. Glittering starlight enveloped Yang Hao, as if fueling his impending assault. On the opposing side, the ranger sneered as he saw Yang Hao recklessly closing the distance. Reckless. Lock him down, it'll take him out in one combo. Soon, both teams were online. Yang Hao exhaled slowly. The match began, and as a Shadowblade professional, he equipped 10 carefully chosen skills. Drunken Dream Slash, Thousand Strikes, Annihilation Flash, Oblivion, Eternity, Stealth, Heartbreak, Blood Moon, Soul Slayer, and Shadow Kill Formation. This skill combination was highly distinctive. Apart from the first 6 standard skills, Heartbreak was a damage skill that synergized with his shadow and came with a healing reduction effect. Blood Moon was an area effect skill with an execution effect, while Soul Slayer was a control skill. Yang Hao's choices were all high mobility, high burst skills, which required exceptional operating precision. He carried no defensive skills, with Eternity being the only skill offering a margin for error, and its duration was extremely short. On the battlefield, only Shadowblade players who had absolute confidence in their technical skills would dare to configure their abilities in this way. Most Shadowblade players would swap Blood Moon for a defensive skill, relying on high mobility to execute a skill rotation and then quickly retreat from the battlefield. But Yang Hao was different, sought maximum damage output. This setup was the perfect complement to his 4 symbols blade technique. The moment Yang Hao entered stealth mode, the opposing ranger's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately issued a command. Focus on their healer. At that instant, the Starlight Maiden's staff suddenly glowed brightly, and a clear voice resounded across the battlefield. Star Shift. A buzzing cascade of starlight descended from above. This was the healer's area control skill. Maintaining a safe distance, the Starlight Maiden precisely targeted the skill on the opposing ranger. Humph. The opposing ranger sneered and swiftly used a control clearing skill to break free. He shouted to his teammates, as soon as the Shadowblade appears, lock him down. I'm going after this healer. How dare she control me first? In the next moment, the ranger slid forward with a skill called Moon Step. A beam of white laser appeared as he shouted, "Judgment!" Moon Step into Judgment as execution was seamless. Following this, the ranger began channeling a massive beam of light. This was Divine Light Cannon, a high-damage skill that required charging. After landing Judgment, players often followed up with this skill. It had a maximum charge time of 5 seconds, and if it connected fully, it could instantly deplete half the health of a typical squishy character. Buzz. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a blood-red shadow suddenly flashed past the ranger. A sharp blade sliced through his forehead. Soul Slayer. Yang Hao struck decisively. This control skill immobilized the target for 1.5 seconds. The opposing ranger had been overly confident, assuming Yang Hao's team was inexperienced and amateurish. Believing his movement techniques could evade most attacks, he recklessly used his control-clearing skill early on and charged into the front line with a mobility skill. He was certain that even if the Shadow Blade appeared, his healer would be able to control him in time. He planned to take this opportunity to dominate the enemy healer and showcase his prowess. Although this match didn't garner as much attention as the League games, the immense popularity of the two streamers combined with the platform's deliberate promotion guaranteed a large fan turnout, as long as there were impressive plays. With this in mind, Yang Hao made his move decisively. The moment he was controlled, Yang Hao immediately summoned 3 shadows and activated Dark Annihilation Armor Break. The opposing Starlight Maiden quickly took notice. Her staff glowed brilliantly as she unleashed the Stellar Shift skill, sending a flurry of starlight hurtling toward Yang Hao. Reacting swiftly, Yang Hao used Extinction Flash to dodge the attack, then followed up with Thousand Strikes. The burst damage caused the ranger's health to plummet rapidly. Alarmed, the healer wasted no time activating a second control skill, Starlight Bind. As a support class, the Starlight Maiden's skill set was fairly standard. 2 control skills, 1 cleanse, 1 rescue, and the remaining 6 slots dedicated to healing abilities. After the first control skill missed, the healer immediately launched the second one. A beam of starlight shot out from her staff, but Yang Hao was prepared. With a confident smirk, he maneuvered gracefully to evade the deadly strike. By this time, the ranger had broken free from the control and shouted, "Cannon Shot." This was a skill that dealt damage while allowing for a backward retreat. Yang Hao's mouse movements were lightning-fast, dodging left to avoid Starlight Bind, then shifting right to evade Cannon Shot with seamless precision. Seeing his opponent create distance, Yang Hao quickly used a second-tier Extinction Flash to close the gap, issuing a commanding order. "Focus their healer. Don't let them recover." On it, Nice responded promptly, activating Starlight Bind. The healer attempted to sidestep to the right to avoid it, but fell right into Nice's calculated prediction, becoming ensnared by the Starlight Ribbons. Seizing the 2-second control window, Yang Hao dashed in with another Extinction Flash. By now, the ranger had lost half of his health. Without the healer's support for restoration and damage reduction, the situation was dire. Beads of sweat formed on the ranger's forehead as Yang Hao launched a combo. Drunken Dream Slash. Heartbreaker. Blood Moon. The ranger desperately tried to reposition and evade, but Yang Hao's every strike was a precise prediction, relentlessly shadowing his movements. Under the crimson glow of Blood Moon, the ranger had no choice but to activate his damage reduction skill, Divine Sanctuary. Hoping to use the skill speed boost to retreat to the healer's side, he was caught off guard when Yang Hao's flash step had already refreshed. With one final Extinction Flash to close the distance, Yang Hao's Drunken Dream Slash landed flawlessly. The ranger let out a pained cry as he took the full brunt of Yang Hao's shadow-infused skills, falling instantly. "Nice!" Nice shouted out in that instant, unable to contain his excitement. Yang Hao's moves were simply breathtaking. In this play, he used just 2 abilities, while the rest of the actions were entirely controlled manually by himself. The opponent couldn't even touch the hem of Yang Hao's clothes before being instantly killed. Though Nice was already used to Yang Hao's exceptional skills, every time he witnessed Yang Hao controlling swaying, it still left him in awe. Each performance was like a piece of art, precise and utterly mesmerizing. In truth, this play was incredibly risky if not for the opponent's ranger underestimating them and stepping forward to show off. If the ranger had chosen to retreat and maintain distance, Yang Hao would have had to forcefully close the gap. Moreover, with a healer on the opposing team, quickly taking down a target would have been a significant challenge. Thus, Yang Hao had nice focus on controlling the enemy healer. However, the enemy was far too confident and, after breaking free from the control, even dared to counterattack Yang Hao. The result? Their positioning was so poor it was laughable, and their skills were nowhere near Yang Hao's level. Yang Hao's abilities landed with pinpoint accuracy, while the opposition failed to even graze him. Of course, Yang Hao had his reasons for such a bold move. This was the first offline match for their teammates, and it was being broadcast live. Though nothing seemed outwardly amiss, Yang Hao could sense that Shisha and Xiao Luo were extremely nervous, especially Shisha. The usually talkative player was almost entirely silent, and before the match started, He had been repeatedly wiping the sweat off his palms with tissues. Yang Hao not only wanted to intimidate the opponents, but also to boost his teammates' confidence. This stunning play was undoubtedly a morale booster for them. Chase them down. Don't let him revive anyone. Yang Hao commanded calmly. Stick to the healer. Don't give him any chance to bring anyone back up. His focus was unwavering as he locked onto the enemy healer, relentlessly applying pressure with no mercy. In this battle, if a player was killed and revived, it wouldn't count as a point. In the battlefield mode, the revival window was just 10 seconds. If the target wasn't revived within that time, they would automatically respawn back at the base, giving Yang Hao's team 1 point. At this moment, Yang Hao had already locked onto the healer, sticking to him like glue and attacking with relentless precision. Nice. In the livestream, Immortal couldn't help but wave her hand in excitement. She had always known that Yang Hao was unmatched when it came to playing Sui Ying, but given that this was a competition, she had been worried. Heroes like Sui Ying, who specialize in burst damage, often don't have much impact in competitive matches. However, this play had eased her concerns significantly. Just luck. Immortal sneered dismissively. With a hero like Sui Ying, you can instantly kill someone if you control the healer. If the healer hadn't been caught, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Just wait for the team fighty or doomed to lose. Immortal snorted coldly and chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, in the live stream, even the host couldn't help but comment. The micro-control on this Sui Ying is truly impressive. He took down the opponent almost without losing any health. Immortal's fans in the chat were going wild, spamming messages like, 666. Silicon Valley, this Sui Ying is something else. That positioning is insane. On the other hand, Immortal's fans were still fired up, shouting, "We'll crush you." The chat was flooded with messages, and the atmosphere was growing more intense by the second. In the audience, the Berserker from the FPG team sat with a frown, watching the match unfold. He muttered under his breath, "What's going on with you guys? This shadow step seems to have some tricks up its sleeve." The ranger muttered under his breath, panting. "Or maybe it was just a fluke, but he caught me. Revive me quickly." The Star Maiden responded anxiously. "I can't break free. They're relentlessly pressuring me, and I can't even heal myself. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. Damn it." The ranger cursed in frustration. 10 seconds later, he respawned at the revival point, instantly ready to dive back into the fight. Meanwhile, Yang Hao had already decided to create some distance. His cold gaze swept over the nearby boss. This boss was uniquite, had no health regeneration. Whatever damage Yang Hao dealt would remain, locking its health at that level. Seizing the brief moment when the opponents returned to base, Yang Hao resolved to chip away at the boss's health. While maintaining steady damage output, he swiftly shifted his perspective, monitoring the battle on both flanks. On the top lane, Xiao Luo was locked in an intense struggle with the opposing Berserker. This solo warrior lane tested not only individual combat skills, but also the ability to manage the boss's positioning. The most critical factor was clear: whoever secured the boss's buff would gain a significant upper hand in the duel. Controlling the boss's health line was undoubtedly the most challenging task. Without a healer, managing health on the top lane became crucial. Every trade of damage, every slight difference in execution, could determine the outcome. This highlighted the indispensable role of a top-tier healer, who would typically roam between lanes to replenish teammates' health. In the absence of a healer, even a minor advantage could tip the scales. By now, Xiao Luo had adapted to the rhythm of the fight and was steadily gaining control. Through precise trades and exchanges, he firmly took the upper hand. The opposing Berserker, under his relentless pressure, was beginning to falter. "Nice." Suddenly, Shisha roared. "You think you're so tough? Come on, show me what you've got. Let's see how you handle this." At the same time, the score in the upper right corner shifted to 20. On the bottom lane, the veteran duo of Shisha and Kuliang had successfully taken down the opposing pair, securing a double kill. The two had already widened the gap and were preparing to return to base for a quick resupply. As the match progressed, Yang Hao's team was tightening their grip on the game. The pressure they exerted across all three lanes was overwhelming, leaving their opponents struggling to keep up. In the livestream chat, Immortal couldn't help but cheer and pump her fist in excitement. As a seasoned streamer, she knew this was a pivotal moment. With a solid advantage on all three lanes, their victory seemed almost inevitable. However, Imolai's expression had grown grim. A sense of unease crept over him as he thought to himself, where on earth did she find these players? They're supposed to be a ragtag group, but each of them is surprisingly skilled. From their omniscient spectator view, they could see every player's moves. The skirmish on the bottom lane, which should have been an even fight, ultimately tilted in favor of Shisha and Kuliang due to an opponent's mistake. In the competition booth, the FPG players were visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Initially, they had underestimated their opponents, dismissing them as scattered amateurs. But the series of blunders and the mounting pressure had completely shattered their expectations. "Captain, something feels off," one of the FPG players, who was controlling a Beastmaster, said nervously. "Stay calm," the captain replied with a deep breath. We'll regroup and force a team fight. That shadow step is useless. Once he revives, we'll push mid lane. Let them have the buffs on top and bottom. We'll take the attack buff and force them into a team battle. The others nodded in agreement. Then, they quickly converged in the middle from both the top and bottom lanes. Meanwhile, Yang Hao continued his relentless killing spree, sneering. Wow, so this is the top 8 in the national qualifiers? Not that impressive. We're dominating all 3 lanes. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement, adding, their Berserker seems pretty weak, like a 9-star gatekeeper at best. How did someone like that even make it into the pro scene? This team feels like a third-tier league team. All the talented players have already been scooped up by the JPL or the secondary leagues. Unless some wealthy team emerges from the third-tier league and pulls together a solid roster, they usually get promoted to the secondary league pretty quickly. Yang Hao smiled faintly and said, still, making it to the top 8 nationally means they're not bad. They just feel average. Shisha rolled his eyes and retorted, stop pretending. We almost got wiped out earlier. One wrong move, and we would have been dead. Kulian chimed in with a helpless tone. Yeah, that mistake nearly cost us the game. Yang Hao paused for a moment, then said, the biggest difference between professional teams and amateur ones is their ability to execute team fights. What do you mean? Shisha asked, looking at Yang Hao in confusion. Still focused on the game, Yang Hao explained. In professional teams, the synergy during team fights is incredible. They bait out skills, focus fire, everything is coordinated perfectly. But in solo queue or casual games, players are more scattered and lack coordination. You'll see what I mean soon. If we win the next team fight, this match is ours. If we lose, we'll have to rely on individual plays to pick them off one by one. At that moment, both Kulian and Xiao Luo exclaimed almost simultaneously. Top lane is missing. Bottom lane too. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed. They're probably heading for the mid lane buff. Their shot caller is pretty sharp, realizing they can't win the landing phase. Going for a single buff is the most logical move. He chuckled softly. Most teams prioritize the attack buff and ignore the other two because the recovery buff isn't very impactful in immediate team fights. With a slight smirk, Yang Hao said, all right, let's head to the top lane, grab 2 buffs, and then look for an opportunity to force a team fight in mid. The others nodded in agreement and quickly moved toward the top lane. 2 minutes later, the opposing team successfully secured the attack buff, while Yang Hao's team obtained the recovery and defense buffs. After regrouping and upgrading their equipment, they quickly gathered and launched an offensive in the mid lane. Focus mid and force a team fight. Yang Hao commanded decisively. The 5 players swiftly teleported back to base, made quick adjustments, and marched toward the mid lane in perfect formation. In this match, aside from winning by being the first to reach 15 points, there was another path to victory: destroying the opposing team's recovery crystal. Once the crystal was destroyed, the match would end immediately, preventing the losing team from dragging out the game indefinitely by avoiding fights. With the buffs lasting only 2 minutes, Yang Hao led his team straight to the mid lane after their preparations. We'll initiate the fight soon. Kulian, it's all on you. The team moved as one, closing in on the mid lane rapidly. A decisive team fight that would determine victory or defeat was about to erupt. Initiating the fight is usually the tank's job. Of course, for a confident healer, they might occasionally start it too. Yang Hao's voice came through clearly in the team chat, his eyes locked on the game screen. Ku Liang gave a slight nod. Got it. Xiao Luo quickly chimed in as well. Understood. Nice. Later, cast the AoE heal directly onto their group. Yang Hao continued outlining the strategy, his tone steady. And no matter what, protect Shisha at all costs. As they talked, the team had already reached the mid lane position. The opposing 5 players had also gathered there, both sides cautiously probing each other, the air thick with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. In the live stream, Moer's face showed a trace of worry. Knowing professional esports teams well, she understood that their team fights were far more intense than those of casual players. The upcoming clash could very well decide the outcome of the entire match. Yang Hao didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he moved toward the flank, searching for the perfect entry angle and opening. Bang! As soon as Yang Hao finished speaking, Ku Liang, controlling Titan, suddenly hurled his massive hook. The hook landed precisely on the enemy's orc, and in one swift motion, he followed up with a tidal surge skill, engulfing the opposing night elf. Stellar Radiance. Nice, controlling the Star Maiden, chanted melodiously. In an instant, countless starlights rained down from the sky onto the enemy formation. Clop clop clop. The sound of galloping hooves erupted as Xiao Luo, controlling Gun Soul, leapt onto his mount and charged toward the enemy night elf with his lance. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening series of explosions shook the battlefield. Titan's tidal surge skill, a locking crowd control ability, caused water pillars to erupt from the ground, sending the controlled enemies flying. Bang! As the night elf was knocked into the air, they immediately used a cleansing skill to break free. But the moment they regained control, Xiao Luo's Gun Soul was already upon them. Wild charge, Gun Soul, mounted on his warhorse, crashed directly into the opposing night elf, triggering the team fight. Ku Yang didn't hesitate, quickly stepping into the fray and activating a damage reduction skill. He positioned himself beside Xiao Luo, shielding his teammates. Meanwhile, the enemy Berserker, surrounded by a blood-red aura, activated the Frenzy skill. In this state, he became immune to all crowd control effects. Swinging his twin axes, he charged directly at Nice Star Maiden. Starfall. Nice, in a critical moment, unleashed a control skill. Glimmers of starlight descended from the heavens, blanketing the battlefield. I've got 3 of them controlled, Nice shouted excitedly. Now's the time. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed as he seized the opportunity. Controlling Shisha, he used an extinction flash to dive into the fight. His target was locked onto the night elf. The moment he closed in, he decisively applied a bleeding skill to the night elf. On the battlefield, Yang Hao's voice suddenly rose sharply. As the chief commander, he had to ensure every command was clearly conveyed to his team members. Got it, Xiao Luo shouted back, his fingers flying across the keyboard. While continuously using the basic attack, forward thrust, to deal damage, he precisely focused his attacks on the dark elf. The coordination was flawless. Nice control skill successfully locked down all enemies except the healer. The opposing ranger immediately used a cleanse skill, performed a moon step to create distance, and targeted Yang Hao for an attack. Yang Hao seized the opportunity, ignoring the ranger's damage, and instantly closed in on the dark elf. He quickly applied a healing reduction skill, shouting, "Burst skills now." Just as Xiao Luo was about to take action, the opposing Starlight Maiden suddenly cast Extinction Flash. Yang Hao agilely dodged with a quick movement, but Xiao Luo and Ku Liang were caught in the control. Without hesitation, Yang Hao closed in on the dark elf again, unleashing a sequence of Oblivion, Dream Slash, and Blood Moon, refreshing the passive effect of Extinction Flash. Using the Shadow Shatter skill combined with 3 shadows, he delivered a powerful burst of damage. At this moment, he intentionally held back his control skill, knowing the Dark Elf had already used their cleanse. Nice immediately understood Yang Hao's intent and followed up with a second control skill, Starbind. The healer also coordinated by adding a control skill, while Shisha sprang into action. Ignoring the Berserker's damage, his holy arrows rained down like meteors onto the Dark Elf. Combined with Yang Hao's combos, the Dark Elf's health plummeted rapidly. "Don't panic, I'll control Shadow Shatter." "Healer, keep him alive," the orc from the FPG team shouted. They understood the threat of Shadow Shatter and planned to use a chain of control skills to limit its movements. As Yang Hao completed his first round of skills, the orc suddenly leapt beside him, using the lock-on control skill Earth Shatter. However, Yang Hao was prepared and immediately entered stealth mode to break free of the control. Shadow Kill Formation. Yang Hao's roar echoed across the battlefield. While in stealth, he unleashed the skill, and as the shadows emerged, he followed up with Soul Kill, shouting commands. "I'll split the healer's attention. You take down the Dark Elf immediately, must fall." Xiao Luo was well aware of the situation. At that moment, the spear in his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light, its aura surging as if it had transformed into the glow of a cold moon. Moon crossing. In an instant, the spear emitted a dazzling white light, sending the Dark Elf flying like shattered feathers, instantly driving it out of the battlefield. See Subduing Dragon. The spear shot out like a divine dragon breaking through the skies, hurled with immense force. As Xiao Luo advanced swiftly, the spear pierced through the Dark Elf's body like a lightning bolt. Immediately after, the spear's spirit caught the weapon with precision, spun sharply, and unleashed a sweeping strike that decimated everything in its path. What the heck? Bow and arrow combo. Isn't this the signature move of Zhang Yue, the bow and arrow combo? The live chat exploded in an uproar, and the audience was in shock. Damn, the people Moa recruited really have some serious skills. Wait, take down Swaying first. The Dark Elf can revive, the orc commanded sharply. As long as we control Swaying in the team fight, we'll win this. I'll handle the first wave of control, shouted the Starlight Maiden from FPG with determination. Starlight Bind. A radiant beam of starlight shot out, locking onto Yang Hao. In a flash, the chains of light erupted. Annihilation Flash. At that moment, Yang Hao had no time for hesitation. He swiftly blinked, moving as fast as lightning. Drunken Dream Slash. Yang Hao's figure turned into a streak of blue light, appearing on the opposite side of the ranger. Following this, he executed a second blink, unleashing a cascade of sword light like a chilling torrent. Hold him down. The orc roared, lunging at Yang Hao, attempting to entangle him. But just then, Yang Hao showed no mercy. Activating his eternal skill, he instantly nullified all of the orc's control abilities. Drunken Dream Slash. 1,000 strikes. Everything happened in an instant. Under Yang Hao's soul control attack, the ranger struggled in vain. The orc tried to intervene, but failed to halt Yang Hao's onslaught. Both the ranger and the orc suffered fatal blows, their health bars plummeting rapidly. Annihilation Flash. Without missing a beat, Yang Hao blinked once more to another position, seizing the moment to unleash his heartbreak skill. Heal me! Heal me! I'm about to die? The ranger shouted frantically, his face pale with desperation. At this point, FPG's dark elf revealed a bitter smile. Under the relentless barrage of the spear's spirit and sacred arrows, he could barely hold on. Especially the explosive power of thousand strikes it was overwhelming, leaving him utterly defenseless. Yang Hao executed another swift blink, and with a decisive drunken dream slash, claimed the ranger's life. For Symbol's blade draw, the orc's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath, "That's the 4 Symbol's blade draw I just used." However, their faces were now filled with despair. The plan to use swaying in the team fight had completely failed. Yang Hao's ability to evade all their control skills had turned the tide of the battle, making the situation even more dire. Chase them. Kill them all. Yang Hao shouted with commanding authority. The live chat erupted once again. Holy crap, who is this swaying? For Symbol's blade draw FPG is absolutely trash. This FPG team is so bad they're getting wrecked beyond recognition. Mower's recruits really aren't ordinary. 6,666. These rookies are getting schooled so hard their moms wouldn't recognize them. The score had already reached 7 o'clock. The 70 score instantly plunged the live stream into a mix of fiery excitement and icy despair. Mower was so thrilled that she nearly forgot her composure, jumping out of her seat in exhilaration. From the start of the game to the first team fight, 70, it was an overwhelming advantage, showcasing sheer dominance. While professional matches are no stranger to last-minute comebacks, in this game, it was almost certain that the opposing team had little to no chance of turning the tables. They were losing in the landing phase and being utterly crushed in team fights. The gap in skill was glaringly obvious. Comebacks typically rely on evenly matched teams or one side being slightly superior, coupled with tactical breakthroughs. But now, with FPG's overconfidence, lack of preparation, and slightly weaker skills, the possibility of a comeback seemed non-existent. In stark contrast to Mower's excitement, Mo, sitting beside her, looked utterly dazed, as though his soul had left his body. His vacant stare carried a look of despair, and his mind could only repeat one word: finished. He was completely at a loss, his mind a blank. The host was equally stunned. Initially, she had assumed that FPG would have the upper hand, given that they were a team in uniform, one of the top 8 from the national qualifiers. With such credentials, she thought they would easily handle what appeared to be an amateur match. On the other hand, Yang Hao's team of 5 looked disorganized, with 2 of them even wearing slippers hardly the image of professional players. Moreover, the host had received some perks from Mo before the game, hoping that by hyping him up, the match might look more competitive. But now, she found there was nothing left to hype. Mo's side was playing too dominantly, leaving FPG with almost no resistance. The host realized that no amount of commentary could change the situation. Awkwardly clearing her throat, she tried to ease the tension. Well, with the score now at 70, let's talk about Mo's side. What could they do to turn this around? After all, comeback games are always a fan favorite, even in amateur matches. Mo's expression immediately darkened. She shot the host a cold glare and asked, "Do you really want to see a comeback?" The host froze, taken aback by Mo's bluntness and her direct challenge to the comment. It left her feeling awkward. She turned to Mo for help, hoping he could smooth things over, but Mo looked as though he was about to cry, his mind still blank and unresponsive. The host was now thoroughly embarrassed. She gave another nervous cough and said, "No, that's not what I meant. I just think comeback games are more exciting. I didn't mean to suggest I want you to lose." Mo let out a cold laugh. "Your earlier words clearly showed a bias." The host was stunned, realizing she might have misspoken. In a low voice, she apologized. "I'm sorry. I misspoke." Mo chose not to press the matter further. She understood that anyone would be upset hearing such a comment from the host. But since the host had apologized, pursuing the issue any further would make her seem petty. Mo, who had fought her way to becoming the top streamer in the platform's afternoon slot through her own efforts, knew exactly when to fight and when to hold back. The host's earlier words had indeed angered her, but now, she felt that the situation might actually work in her favor. This competition has garnered significant attention, and the results will directly impact the popularity of Mo's livestream channel. From the very beginning, the match displayed a one-sided dynamic. After the first team fight, Team FPG remained unconvinced, insisting that the Shadowblade class was unsuitable for competitive play. However, during the second team fight, they suffered an even more devastating defeat. Yang Hao's Shadowblade flawlessly evaded all crowd control abilities, and the fragile backline stood no chance against his combo attacks. Even activating damage reduction skills proved futile. Although FPG managed a lucky 2 for 5 trade, the score had already widened to a crushing 12-2. The overwhelming kill deficit completely shattered FPG's morale. In the end, Yang Hao's team concluded the lopsided match with a decisive 15-3 victory. After the match, Yang Hao allowed himself a faint smile, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. While their opponents were only among the top 8 in the national qualifiers, considering his team's lack of coordination, he was satisfied with the result. Unlike his calm demeanor, his teammates were ecstatic. It was their first offline tournament, and defeating a relatively strong team was a huge morale boost. More importantly, Yang Hao had proven that the Shadowblade class was viable in competitive play. Awesome! Shisha exclaimed, slapping his keyboard in excitement. Yang let out a long breath, and Nice said enthusiastically, I can actually see us going pro. Xiao Luo gave Yang Hao a meaningful look. He knew Yang Hao wasn't just a casual player, but also a master at leading Shadowblade teams in large-scale dungeon raids. However, witnessing Yang Hao's command in a competitive match firsthand left him in a way. His strategies were crystal clear, his skill combos timed to perfection, and his execution of the 4-symbol slash was effortless. Shisha stood up and taunted the opposing team, who was mocking us before the match. Get on your knees. Stop being so cringe, Yang said with exasperation, but then he also stood up and shouted, opposite team, you noobs. Feel the power of greatness. That's even dumber, Shisha retorted, rolling his eyes. The 5 professional players on the opposing team sat in stunned silence, struggling to accept the reality of being crushed by a group of amateurs. Yang Hao, however, didn't even spare them a glance. To him, they were nothing more than a bunch of rookies. Meanwhile, in MOAir's livestream chat, her fans relentlessly mocked those supporting MOA. Someone's about to quit the platform. Talking big before the match, silent now? MOA is probably crying for real. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Shanghai, Ziyao stared at the match replay on her iPad, her eyes narrowing slightly. It's him, all right. Playing a match for a girl, even using Shadowblade, she muttered. Pouting, she added, daring to show up in such a public setting. Even revealing his face is not afraid of getting himself killed, huh? Yang Hao stood up, tidied up his peripherals, and then held them in his arms as he walked to the side of the FPG team. With a faint smirk, he cast a disdainful glance at them before heading straight for the internet cafe's exit. Yang and the others followed closely behind, making no effort to hide their loud taunts along the way. So this is what a first offline match feels like. Piece of cake. And they were in the national top 8 last year. Yang's voice was deliberately raised. Must have been through connections, right? Exactly. The esports scene has tons of shady stuff going on. At this level, they're barely good enough for a weekly competition. Their words cut into the FPG team like knives. 2 of their players finally couldn't hold back and snapped. Screw your weekly competition level. Connections? We fought tooth and nail to earn our spot. Shisha and Yang worked seamlessly together, taking turns to mock them. Oh wow, so you're really the national top 8? Guess if I go play in the JPL now, I'd dominate the scene, huh? Their words nearly drove the FPG players to the brink, especially as they recalled their humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, 2 streamers emerged from the competition area. MOR wore a triumphant smile, while MOLA looked utterly defeated, his entire demeanor plunged into despair. This match wasn't just critical for MOR's streaming career, it was just as crucial for MOLA. Yang Hao knew well that he was here just to compete. He wasn't particularly close to MOR, and his earlier intervention was solely because he couldn't stand MOLA's pretentiousness. Now that the match was over, he figured it was up to MOR to handle the aftermath. He was somewhat worried about being recognized. After all, his photo had gone viral online after the Hadaleo incident, and he had since become a target of public criticism. Fortunately, most people wouldn't remember a stranger's face from a photo. Of course, the moment he made a name for himself in the professional scene, this face would inevitably become well known. As they waited at the entrance, MOLA and his team walked out, heads hanging low. Moments later, MOR and Lan Yu emerged like celebrities, immediately surrounded by a crowd of fans. Yang Hao and his group were pushed to the side. Most of the fans were men, eagerly vying for a photo with MOR. Are you kidding me? Have these guys never seen a woman before? Shisha grumbled. Yeah, weren't you staring just as hard yesterday? Yang shot back without missing a beat. Nice gazed off into the distance, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. As a well-known streamer rather than a full-fledged celebrity, MOR maintained a friendly demeanor, taking photos with her fans one by one. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse. She wore a faint smile and walked briskly toward Yang Hao and his group. Thank you all. It's almost noon now. Let me treat you to lunch and transfer the money to you at the same time. What would you like to eat? Something expensive, Yang Hao blurted out without hesitation. Nice wish she could find a hole to crawl into. Silently gritting her teeth, this guy really had no sense of tact. Lan Yu and MOR were momentarily stunned before MOR smiled sweetly at Yang Hao. You're certainly straightforward, Qing Yan. Let's get a taxi first. Lan Yu, you pick the place. All right. Lan Yu nodded in agreement. Soon, the group of 7 arrived at a decent restaurant nearby. As soon as they were seated, the waitstaff began serving dishes, and before long, the table was filled with an array of delicious and aromatic food. MOR raised her glass and said sincerely, everyone, if it weren't for your help, my streaming career would probably be over. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. No problem, Yang Hao said with a grin, raising his glass. Just remember to call us the next time there's a profitable job like this. Mor's expression froze for a moment, and she shook her head. I hope I never encounter another profitable job like that. As they were drinking, Lan Yu suddenly fixed her gaze on Yang Hao, her expression thoughtful. Qingyan, have we met somewhere before? Huh. Yang Hao was taken aback. Shisha immediately perked up with interest, tilting her head teasingly. Lan Yu, that's such a cliché pickup line. Sure, our Qingyan is good looking, but as a lady, you should be a bit more reserved. Lan Yu's face flushed bright red. That's not what I meant. It was dark yesterday, so I didn't notice, but now that I look closely, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Be reserved. Shisha continued to tease. But honestly, Qingyan is single, so you might have a good chance. Want me to play matchmaker? Lan Yu was momentarily at a loss for words and decided to drop the subject altogether. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd seen Yang Hao somewhere before, though she couldn't quite place it. Sensing the awkwardness, Immortal quickly changed the topic. So, is your team newly formed? Are you planning to join the national qualifiers? Or do you have sponsorship to go straight to the secondary league or JPL? We formed the team ourselves, without any sponsorship, Nice quickly explained. We're planning to start from the qualifiers. Immortal raised an eyebrow. No sponsorship? Don't tell me you're planning to qualify just to sell your spot. Secondary league spots are worth a lot these days. With your skills, it shouldn't be hard to dominate the top 8. We're not selling the spot, Yang Hao said seriously. We want to run our own club and climb all the way to the top, winning the world championship. Immortal was momentarily speechless. This guy was way too ambitious. It was one thing for him to claim a sure win yesterday, but now, with just a casual question, he was talking about going from qualifiers to world champions. The thing was, he looked completely serious, clearly not joking. All right, I won't ask anymore, she said with a dry cough. Let's just eat. Yang Hao was a bit puzzled, wondering if he'd said something wrong. But with all the delicious food in front of him, he decided not to dwell on it. He picked up his chopsticks and focused on enjoying the meal. Everyone was in high spirits. Mo was brimming with joy after winning the competition and driving away a competitor from the streaming platform. The Sure Sha team was equally elated, riding high on confidence after their first offline match victory, especially since they defeated a top 8 player from last year's national qualifiers. As for Yang Hao, his good mood stemmed from the 50,000 yuan he had just earned. Mo cheerfully pulled out her phone and immediately transferred the 50,000 yuan to Yang Hao's WeChat account. Good moods naturally lead to good appetites. The group enjoyed a lively meal, full of laughter and chatter. It wasn't until the bill arrived that Mo involuntarily twitched at the amount. However, for someone with her level of income, a meal costing a few thousand yuan was no big deal. After dinner, Mo and Lan Yu said their goodbyes to Yang Hao and the others before getting into their car and driving away. Nice gaze followed Mo's car until it disappeared from sight. Stop staring, stop staring. Being a simp never ends well. Yang Hao teased, patting Nice on the shoulder. Nice's face turned red instantly. He coughed awkwardly, trying to cover his embarrassment. What are you even talking about? We're just acquaintances, nothing more. Come on, it's obvious to anyone that you're into her, Sure Sha said, shaking his head in exasperation. Liking someone but not having the guts to say it, classic coward. Yeah, man, don't chicken out. Ku Yang joined in, egging him on. Faced with their teasing, Nice could only lower his head, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Nice's reaction, Yang Hao thought to himself, this guy clearly lacks confidence when it comes to relationships. Knowing it was a sensitive topic, he decided to change the subject. All right, let's just grab a cab back to the base. Oh, and Nice, later you should ask him to send us the EU server account details. I completely forgot about that. Got it. Nice nodded in agreement. The group quickly caught a cab and returned to the base. On the way back, Xiao Luo thoughtfully packed some food for his younger sister. She was a well-behaved girl who stayed quietly at home while the others were out. Xiao Luo had been actively communicating with the hospital about her surgery and was in the process of finalizing the details. To her, Xiao Luo wasn't just an older brother, was more like a father figure. Back at the base, there wasn't much to do. The core gameplay of descending only fully unlocked after reaching level 30. For now, the early stages of the game were primarily about grinding levels and collecting gear, which could feel a bit monotonous. This period was mostly about preparation, leveling up, while also building connections within the game. Once players hit level 30, the game shifted to a team-based focus, with 6-player dungeons, 12-player raids, group content, world bosses, and even battlegrounds becoming available. That's when the game would truly come alive. Many players particularly enjoyed the battleground mode. While solo play was possible, having a fixed team made clearing certain dungeons much easier. Dungeons, gear, and diverse gameplay were the heart and soul of any RPG. With nothing else to do, Yang Hao and the others coordinated with their hired power levelers and logged into the game. Their characters were already at level 27, thanks to the efficiency of the power levelers thaw. Of course, it came at a high cost. The group was spending a significant amount of money daily to maintain this progress. Most of their guild members were also around levels 26 to 27. In contrast, the guilds Yin Yu Lu, Jing Xingu, and Luo Yuxian were lagging behind in levels. The recent major battle had dealt them a heavy blow, especially for the defeated factions Jing Xingu and Yin Yu Lu. They had not only lost levels, but also morale. The first large-scale guild war since the server opened had a significant impact. Although Luo Yuxian lost some levels because of it, they believed the sacrifice was worthwhile. Once they reached level 30 and began recruiting new members, the advantages of this battle would truly reveal themselves. Meanwhile, the server witnessed the emergence of a second artifact. Yes, it was another blue artifact. Unlike the previous Soulmaster's staff, this time it was a spear called Soulbreaker Spear. This spear was dropped by a random mob and ultimately ended up in the hands of Yin Yulo. Despite Yin Yulo obtaining the artifact, the current situation was still firmly controlled by Yao Shi. As competition on the server grew increasingly fierce, for major guilds began to take shape Yin Yulo, Jingshuansh, Luo Yuxian, and Yao Shi, creating a dynamic of mutual restraint. Of course, there were also some rising stars with considerable strength. Cooperation among guilds became increasingly close. Due to frequent battles, Yao Shi benefited the most, with the overall guild level reaching 27, and many members even breaking through to level 28. At this pace, the unlocking of the level 30 dungeon was just around the corner. Shisha glanced at the leaderboard and muttered to himself, "The top of this leaderboard is mostly dominated by Yao Shi." He paused, noticing a new name on the list, a player called Junwang. Unable to contain his curiosity, he commented, "Who exactly is this Junwang? I've never heard of this name before. Look at this level 28 and already close to 90 progress. They're about to hit level 29. Yang Hao squinted slightly and murmured, "Junwang, that rich woman?" Shisha nodded immediately, checking his own gear in amazement. Exactly. This person is clearly loaded. No surprise if she starts her own guild after hitting level 30, and it'll probably be a big one. She's even recruiting members from the JPL Pro team offline. I heard she directly bought a spot. Yang Hao fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Yes, she's definitely wealthy. And yes, she's a woman very commanding presence. By the way, I sold her an artifact last time. He paused before adding, "She's a proper rich lady, no doubt about it." Shisha was shocked. What? A rich woman? Could it be Ziyao's alternate account? Ziyao? Yang Hao shook his head. No, it's not her. But anyway, that's none of our business now. The level 30 dungeon opens tomorrow night, and we need to focus on securing it. Shisha still seemed a bit unsettled and couldn't help but joke. I feel like I've been sponsored by this rich woman. Yang Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation, ignoring him, and continued. After level 30, red gear will start appearing. From what I see, the level 30 dungeon will definitely drop 1 or 2 pieces of red gear. Green equipment will begin transitioning into fusion gear, and there might even be some red gear with powerful attributes. We have to seize this opportunity to get the first clear of the level 30 dungeon, stockpile resources, and cover the costs for the team during the qualifying matches. The atmosphere grew slightly tense as everyone realized that the opening of the level 30 dungeon signified greater competition and foreshadowed an even more intense battle ahead. Hearing Yang Hao's words, Shisha swallowed nervously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then we absolutely have to secure the first kill for this level 30 dungeon. If we're lucky and get a red artifact drop, we'll strike it rich. Heck, with some luck, we could even cover the team's operating expenses for a whole year. Before he could finish, Kuliang shot him a warning glance, and Shisha immediately clammed up, looking sheepish. Yang Hao understood the unspoken message. Both Shisha and Kuliang came from families much better off than Yang Hao and his other two teammates, something evident from the branded gear they wore. Their gaming skills were solid, and they did aspire to go pro, but their sights were set not on the third-tier league, but on the much more competitive JPL Professional League. The two of them were sharp and confident in their abilities. They knew it would be tough for rookies to secure playtime in the JPL, so they were willing to take a gamble with Yang Hao. If they succeeded, they could qualify through the open trials into the secondary league. Even if they failed to make it to the JPL, a season of experience in the secondary league would still be a valuable stepping stone. However, they had made their conditions clear from the start. If they failed to qualify for the secondary league in the trials, they would leave the team. Understanding Kuliang's concerns, Yang Hao smiled slightly. Let's focus on leveling up first. The level 30 dungeon, if I remember correctly, is the battle against Gulas, right? That's right. The Gulas dungeon is practically the toughest dungeon in the entire leveling phase of Descend, Zhang Xiang chimed in, unable to hold back a curse. Gulas was the name of a notorious monster in the game Descend, a villain skilled in both magic and physical combat, infamous for being a nightmare to defeat. Don't worry, most of us are already geared with full sets. Taking down Gulas shouldn't be a problem, Nice said confidently. That said, the major guilds are probably assembling their teams as we speak, and we're still short one player. We'll need to find someone to fill the spot. Yang Hao nodded. Let's level up first. Is the level 30 cap unlocked yet? The cap unlocks tomorrow night at 7 p.m., and that's when Gulas will spawn, Xiao Luo quickly replied. Then let's aim to hit level 30 before 7 p.m. tomorrow. Even if it means grinding hard, we'll make it happen, Yang Hao said resolutely. Damn it, we've been in too many fights, lost a ton of experience, and wasted a lot of time. Otherwise, we should all be level 28 by now, Shisham muttered, visibly frustrated. Yang Hao chuckled and led the way toward the ice cavern. Just then, a message popped up. Are you leveling yourself or using a booster? Glancing at his message list, Yang Hao saw it was from Jun Wang. Thinking of the wealthy girl behind the username, he felt a spark of curiosity and quickly replied, Hello, Jun Wang. I'm leveling myself. Just call me Jun Wang. She responded almost instantly. Do you think you have a chance at getting the first kill for the level 30 dungeon? Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback. It's hard to say. The level 30 cap won't unlock until 7 p.m. tomorrow, and by then, plenty of players from the major guilds will likely be at the right level. If everyone goes for it at the same time, it'll be a scramble. Whether we can secure the first kill or not is really up in the air. Got it. Do you have a fixed team? If not, I can bring this account and join you tomorrow, Jun Wang offered directly. If you manage to get the first kill, I'll pay you an additional fee. Yang Hao frowned and said, You play Gunsoul, right? I've already formed a team, and we already have a Gunsoul player. The monarch replied calmly. Then let him play on my account as a stand-in, and I'll pay him. As long as you get the first kill, I'll give you all another reward. I need this account to gain fame before I establish a guild at level 30. I want to create a top-tier guild, one that surpasses Yin Lu. What? Yang Hao's eyes widened in shock. A guild bigger than Yin Lu? The monarch certainly had an ambitious tone. He thought to himself that the monarch currently lacked any reputation, and building a guild that could surpass Yin Lu would indeed be very challenging. A lot of money would have to be spent in the early stages. Of course, once a guild gains fame, the returns could be substantial. Remembering that she had invested over $1 billion in a professional JPL esports team, Yang Hao suddenly felt it made sense someone with that level of wealth would naturally play games for pure enjoyment. Still, spending billions on a game was something Yang Hao couldn't quite wrap his head around. Then again, a figure like $1 billion was so far removed from his reality that it might just be a string of numbers to someone that wealthy. Yang Hao nodded and said, All right, then let someone from our team use your account. But I have to be upfront, we can't guarantee 100 that we'll get the first kill. Understood. By the way, what role does your team still need? The monarch asked again. No problem. I'll provide an account on my end and hire a professional player to stand in. The gameplay will be flawless, the monarch replied quickly. Just let me know ahead of time before you start tomorrow. Okay. Yang Hao responded decisively. Shisha turned his head, glanced at Yang Hao, and after seeing the chat window, immediately cursed. Gui, Qingyan, are you serious? First, you're all flirty with Xiao, and now you're chatting away with the monarch. I swear, you were born to be a kept man. Yang Hao, this guy must have picked up some rich, pretty female fans while playing professionally, Kulian said sourly. I want to go pro. I want to be famous. Shisha's expression shifted when he heard this. Qingyan, be honest. Did you ever hook up with a fan during your pro days? Get lost. Yang Hao snapped. These two clowns seemed to have their minds permanently stuck in the gutter, and he couldn't even be bothered to argue with them. He quickly headed to the ice cave and started grinding levels. Just then, the chat window popped up. Agonit was a message from Xiao. Stand-in or the real deal? The real deal, Yang Hao replied hastily. Join YY. Xiao replied immediately. When a beauty invites you, there's no way to refuse. Yang Hao promptly logged into YY. TSK to SK. I thought you weren't coming home today, Xiao teased as soon as Yang Hao entered her YY channel. How did you know I went out? Wait, don't tell me you found out where I live and installed cameras around me. Yang Hao joked half seriously. Yep, I even put one in your bathroom, Xiao replied with a mischievous laugh. Yang Hao. Come on, seriously, how did you know? Didn't you go play the knight in shining armor? Helping some beauty in a competition? Xiao chuckled. I thought you wouldn't be back tonight and would be spending the night out with her. Oh man, how did you know? Yang Hao blurted out instinctively. Isn't there a live stream? Xiao said nonchalantly. Even though your face wasn't shown, that playstyle could only be you. Yang Hao was stunned. Xiao's understanding of him far exceeded his expectations. You should be more careful, Xiao said seriously. Your appearance has already been exposed. Watch out when you're out and about, or someone might recognize you and come after you. Yang Hao frowned. Xiao had a point. While players were currently focused on the recruitment stage of the new server, it didn't mean they had forgotten their grudges against him. That resentment would likely follow him for a long time. Nowadays, anyone playing Descent harbored strong dislike for him. To regain the players' approval, he'd have to lead a team to the World Championship and achieve great results. Anything less was nearly impossible. This was also why he was so concerned about Sha and Ku Liang leaving the team. With his reputation in shambles, securing good sponsorships was an uphill battle. You're overthinking it, Yang Hao explained. I was just helping out a friend. She offered 50,000 yuan for us to help her win this match. Why are you even explaining? Ziyao suddenly changed her tone. What? You have a thing for me? Well, just so you know, the number of people chasing me could circle the Huangpu River several times. Yang Hao was at a loss for words. All right, I'm just messing with you. Let's talk business, Ziyao said, her tone turning serious. Tomorrow night, I need you to find someone to play on my account. I want to secure the first kill for the level 30 raid. Yang Hao's expression shifted slightly. Doesn't your team have anyone available? I don't think they're as reliable as you, Ziyao explained. Tomorrow night, there will be many people competing for the first kill. Although the raid is challenging, most players have already cleared it. All the guilds are fully geared now, so it'll come down to speed. Yang Hao cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, you're a bit late. I already promised Jun Wang to play on his account, and he's the same class as you. Jun Wang. Ziyao's tone suddenly turned cold. Didn't I tell you to stay away from her? Yang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. She's one of my big clients, after all. It's easier to sell good gear through her. I've already said that from now on, our Liu Xian guild will buy all your gear, Ziyao said with displeasure. We're such a large guild though you think we can't afford your gear. Yang Hao felt a headache coming on. Somehow, he had managed to upset this young lady again. Fine, forget it this time, Ziyao continued. But after the level 30 raid, there are still several more raids. You must play on my account and secure all the first kills for those bosses. Yang Hao smiled wryly. The loot from those bosses isn't that great. Besides, after the level 30 raid, we might need to shift our focus to the battlefield mode. The team will need to start training. Oh, right, the qualifiers are coming up, Ziyao thought for a moment. All right, we'll talk about it later. For now, focus on leveling up. Leveling up was a tedious process. The town of Irjuo was already overcrowded, and the limited number of monsters made grinding especially challenging. By 2 a.m., Yang Hao's group had only managed to reach level 28 before handing their accounts over to boosters. By 4 p.m. the next afternoon, Yang Hao and his teammates had successfully reached level 30. Now, all they needed to do was wait until 7 p.m. for the first refresh of the level 30 dungeon. However, before that, they had one more task to complete, helping Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu move. The two had quit their jobs and decided to move into the base. When Shisha and Kulian saw Xiaoyu and Feng Qianqian, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, especially Shisha, who couldn't contain his excitement. Clearly, he hadn't expected the team leader and manager to be so stunning. Seeing this, Yang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Truthfully, he had been reluctant to place female members in the management team, especially ones so strikingly attractive. After all, these young players were full of energy, and a beautiful woman could easily become a distraction. After finishing the move and tidying up a bit, Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu rested briefly at the base. It was already close to 6:30. Yang Hao greeted the two and then gathered the other teammates to prepare for the game. The goal for the night was to secure the first clear of the level 30 dungeon. As Feng Qianqian finished tidying up and stepped out, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you guys aiming for the first clear?" Yang Hao nodded. Once in the game, he contacted Jun Wang, and before long, the five of them joined Jun Wang's YY voice channel. Aside from Jun Wang, another ID caught Yang Hao's attention. It was Moses. Jun Wang's voice came through, gentle yet somewhat familiar. "Qingyan, I've sent the account credentials to your WeChat. Let someone on your side log in." Shisha and the others were stunned. Shisha, in particular, was so excited he blurted out, "No way, Moses? The Moses from the pro team? Damn, our last teammate is you?" Kulian chimed in, "Wait, you're that Moses?" Yang Hao could only smile wryly. These two were embarrassing themselves. But he couldn't blame them. Moses was indeed a big name in the industry. Moses nodded slightly, his tone as calm as ever. "Yes." Yang Hao turned to Xiaoluo and instructed, "Xiaoluo, you log into Jun Wang's account. Your account can rejoin our group later, and the other loot will go to us. I've already arranged everything." Xiaoluo quickly agreed and logged into the game. Meanwhile, Yang Hao said, "He'll form the party." He swiftly assembled the 5-member team and led them toward the entrance of the level 30 dungeon. By now, the entrance was packed with people. Clearly, the other teams had already arrived. "Damn, the YL team is here," someone exclaimed from the crowd as Zhang Yu led the 6 members of the YL team forward. 5 starters and 1 substitute. It was clear they were ready for a fierce showdown. Jingxian Pavilion wasn't to be outdone either, with their leader Wan Yi at the helm. Wan Yi was not only a top-tier strategist, but also an exceptionally skilled player, having once captained a team in the JPL League. The Yaoshi team had also arrived. Mu Chun led his team to the other side of the crowd. Though they stood at a distance, his commanding presence was impossible to ignore. Qingjian's group was no exception. Witnessing the scene, Shisha couldn't help but sigh. This level 30 dungeon is definitely going to be explosive. At the entrance of the level 30 Gula's dungeon, the area was packed with people, a dense crowd stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was thick with tension as everyone eagerly awaited the clock to strike 7, marking the dungeon's opening. Major guilds like Yaoshi, Yanyalu, Jingshuansh, and Lua Yuxuan had their teams lined up in perfect formation, their presence further electrifying the atmosphere. Among the crowd, the appearance of Yang Hao, the most sought-after player on the leaderboard, immediately sparked a commotion. Whoa, Qingyan is here too. Do you think he'll get the first clear this time? Highly likely a swaying, naturally built for high damage output. Most teams will probably include a swaying for this. Look, even Yaoshi Xiaolong is here. The chatter among the crowd grew louder and more animated. For the professional players present, completing a level 30 dungeon wasn't the challenge, it was all about who could finish it the fastest with the highest damage output. Amidst the buzz, Moses's voice suddenly came through the YY channel. Your ID is pretty famous now. Yang Hao cleared his throat lightly. Just got lucky snagging a few first clears. Junwang invited you to join the team before. Why didn't you go? Our team's pretty strong this year, Moses pressed. It didn't feel like the right fit, Yang Hao replied, smiling as he politely declined. Known for his aloof demeanor, Moses rarely initiated conversations. After a brief pause, he added, your voice sounds familiar. Have we met before? Probably not, Yang Hao answered vaguely. At that moment, Zhan Yu appeared beside Yang Hao and spoke through voice chat. Competing for damage output is normal. As a streamer, Zhan Yu was also live, and his stream chat was just as lively as the scene at the dungeon entrance. You might find it a bit difficult, Yang Hao said nonchalantly. Zhan Yu sneered. Difficult? You're not getting it this time. After the lessons from previous attempts, all the pros are going all out now. You might do fine, but your teammates? Probably not up to par. Just then, Yang Hao received a private message from Mu Chun. The level 31st clear is mine. It was a direct and confident challenge, reflecting the competitive spirit of this cold and determined player. On the leaderboard, Yang Hao's brilliant performance had made him the target of countless rivals. Yang Hao smirked and quickly replied, anyone can take the first clear, but I can guarantee one thing, it'll finish much faster than you all. In the Yaoshi team base, Gui Dao stared intently at the provocative message sent by Yang Hao on the screen, his face flushing red with anger. Damn you! He shouted, slamming his fist onto the table. Once we finish this first kill, I'm going to challenge this guy to a duel, and no one better try to stop me. Next to him, Mu Chun remained unusually calm, his eyes narrowing slightly as his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. You seem to know a lot about our team, he typed. However, Yang Hao on the other side chose silence, offering no response. Nearby, Vivian let out a disdainful scoff. Time flew by, and as the clock's hand approached 6:59, Yang Hao took a deep breath and quickly moved his character to stand beside the NPC. His mouse hovered over the NPC's dialog box, ready to click the moment the clock struck the hour to enter the instance. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Yang Hao and his teammates moved in perfect unison, all six confirming their entry simultaneously, disappearing into the instant space. At the dungeon entrance, team after team of players vanished, each group driven by the ambition to claim the first kill. Meanwhile, on a certain livestream platform, Moses' stream was underway. Despite being a professional player, his stream wasn't particularly popular, with only around 200,000 viewers, a number that hardly reflected his skill level. Though most professional players acknowledged his exceptional abilities, the prolonged underperformance of his team had kept his popularity stagnant. The title of his stream read, helping the boss claim the level 30 dungeon first kill. On the screen, it showed that they had already entered the Dungeona dilapidated palace, where a burly man astride a black horse wielded a silver spear, shrouded in an eerie black mist. The chat was abuzz with comments scrolling rapidly. Moses is teaming up with Qingyan. Is the new team planning to recruit Qingyan? Qingyan is amazing with Shadow Splitter. If only he could master other classes like that. As viewers speculated, Ku Liang, controlling the Titan class, aimed a hook with precision at the boss. The burly man on the horse let out an enraged roar. Foolish human warriors, prepare to die. In a flash of black light, his spear lashed out like a venomous serpent. Slash. Watching his health bar suddenly drop by a third, Ku Liang's expression grew serious. Speaking in a low tone over YY voice, he said, the boss's attack seems higher than we anticipated. Yang Hao furrowed his brows, realizing things were taking a turn for the worse. The level 30 boss challenge was notorious for its demanding requirements on tanks and damage dealers. For tanks, the challenge was particularly grueling. They had to endure massive damage while constantly using damage mitigation skills to survive each attack. To make matters worse, this boss not only had powerful abilities, but also an enrage mechanic. If aggro was maintained for too long, the boss's rage would build up, causing its damage to skyrocket. On top of that, healers were struggling as well, barely keeping up with the demand for healing. The usual plan, give a heads up if you can't hold on, Yang Hao said, taking a deep breath and assessing the battle. Xiao Luo, step in when he can't handle it anymore. Then I'll take over after you. Moshi's voice came through. The announcement mentioned a 15 damage increase this time, since we're all 6-star or higher battlefield players. Everyone needs to stay sharp. That's what makes the difficulty worth it, Moshi added. Damn, this is seriously tough, Shisha muttered, exasperated. Teams that aren't as geared as us probably don't stand a chance. Even with our full gear, we'll likely need dual tanks and might have to drop a DPS warrior. Yang Hao nodded and continued analyzing. This boss has a relatively long enrage timer, which is manageable for most teams. But since we're aiming for the first kill, we need to speed up our damage output. Fine, Shisha replied, though he sounded slightly disgruntled. Alright, let's do it this way. Yang Hao said steadily. Damage dealers, go all out. Pick up the pace other teams have probably started by now. There's no need for excessive micromanagement, just call out when switching aggro. And don't forget, full power on the damage. With Yang Hao's command, the battle entered a fever pitch. His hand movement sped up as he pushed his damage output to the limit. His numbers quickly climbed, peaking close to 3,000. Meanwhile, Mashi was not to be outdone, maintaining a steady output around 3,100 while expertly dodging the boss's abilities and maximizing his damage. Despite his focus, Mashi couldn't help but feel astonished. The boss's abilities were mostly cone-shaped attacks, which were easier for ranged classes to avoid. However, Yang Hao's character, Swaying, was a melee fighter essentially fighting on the edge of a blade. Every dodge required pinpoint precision. With the cooldown of his ultimate evasion skill, Mieju Shan, nearly maxed out, Yang Hao still managed to avoid the boss's lethal attacks at critical moments. In comparison, Shisha's damage output was slightly lower, hovering around 2,800. He silently marveled to himself. These two are absolute monsters. Get ready for a tank swap. Nice work on the healing, Nai Qianghuan. Ku Liang called out loudly, though his voice was strained as he began taking on heavier damage. I'll take over. Xiao Luo stepped in without hesitation, smoothly transitioning into the tank role and absorbing the boss's fury. Though the fight was challenging, it wasn't an insurmountable task for this team. They had faced numerous bosses across different servers and were well-versed in various mechanics. Their timing and coordination were impeccable. The real challenge was to defeat the boss faster than other teams and claim the first kill. Meanwhile, in Mu Chen's livestream, he was fully focused, his gameplay flawless. His damage output remained steady at around 3,200, with almost no fluctuation. By contrast, Xiaolong's performance lagged slightly, with his output hovering around 2,700. The battle raged on as both sides poured everything they had into securing the first kill. In Mu Chen's livestream, the chat was scrolling like a waterfall. The audience was fired up, cheering wildly for the team. Unbelievable. Your damage output is completely outpacing Yenyu Lu and Jing Xiangu. This first kill is in the bag. Damage per second is steadily rising. As long as there are no mistakes, Yaoshi has a great chance of winning this. Someone suddenly brought up Luo Yuxian. Strange. Why aren't Luo Yuxian's main players competing for the first kill? I heard they're in training. They seem to have given up on this online event pretty early. If it weren't for the popularity they gained from the previous massive battle, Yaoshi would completely overshadow them this time. Just as the discussion was heating up, someone shared unexpected news. Go check out Moses' stream. Moses has teamed up with Qin Yan, and Qin Yan's damage output is insane. At that moment, Mu Chun was fully focused on the boss fight, unable to spare any attention for the chat. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. We need to speed up our output. I just watched Qin Yan's stream. Their pace is faster than ours. Mu Chen frowned, his tone tinged with irritation. Gui Dao Xiaolong, step it up. The frustration of losing the last first kill to Yang Hao still lingered in his mind. As someone with a fierce competitive streak, he was determined not to lose again, especially when their gear setups were evenly matched. Gui Dao, while giving his all in output, responded, I'm trying, but those guys are like a professional PvE team. His movements weren't as fluid as Mu Chen's, and he couldn't achieve perfect damage output while dodging skills, but he was still pushing hard to increase his contribution. Meanwhile, Yang Hao had just used his eternal skill to evade the boss attack, with Ku Liang taking over aggro immediately after. Yang Hao went all out, his rapid keyboard clicks sounding like a jackhammer. Wow, Sisha couldn't help but joke. Is he channeling years of pent-up frustration from being single? As Yang Hao's hand speed surged, his damage numbers climbed relentlessly, reaching a terrifying 3,050 DPS. This, in turn, fueled Moses' competitive drive. His focus sharpened, and his attack rhythm became even more ferocious. Though none of the teams could see each other's exact progress, everyone knew that in this fierce race for the first kill, victory could be determined by mere seconds. In the level 30 dungeon, the battle mechanics of Gulas, the Evil Knight, are not particularly complex. His abilities include basic attacks, cone-shaped area damage, and his most threatening move, a full-screen shockwave. When he casts the shockwave, players must time their jumps precisely to evade it, as squishy classes can be instantly killed if caught. Fortunately, all of his abilities come with clear wind-up animations, allowing players to anticipate and react in advance. For a 9-star player like Yang Hao, these mechanics pose little threat. At this point, he has already reached level 30, with all 10 of his Shadow Step class skills maxed out, demonstrating seamless skill chaining. Dodging the boss's abilities while maintaining maximum damage output is a true test of a player's micromanagement skills. After 2 minutes of combat, the boss's health had dropped to half. At that moment, Yao Shi team's Blade Ghost suddenly unleashed a burst of power, pushing his damage per second DPS to an astonishing 3,000. Known as a wild card player, Blade Ghost possesses exceptional talent but lacks consistency. Throughout his career, he has alternated between delivering explosive performances and being instantly taken down due to positioning errors. Yet under pressure, he displayed incredible prowess. Even so, the top-tier professional player Zhang Yu remained formidable. His gun soul class maintained a steady DPS of 2,100, leaving the outcome of the battle still uncertain. Are you kidding me? With my DPS now combined with Mu Qin's ultimate clutch plays, if we don't get this first kill, I'll stream myself doing butterfly strokes in a sewage pool. Blade Ghost bragged to his livestream audience, flaunting his terrifying 3,000 DPS. Stop talking and focus. Mu Qin calmly reminded him. Blade Ghost immediately restrained himself. Among the Yao Shi team, Mu Qin was the teammate he respected the most. Meanwhile, Vivian, though unwilling to accept defeat, gave her all in terms of damage output. Having been repeatedly outperformed by Yang Hao in securing first kills, she was determined to redeem herself this time. Back at Yang Hao's base, Sha exclaimed, "Damn, Xiao Luo, your gun soul is impressive 2,000 DPS. You're just hyping it up." Xiao Luo responded modestly, though the others couldn't deny his exceptional performance. Even Yang Hao was surprised by Xiao Luo's strength. Nice, a renowned player, had previously praised Xiao Luo, saying he once ranked in the top 5 on the national server, with multiple professional teams vying to recruit him. While Yang Hao had anticipated Xiao Luo's skills, his outstanding performance exceeded all expectations. In a match just yesterday, Xiao Luo had completely dominated the captain of the FPG team, leaving him defenseless. However, what shocked Moses the most was Yang Hao's performance. A Shadow Step player managing to achieve over 3,000 DPS was simply mind-blowing. His livestream audience was equally stunned, exclaiming, "Whoa, this Shadow Step class is insane. His moves are so seamless, it's mesmerizing to watch," Moses muttered as he fixed his gaze on the screen, watching Yang Hao skillfully control the character swaying. He couldn't help but silently admire him. Yang Hao's recent stellar performances on the dueling platform had only deepened Moses' respect for this part-time player. Yang Hao's fingers danced across the keyboard with precision, each skill combo flowing as effortlessly as water. The live chat was flooded with astonished comments, marveling at the artistry of his gameplay. While managing his team, Moses was already calculating how to recruit this prodigy into their lineup. Sui Ying, known as one of the most challenging assassin characters to master in the game, had been taken to an unparalleled level in Yang Hao's hands. Moses figured that if Yang Hao could achieve such mastery with Sui Ying, transitioning to other roles would likely be a breeze. Though Moses himself favored a risk-taking playstyle, often resorting to high-stakes strategies due to his team's limitation, she could clearly see Yang Hao's extraordinary talent. Unlike Mu Qin's steady and calculated approach that allowed for safe retreats, Moses' aggressive tactics often bordered on reckless gambles. However, he believed this difference stemmed more from team synergy than individual skill. Watching Yang Hao defeat Zhang Yu in an unknown and deliver such astonishing damage reinforced Moses' determination to bring him into the team. As the boss fight reached its final stage, Yang Hao maintained his composure and issued precise commands. "Get ready to take aggro. Prepare to jump. Avoid the AoE. 3, 2, 1 jump." Even though his teammates could handle the situation adeptly, Yang Hao's meticulous leadership never wavered. Moses couldn't help but think that if Yang Hao weren't focused on leading, his damage output might rival his own. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential area in Shanghai, 2 very distinct spectators were also tuned into the livestream. In one villa, Ziyao stared intently at the screen, her excitement evident as she watched Yang Hao swaying in action. "I should meet him. I wonder if he still remembers me," she murmured to herself. In another villa within the same neighborhood, an exceptionally beautiful woman in a black dress, Yuan Wang, Meiro, was also engrossed in the broadcast. Her mind raced as she pondered Yang Hao's identity. Without hesitation, she sent a message to her assistant. "Look into all the professional teams and find out if there's anyone exceptional with swaying. Track down Qing Yan's real identity. If he's a pro player, negotiate immediately. I want to buy him out." Meanwhile, the first kill battle was intensely underway. First-string lineups from major teams and streamer squads were all fully focused on the fight. In Mu Qin's stream, Boss Gula's health had dropped to the danger zone, the red health bar constantly shrinking. About 20 seconds left, increased DPS. Guo Dao's voice was tense, almost shouting. Mu Qin didn't respond, fully concentrated on his operation. His fingers danced across the keyboard like butterflies, each keystroke precisely executed. The damage numbers popping up on screen were stunning: 3,300. His DPS had soared to 3,300, reaching maximum output. Most players daring to compete for first kill had full set bonuses. While there were many others joining the fray, without sufficient equipment, competing for first kill was unrealistic. The boss's health plummeted visibly: 30,000, 20,000. Though Mu Qin hadn't heard the system announcement yet, He knew their team's DPS could clear the remaining 20,000 HP in just 34 seconds. This first kill is mine. Mu Chen's lips curled slightly, victory gleaming in his eyes. Die! Gui Dao roared. Boom. In Mu Chen's stream, Gulas's massive body crashed down from horseback, exploding into a pile of glittering coins and equipment. Just as Gui Dao was about to cheer, a system notification suddenly rang in all players' ears. Ding! Congratulations to players Qin Yan, Shi Sha, Ku Liang, Jun Wang, Mo Shi, and Mei Zi Jiawei Xian for achieving the level 30 dungeon first kill. As reward, each will receive a red grade set piece for their class. Mu Chen froze, his expression stiffening. What? Gui Dao's face changed dramatically, his voice full of disbelief. We just killed it too. Why is it their first kill? Why? He couldn't accept this result. They had completed the kill at seemingly the same time. Indeed, during that battle, Gui Dao had unleashed amazing potential, raising his DPS to over 3,100. Mu Chen frowned, took a deep breath after thinking. Must be system response time. They were probably 34 seconds faster than us. Impossible. Gui Dao protested excitedly. Our DPS was so high, you at 3,300, me over 3,100, Xiaolong at 2,700. How could they be faster? Is this Qin Yan an official plant? While plants did exist in many online games, especially RPGs, with companies using them to stimulate spending, did Descent need this? Obviously not. As the hottest game currently, a phenomenon with near-universal participation, such tactics were unnecessary. Emoshi. Mu Chen frowned. How did Emoshi get into their team? Without dwelling on it, Mu Chen quickly found Emoshi's room on the same streaming platform and opened the stream. As soon as he connected, cheers erupted from the speakers. Damn, awesome, another first kill. Holy shit, this red sword, the heaven-defying blade, god-tier weapon. We're rich, we're freaking rich. On screen, the heaven-defying blade's stats panel glowed with dazzling red light. Sword-type weapons were exclusive to the Spellblade class. Though both Spellblade and Shadowbreaker were assassin classes with high skill requirements and low error tolerance, they remained hugely popular simply because these classes were incredibly stylish and flashy. The Crimson Grade Zhu Tian sword, as an upgradable divine weapon, is worth millions even at blue-grade quality. The one before them was valued at around 2 million. While everyone else was thrilled by the equipment's staggering value, top-tier professional player Moses remained remarkably calm. For him, splitting hundreds of thousands among teammates was nothing out of the ordinary. However, Mu Chen's attention was entirely captured by the damage stats. He first noticed Moses' DPS of roughly 3,200 and chuckled to himself, feeling smug about once again surpassing him in single-target damage. But when his eyes landed on the second line, his expression froze. Yang Hao's DPS with Shadow Step had reached an astonishing 3,100, a full 400 points higher than Xiaolong's. This leap in performance left him utterly shocked. At that moment, a voice rang out in the live stream. Moses, I'll sell the equipment and split the earnings 6 ways. Sound good? Moses nodded. No problem. Once you're done, get in touch with Jun Wang. After a brief pause, he added, Qin Yan, are you sure you don't want to join our team? You can pick any position you like in JPL. Clearly, the top-tier skill demonstrated with Shadow Step had impressed even Moses, who knew that no amount of practice would allow him to match Yang Hao's level with the technique. No need. We'll meet on the battlefield, Yang Hao replied calmly. That voice made Mu Chen's pupils dilate in shock. After half a year of working side by side, how could he not recognize it? Though they were never particularly close, that voice was unmistakable. It was him. It really was him. What's wrong? Ghostblade noticed Mu Chen's unusual reaction. Mu Chen turned to look at Ghostblade, his expression complicated. I know who Qin Yan is. We know them. Ghostblade asked curiously, but Mu Chen had already closed Moses' livestream. The chat in the livestream exploded instantly, with the screen flooded with comments. Who is Qin Yan? Mu Chen, just tell us already. That Shadow Step damage is insane. Qin Ji's Shadow Step is truly amazing. Ignoring the barrage of questions, Mu Chen simply said, time for training. That's it for today. See you tomorrow. With that, he ended the stream. Ghostblade wanted to press him further, but Mu Chen just shook his head. Forget it. There's nothing more to say. As Mu Chen's gaze swept over to the corner of the room, he noticed Vivian watching him. However, the moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away. She definitely knew all along, Mu Chen thought to himself. Finally, he greeted Yang Hao as a friend, leaving a note in the request. Should I call you Qin Yan? Or maybe Gale? Yang Hao sat at his computer, his attention drawn to the red glow flickering on screen. 3 pieces of equipment falling from the sky. A belt, a gun, and a blade gleaming with scorching light. As first kill rewards, these spoils were incredibly valuable. The gun was undoubtedly artifact grade, and the blade was the world-renowned Shadow Breaker weapon, the Scorching Moon Blade. For equipment levels 30-50, it was part of the Scorching Moon set, and the weapon component at that. As levels increased, the Scorching Moon set could be upgraded, and this blade was already top-tier equipment for levels 3050. If they reached level 50 in the next month or so, the blade could be upgraded to its peak form. Though the belt seemed ordinary, it was one of the earliest red-grade equipment pieces, still highly sought after in the current market with considerable value. Additionally, there were several blue-grade items and dozens of gold coins. Despite gold's value declining due to increasing production, Yang Hao was still excited this was their chance to strike it rich. Sha smiled. This should cover us through the national qualifiers, right? Emoshi narrowed his eyes, asking calmly. You're entering the qualifiers? Yeah, Ku Liang nodded. Emoshi, do you think we five could win the championship? Emoshi fell silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Perhaps. Then, without further comment, he left the voice channel. Really, Sha grumbled. All the skilled players are so aloof, like Mu Chen never interacting with his viewers. The group didn't dwell on it, choosing to forego the role option and giving all equipment to Yang Hao. After receiving the artifact, the system announced his acquisition again. Yang Hao stood up, stretching his tired body, and said lazily, Level 30 quest complete. Tomorrow we start Battlegrounds. Ku Yang suddenly turned and asked, Are we doing 5-stack or solo queue? After a moment's thought, Yang Hao replied, 5-stack of course. Without a team, we need to train through high-level 5-stack matches. Battleground mode was divided into 5-stack and solo queue. 5-stack mode was team-based, with teams having up to 7 slots, earning points for victories. Like solo queue, 5-stack had 9-star levels, but solo queue relied purely on individual skill and mechanical prowess. Sha grinned. There must be plenty of 9-star teams in 5-stack. We can test ourselves against them. Indeed, there were many teams in 5-stack, though most were average. Professional team members rarely played 5-stack, being tired enough from regular training. Online, they usually played solo or duo queue. Since solo and duo queue points were calculated together, many preferred the pure competition of solo queue. As they discussed, a message lit up in Yang Hao's lower left corner of friend request. Since the ID Qing Yen became famous, he received countless friend requests daily, mostly from team members and even streaming platforms offering opportunities. Yang Hao stared at the screen, frowning slightly. Though he understood the streaming industry, now wasn't the right time. He knew the influence of the ID, Qing Yen, but if anyone discovered its owner was Swift Wind, his position in the arena would be compromised. Worse, streaming platforms would immediately refuse to sign him. Friend requests kept coming in game, especially from female players. Descent had a surprisingly large female player base. Though the arena required Battlefield rank 6, getting someone to power level to that rank wasn't difficult. Suddenly, a message made Yang Hao's expression change dramatically. It was from Mu Chun. He had ignored Mu Chen's previous friend request, but this time, Mu Chen's message cut like a knife. Should I call you Qing Yin or Swiftwind? Yang Hao immediately checked Mu Chen's stream to find it offline, allowing him to breathe slightly easier. Apparently, Mu Chen hadn't revealed this secret yet. If word got out, his days in the arena would be over. Gritting his teeth, Yang Hao accepted the friend request and tersely wrote, What is it? Being good at the game really opens doors everywhere. Mu Chen replied with an ambiguous smile. You must be making good money now? Thanks to you all, it's decent. Yang Hao replied coldly, his words barbed. He knew Mu Chen understood his grievances with Yao Shi. Even Mu Chen had thought that contract was too harsh, effectively ending a professional player's career. In Mu Chen's view, while Yang Hao should have faced consequences, removing him from the team would have been enough without completely blocking his professional path. After brief exchanges, Mu Chen seemed at a loss for words before asking, Are you really entering the qualifiers? That's none of your business. Yang Hao replied calmly. Fine, you've surprised me greatly. Don't worry, I won't reveal your identity. Thanks then, Yang Hao responded flatly, his tone ambiguous between sincerity and sarcasm. After their conversation, Mu Chen muttered to himself, Swiftwind? Perhaps we'll meet again in professional matches. Is he using Shadow Breaker in the arena to prove something? Mu Chen, stop spacing out. Practice match is starting. Gui Dao's voice interrupted his thoughts. You're not still thinking about Swiftwind, are you? No, let's practice. Mu Chen turned to Gui Dao, expression serious. You'd better take this seriously. If I catch you fooling around again this season, you're benched. Gui Dao froze, knowing Mu Chen now had such authority in the team. Nearby, Vivian watched Mu Chen's back thoughtfully. Looks like he's finally stepping up as a true leader. Just then, someone pushed open the door. The ranking system opens tomorrow. We need to send someone to compete for first place. Mu Chen and the others turned their heads, and the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly grew heavy. The Liuxuan team has been in intensive training. While we've been spending way too much time online lately, Mu Chen said, frowning deeply, his tone laced with clear discontent. There's only a month and a half until the new season, and Xiaolong still has to go through the qualifiers. We already don't have much time to work on our team synergy. Manager Yang Xiao adjusted his glasses and explained in a calm tone. This is a decision from the team management. Dianjiang Tai is currently the hottest server for building legends. Take Qin Yan, for example. Just a few early first kills were enough to crown him as the top Shadowblade player in the country. You all need to play solo queue to practice heroes anyway. Just send someone, he added. I'm not interested, Mu Chen interjected firmly, waving his hand to cut him off. In his view, a team's appeal fundamentally came from its performance, not from chasing empty titles. Spending time on vying for some number one spot was a waste compared to focusing on team coordination. Besides, the team had just brought in a new member, and teaching a rookie to adapt to professional matches already required significant time and effort. The coach, standing nearby, also frowned. Yang Xiao, online activities are indeed disrupting our training schedule. Xiaolong hasn't even reported to the team yet. Since he's already signed, he should join us as soon as possible instead of streaming from home. This was a decision from the higher-ups. There's no need to rush, Yang Xiao replied nonchalantly. With everyone's skill level, the results won't be an issue. The coach fell silent. The decisions from management were like an insurmountable mountain. They only cared about profit and failed to understand that good results were the foundation of success. The Yaoshi Guild's rapid rise on Dianjiangtai was built on their achievement as world runners-up. That honor had attracted a massive influx of players and investors, propelling the once unremarkable guild into the top 4 of Dianjiangtai. They had even demonstrated their strength by defending the Ordo Town jungle during their first major battle. Gui Dao, Yang Xiao turned to another team member. Since Mu Chun isn't willing, the task of securing this top spot goes to you. No problem, Gui Dao replied with a grin. As a dominant force in solo queue, his ability to climb ranks was indeed remarkable. However, to become a top-tier professional player, he still needed to make more comprehensive improvements. While Mu Chun was the safest choice for the task, since he had refused, it fell to the solo queue expert Gui Dao to take on the challenge. This was also an opportunity to showcase himself, and a hint of anticipation flashed in Gui Dao's eyes. All right, you all carry on with your tasks, Yang Xiao said with a smile as he left the room after finalizing the selection. Mu Chun turned to look at Gui Dao, his brow furrowed. Instead of wasting time competing for this, you should review a few more matches and figure out your own issues. Well, I don't really have a choice, Gui Dao replied with an awkward chuckle. I'm not the core of the team like you are. You can stand up to them, but I can't. The team needs a change, Mu Chun said with a frown. Tomorrow, we'll talk to the higher-ups. You're going to bypass Yang Xiao? But Yang Xiao Gui Dao trailed off as Mu Chun put on his headphones, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was oblivious to what was happening within the team. He was immersed in the joy of securing the first kill, chatting with Jun Wang on WeChat. Jun Wang expressed interest in acquiring a few pieces of equipment to establish an online guild. She believed that with the 2 legendary items from the command platform, the guild's reputation would greatly benefit. However, Yang Hao politely declined. The equipment from the level 31st kill had already been reserved by Lu Yuxuan, and given Zio's previous warning, he couldn't afford to go back on his word. Upon hearing his response, Jun Wang paused briefly but didn't press further. After handling these matters, Yang Hao called over a substitute player for a handover, then stood up and suggested, "Everything's settled now. Let's go out for a nice meal and give Qianqian and the others a proper welcome." Today, Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu had just joined the team, and with the income from the legendary item sale now sufficient to cover a year's expenses for the team, it was indeed a reason to celebrate. Xiaoyu glanced around at everyone, a subtle gleam in her eyes. Unlike Feng Qianqian, who was simply there for the job, Xiaoyu had her own agenda. She wanted to get close to Yang Hao, a professional player with immense potential. In her mind, most young esports players had little experience with relationships, and she was confident in her charm. Of course, she also knew she had to excel in her work first, as agreed upon with Yang Hao. The group of 8 headed to a nice restaurant and entered a reserved private dining room. After the 2 women finished ordering, Shisha and the others couldn't help but steal glances at them. Indeed, Feng Qianqian and Xiaoyu's looks were enough to turn heads. Why don't we set up our own online guild? Shisha suddenly suggested. Most teams have one. He wasn't wrong. Many large online guilds were backed by professional teams. As some of the first players to reach level 30, they did have the advantage of being early movers. While many players disliked the restrictions of large guilds, it was still a viable option. Yang Hao, however, shook his head and dismissed the idea. Forget it. We don't have the bandwidth for that right now. Training camp is about to start. Are you sure you don't want to start a guild? With your ID, you're a big name around here, Ku Yang said seriously, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. If you create a guild under your name, a lot of sponsors will come knocking. The third-party revenue from running a guild can be pretty lucrative. I've looked into it. Yang Hao scoffed, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. What's the point? When the sponsors show up and realize I'm jiefing, they'll probably break my legs. The room fell into an awkward silence as everyone else froze. Yang Hao continued, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Besides, this idea of mine won't stay hidden for long. Once we hit the top rank, we'll all change our names to include our team's tag and IDs, officially announcing my return. Honestly, I think you should consider changing your ID, Ku Yang said, frowning, his tone lowering. The online hate is brutal. After the World Championship, you were practically public enemy number one. I almost felt sorry for you. Now, with the situation at the duel platform, people's attention has shifted. But if you resurface, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Xiaoyu and Feng Qianqian suddenly looked up, their faces filled with shock. Feng Qianqian frowned, her voice trembling slightly. You're Jifeng? Yang Hao nodded. They knew him as Qin Yan, but they had no idea he was the infamous Jifeng. Yang Hao raised his head, his gaze calm as he looked at the two of them. Yeah, I'm Jifeng. Right now, I'm the public enemy of this game. If you stay on my team, you'll probably get a lot of hate. You can still back out if you regret it. The two girls stood frozen, their minds seemingly unable to process what they just heard, staring at Yang Hao in disbelief. Especially Xiaoyu, regret flickered in her eyes as her fingers fidgeted nervously. She regretted coming here. If not for that disastrous performance in the World Championship finals, Jifeng would have been a rising star with limitless potential. Being associated with Jifeng back then would have thrilled her. But now, Yang Hao was a pariah in the gaming world. Sticking with a team led by him meant facing endless criticism. Fame. Was that even possible? Yang Hao knew exactly how they would react upon learning his true identity. He didn't dwell on it. If they chose to leave, he wouldn't stop them. If they stayed, he'd be even more grateful. He was fully aware of Jifeng's tarnished reputation. Ignoring the stunned duo, Shisha looked directly at Yang Hao and said, honestly, I think you should just stick with Qin Yan as your ID. After all, you wore a mask when you were playing professionally. Yang Hao shook his head firmly. No way. My face was already exposed at Haidaleo. Once I start competing, people will recognize me sooner or later. Besides, I want to keep this ID. There's a lot I need to prove. Xiaoyu's delicate face twisted with displeasure as she stared at Yang Hao, her voice trembling. Why didn't you tell me who you were earlier? Yang Hao frowned slightly. Feng Qianqian reached out to tug on Xiaoyu's sleeve, trying to calm her down, but Xiaoyu shook her hand off and exclaimed angrily. Qianqian, we've been deceived. He's Jifeng's one who cost China the championship. Yang Hao took a deep breath and replied calmly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But if you choose to stay, you're more than welcome. Xiaoyu looked like she was on the verge of breaking down. She had initially seen potential in Yang Hao, believing he had what it took to become a top-tier professional player. She wanted to get close to him for that reason. But how do we even continue now? Xiaoyu's voice carried a sharp edge of anger. Yang Hao is like a rat everyone wants to beat, banned by the club, no less. Even if we manage to fight our way up from the qualifiers, then what? All we'll get is mockery. No fans, no sponsors. What's the point of playing professionally like this? I even quit my job to join your team, and now you're telling me to stay or leave as I please. The atmosphere in the restaurant froze instantly. No one had expected such an outburst from Xiaoyu, and they were unaware of her true thoughts. Xiaoyu, sit down and calm yourself, Feng Qianqian said, frowning. Xiaoyu bit her lip, holding back words she couldn't say in front of everyone. She could confide in Feng Qianqian, but she couldn't let the others know her real motives. Yang Hao furrowed his brows. He'll say it again, stay or leave, it's up to you. Tonight was supposed to be a welcome dinner for all of you, and we even scored the first kill. Spirits were high. No matter what, let's finish this meal first. Xiaoyu opened her mouth to argue, but Feng Qianqian quickly stood up. You all stay here. He'll take Xiaoyu outside to talk. She's a fan of Mukin and thinks you sabotaged his championship, so she's feeling a bit emotional. With that, she pulled Xiaoyu away. As soon as they were gone, Shisha couldn't help but comment. Having such a pretty girl on the team isn't bad. With her around, would have more motivation to practice. Cut it out with your nonsense. Kulian shot him a disdainful glare. We agreed before coming to Shanghai to focus on playing professionally. Shisha stuck out his tongue. I was just kidding. In the restroom, Xiaoyu's face was filled with conflict. Qianqian, we've been tricked. Tricked about what? Feng Qianqian frowned. We were the ones who insisted on coming here. But we didn't know he was Jifeng. Xiaoyu, you're being way too calculating, Feng Qianqian said. Why can't we simply pursue esports for the love of it, and play professionally at Jingying Club? Jingying Club? Jifeng's club? What future could we possibly see there? Xiaoyu sneered. I'm leaving. You can decide for yourself. I even thought about getting close to him. I've decided to stay, Feng Qianqian said calmly. Are you crazy? Xiaoyu looked at her in disbelief. They're not even established players. Aside from Yang Hao's bad reputation, they've got nothing. Staying here is just asking for trouble. I told you, I quit my job because I saw potential in him, Feng Qianqian said softly. Even if he's carrying a bad reputation now, I'm willing to help him make a comeback. Qianqian, Xiaoyu stared at her. Don't tell me you've fallen for him? Are you serious? Feng Qianqian didn't answer directly. She simply said, it's just for the love of esports. Don't kid yourself, Xiaoyu laughed bitterly. People like us, we don't have much to offer besides our looks. Honestly, it's more practical to find a rich guy and settle down. Think whatever you want. Feng Qianqian shook her head. I only pulled you aside to have a proper talk. We were the ones who insisted on coming here in the first place, and your reaction earlier was really out of line. Whatever. I'm packing up and leaving as soon as we're back, Xiaoyu retorted, her face full of defiance. Feng Qianqian smiled faintly and said, "All right, but as your best friend, I still have to remind you. There's nothing wrong with wanting to find someone wealthy who doesn't want a better life. But if you're too materialistic, too focused on your goal, it might not end well. In the end, you could just become a toy to them." She sighed, her tone serious. "You know, most wealthy men don't lack women. Think it through carefully, don't let yourself become just a tool for them." Xiaoyu frowned slightly, her voice steady. "I'm confident I can handle a rich man. Once I've got him, he won't be able to escape from me." Feng Qianqian gave a light laugh. "Well, we'll see. But honestly, I think finding a man with potential or simply relying on yourself and marrying for love is the most beautiful choice." Xiaoyu brushed her short hair back and suddenly smiled casually. "By the way, if your team really makes it into the professional league, you might meet some other pro players. Introduce me to a few, won't you?" Feng Qianqian sighed, her expression a bit complicated. "We'll see. So what's your plan? Didn't you say you didn't want to stay at that last company because the pay was too low?" Xiaoyu pursed her lips, clearly dissatisfied. "The pay was terrible. I'm not going back there." Her eyes darted around before she suddenly grinned. "But this place isn't bad. How about you talk to Yang Hao and see if I can stay here while I look for a job?" Feng Qianqian chuckled at her suggestion, teasing, "I can't believe you. Think about it after how you treated Yang Hao. It's already generous enough that he let you join the team. Never mind, with how pretty I am, finding a place to stay shouldn't be hard." Xiaoyu puffed out her chest, looking proud. "Of course." Feng Qianqian shook her head, smiling as she urged, "All right, enough talking. Let's go eat. Today's dinner is my welcome meal and your farewell meal." The two walked into the dining room. Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Hao and smirked slightly. "I've decided to leave." Feng Qianqian smiled and chimed in, "I've decided to stay." Yang Hao froze, looking at Feng Qianqian in surprise. Her gaze was calm, and a faint smile played on her lips. "Surprised?" Yang Hao nodded, his tone steady. "I'm well aware of my reputation. I thought you'd all leave. But after living under the same roof for a while, I've come to understand you a bit." Feng Qianqian smiled warmly. "Then I'll stick around and help you make a comeback." Her tone was light and playful, but Yang Hao felt a slight jolt in his chest. In truth, it was an ideal outcome for him. Without someone managing the team, the player's focus would waver. He hadn't had much of a good impression of Xiaoyu. Even though Shed tried to charm him at times, he found her pretentious overall. Now, with her leaving and Feng Qianqian staying, it seemed like the best outcome for everyone. Though he almost wanted to laugh, Yang Hao maintained a calm demeanor. "All right then, I respect your decision." The atmosphere during dinner was unusually awkward and heavy. Early the next morning, Xiaoyu quietly moved out of the base without saying a word to Yang Hao. He didn't pay her much attention either. That day, the five of them didn't team up for five-player battleground mode as usual. Since last night, the game had been flooded with players rushing to climb ranks. With Xiao Luo taking Yiya to the hospital to schedule surgery, the team was temporarily scattered, each playing solo or duo mode. Shersha curiously looked up information about this team, but found no trace of them in either top or secondary leagues. More surprisingly, FPP team not only dominated team mode, but all five members had squeezed into the top 50 in solo duo modes, with FPP001 even reaching the top 10. "Damn, this team is so mysterious," Ku Liang exclaimed. "Just showing off," Shersha scoffed. "Probably some JPL teams stirring things up." Yang Hao shook his head in disagreement. "Unlikely. Look at the solo rankings. There are few JPL pros. Major teams are preparing for spring season now. They don't have time for ranked games. Even Mu Chen's team isn't online." Indeed, the top 10 players were mostly well-known domestic players. She held first place, having started ranking up after clearing the level 30 dungeon last night. After 10 placement matches, he placed directly at 4-star and climbed straight to 6-star rank 5 with consecutive wins. Following him was his duo partner Ghost Slash at 6-star rank 4, with Gui Dao in third. These top players' climbing speed was astounding. "How are they so fast?" Shersha complained. "We should have started last night." After dinner last night, Yang Hao had gathered the team to establish a pre-qualifier training plan, including daily schedules. Their training room wall displayed a tactical board with qualifier champions, prominently written their goal. To attract sponsors' attention, Yang Hao decided to aim for first place in solo mode. He opened the game store and purchased a name change card. "Changing names already?" Shersha was surprised. "Yes," Yang Hao nodded. "Since we're returning to professional play, let's start from the arena." With that, he decisively changed his ID from Qin Yin to AB Swiftwind. The name change notification immediately went to all friends. Ziyao promptly messaged, "Oh, change names? Using the ID Swiftwind, aren't you afraid of getting flamed? You might not survive in the arena." Yang Hao remained unfazed. "Getting to level 30 is enough. I'll focus on battlegrounds after that. In safe zones, I'd like to see them try to kill me." Purple Demon gazed at the screen with a faint smirk, her slender fingers lightly tapping the keyboard. "So, is this your way of announcing your return?" "Pretty much," Yang Hao replied tersely, his eyes fixed on the game interface. "When's your match? I might sneak in to watch," Purple Demon messaged again. I'm in Shanghai too, you know. This message caused Yang Hao's heart to skip a beat, and his fingers paused momentarily over the keyboard. To be honest, he had indeed been curious to meet this woman, who was widely regarded as the #1 beauty in Descend. December 19th. The venue hasn't been finalized yet, but it should be one of the competition sites in Huangpu District. Yang Hao typed back seriously, his eyes unconsciously glued to the screen. TSK, you're really looking forward to meeting me, aren't you? Purple Demon teased in her reply. Just as Yang Hao was about to respond, another message from her popped up. All right, enough teasing. Come over, hand me the items, and send me your bank account info on WeChat. He'll transfer the money. Yang Hao nodded, maneuvering his in-game character swiftly to her location. Without hesitation, he dropped all the level 30 red gear he had prepared. Aren't you afraid it'll just take the items and ghost you? Purple Demon sent a mischievous emoji. Yang Hao typed back, exasperated. What's there to be afraid of? Your guild, Liu Xian, is huge. If you don't pay up, it'll expose you. I just helped your team win a major battle, and now you're going to scam me on equipment? Your guild's reputation would be ruined. Wow, you're the one talking about being heartless, Purple Demon replied, clearly stung by his words. Yang Hao coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. They'll send you my bank account on WeChat. I need to head into the battlefield now. Take me with you. Purple Demon replied immediately. I want to do some battles too. I'm aiming for first place. Yang Hao politely declined. Queue up on your own for now. They'll take you along another time when I'm free. Her only response was, you're destined to be alone forever. Yang Hao didn't negotiate the price further. He trusted Purple Demon wouldn't cheat him. After sending his bank account details via WeChat, it wasn't long before his phone buzzed with a notification. Purple Demon had transferred a total of 2.2 million yuan for the artifact, slightly above its value, and 100,000 yuan for the bundle of level 30 red gear. It wasn't an extravagant amount, but it wasn't insignificant either. Overall, Yang Hao came out ahead. After accounting for Moses' 1/6 share, they ended up with around 1.8 million yuan. Since Yayan needed surgery, Yang Hao had allocated a significant portion of their funds earlier, leaving the team's finances tight. But with this 1.8 million replenishing their resources, it was enough to secure their spot in the secondary league. Yang Hao stared at his phone screen, his brows furrowed slightly. While the money was a decent sum, it wasn't enough to firmly establish themselves in the secondary league. Once they entered professional competitions, the team's expenses would increase dramatically. Fortunately, they didn't yet have the burden of players' salaries. Their primary costs were living expenses, which weren't too high. This money would sustain them for quite a while. Of course, securing sponsorships would be essential once they entered the professional league. Relying solely on the dream of winning championships to keep the team motivated wasn't realistic. Competing professionally wasn't just about glory, it was also about making a living. Yang Hao's fingers drummed lightly on the table as he contemplated the future. After the TGA tournament, he was certain many of his teammates would catch the attention of other teams looking to recruit them. If the team didn't generate income and the players weren't earning anything, they could easily be poached. Building and integrating a team took time, and even replacing a single player could disrupt the team's chemistry significantly. The addition of some sponsors is indeed essential for the team. Every member of the team holds shares, and after covering daily expenses, the remaining funds can be distributed proportionally. However, given Yang Hao's current reputation, securing sponsorships is no easy task. As for streaming platforms, it's unlikely any would be willing to sign them. Moreover, Yang Hao is well aware that the Yaoshi team would never stand idly by and watch him rise. After all, the path to a professional career is destined to be fraught with challenges. He turned his head to look at Shisha and the others beside him, a hint of doubt lingering in his mind. He wasn't sure how many of his current teammates would stay with him until the end. Some might leave because they couldn't keep up with the pace, while others might have their own reasons. Transfers and team changes are commonplace in the professional scene. At this moment, Shisha and the others had already started their ranked games. Yang Hao exhaled deeply. After changing his username, he quickly entered the matchmaking queue. Having just reached level 30, more and more players were hitting this milestone as the night passed. Those who lacked confidence in reaching level 30 on their own would often seek help from gold-carrying groups. Unsurprisingly, the battlefield mode was growing increasingly popular. The first 10 matches in this mode were placement games, and the system would assign players a star rating based on their overall performance in these matches. The highest rating was 4 stars, though most players fell around 3 stars. Consecutive wins could lead to rapid rank progression, with hidden ratings affecting the extent of the rank jumps. Take Moses, for instance. He climbed to the top rank with an undefeated streak. Yang Hao was quickly matched into a battlefield mode game and entered the BP Bampic phase. The first player immediately banned a professional level champion and, without hesitation, locked in Shadow Step. This surprised Yang Hao a bit, as Shadow Step was often banned in battlefield mode. Many players believed this hero had limited utility in this mode, and some even feared that a Shadow Step pick might ruin the game. The third player locked in a bottom lane tank, while the opposing team also banned Shadow Step. Yang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly clearly. These players had strong impressions of Shadow Step. Soon, both teams began selecting their heroes. The second player hovered over a healer but didn't lock it in immediately, instead typing in the chat. What role do you need, fifth player? I can fill. Yang Hao glanced at her ID, which was Yin Yin Yin. She seemed to be a female player. If she hadn't relied on a gold-carrying group to reach level 30, her skills were likely above average among female players. Yang Hao replied in chat, I need a solo lane. With that, he quickly locked in the gun soul role. Hey Gale, are you the former Yaoshi player Gale, or just a fan? Players in the third and fourth slots suddenly started discussing, typing out a flurry of messages. Yang Hao frowned slightly. He hadn't expected to be recognized so quickly after changing his username. Without saying much, he locked in his choice. Yang Hao was proficient with both Gun Soul and Berserker, though the latter was more widely recognized. During his time as a professional player, he had always played the solo lane role, so this wasn't an issue for him. The other players also locked in their heroes one by one, and the game was about to begin. Good luck, Yin 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 typed from the second slot. Once all selections were finalized, the game quickly transitioned into the loading screen. In the base, Shisha and Kulian were engaged in a duo-ranked match. Just a few minutes into the game, Shisha couldn't hold back and blurted out, what the hell? Is this Gun Soul an idiot? Got solo killed so quickly, the top lane buff is as good as gone. I can't hold it anymore. Shisha continued cursing. Kulian, growing impatient as well, snapped, stop worrying about top lane and focus on dominating the bot lane. This is just placement matches. A lot of people here either paid to get in or hired boosters, so the skill levels are all over the place. You've got to carry this yourself. Damn it, let him rely on himself. This idiot keeps feeding. Shisha's tone grew even more irritable. Yang Hao, listening to their heated exchange from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. It was true that the skill levels and placement matches varied significantly. Sometimes, a 9-star player could end up facing a 1-star opponent. However, the entry barrier for the commander's platform was fairly high, so most players here were at least 6 stars or above. That said, the gap between a 6-star and 9-star player was still immense. When a 9-star player entered a 6-star match, it usually turned into a one-sided slaughter. This match, their luck wasn't great. Their top laner was clearly outclassed. Although Shisha and Kulian had some advantage in the bot lane, it wasn't significant, and their opponents seemed skilled as well. The top laner getting killed early caused Shisha to lose his composure. Looks like he'll need to help this guy calm down a bit. He's way too agitated, Yang Hao thought to himself. Just then, Yang Hao entered a match. The first player on his team immediately messaged, let's try to hold mid lane steady. The enemy mid laner is a pro player. Yang Hao opened the match details and was momentarily surprised. The opposing team's mid lane combo belonged to Cutie, a mid-tier team in the JPL. Seems like they've got some free time on their hands, he chuckled. Normally, this time of day would be reserved for professional scrims, with ranked games scheduled for the evening. Nowadays, most pro players opted to play ranked matches on the commander's platform since it attracted the best players in the region. However, pros generally didn't care about their rank and solo queue. It was more about unwinding. This was also why Muchin avoided playing here. He preferred to dedicate his time to training, believing that grinding solo queue games to climb the ladder wasn't worth it. Just stay steady. We'll try to carry. The 9-star Gun Soul player, who had initially boasted, well win if you don't feed, noticeably softened his tone after seeing the enemy IDs. He added, top lane, stop feeding, and couldn't resist a final jab. Seriously, liking Gale? You must be blind. The solo lane was indeed the most problematic. Yang Hao ignored the taunts. They had no idea he was actually the real Gale, likely assuming he was just a fan. Silently, he headed toward the lane. In this battlefield mode, there was no need to purchase items, as all stats were meticulously balanced to ensure fair gameplay. At that moment, the opposing top laner also chose Gun Soul, the same hero as Yang Hao. First blood. The announcement rang out like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. In just 2 minutes, Yang Hao secured a solo kill in the top lane, leaving everyone in shock at his lightning-fast performance. To be fair, the skill level in this placement match was all over the place. The opposing top laner was clearly a player boosted by a paid team, with clumsy mechanics and an overconfidence that led him to initiate a duel. The result was predictable. Yang Hao completely dominated him, turning him into little more than a punching bag. Yang Hao's advantage snowballed rapidly. By the 4th minute, he had already taken the top lane's healing buff solo and managed to kill his opponent 3 more times during the landing phase. Seizing the momentum, he quickly shifted his focus to apply pressure in the mid lane. In stark contrast to Yang Hao's smooth performance was the disaster unfolding for Shisha's team. The two 9-star players shockingly lost their first match, leaving Shisha on the verge of a meltdown. After the game ended, he furiously typed in chat, engaging in a heated argument with his top laner. When Shisha's game wrapped up, Yang Hao had just secured his own victory. Observing Shisha's behavior, Yang Hao turned and said, Shisha, starting today, you need to work on your temper. As a professional player, trash-talking randoms in game will get you penalized by the officials. This is so frustrating, Shisha grumbled, clearly annoyed. Yang Hao responded firmly. Since I said I'd guide you all into the pro scene, lesson 1 starts now. From this moment on, no interacting with random players during matches. No matter how bad they play, no flaming allowed. Break this rule, and you owe everyone a meal at Haida Leo. I'm all for that, Yang said with a laugh. That harsh. Shisha looked distressed, but reluctantly nodded. As someone aspiring to make it in the professional scene, he was willing to accept anything that could help his career. At that moment, Nice leaned in eagerly. What about me? Any advice? Yang Hao thought for a moment before replying. Nice, you've spent quite a bit of time in the youth training camp, so you're already halfway to being a pro. What you're missing is experience in offline tournaments. Your biggest issue is individual skill. You need a lot of practice to improve your mechanics. The most straightforward way is to grind the ladder. Aim to consistently rank in the top 50 or even top 20 in solo duo queues, and play high-level matches to polish your micro skills. Finally, Yang Hao turned to Yang. As for you, your temperament is already steady, which is great. I suggest watching more professional matches. But don't watch passively. Focus specifically on the top-tier professional top laners. Study their game tempo, team fight initiation timing, and overall impact. Yang Hao patiently shared his insights with the group. Although he had only half a year more gaming experience than the others, and was still on his own journey of learning and improvement, his advice was met with widespread approval. Nice and Yang nodded earnestly in understanding. Let's keep climbing the ranks, Yang Hao said before leading the team back into battle. While they were fully immersed in their ranked matches, a post quietly surfaced on the Descending forum, with a particularly eye-catching title, Point General Platform. The disappearing Qing Yin turns out to be the infamous Ji Feng. This post immediately caused an uproar. Both Qing Yin and Ji Feng were prominent figures on the forum. Recently, Qing Yin had risen to fame on the Point General Platform, earning the title of the #1 Shadow Fragment player in the national server in just a few days. His first clearance video had garnered staggering views, especially his PK match against Jianyu, which had surpassed 1 billion views. His exceptional dungeon performance and seamless skill combos had left many in awe. Discussions about his combos, PK techniques, and dungeon strategies dominated the forum, with countless players speculating which professional team he might join in the future. On the other hand, mentioning the name Ji Feng would instantly trigger a wave of condemnation. Now, this post linking two vastly different personas under one identity sparked a flood of responses. Bro, don't talk nonsense. Isn't Qing Yin just a low-key passerby? How could he be Ji Feng? If the poster can't provide proof, your mom's grocery trip tomorrow will cost double. Don't stir up trouble. Over time, many players had grown to admire Qing Yin for his exceptional skills paired with his modest demeanor, always maintaining the aura of a mysterious expert. If he truly turned out to be Ji Feng, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to his fans. Some observant players began analyzing. It might actually be possible. Remember, before Ji Feng went pro, he used Shadow Fragment to claim first place in Crystal mode. Now that he's infamous, changing his ID would make sense. Amid the mounting pressure for evidence, the original poster finally updated with solid proof. Today, while checking the Dungeon First Clear leaderboard, I noticed that Qing Yin, who held the top spot, suddenly disappeared. In his place was an ID called ABG Feng. I immediately searched for Qing Yin in the game, only to find that the ID no longer existed. Clearly, this account changed its name after reaching level 30. You can all check the leaderboard for yourselves. Players rushed to verify the claim, and it wasn't long before they confirmed the poster's statement. It's true, ABG Feng. Is this the real Ji Feng, or just an imitator? The forum erupted into chaos, with this revelation leaving everyone full of questions. Sui Ying's mastery of the game was unparalleled, and the ID's uncanny resemblance was no coincidence. The fact that he switched to this name made it almost certain it had to be him. After all, who would willingly use such an infamous ID without reason? That AB team must be his new employer. This guy has no shame, does he? Still playing professionally, even joining a new team. Outraged voices erupted across the forums. A pro player betting on matches, forcing flashy plays for clout. It's absolutely disgraceful. Once everyone confirmed that the ID did indeed belong to Ji Feng, the forum exploded. In just 20 minutes, the comment count surpassed 100,000. Filled entirely with relentless insults. Even those who had once supported him were now hurling the harshest criticisms. Meanwhile, the World Channel in Dianjiangtai was in an uproar. No way, that Qing Yin is actually Ji Feng. What is AB team anyway? Could it be the second team of Luo Yuxuan? They've always been close to him. At that moment, a world broadcast from Shenlong cut through the chaos. We had no idea Qing Yin was Ji Feng, and he is absolutely not part of Luo Yuxuan. The desperate clarification cost 100 yuan in real money, as these expensive world announcements were often used by wealthy players for public feuds in the game. Form a raid to hunt down Ji Feng. This scum dares to show his face? I'll kill him back to the beginner's village. Yang Hao never expected the revelation of his identity to cause such an uproar. At that moment, he was in the middle of a ranked match, witnessing everything unfold firsthand. His four teammates were all idling in the fountain to remain silent, while the other two unleashed a barrage of insults. You've got the nerve to come back? You cost us the championship, and now you're forming a new team? Have you no shame? Qingyan and MSL. Yang Hao had anticipated backlash after changing his name, but he hadn't expected even ranked matches to become impossible. His four teammates treated him as if he were their mortal enemy, refusing to play. Meanwhile, the opposing team took every opportunity to taunt him in all chat. Throughout these matches, Sui was consistently banned. Yang Hao had no choice but to fill in other roles. Thanks to his versatility as a professional player, he adapted to any position, though his proficiency varied. Even when left alone, he continued to fight with unwavering determination. Still pretending? Say something, you dog. The insults continued without pause. Watching this unfold, Shisha and the others were stunned. Are you okay? Kulian asked, concerned. Yang Hao forced a smile. I'm fine. I expected this. Handling pressure is part of being a professional player. But you all need to be careful, bearing our team's tag might make you targets too. Then we'll just kill anyone in our way. Shisha replied coldly. Yang Hao didn't respond, keeping his focus on the screen as he silently persevered through the grueling ranked match. Meanwhile, members of the Yaoshi team except for Mukin and Vivian were left utterly speechless. The revelation that Qingyan was actually Jifeng hit them like a thunderbolt. What made it even harder to accept was the fact that this man, along with a few random players, had twice stolen the honor of the boss's first kill from their hands. Gui Dao stared at the world channel, watching the barrage of insults flood in, his expression shifting dramatically. That guy, Qingyan, is actually Jifeng? Am I losing my mind? Mu Chun and Vivian had already known about this revelation. Vivian smirked slightly. He's always been that strong. But now he's playing Suing Watts with that AB prefix. He formed his own team, Gui Dao frowned. But wasn't he banned for life from joining any JPL teams? Mu Chun calmly explained. It's simple. While he can't join other teams, no one said he couldn't form his own team and qualify for JPL. And who could he possibly find as decent teammates? Gui Dao scoffed. Remember those guys from Hai Di Lao? Looks like he really managed to put together a team. Mu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Honestly, I hope he makes it. I'd like to face him on the professional stage. Don't even think about it. Bringing Sui into pro matches? You must be joking, Gui Dao sneered. Vivian interrupted with a cold laugh. He's already used Sui to snag the first kills on the level 20 and 30 bosses right under our noses. Gui Dao, just because you're mediocre doesn't mean everyone else is. Vivian, I've had enough of you. Don't think being a woman means you can do whatever you want. Gui Dao snapped, glaring at her. Vivian's face broke into a dangerous smile. Then let's settle this once and for all. Let's see if the team keeps you or me. Or better yet, tell me which team would even take you if you left. Gui Dao's expression darkened, flickering between rage and unease. As the only active female pro player, Vivian's popularity rivaled even Mu Chen's, far surpassing Xiao's. If things escalated to mutual destruction, the team would inevitably have to choose between them, and Vivian clearly carried more weight. Care to see what happens if I expose all those shady fan stories of yours? Vivian snorted coldly. Gui Dao fell silent, his face filled with frustration but unable to retort. Enough. Both of you, drop it and focus on your own games, Mu Chen interjected with a frown. Meanwhile, over at the Wild Club, Zhan Yu and Qing Feng were equally stunned. That explains a lot, Zhan Yu said, finally understanding. He's the top Sui player in the server. His skill is no joke. Qing Feng seemed thoughtful. Do you think picking Sui is a gamble? Sui may be a weaker choice, but it does have the potential to create miracles. If Yaoshi really has a Sui-based strategy, they might just pull something off. SKG is far stronger than Yaoshi. Zhan Yu shook his head. In a direct matchup, they'd likely be crushed across all three lanes. It'd look even worse. Qing Feng sighed. These fans. Yaoshi pushed him to the forefront, banned him, and now he has to deal with the scorn of every viewer. Thinking about it, the guy's situation is honestly pretty pitiful. Professional players, huh? Qing Feng shook his head slightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. No wonder there are more and more freeloaders, only aiming to avoid mistakes rather than striving for excellence. After all, the blow of losing a match is something not everyone can handle. Zhan Yu continued. What's interesting is that several skilled players on the first kill leaderboard have started using his prefix. Just casual player level. Qing Feng said with a hint of regret in his tone. He might pass the qualifiers, but making it to the secondary league would be tough. If he actually manages to get into the JPL, then I'd truly have to reevaluate him. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Shanghai, a brightly lit room housed Jun Wang, who was intently focused on her computer screen. Her delicate features were illuminated by the blue glow of the screen, and the world chat window was maximized. The online numbers at the dual platform were exploding, with a torrent of furious curses flooding in. Jifeng. Jun Wang narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. No wonder he didn't accept my invitation. The Yaoshi team must have imposed an internal suspension on him. Maybe I could find a way to bring him over. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a languid voice answered, "Hello. Mashi." Junwang got straight to the point. "You know about Jifeng and Qingyin's situation, right?" "Yeah," Mashi replied. "It's all over the place. Hard to miss. What do you think? Would it be worth it if I paid Yaoshi to lift his suspension and brought him to our team?" Mashi paused for a moment before responding, "Forget it. He's the strongest warrior player I've ever seen, but our team is just starting out. The controversy around him is too big, and sponsors would likely pull out. A team's growth depends on a fan base, and under these circumstances, it's not the right move." Junwang sighed, ending the call before murmuring to herself, "Trying to give you a hand, but it's really not easy. With this level of public scrutiny, can you truly withstand it?" At the same time, a tense high-level meeting was taking place in Luo Yuxuan's YY channel. Everyone was speaking their opinions, relieved that Jifeng hadn't joined their guild back then. "With his reputation in shambles, we need to keep our guild members low profile and wait for the storm to pass." Shenlong snorted coldly. "I always knew that guy wasn't any good. He totally deserves all the backlash he's getting now." Xiao remained silent in the channel, quietly listening to the discussion. But an indescribable pain welled up in her heart. Unable to take it anymore, she left the YY channel. Staring at her friend list, she saw Yang Hao in the middle of a ranked match. After hesitating for a moment, she softly typed out a message. "Are you okay?" Amidst a barrage of insults, Yang Hao's game finally came to an end. Sitting beside him, Kuyang and Shisha exchanged a glance, their brows tightly furrowed. Kuyang turned to Yang Hao, his tone carrying a trace of concern. "Are you okay?" Yang Hao smiled faintly and waved it off. "I'm fine, don't worry about it." But deep down, he was far from calm. He knew that with the AB label hanging over him, his teammates' performance could be affected, especially in ranked matches. Facing dissatisfied players often led to intentional feeding or griefing, and the insults they weighed on him. Yang Hao worried his teammates might not be able to handle the pressure. Shisha, on the other hand, clenched his teeth in indignation. "I can't stand injustice. That Yaoshi team is a complete joke. Why should you bear all this alone?" Yang Hao's smile deepened slightly, but his tone carried a hint of complexity. "The team's strategy is to sacrifice me to maximize the overall benefits for the organization. Yaoshi has never been a results-driven team. Their focus has always been on cultivating fans. The management has its fair share of issues, though the players are relatively self-disciplined except for Ghostblade and Persistent. The others are fairly reliable." He paused, let out a sigh, and continued. "Ghostblade's got a thing for messing around with fans, and Persistent's personal life is pretty chaotic. But Mukun and Vivian are both hardworking. During the latter half of the summer season, I had some conflicts with Ghostblade and Persistent. They weren't focused on training at the time, too caught up in their personal affairs. I told them to concentrate on practice and not get distracted by these things. Our relationship was strained for a while, but thankfully, Mukun and Vivian backed me up, and the team gradually improved." Yang Hao stared at the screen in front of him, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. He spoke softly. "And then we won the summer championship and became a seed team for the world tournament. That year's world championship, I'll never forget it. The semifinals, that match." He murmured, almost to himself. "I gave everything I had in the solo lane, nearly breaking through entirely. But what everyone remembers are Mukin's flawless plays in the last two team fights. My efforts in the lane phase were overlooked. No one remembers the pressure I put on the enemy backline during those fights. No one remembers how I disrupted the battlefield." His tone grew heavier, as if lost in his own memories. "But my teammates knew. The officials knew. In the semifinals, I was the MVP." He paused, closing his eyes as though reliving that match. "SKG was just too strong. Strong enough that even the top Western teams couldn't last more than a few rounds against them. I knew we couldn't win." His voice choked slightly. "I tried playing Assassin 3 games in a row, hoping to change the outcome, but it wasn't enough." He leaned back into his chair, his eyes tinged with redness. He murmured, "Maybe if I had chosen Berserker, I could have lasted a bit longer. But their top laner was Jackson, the world's #1 Berserker. I knew I couldn't gain an advantage against him. Every one of their players was ridiculously strong. I picked Shadowblade, hoping to eliminate their 2 carries in team fights and create space for Mukun to deal damage." What started as a conversation about Ghostblade had veered into a recounting of the World Championship, and Yang Hao couldn't help but immerse himself in the memories. "Maybe, back then, Yang Xiao was secretly pleased when he saw me ignore the coach's advice and insist on picking Shadowblade. He knew we couldn't win. The fans we gained from reaching the semifinals would leave in droves after a crushing defeat in the finals. Worse yet, the team would face relentless criticism." He fell silent for a moment before speaking again, his voice low and steady. "But even now, I believe that choice was worth it. And me? I became the perfect scapegoat." Yang Hao's voice echoed bitterly in the living room. "So, they used the excuse of me disobeying the coach and disregarding my teammates to impose a lifetime ban, barring me from ever stepping into the professional arena again. They spread rumors that I was betting on matches and that Yaosher had a real shot at winning the championship. All the pressure was dumped on me. His fingers tapped the edge of the table unconsciously as his hollow gaze drifted into the distance. I lost everything I earned in the past 6 months, my salary from the club, my streaming contracts, the compensation for breaking sponsorship deals. Penniless, I left the team and could only survive by competing in small internet cafe tournaments for prize money. Yang Hao took a deep breath, his face tinged with sorrow. Now, it's been about a month, I think. Even as my ID becomes infamous, all I hear is endless ridicule and insults. On the sofa beside the living room, Feng Qianqian sat quietly. She had clearly heard Yang Hao's words, spoken as if he were talking to himself. Her eyes welled up with tears without her noticing. As a sensitive woman, she deeply understood the weight Yang Hao had been carrying. Ever since Yang Hao moved in with them, he was always out early, back late, keeping to himself, burdened with loneliness and pressure that someone his age shouldn't have to bear. Feng Qianqian stood up and gently walked over to Yang Hao. She reached out her hand, softly ruffling his hair, then lightly rested his head against her waist. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Let go of what happened with Yaosher. Ignore the hateful voices. You'll prove yourself. I believe in you. When I said I'd support you in making a comeback, I meant it." Nearby, Shisha gritted his teeth and chimed in, "Exactly, brother. What's there to fear? Let's crush them. We'll make it into the JPL and beat the crap out of Yaosher." A wave of warmth surged in Yang Hao's heart. He slowly lifted his head from Feng Qianqian's waist and casually wiped his slightly reddened eyes. "Don't worry. I'm a professional player. My ability to handle pressure is top-notch. I'm fine. I just got a little emotional just now. When I decided to fight my way back, I already made up my mind. No matter how hard this road gets, I'll keep going." Despite his reassuring words, Yang Hao still turned off the game and logged out. His ability to handle pressure was indeed strong, but he was only 18. Seeing the endless stream of online insults directed at him, he didn't say anything, but deep down, he felt both sorrow and anger. Yes, he was furious at this blind mob for jumping to conclusions, furious at their inability to discern the truth, and furious at their ignorance of the game itself. "I'm going out for a smoke." Yang Hao forced a faint smile as he walked toward the balcony. The no-smoking rule in the training room was one of Yang Hao's strict policies. Firmly believed that the training environment had to be optimal. In a luxurious villa in Shanghai, Xiao frowned slightly after sending a message. Yang Hao hadn't replied, which was unusual. Normally, whenever she was online, Yang Hao would respond to her messages instantly. After a moment, she noticed he had logged off entirely, which deepened her unease. She suspected that Yang Hao's mental state might be crumbling, and a hint of worry crept into her heart. Letting out a sigh, Xiao's gaze fell on a framed photo on the table. In the picture, she stood in a white dress, looking like a fairy, striking a playful peace sign. Beside her was a young man in a Yaosher team jersey, half a head taller than her, wearing a mask with slightly messy hair but clear, determined eyes. It was Yang Hao during his time as a professional player with Yaosher. "Jifeng, don't let this break you," Xiao murmured through gritted teeth. "I believe in you. You'll rise again and lift the JPL championship trophy once more, I have no doubt about it." Yang Hao stood on the balcony, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The orange glow flickered in the darkness of the night, his third cigarette of the evening. It wasn't until the burning sensation reached his lips that he stubbed it out, only to light another one moments later. The overwhelming flood of insults online left him restless. Had never paid much attention to forums before, but this time, after changing his name and having his identity exposed, the tidal wave of public backlash was nearly unbearable. The name change had been a test. He had planned to return to the battlefield using his old ID, standing face-to-face with the Yaosher team and letting his skills do the talking. He thought time would heal old wounds, that the outrage during their last offline encounter had been a fluke. But reality hit him hard. People's hatred for him hadn't diminished in the slightest. Amid the swirling smoke, he clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself, one day, they'll make every single one of them bow down and regret their words. The living room, next to the balcony, served as the team's training ground. At the moment, Shisha and Kulian were sitting there. They had wanted to comfort Yang Hao, but were stopped by Feng Qianqian. "Let him be for a while," she said softly. "He survived the days of suspension and being public enemy #1. I'll get through this too." The door suddenly opened, and Xiao Luo walked in holding Yaya's hand. Noticing the heavy atmosphere in the room, he frowned and asked, "What's going on?" After Kulian briefly explained, Xiao Luo couldn't help but curse. "What's wrong with those idiots? Don't they have better things to do?" Feng Qianqian sighed. "He's carrying a burden no one his age should have to bear." If he had chosen to play as a warrior in that final match instead of obsessing over victory, with his performance in the semifinals of the World Championship, had already be a legend by now. To be honest, without him, we wouldn't have gotten those 2 first kills or earned nearly $1 million, Kulian added. While they weren't short on money, earning that much at their age was still remarkable. Just then, Yang Hao's phone suddenly rang. He extinguished his last cigarette and glanced at the screen. A WeChat call from Xiao. Hello, he answered. Are you okay? Xiao asked, her concern evident. Me? You mean the insults after the name change? Yang Hao feigned nonchalance. It's nothing. I've gotten used to it. Promise me fight your way back, okay? Xiao ignored Yang Hao's words and instead looked directly at him, asking, You want to fight your way back to JPL? Lift the championship trophy again, make it to the world stage, and reclaim all the glory that rightfully belongs to you, don't you? Yes. Yang Hao replied calmly, but his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. In the name of Sui-Ying, they'll fight my way back and make Sui-Ying shine on the world stage. How about we meet up sometime? Ziyao suddenly suggested. Yang Hao shook his head lightly. Forget it. The team is about to start closed training. Fair enough. When you compete, I'll come to the venue to support you. Ziyao said before Yang Hao quietly hung up the phone. Letting out a long breath, Yang Hao turned around to see the AB team members standing behind him with worried expressions. What are you all doing? Yang Hao asked with a smile. Inwardly cursing, Sha thought. Damn it. He still has the nerve to ask us that, but he kept a smile on his face. How about we play some solo mode on the EU server? Yeah, using the Dianjiang Tai ID for solo matches isn't ideal, Ku Liang chimed in. Why not save it for team modes and daily training? For solo play, just use a secondary account. Yang Hao nodded in agreement, and then turned to Xiao Luo. Has the date for Yaya's surgery been set? Yeah, January 20th, Xiao Luo replied. Yang Hao quickly did the mat hit would be during the qualifiers. All right, we'll go with you when the time comes. Let's start playing now, Xiao Luo said. I want to climb the ranks early and test our skills against that mysterious team. Yang Hao smiled as he sat down and took out his phone to check his messages. Both Vivian and Jun Wang had sent words of concern, which warmed his heart. After replying briefly, he prepared to start training. Jun Wang asked in his message, Now that you've formed a new team, you're probably short on sponsorships, right? It's enough for now. I made quite a bit selling artifacts earlier, Yang Hao replied. That's a shame. I was going to ask if you could help me get the Dian Jiang Tai top rank. I need some buzz for my guild development, Jun Wang said. Sorry, the team's just been formed and needs time to adjust. You can ask Imoshi for help. It shouldn't be difficult for him. Jun Wang reassured him. Don't let those negative comments get to you. It's just a few hundred people spamming the chat. Thanks. Yang Hao was surprised by the concern from someone had only had business dealings with. Let's get started. Sha grinned as he logged into the game, and the others quickly followed suit. The five of them gathered in the same room, ready to embark on their journey in the 5-player mode. In the 5-player ranked arena, a mysterious team named FPP has emerged as a dominant force, towering above the competition like a mountain piercing the clouds. Within just a few days, Team FPP has ascended to the 7-star tier, showcasing a level of skill that leaves everyone in awe. Trailing behind them is last season's national runner-up, Team Xingyao, which has reached 6-star level 6. However, they still have a way to go before breaking into the 7-star tier. In this competitive landscape, the main contenders are teams from the TGA Professional League, who use the 5-player mode as a key part of their daily training. Meanwhile, teams from the lower-tier leagues rarely participate in this mode, preferring instead to scrimmage against JPL teams. For AB Team, where Yang Hao plays, the 5-player mode serves as the ideal training ground for honing their tactical coordination. Over the past few days, they have been fully immersed in ranked matches, but their climb up the ranks has been anything but smooth. Especially after crossing the 6-star threshold, they frequently encounter formidable solo players and powerful TGA teams. As a relatively new team, AB still struggles with team synergy. Although they defeated Team FPG in the last offline tournament, that victory was largely due to FPG's underwhelming performance. As a former top 8 team, FPG now faces uncertainty about even qualifying in this year's National Open qualifiers. With the sudden rise of Team FPP, many professional players have formed teams of their own, eager to challenge this enigmatic powerhouse. In just 5 days, Team FPP has reached 9-star 243 points, maintaining an astonishing 80 win rate. They seem to be experimenting with various lineup combinations, much like AB Team's efforts to find the best setup for their player swaying. While AB Team has also reached the 8-star tier and climbed into the top 50 rankings, they are not in a rush to chase higher tiers in this fiercely competitive scene, which features only around 39-star teams. Yang Hao places greater emphasis on building team chemistry and correcting bad habits his teammates have developed in solo matches. The greatest concern lies with the player Shisha. Known for his aggressive, high-risk playstyle, Shisha often becomes the weak link when facing opponents composed of numerous 9-star experts, exposing clear vulnerabilities in his approach. Yang Hao had been pushing him to change, testing his patience. Of course, it wasn't about completely altering him after all. A professional player needed to maintain a certain level of aggression. However, Shisha was struggling to strike the right balance at this point, making it a frustrating experience. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time left for him. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa complex in Shanghai, one particular villa had 3 large, glowing red letters hanging at the entrance. FPP. This was the headquarters of the mysterious FPP team. At that moment, the 5 team members were gathered together. Despite their East Asian appearance, they communicated in English. Indeed, this FPP team was composed of Chinese American players. Meeting everyone. A moment later, someone walked in, clapping their hands to get everyone's attention. The 5 players immediately stood up and made their way to the conference room. Soon, the room was filled with people, not just the players, but also over a dozen members of the management team, coaching staff, and analysts. In stark contrast to AB team, which currently lacked a coach, analysts, or even a team manager, FPP's support structure was highly organized, more professional than even many JPL teams. What stood out even more was that most of the support staff were foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, and there were even a few black staff members. All of their conversations were conducted in English. In 2 weeks, we'll be heading to Zhejiang. A foreign man in a suit, seated at the head of the table, announced in English. This meeting was a pep talk with a clear goal: to win the qualifying tournament, advance to the secondary league, purchase a JPL slot, and then sell off their secondary league spot. You 5 are all ranked in the top 50 on the NA server. Now that you've been here for a few days and played some ranked matches, how do you feel about the competition level? He asked bluntly. A lean young man chuckled dismissively. Not much to feel, honestly. The skill level is pretty low. Even when we're just messing around, there's barely any team that can beat us. Lin hasn't even had to step in, he added, referring to the fact that most of the 5-player matches were against random teams or youth training squads, with few professional players participating. Lin, what's your take? The man at the head of the table turned his gaze toward a handsome young man with dyed blonde hair. This was Lin Zifeng, a universally recognized prodigy who had held the top spot on the NA server for 3 consecutive months. Even top-tier teams like SKG had repeatedly tried to recruit him, but he had always declined. Surprisingly, he was now part of this team. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Zifeng replied, "From what I've seen in solo mode, there are indeed some players with solid skills at the top level. But lately, I've just been playing casually without climbing ranks seriously. Even so, I'm still in the top 10. Based on my performance and that of Chun Lin and the others, the qualifying tournament shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Still, we can't afford to get complacent," the manager cautioned. "We need to make a big splash in the qualifiers. The mysterious buzz around the leaderboard is already building, and once we win, we'll have a solid fan base to build on." He then turned to Lin Zifeng with a meaningful look. "Lin, don't forget why you came here. Let's secure that first place spot." "Got it. Ill. Take the top spot today." Lin Zifeng nodded and then asked, "By the way, how's AB team doing?" The man at the head of the table flipped through some documents and shook his head. "Not great. They've just reached 8 stars and are ranked 50th. They're not a threat to us, no need to worry about them." Lin Zifeng frowned slightly, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, "Understood." As time passed, the mysterious FPP team became a hot topic of discussion among more and more players. The gaming community was especially shocked when they simultaneously claimed the top spot in both solo and 5-player modes. For 3 consecutive months, this team dominated the leaderboard on the second-largest server in the North American region. For Lin Zifeng, climbing the ranks had become almost effortless. The competition for the top spot on the leaderboard had always been the center of attention. Initially, Yang Hao also intended to join this race. During breaks in training, he planned to challenge for the top position. However, the moment his name appeared on the leaderboard on the first day, he faced an onslaught of toxic attacks. Some players even intentionally went AFK, making it nearly impossible for him to improve his ranking. Confronted with such a hostile environment, Yang Hao eventually gave up on solo ranks and shifted his focus entirely to 5-player matches. In 5-player mode, the team's daily training sessions were exceptionally long. After each session, they would conduct thorough reviews, identify issues, and continually improve. They reflected on nearly every match to enhance their performance. Despite the lengthy training hours, their actual number of matches wasn't particularly high. For Yang Hao and his team, these matches felt more like intense scrimmages than casual games. The in-game replay feature proved invaluable, allowing them to analyze their gameplay and pinpoint areas for improvement. Time flew by, and 2 more days passed. The AB team showed noticeable progress, particularly in their synergy and teamwork. At the beginning, Yang Hao's commands were extremely detailed, down to the coordination of every skill and repeated reminders before team fights. But now things had changed. When he called out engage, Yang would instinctively seize opportunities to initiate fights, and the team's positioning would adjust accordingly. Even so, achieving perfect synergy was still a long way off. 7 days later, the level 40 dungeon boss respawned. Yang Hao and his team spent most of their time in battle mode, so while the level 30 dungeon content was intriguing, their tight training schedule left them no choice but to put dungeon runs on hold. The first clear of the level 40 dungeon was not achieved by them, but by the Yan Yu Lu team. Meanwhile, the Yaoshi team temporarily withdrew from the race for the dungeon first clears, opting instead to enter a grinding phase. Around this time, Xiaolong officially joined the team and was announced as the new warrior. Xiaolong undoubtedly had talent. Even as he was still adapting to the team, he had already climbed into the top 200 on the leaderboard as a warrior, showcasing his immense potential. Finally, Yang Hao decided to give his team a break. After an extended period of high-intensity training, everyone was mentally exhausted and some rest was necessary. The team members finally had a chance to experience the dungeon content in the game. They decided to spend money purchasing alternate accounts and transferred all their main account gear to these new characters. After all, the name Yang Hao and the initials AB had become like a lightning rod for toxicity. Any encounter would result in relentless verbal attacks. Currently, there was a booming market for account boosting services, where leveled accounts were sold at high prices. A level 39 account could fetch anywhere between 200 to 300 yuan. For those who made a living through gaming, including gold farmers and gaming studios, leveling and selling accounts had become a lucrative shortcut to making money. Recently, a group of players coincidentally bought level 39 alternate accounts, and Yang Hao was no exception. After completing the level up dungeons, these accounts all reached level 40. Yang Hao gave his shadow assassin alt a rather amusing name, Iron Dummy. At the moment, Yang Hao was battling alongside Zi Yao in the level 40 Luoying City dungeon. Suddenly, his phone pinged with a notification. It was a message from Jun Wang. "Do you have time? I'd like to talk to you." Yang Hao quickly replied, "Sure, go ahead." Jun Wang got straight to the point. "My account hit a bottleneck after reaching the top 20 on the dual platform. Recently, that FPP000 has been dominating, even surpassing Moses. I want to take the #1 spot. If you're interested, the deal's the same as before, 100,000 for the boosting fee. There's only about a 150-point gap between the 20th and first place." "How did Moses get overtaken?" Yang Hao asked, surprised. "Recently, Moses has been busy forming a team and recruiting members, so he hasn't had much time for the game," Jun Wang explained, his tone implying confidence that Moses could reclaim the top spot. Yang Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "So, the goal is just to reach first place, right?" "Yes, just first place. Of course, if you can widen the point gap, that'd be even better." Soon after, Jun Wang sent over the account details. Logging in, Yang Hao immediately checked the rankings for both solo and duo modes. The account was currently ranked 20th with 560 points, while the top player, FPP000, had 712 points, a 152-point difference. What caught Yang Hao's attention was FPP000's bold signature. So many players on the dual platform, yet not a single worthy opponent. What a pity. Such an arrogant statement made Yang Hao smirk. Reviewing FPP000's recent match history, Yang Hao saw a mix of wins and losses, with wins slightly outweighing the losses. The player was proficient in all 12 classes. Looking further back, however, revealed an impressive streak of consecutive victories. FPP team, what does that stand for? Yang Hao murmured to himself. Suddenly, Feng Qianqian's voice came from behind him. "Are you talking about FPP000? Yeah. That FPP000 is actually Lin Zifengyi's ID, is Ninja, the ninja player," Feng Qianqian explained. "He dominated the NA servers for 3 straight months and was always streaming. He's pretty famous globally. I'm not sure why he suddenly started playing on the dual platform." Connecting this to FPP000's signature about the lack of worthy opponents, Yang Hao narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Was this a subtle jab at the skill level of domestic players? For a true professional player, their hero pool is never a limitation. Yang Hao understood this well. Take Zhang Yu, the top-ranked Gun Soul player in the national server, for example. Not only was his mastery of Gun Soul unparalleled, but his skills in other roles like tank and healer were equally impressive. On the professional stage, tactical adjustments are commonplace. The double tank lineup, with its formidable crowd control capabilities, often makes an appearance. When healers and certain roles face a double ban, players must adapt quickly and switch to other positions. This is why every professional player is proficient in all 12 roles, though the level of mastery may vary. Mu Chun was a unique presence, someone even Yang Hao admired. While both excelled in mechanical skills, Mu Chun's cold-blooded composure, almost akin to that of a hitman, left a lasting impression. In team fights, he always found the perfect position to maximize his output, rarely falling due to positional mistakes. His arrogance was so over the top that even Yang Hao found it unbearable. But to be fair, if professional players had more time to play solo matches, Mu Chun wouldn't be so smug. Take Ghostblade, for instance. While also competing for the top spot on the dual platform, he could only play during breaks between training sessions. Yang Hao explained the situation to Zi Yao on YY, only to be directly confronted by her. "You're helping Jun Wang again? Didn't I tell you to stay away from that woman?" "You know her?" Yang Hao asked, surprised. "Of course I know her. She's my enemy," Zi Yao replied, then suddenly changed her tone and teased. "You seem pretty interested in her." "Honestly, I can't stand her, but she's a rich and beautiful woman. Want me to set you up? Will she sponsor me?" Yang Hao joked. "Get lost." Zi Yao snapped. "Men are all pigs. I'm leaving the YY channel here. You can play by yourself." Nearby, Sha glared at Yang Hao. Flirting with my goddess again? How many goddesses do you even have? Yang Hao said helplessly. This guy seemed to call every pretty girl his goddess. Behind them, Feng Qianqian frowned and thought. Ziyao? He's chatting with Ziyao? She recalled seeing him with Ziyao before when she and Xiaoyu ran into him. Could they be a couple? For some reason, this idea left her feeling uneasy. She sat quietly on the sofa, playing with her phone. Even during the holidays, everyone was still engrossed in the game. With no one intentionally throwing matches, Yang Hao dominated solo games with ease. The hidden rank of the Junwang account was average, so each win only increased his points by around 15. After 6 consecutive victories, his score reached 646, narrowing the gap with FPP000, who hadn't participated in ranked matches recently, to just 62 points. Each game lasted about 30 minutes, and in the 3 hours since he started, Yang Hao had successfully climbed into the top 10. The gap between the top 20 players wasn't very significant. After securing 6 consecutive wins, Yang Hao's score skyrocketed, successfully pushing him into the top 10. But that wasn't enough for him. By 6 p.m., his goal was to reach the top 5. He queued up for another ranked match, waiting for his chance to challenge. Meanwhile, Shisha was running dungeons while keeping an eye on Yang Hao's ranking progress. Watching Yang Hao climb the leaderboard at an astonishing pace, Shisha's emotions were complicated, equal parts frustration and helplessness. His pride had taken a serious hit, as if someone had stomped all over him. Kulian, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at Shisha's defeated expression, but a sharp glare from Shisha silenced him immediately. What are you laughing at? Who knows, maybe his tanking skills are even better than yours. Kulian's remark left Shisha momentarily stunned. Thinking it over, it actually seemed possible. As for Xiaolong, he never considered himself inferior to anyone. Although his main role was a warrior, he had once been the #1 berserker in the national server. He was also highly skilled in Zhang Yu's archery techniques. Despite his confidence, he never underestimated any opponent. Having consistently ranked in the top 10 of Crystal Tier's leaderboard, Xiaolong's technical prowess was undeniable. 2 more hours passed, and Yang Hao finally broke into the top 5, now only 22 points behind the current first-place player, FPP000. However, Yang Hao knew that FPP000 hadn't logged in for a while, which meant the other top players were all scrambling to close the gap. Close behind Yang Hao were Zhang Yu, Gui Dao, Moses, and another player with an ID containing a string of English characters, all of whom had now entered the top 5. The point differences among the 5 players were all within 30. Today happened to be a rare day off for the professional players, giving them plenty of time to focus on climbing the ranks. Just as Yang Hao broke into the top 5, FPP000 logged in. Glancing at the leaderboard, Lin Zifeng of Team FPP smirked slightly, the corner of his mouth curling up. Now this is getting interesting, he muttered. He relished the thrill of being pursued, only to pull ahead decisively. It was a rush like no other. Meanwhile, in a small meeting room within the Junwang Guild, the guild leader and several managers were discussing plans. At this stage, Junwang Guild was considered a mid-sized guild, still steadily growing. Suddenly, Moses, who had been staring at the leaderboard, nodded thoughtfully. Back when he played professionally, climbing ranks in public matches was as easy as drinking water for him. While we all play ranked, we've never really focused on the points. If we seriously put effort into it, it wouldn't take long to climb. The guild leader, Junwang, hesitated for a moment before turning to Moses. But he gained over 130 points in just one afternoon. That pace is insane, isn't it? Moses's expression shifted slightly. He immediately pulled up the rankings and carefully reviewed Yang Hao's match history, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. At this point, Yang Hao's climb to the top was looking increasingly remarkable. This guy, if he joins our team, it would be absolutely perfect. Moses's voice came through clearly on YY voice, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He has enough professional experience and has already proven himself on the competitive stage. He completely fits the rhythm of tournaments. But the pressure from public opinion. He doesn't dare to take the leap. What Yang Hao carries on his back is something no club can bear. On the other end of the screen, Junwang frowned and tapped his fingers on the desk thoughtfully. After a moment, he spoke. How about we take a gamble? Head to Europe? Yeah, you and Chunshi can discuss it. Just talk to him about the budget as well. Junwang nodded firmly. The goal for this season remains the same: earn as many points as possible. Winning the championship isn't our priority this year, but we aim to qualify for Worlds. Moses quickly responded. All right. Once the team is formed, we'll take them to Europe for training with some of the top teams there. We'll have a closed training camp for a month and then return. Okay, I won't interfere with the training. Let the professionals handle what they're best at. Junwang's voice echoed clearly in YY. Meanwhile, in the FPP club's training room, Lin Zifeng's slender fingers tapped a few times on the keyboard as he logged into the game and quickly opened the leaderboard. His gaze swept across the screen for a moment, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Junwang is a fresh face. Check out his signature, it's even more interesting. A teammate leaned over, pointing at the screen. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Zifeng exited the match history screen and noticed that Jun Wang's signature had been updated. The bold text stood out. I don't know if there's anyone at the summit, but I know this I will claim first place tonight. Is this aimed at me? Lin Zifeng blew lightly at his bangs, a confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. All right then, now this is getting interesting. The provocative signature was clearly designed to draw more top players, especially professionals, into the competition in solo and duo modes. To Lin Zifeng, only a victory against such skilled opponents would truly have meaning. Tonight, huh? Lin Zifeng mused with a playful grin, his fingers lightly tapping the mouse. Let's show him what true despair feels like. Tonight, he'll play seriously for once. At the same time, in the AB team's base, Yang Hao stared at the signature on the screen and let out a bitter laugh. That taunting signature wasn't his doing, it was a deliberate move by Jun Wang. The goal of making this account reach the top of the national leaderboard was to attract more top players. If Jun Wang's ID managed to surpass his own, it would, in a way, be seen as a heroic achievement. As the rivalry for the leaderboard intensified, the mysterious FPP team was gradually gaining recognition among more players. Yang Hao wasn't worried, though. After all, this ID was just a smurf account he was helping to rank up, and no one would ever uncover the secret. Time ticked by. During a short break between matches, Yang Hao wolfed down a quick dinner, spending the rest of his time fully immersed in the relentless grind for points. By 9 p.m., he had narrowed the gap with the first-place player to just 19 points, climbing to second place with a total of 721 points. In high-ranked solo queue matches like these, his win rate was nothing short of intimidating. The reason he was able to close the gap so quickly was due to an impressive streak of 5 consecutive wins, while his rival, despite playing 5 matches as well, had lost one. As the ranks climbed higher, the queue times between matches grew longer. Over the course of 3 hours, he managed to complete only 5 games, with each queue taking nearly 10 minutes. Just 19 points to go? If you get matched with him and win, you'll overtake him. Shisha leaned in, eyes fixed on the screen as he spoke. It was a holiday, and everyone's attention was focused on Yang Hao's ranked matches. While some of them were casually playing in normal mode on their smurf accounts, winning without much effort, the conversation inevitably shifted to the World Championship semifinals, specifically the match involving Team AB. For Fliss, the memory of that relentless Berserker sticking to him like glue was still vivid. The opponent's impeccable timing with their engagements had made that match particularly grueling for him. Although Ninja had held the top spot on the NA server for a long time, Yang Hao wasn't bothered by it. He understood well that professional players rarely grind ranks like point chasers. The transformation from a casual player to a pro required time and the accumulation of experience. When Yang Hao picked Shisha's favorite hero, Sacred Arrow, Kulian immediately flashed a mischievous grin and turned to Shisha. Watch closely and learn, he teased. As Yang Hao skillfully chained Sacred Arrow's abilities, the group's admiration for him grew stronger by the minute. Even Xiao Luo, who was usually brimming with confidence, had to admit that Yang Hao's hero pool was incredibly deep. When Yang Hao casually remarked, "Most professional players are versatile," the room fell silent. In that moment, they all became acutely aware of the gap between themselves and the pros. To secure a foothold on the professional stage, they would need to put in far more effort. Soon, both teams locked in their lineups, and the game loaded. Suddenly, Shisha's voice broke the silence. "Hey, look at that FPP000 on the other side. He's your direct opponent." Yang Hao glanced up, and sure enough, the opposing FPP000 had also chosen Sacred Arrow. "Interesting," Yang Hao murmured, a faint, playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A hint of anticipation appeared on Yang Hao's face. Suddenly, Shisha frowned and asked, "I noticed your Sacred Arrow is equipped with dragon soaring arrows instead of meteor chasing moon. Why is that?" This was a question he had pondered over for a long time. In the game's mechanics, meteor chasing moon is a standard survival skill for the Sacred Arrow class. It allows for a double displacement after firing an arrow, creating distance and granting a 5 damage reduction. On the other hand, dragon soaring arrows is a more moderate skill choice. Unlike the explosive burst damage of the ranger, the Sacred Arrow focuses on sustained damage output. A ranger's combo can overwhelm even the toughest tanks, while the Sacred Arrow relies heavily on basic attacks, with other skills serving to enhance those attacks. Dragon Soaring Arrows is one of the few burst damage skills for Sacred Arrow, requiring an accumulation of arrow intent to unleash, which somewhat contradicts the class's core mechanics. For this reason, most players opt for the safer and more forgiving Meteor Chasing Moon over Dragon Soaring Arrows. Clearing his throat, Yang Hao explained, using Dragon Soaring Arrows maximizes damage output. Since arrow intent tends to overflow, equipping Meteor Chasing Moon often leaves it at full capacity, which is wasteful. Plus, it adds a bit of burst potential. Seriously? Shisha exclaimed, exasperated. But that makes the margin for error way too small. True, it does demand better mechanics and positioning, Yang Hao admitted calmly. In competitive matches, I'd go with Meteor Chasing Moon, but in casual games, it doesn't really matter. Shisha looked him over, thinking this guy was absolutely crazy. After a moment, he muttered, I knew it. People who play Shadow Step are all maniacs. Assassins are supposed to survive in the narrowest margins, waiting to deliver a fatal strike. Yang Hao didn't respond much, just smiled faintly. By now, he had entered the game and was heading toward the middle lane. There, a fiery infernal dragon guarded the attack buff. He was accompanied by a healer, but their unfamiliarity with each other made their coordination clumsy. In this descent battlefield mode, players could communicate via public voice chat, with the system automatically censoring profanity and muting offenders instantly. However, playful taunts were common. When the opposing player initiated a conversation, Yang Hao paused briefly before enabling voice chat and replying coolly, a challenge. You're not even qualified for me to consider it. The healer on Yang Hao's side spotted an opening on the enemy team and immediately launched a skill, but it was deftly evaded by Ninja. The taunting display was deliberate, and it momentarily startled Ninja, who was sitting in the FPP club's training room. A wave of anger surged through him. Born into wealth and privilege, Ninja had always treated gaming as a casual hobby. Despite receiving numerous invitations from professional teams, he had remained indifferent to the idea of pursuing it seriously. Later, after witnessing a series of defeats on the domestic esports stage and observing the chaotic state of the industry, he sensed a business opportunity. If he could lead a team to the World Championship, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation back home and bring substantial profits. Determined, he decided to form a team and step into the competitive scene, hoping to make a name for himself. Yang Hao's tone was filled with disdain, as if he inherently looked down on the other party. This made him feel deeply provoked, as though his pride had been ruthlessly challenged. Click! Through the headset, Yang Hao's mocking laughter echoed, further fueling his anger. His frustration was no longer containable, and his tone grew heavier. From the way you talk, you sound like a professional player. Which club are you with? Coincidentally, I'm about to enter the pro scene myself and will soon compete in your qualifiers. The FPP team will represent JPL in the Spring Championship, and our goal is to win the title. He'll make sure every JPL team kneels before us. Yang Hao was momentarily stunned, surprised that FPP would join the qualifiers. His expression shifted, his brows furrowing. The strength of this FPP team seemed formidable. Yet, facing the challenge, he let out a cold laugh, entirely unbothered. To deal with you? I don't even need to be a pro. I'm just a qualifier player, that's all. And speaking of the professional league, we'll meet there too. Defeating you will be a breeze. He continued with a scornful tone. Are all rookies in the pro scene this arrogant? You really have no idea how high the sky is. Ninja's rage was about to erupt. It was one thing for Yang Hao to be a JPL professional player, but now even a mere qualifier participant dared to mock him. He summoned a sacred arrow in his hand, locked onto Yang Hao, and fired in an instant. This was the poke skill of the sacred arrow, lightning fast, and almost impossible to dodge. Yet Yang Hao evaded the attack with a simple sidestep. He shook his head with a smirk. Already losing your cool? With that kind of mindset, you want last in the pro league. No worries though. Today, he'll teach you how to go from a qualifier player to a true professional. These words only fueled Ninja's fury. Yang Hao, meanwhile, stood calmly in place, exuding an air of nonchalance, as though he didn't take his opponent seriously. Yet deep down, he grew cautious. This young adversary was clearly no ordinary player. For the first time, Ninja felt the sting of humiliation. During his competitions in North America, even the top-tier professional players treated him with respect and deference. Yet now, a player from a lower-tier league, someone who hadn't even qualified for the official JPL league, had the audacity to boast about teaching him how to play professionally? To Ninja, it was nothing short of a ridiculous joke. He gripped his mouse tightly, his fingers turning pale. Back in North America, world-class pros treated him with reverence, and major clubs fought tooth and nail to sign him. He saw himself as a prodigy, destined to be among the best, even as a newcomer to the professional scene. And now, this no-name kid dared to mock him with such a condescending attitude. It was a direct blow to his pride. What stung even more was the fact that his meticulously planned first attack had been effortlessly dodged by Yang Hao. To Ninja, it was a humiliating disgrace. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark arrow shot straight toward Ninja, poke skill known as the punishing arrow, identical to the sacred arrow he had just used. Ninja's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yang Hao to counterattack so abruptly. While he clearly noticed the casting animation and the arrow's obvious charge-up, even with his quick reaction to maneuver his character, Yang Hao's arrow still hit its mark with precision. A fifth of his health bar was instantly gone. It was merely a standard poke skill, not even a high-damage burst ability, yet it had taken such a significant chunk of his health. Dodging skills during team fights was a fundamental skill for an assassin. The same arrow had been hit, while Yang Hao had dodged it with ease. Coupled with Yang Hao's mocking tone, it made Ninja feel like he was about to explode with anger. As Ninja seethed with frustration, someone approached him from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Keep your cool. It's just a casual match. If your mindset crumbles over something like this, you'll struggle on the road to being a pro. It's obvious he's just trying to mess with your head. Ninja took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and nodded. I get it. I'll teach this kid a lesson and show him just how strong I really am. With that, he quickly regained his composure and focused entirely on the game. Both teams were now locked in a fierce contest over the 3 buffs. This was the pinnacle of matchmaking, where high-ranked players frequently encountered well-known names. Among the competitors in this match were several prominent streamers known for their high-level play. For instance, the support player on Yang Hao's team, who specialized in healer champions, was a famous streamer. While healers were often played by female gamers, there were also some male players who excelled in the role. Meanwhile, clips of Yang Hao's earlier exchange with Ninja were being replayed across multiple live streams, earning cheers and applause from viewers. Ever since Ninja's identity had been uncovered, many had grown tired of his arrogance and disdain for Chinese players. His overconfidence had rubbed people the wrong way, and Yang Hao's sharp retort struck a chord with the audience. This self-proclaimed king of the game had finally met someone who could put him in his place. Of course, Yang Hao's taunts would only be satisfying if they managed to win the match. If they lost, it would only fuel Ninja's arrogance further. The battle officially began. Yang Hao's team composition included a Berserker on the solo lane, a mid-lane duo of the Starlight Maiden and Sacred Arrow, and a bottom lane pairing of the Night Elf and Titan. The lineups for both teams have been finalized. Ninja's setup is as follows. The solo lane features Gunsoul. The mid lane has a duo of Starlight Maiden and Holy Arrow, while the bottom lane pairs Ranger with Orc. Apart from the mid lane duo being identical to their opponents, the other positions are entirely different. The battle kicked off with an intense skirmish in the mid lane. The opposing team was the first to attack the dragon, pulling the dragon buff into their territory. Controlling the dragon buff is a true test of the player's fundamentals, requiring them to manage the dragon while harassing their opponents and delivering a decisive strike at the right moment. After an initial round of probing and taunting, Ninja's team gradually regained their composure. As the game progressed, Yang Hao had to admit that Ninja was indeed a formidable opponent, with his team gradually falling behind. However, he knew this wasn't due to a gap in individual skill between him and the enemy. The key lay in the synergy of the mid-lane duo, particularly the healer's performance, which directly influenced the tide of battle. The opposing team's healer was a professional player. Although Yang Hao couldn't recall which team they were from, their impeccable timing, cooldown management, and use of crowd control abilities were undeniably impressive. The situation became increasingly clear as Yang Hao and his team's healer were forced out of the dragon's range. This gave Ninja a sense of superiority, leading to taunts such as, "I thought you were so great, but it turns out you just got lucky with one shot. Where's your confidence now?" Back at the AB club, Yang Hao wore a frustrated expression. This opponent had an annoying habit of trash-talking whenever they gained even the slightest advantage. However, the match was far from over. Yang Hao chose to mute all chat and focus on the current situation. Being pushed out of the area meant that they might have to watch the enemy slowly secure the buff. Although there was still a chance to contest it, this critical buff would likely draw reinforcements from the enemy's solo lane. Observing the battlefield, Yang Hao noticed that their own solo lane was already at a disadvantage, meaning any support would arrive slower than the enemy's. The bottom lane, however, remained evenly matched, with both sides trading blows around the boss, while their health bars slowly dwindled. Faced with this predicament, Yang Hao furrowed his brow in thought. After a moment, he asked the healer through team voice chat, "I'm thinking of diving in and taking them heated. Can you keep me healed? It'd be great if you could land a control skill on them." The healer, who was live streaming the match, gave a wry smile and replied, "I'll try, but their movement is pretty good." Indeed, in previous encounters, their healer had struggled to land control abilities on the opponents. Meanwhile, although the enemy healer's crowd control accuracy wasn't particularly high, their persistent efforts had successfully snared their healer a few times. This had caused their health bars to be consistently suppressed. While their healer's recovery abilities kept them barely afloat, they were running dangerously low on mana. By contrast, the enemy healer's superior mana management was becoming increasingly apparent. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.